War 4, a blueprint for the Trump administration by Aaron Langley Heinlein, Frederick Lass, and the Grand Rapids Circle.
Chapter 2. Winning Against Islam.
In his first address to the nation after the attacks in New York and Washington on September 11, 2001, George W. Bush announced a war on terrorism that America must now wage and win. He initially described the attacks themselves only as terrorist and evil acts and mass murder, but defined them more precisely the following day. The deliberate and deadly attacks perpetrated against our country yesterday were more than acts of terror. They were acts of war. The scale of the destruction and the military precision of the attacks, in which 4 passenger planes were each turned into homing missiles by a small group of hijackers and suicide pilots to destroy the symbols of the economic, political, and military power of the United States and kill thousands of people, could not be interpreted in any other way. That this was a war was an inescapable fact. But who was the enemy against whom the war had to be waged? The president began by defining 2 categories of enemy, about which he said, "We will make no distinction between the terrorists who have committed these acts and those who harbor them," without revealing exactly who and what he was talking about. Although of course the press had long since figured out who he must be talking about, he continued, "The American people need to know that we face a different enemy, one that we have never faced before. This is an enemy that is trying to hide, but it will not be able to hide forever. This will be a monumental battle between good and evil," he added menacingly. Ari Fleischer, the president's press secretary, described the enemy as nameless, faceless people. This is a different type of war than it was when you knew sort of the capital of the country that attacked you. A journalist, who obviously had no idea what he was talking about, asked him incredulously, "Can there be a war without a real national enemy?" But perhaps Ari Fleischer didn't really know that himself at the time, so he merely repeated in different words what he had already said. This enemy has no specific border. This enemy doesn't have planes that are on the tarmac, and it doesn't have ships that move from one port city to the next. It's a different type of enemy. It wasn't until 4 days after the attacks that someone asked the president directly if Osama bin Laden had anything to do with it. He got the following answer: "No question, he's what we would call a prime suspect. And if he thinks he can hide and run from the United States and our allies, he's sorely mistaken." The September 11th hijackers were part of the international al-Qaeda terror network, headquartered in Afghanistan. The Taliban harbored the terrorists. This meant that the enemy was now identified by name and address according to both categories previously defined by the president. But the question of how to wage and win a war against this enemy was still unanswered. In the Pentagon, however, the administration was already discussing the details of the forthcoming war in Afghanistan with the generals, and now everyone was able to imagine something when the president spoke once again about this new type of war. The American people are familiar with conflicts where there was a beachhead or a desert to cross or you knew the military objectives. That may happen, but right now we're facing people who are hitting and running. They are hiding in caves. We're going to get them out of there. He was referring to the caves in the Tora Bora Mountains of Afghanistan, a kind of mountain fortress from the time of the jihad against the Soviet Union, where Osama bin Laden was hiding with his closest associates, most of them, like himself, veterans from that time. So this is where the monumental battle between good and evil that the president had spoken of would begin. But the definition of the enemy was still incomplete, because the administration had so far described him in such a way that it was impossible to get a picture of what he thought and what he wanted. The 2 categories defined by the president were so general that they gave no clue. The administration had so far portrayed the enemy without his ideology. The 2004 report of the Bush administration's 9/11 Commission said of al-Qaeda, "Who is this enemy that has created an organization capable of inflicting such terrible damage on the United States? We now know that these attacks were carried out by various groups of Islamist extremists. The September 11th attack was masterminded by Osama bin Laden. In the 1980s, young Muslims from all over went to Afghanistan to volunteer in the jihad against the Soviet Union. A rich Saudi, Osama bin Laden, was one of them. After the defeat of the Soviet Union in the late 1980s, Osama bin Laden and others founded al-Qaeda to mobilize more jihadists. The history, culture, and mindset in which Osama bin Laden shapes and spreads his messages are largely unknown to many Americans. Building on symbols from Islam's glorious past, He promises to restore honor to those who feel victimized by ongoing foreign domination. It uses cultural and religious allusions to the Holy Quran and some of its interpreters. He addresses people who are disoriented by the tremendous changes brought about by modernization and globalization. His rhetoric draws on different sources: Islam, history, and the political and economic malaise of the region. Osama bin Laden also draws on the complaints about the United States that are widespread in the Muslim world. End quote. This was a brief and complete description of the ideology. Its content: Islam; its medium, the Muslim world; its goal, world domination; its tactics, terror and war; its strategy. In its statements following the September 11th attacks, however, the administration avoided speaking so openly about the connection between terror and Islam. As a precaution, it generally avoided using the words Islam and Muslim, but each new detail that emerged about the attacks re-established the connection all by itself. For example, in the fourth hijacked plane, which was supposed to hit the White House, the terrorists were forced by a riot of passengers to crash the plane over a deserted field before the projectile reached its target. The cockpit voice recorder was preserved. The passengers' struggle with some of the hijackers armed with knives behind the closed cockpit door could be heard on it, as well as the last words of the suicide pilots before the crash they had caused. They shouted Allahu Akbar. The riot was not, as one was tempted to believe, made possible by a special trait of the passengers of this airplane, but actually by chance. The plane took off half an hour later than planned for air traffic reasons. By the time it was still more than 20 minutes away from Washington, so much time had passed since the first attack on the World Trade Center that the passengers were already aware of it through cell phone conversations with relatives and acquaintances, and therefore fully understood the situation they were in. They discussed what else they could do, voted on it, and stormed the cockpit. When the hijackers realized that they could no longer fend off the uprising, they abandoned their plan and crashed the plane on the spot. The incident thus demonstrated above all the importance that could be attached to an enemy image in times of war that reflected reality and was not distorted by false hopes. After this experience, people felt compelled to prejudge every Muslim attacker as a deadly enemy, even if only as a precaution. In the days after September 11th, the connection between terror and Islam was so obvious that the terror of Al-Qaeda and IS in the years that followed could almost be foreseen. However, the administration did not want the war to take on religious dimensions, or for the religious dimension it had to be discussed, because America was not prepared for a war of such dimensions. This was precisely the aim of Osama bin Laden's propaganda. The attacks on September 11th were intended to involve America in a war that it would not be able to sustain ideologically. The Americans had no God who would have urged them to sacrifice themselves for him in an ongoing and costly war for world domination. In the Muslim world, on the other hand, to which the terrorist propaganda was directed with its symbols from Islam's glorious past and religious allusions to the Holy Quran, those complaints about the United States that the propaganda used were widespread, as the 9/11 Commission found. Here was a God who demanded everyone's contribution to the holy war, and Osama bin Laden appeared as his prophet. The inhabitants of this world, the believers, who felt like victims of constant foreign domination, were promised the restoration of their honor. The enormous mobilizing power of this ideology lent the war the religious dimension that the president himself seemed to address with the concept of a monumental battle between good and evil, but in doing so left out the essential, the assessment of a particular religion as good or evil. In any case, a war against Islam was not meant. Rather, the administration had planned the war as a struggle of oppressed peoples against tyrannical rulers. In Afghanistan, where the war was to begin, it therefore wanted to ally itself with the Afghan people against the Taliban. But since Islam linked the Taliban to the Afghan people, religion had to be kept out of everything. In a sense, what America was defending in this war was nothing other than religious freedom. On September 17th, 6 days after the attacks, having already identified Osama bin Laden as the prime suspect, and with the question of what all this had to do with Islam causing growing concern among the American public, the president visited the mosque at the Islamic Center in Washington. There he said, "These acts of violence against innocent people violate the tenets of the Islamic faith. The face of terror is not the true face of Islam. That is not what Islam is about. Islam is peace." According to the administration, the need to defend Islam in this way arose from the fact that Muslims in America were threatened or felt threatened, two very different things in the Muslim world, but which the president did not want to distinguish from one another when he urged non-Muslim Americans to show more respect for their Muslim fellow citizens. America counts millions of Muslims among its citizens. They must be treated with respect. Women who cover their heads in this country need to feel comfortable going outside. I've been told that some are afraid to go out, some don't want to go shopping for their family, some don't want to go about their daily activities because they're afraid of being harassed if they wear a veil. That should not and will not be tolerated in America." End quote. The administration understandably intended to draw a clear dividing line between America's friends and its foes, keeping the circle of friends as broad as possible while minimizing the enemy. But the administration's defense of Islam had its pitfalls. By placing the veil under the umbrella of religious freedom a week after the 9/11 attacks, the president portrayed Islamic honor as a victim of terror, justifying itself by its own violated honor. All the elements of the Islamophobia discourse were already assembled in this speech by the president. In this way, the Muslim communities in the USA strengthened their political position after September 11th. At a reception for their representatives at the White House at the end of September, the president accepted a gift from a guest and unwittingly revealed the propaganda trap into which the administration had fallen. "Thank you very much for the gift you gave me, Imam, the Quran. It is a very thoughtful gift." I said, "Thank you very much for this gift." He said, "It's the best gift I could give you, Mr. President. I appreciate it very much." End quote. Any embrace of an imam only exacerbated his pushiness. On September 20th, the president delivered an address to the nation before a joint session of Congress that was a declaration of war on the Taliban. He explained to the Americans once again against whom this war was being waged and against whom it was not. Who attacked our country? The evidence we have gathered all points to a collection of loosely affiliated terrorist organizations known as Al-Qaeda. The terrorists are practicing a fringe form of Islamic extremism that is rejected by Muslim scholars and the overwhelming majority of Muslim clerics, a fringe movement that perverts the peaceful teachings of Islam. Those who do evil in the name of Allah desecrate the name of Allah. Applause. The terrorists are traitors to their own faith. They are trying, in effect, to hijack Islam itself. End quote. This strange, actually macabre metaphor in which the 9/11 hijackers were reinterpreted as Islam hijackers, as if Islam had been hit, not America, was a product of all the inconsistencies in the administration's portrayal of the enemy. The Islam hijacking could only work if the hijackers' propaganda was effective in that it was heard and understood in the Muslim world and the hijacker was perceived by some not as a traitor but as a role model. But then it would not have been hijacking, but the conformity of ideology. Was the fear of an Islamic hijacking even justified if people did not believe that the images of the hijacker missiles hitting the World Trade Center could confuse the minds of young Muslims? If one believed that the fringe form of Islamic extremism propagated by a vanishingly small group of terrorists had nothing to do with the Islam believed in by the billions of Muslims around the world that the president was talking about, the metaphor presupposed exactly what it was trying to deflect: the connection between terror and Islam. But the administration could say what it wanted about Islam. The fact that the enemy was to be found in Afghanistan and the war therefore had to start in the Muslim world, which would see it as a hostile attack, put America at odds with that world and its religion either way. An Al Jazeera journalist confronted Condoleezza Rice, as if it were her fault with this problem in a partly reproachful, partly triumphant tone when he asked her about the U.S. relationship with the peoples and rulers of the Middle East. "We see from polls and from demonstrations in the streets that the governments support the U.S., but the public or the streets in the Arab and Muslim world do not. Do you think there's a problem there, a lack of understanding? Or is it because the U.S. is just relying on the support of governments without regard to the population? Without regard for the Muslim population?" Those widespread complaints about the United States in the Muslim world, which were also used in Al-Qaeda's propaganda, were mostly accusations in which Arab anti-imperialism fraternized with Islamic jihadism and spoke in a language worthy of an employee of the United Nations. Of course, Condoleezza Rice herself knew about the mood in the Middle East, but she was not allowed to get involved. Instead, she said, "We think that the United States is a place where there is religious tolerance, and we believe that all people should live together in peace, and that belief is something that will resonate with the people in the region. We want it to be very clear that the war against terrorism is not a war against Islam. Islam is a peaceful religion. Islam is a religion that respects innocent life. So we cannot believe that Islam condones this kind of destruction of innocent life that we saw on September 11th. End quote. When she said that, the war in Afghanistan had already begun. So the administration had no intention of bowing to the curses and threats issued in the charges leveled against America by the Arab Street. On the contrary, it was thinking of overturning the social conditions which, in its opinion, were responsible for the emergence and spread of terrorism. With America's help, nation-states were to be established where Arab dictatorships and Islamic tyranny had previously raged. In this way, the administration defended religious freedom with more than just words. The only thing it had perhaps underestimated was the backlash from the Muslim world. In 1996, the Taliban conquered Kabul. Since then, they have controlled most of Afghanistan. Osama bin Laden came here in the same year. From 1999 onwards, the attacks against America were planned from here. If you wanted to catch the Al-Qaeda people, you had to get rid of the Taliban regime. Perhaps the president had this in mind when he said in his speech on the evening of September 11th that the enemy was the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. At first glance, however, a war against the Taliban seemed less like the new type of war that was constantly talked about than the familiar type of war against a state in which the enemy was a government, if the Taliban regime was seen as such, dominating a limited area and population, with a capital and military targets that could be located and bombed. But the administration's portrayal of the opposition between the Taliban and the Afghan people, which appeared to be a relationship between an unjust regime and the people it oppressed, did not quite reflect the facts. The Taliban probably had more friends in Afghanistan than the Americans. This was especially true for the largest tribal organization in Afghanistan, the Pashtun, whose settlement area claimed the entire south of the country, and in the east extended beyond the Pakistani border into an area that the Pakistani government hardly controlled. The relationship between the Taliban and the Pashtun was as complicated as that between the terrorists and Islam. Not every tribal member was a Taliban, but every Taliban came from the Pashtun tribe. Meanwhile, everything in Afghanistan was Islamic. Anyone who wanted to wage a war against Islam here would have no allies. The day before the war, the president told Americans in a radio address how to draw the line between America's friends and its enemies on the Afghan battlefield. America is determined to confront the states that support terror, but we are equally determined to respect the men and women who are oppressed by such regimes. Our enemy is not the Arab world. Our enemy is not Islam, a good and peace-loving faith that gives direction and comfort to over 1 billion people, including millions of Americans. And our enemy is not the people of any nation, even if their leaders harbor terrorists. Our enemy is the terrorists themselves and the regimes that protect them. Afghanistan is a case in point." End quote. On October 7th, in an address to the nation, he explained the nature and purpose of the attack that had just begun. "On my orders, United States forces have begun attacking Al-Qaeda training camps and Taliban regime military positions in Afghanistan. The purpose of these actions against carefully selected targets is to prevent Afghanistan from continuing to be used as a base of operations for terrorists and to destroy the Taliban regime's military capabilities. By destroying the camps and disrupting the enemy's lines of communication, we make it more difficult for the terrorist network to train new recruits and coordinate their evil plans. The United States of America is the friend of the Afghan people and the friend of 1 billion people around the world who practice the Islamic faith. The United States of America is the enemy of those who aid terrorists and the enemy of the barbaric criminals who desecrate a great faith by murdering in its name. The first shot of this new war of the 21st century was fired on September 11th. The first battle has just begun, but it is only one in a long line of battles." End quote. The administration thus portrayed the war against the Taliban and Al-Qaeda as a war of liberation. The American armed forces themselves were to appear as the liberators. But the Americans could not expect to be welcomed as liberators by all Afghan tribes. They should therefore operate as much as possible in the background, or from the air. Especially if this was only to be the first battle in a long series of battles, the available military capacities had to be used carefully. The low willingness of the American population to make sacrifices could still become a decisive factor in this monumental battle. The risk and the extent of the deployment of American soldiers, therefore, had to be minimized. Instead, the administration organized a loose alliance of tribes, militias, and warlords hostile to the Taliban to fight against the Taliban regime under the strategic cover of the American air war. The administration believed it would find enough allies in Afghanistan to build a state once this battle was won. In his radio address, the president promised Afghanistan generous help with reconstruction. He went so far as to compare Afghanistan with Germany and Japan after the Second World War. Even if we fight against evil regimes, we remain generous to the people who are oppressed by these regimes. After World War II, America supplied and rebuilt Japan and Germany, and the Japanese and Germans became our closest friends in the world. Like Germany and Japan, Afghanistan could not be liberated without America's help. Afghanistan was supposed to be just a typical case, the first in a long series of battles. But in making this historical comparison, was the administration also thinking of a comparable scale and duration of operation that America and its allies would have to undertake in order to defeat the enemy this time too, dead or alive? With the conquest of Kabul by the Taliban opponents of the Afghan Northern Alliance supported by U.S. Special Forces in November, and the installation of a new government with Hamid Karzai as president in December 2001, the first battle seemed easier to win than one would have thought. However, many Taliban and al-Qaeda fighters, including Osama bin Laden, had fled to Pakistan. One of the war aims was thus missed. After a speech in the bombed-out Pentagon, someone asked the president, "Do you want Osama bin Laden dead?" The president replied, "I want justice. There's an old poster from the West that I'd like to remind you of. It says, 'Wanted, dead or alive,'" end quote. According to a report to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee that was published 8 years later, in November 2009, during Barack Obama's term of office, it would have been possible to achieve this war goal at the time. The report was signed by John Kerry, who later became Secretary of State in the Obama administration, and sought to disavow the war on terror as waged by the Bush administration altogether by claiming that the politicians and generals responsible at the time had negligently allowed Osama bin Laden to escape to Pakistan for political considerations. The report therefore began with a serious political and moral indictment. Removing the al-Qaeda leader from the battlefield 8 years ago would not have eliminated the threat of global extremism, but the decision that opened the door for his escape to Afghanistan allowed Osama bin Laden to emerge as a powerful symbolic figure, attracting a steady flow of money and inspiring fanatics around the world. The mistake of not doing this job represents a lost opportunity that irrevocably altered the course of the conflict in Afghanistan and the future of international terrorism, left American citizens more vulnerable to terrorism, laid the groundwork for today's intractable Afghan insurgency, and fueled internal unrest in Pakistan. The report also named those responsible for this disaster. The decision not to deploy American soldiers to pursue Osama bin Laden or prevent his escape was made by Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld and his top commander, General Tommy Franks, the architects of the unconventional Afghanistan battle plan known as Operation Enduring Freedom. Rumsfeld said at the time that he was concerned that too many U.S. troops in Afghanistan would provoke an anti-American backlash and spark a rampant insurgency. Reversing the hitherto prevailing American military orthodoxy known as the Powell Doctrine, the Afghanistan model emphasized minimizing the presence of U.S. troops and relying instead on small, highly mobile special forces and CIA paramilitaries working with the Afghan opposition. Even as his own commanders and senior intelligence officials in Afghanistan and Washington argued in favor of sending more U.S. troops, Frank refused to deviate from the predetermined plan. The report pounced on this Bush administration mistake by removing the hunt for Osama bin Laden from the strategic context of successive wars of liberation and narrowing the war on terror to a police operation against extremists. The revolutionary scope that the war initially seemed to have was lost in the silly bounty hunter scenario that George W. Bush alluded to with his Western poster metaphor, which was interpreted unfavorably at the time. But that was not exactly what was meant at the time. The Bush administration had never thought of being satisfied with pursuing terrorists or extremists. Of the two categories of enemies it had defined, the second, those harboring the terrorists, already shifted attention away from the terrorists to the social conditions in the Muslim world, because those harboring the terrorists were naturally the ruling cliques in the respective states. These regimes should be removed by America and replaced by nation-states that would guarantee religious freedom, gender equality, and other rights for their citizens. In contrast to the Kerry report, which said that Osama bin Laden's flight to Pakistan laid the groundwork for today's stubborn Afghan insurgency, the Bush administration still assumed that the groundwork had already been laid in Afghanistan when the Taliban and al-Qaeda emerged there, and that it was the job of America and its allies to defeat the stubborn Afghan insurgency, thereby laying the groundwork for the reconstruction of Afghanistan. Osama bin Laden, dead or alive, was of secondary importance to the Bush administration. It wanted more. The people you liberate, Immediately after the removal of the Taliban regime at the end of 2001, the Bush administration therefore began preparing the next war of liberation, which was to remove Saddam Hussein's regime in Iraq. This war was no longer about the terrorists at all, but only about the overthrow of society. In George W. Bush's speech at the beginning of the war on March 19, 2003, the word terror did not appear once, nor, of course, did the word Islam. Instead, the president spoke of disarming Iraq and liberating its people, addressing all the men and women of the armed forces of the United States now in the Middle East. He said, "The hopes of an oppressed people now turn to you. To help Iraqis build a united, stable, and free country, we are asked to persevere. We come to Iraq with respect for its citizens, for their great civilization, and for the religion they practice. We have no ambitions in Iraq other than to remove a threat and return control of the country to its people." End quote. The Bush administration was perhaps mistaken in that the respect it paid to the civilization and religion of the respective populations in the countries to be liberated was often not reciprocated by the people concerned, so that liberation had to be enforced against the liberated, with the result that the war aims could only be achieved with a higher commitment than was envisaged in the battle plans. The individual battles lasted longer than planned, and the number of troops had to be increased. In 2008, after thousands of dead and tens of thousands of injured American soldiers, another battle was out of the question for the time being. The Americans elected Barack Obama as their new president because he had promised to bring the troops home and end the war. The Obama administration now wanted first and foremost to remove the socio-political dimension from the war on terror. At a lecture at the Center for Strategic and International Studies in Washington in August 2009, the later CIA Director John Brennan explained the new thinking of the new administration. This included a new partnership with Muslims around the world, a partnership based on common interests and mutual respect. The experience of the past few years had shown that America could not rely on the idea that respect was mutual in the Muslim world. While John Brennan was giving his speech, tens of thousands of American soldiers, NATO troops, and local allies were still fighting to gain respect in Iraq and Afghanistan. The Obama administration no longer wants to talk about a war on terror at all, said John Brennan, because terrorism is just a tactic, a means to an end, which in the case of al-Qaeda is the worldwide rule of an Islamic caliphate. This argument was quite subtle. Accordingly, one could spin this thought further: we should actually be talking about a war against Islam? But the argument was not meant that way, if only because otherwise it would have come into conflict with the previous argument, the postulate of mutual respect. The new administration also no longer wanted to speak of a global war, because this choice of words by the Bush administration only confirmed the distorted representation of al-Qaeda, according to which the United States is somehow in conflict with the rest of the world. And perhaps the most dangerous thing about this is that if this is presented as a global war, it risks only reinforcing the image that al-Qaeda paints of itself, that it represents a highly organized worldwide formation that has the ability to replace sovereign nations with a worldwide caliphate. And nothing, the audience was assured, could be further from the truth. So the Obama administration didn't want to wage a war on the world, not a war on terror, not a war on Islam, so not a war on jihadists either, because when you describe terrorists in this way, using the legitimate word jihad, which means to purify oneself or to wage a holy struggle for a moral goal, you risk giving murderers the religious justification they so desperately seek but in no way deserve. Worse, it risks perpetuating the image that the United States is waging a war against Islam itself. The Obama administration wanted to banish this false image, which was admittedly popular in the Muslim world, with the correct image, in which there was no longer an enemy. Instead of the two categories of enemies that the Bush administration had defined, John Brennan distinguished two related but very different tasks that the administration had set itself: the short-term task of destroying al-Qaeda and its allies, those who are ready and willing to kill innocent civilians, and the long-term task of fighting violent extremism in general. End quote. However, this new enemy, violent extremism, did not refer to a military opponent, but to the misery of the Muslim world, which causes extremism and justifies violence, and should be combated with development aid and, probably our greatest asset of all, the moral example of America. The dictators and tyrants against whom the war on terror had previously been directed no longer featured in the Obama administration's image of the enemy. When an American secret commando liquidated Osama bin Laden in his hideout in Pakistan on May 2, 2011, the war objective missed by the Bush administration had been achieved and the short-term task was virtually completed. The completion of the second task actually only consisted of leaving the Muslim world to its fate. Leading from behind, the Arab Spring created the ideal environment for testing the new way of thinking in practice. All one had to do was watch as the Muslim world, which had fought tooth and nail against being liberated by the Americans, now freed itself from its dictators and tyrants of its own free will and under its own steam. Only on a case-by-case basis, it was thought, as in Libya, would American special forces, in this case acting behind French and British forces, have to jump to the aid of a popular uprising. Hardly anyone would have noticed that they were there. This was called leadership from behind the scenes, or ambush, which only referred to the fact that America had now given up the goal of winning a war. But even if the war on terror was over, the monumental battle that George W. Bush had spoken of was not. Only now it was no longer the U.S. administration that determined the order of the battles and the places where they were to be fought, but the Islamic masses in the Muslim world: Tunisia, Egypt, Libya, Syria. So it was that when the last American soldiers left Iraq in December 2011, the first al-Qaeda soldiers appeared in Syria. The war on terror had provoked, not caused, an Islamic revolution in the sense that it gave the Muslim world a new reason to complain about the United States, and, despite increased American involvement, the new governments in Afghanistan and Iraq failed to secure their monopoly on the use of force throughout their territory. In Afghanistan, the Taliban's terrorist and military offensives took place with increasing force year after year. In Iraq, after years of unleashed violence between Sunni and Shiite militias and the IS-style terror of al-Qaeda in Iraq, one could for the time being speak of a state sovereignty that was unstable in the long term and stabilized in the short term, provided one wanted to convince oneself that the state had not already irrevocably disintegrated into its religious, ethnic, and tribal components. The wars in Afghanistan and Iraq had drawn young Muslim men whose honor had been violated to the battlefields from all over the world, as they once did during the jihad against the Soviet Union in the 1980s or during the civil war in Bosnia in the 1990s. With spectacular suicide attacks in Damascus in December 2001, the al-Qaeda branch in Syria announced its claim to play a leading role in this revolution. 15 years after September 11th, al-Qaeda had claimed a leading role in the battle for Aleppo against Assad, Russia, and Iran, the Shiite nuclear monster that the war on terror had also provoked, but not created. The concentrated Sunni, Shia, and terrorist violence of Islam, which should not feature in the Americans' conception of the enemy, clashed in Aleppo, so one could only hope that they would somehow kill each other. But that wasn't necessarily the fault of any particular U.S. administration. It was just the momentary course of a monumental battle against an enemy that had been underestimated. Spengler's incantation of the decline of the Occident was already ambiguous, a warning of decadence and a barely concealed wish that Judeo-Christian civilization would finally come to an end. Where today the mouthpieces of civil society use the term freedom of religion to court Islam of all things, the only religion that is still not only unable to achieve the internalization and privatization of faith that turns a confession into a denomination, but aggressively refuses to do so. Spenglerian drunken doom once again prevails, poorly concealed by the claim that they are defending a basic civil right, because it is precisely this right that Islam uses to establish its counter society in accordance with the law. The obvious need for self-orientation of the Occident must be countered with the fact that no defense of the West can do without a defense of the Occident, because Western secularism and the internalization of faith as a private matter for the individual have been achievements of the great Western religions, which Islam, for which profession of faith and barbaric deed coincide, declares war on. This is precisely why criticism of Islam is not a variant of criticism of religion, but a defense of Judeo-Christian thought and life against a form of confession that has not yet managed to become theology, i.e. to elevate its own nature to an object of reflection and criticism. The debates currently being conducted by the political mainstream on the future social treatment of Islam and its followers make one thing clear time and again: the left is, increasingly categorically, not open to criticism of religion in the sense of Marx, Freud, and Adorno. The real left is divided into two camps. On the one hand, there are those who, in the name of anti-racism, cannot get comfortable enough with the practice of Islam, whereby the Islamophilia on display corresponds to a pronounced anti-Christian resentment that suggests a good deal of self-hatred. On the other side are village atheists, for whom laicism is the most advanced form of secular separation of state and religion, i.e. one that has yet to be realized, especially in Germany. This means consistently treating all religions and their symbols equally and thus also equating them, whether the Abrahamic religions are valued equally in principle for whatever reason, against the backdrop of Lessing's completely misunderstood ring parable, or whether they are rejected equally in principle as obsessive neurosis, superstition, an expression of black pedagogy, etc. According to this camp, practical criticism of Islam, such as bans on headscarves in schools and public authorities, would only be tolerated or welcomed if the cross and kippah were also removed from the relevant rooms, if the state cleared up the remnants of the privileged status of Christianity, i.e. stopped collecting church tax, denied the churches the status of public corporations, removed their representatives from advisory boards and broadcasting bodies, and so on. Conservatives and right-wingers or right-wing populists, on the other hand, are accused by those same left-wingers of two opposing tendencies, which in reality are marginal here and are instead mainly to be found among currently marginalized Nazis. The outward use of enlightened criticism of Islam for vile xenophobic racism and a love-hate relationship with Islam that is fed by Islam envy. That is, from the insinuation that authentic religiosity or an intact gender relationship trivialized as conservative still prevails in Islam at all, that Muslims still have something like a healthy cultural identity and, in general, that they are, as Nietzsche was already mistaken in Antichrist, who did not recognize their penis envy real men, uninhibited by a Christian conscience that effeminates. Or, in Hitler's words, had it not been for the victory of Karl Martel at Poitiers, if we had already taken the Jewish world upon ourselves, Christianity is such a vapid thing, we would much sooner still have adopted Mohammedanism, this doctrine of the rewards of heroism. The fighter alone has the seventh heaven. The Germanic tribes would have conquered the world with it. We were only prevented from doing so by Christianity. End of quote. The current hegemonic conservative criticism of Islam by the CSU and the official AfD in the debates they have recently initiated. Islam does not belong to Germany. Headscarf ban for schoolgirls and compulsory crosses in Bavarian offices has nothing to do with either of these tendencies. The practical result, the effect of such measures, however justified and motivated, would initially only be a self-confident and unmistakable state privileging of Christianity, and incidentally also Judaism, against Islam. An unequal treatment of religions that simply does not allow Islamic patriarchalism, contempt for humanity and hostility towards life to pass as an expression of religiosity that could benefit from religious freedom. Objectively, such measures would be a defense of the West and its achievements, which at least presumes to be a defense of the Occident. For example, the Bavarian State Cabinet's decision that a cross must hang in every public authority in the state from June 2018 was justified by the fact that this is intended to express the historical and cultural character of Bavaria and be a visible commitment to the fundamental values of the legal and social order. One can of course smile at Bavarian local patriotism in view of certain formulations, and of course the affirmative reference to homeland, without which Islam-critical initiatives from the conservative camp generally rarely get by, is worthy of criticism. However, it is not the job of critics to complacently and pettily criticize a fundamentally reasonable view of things, which the left-wing establishment is in any case, and as expected, covering with malice. Yet Chpater, for example, was not just a feast for the left's individualistic hedonistic vulgar atheism. Even from the other side, the decidedly Christian side, he was accused by liberals such as Lindner and church representatives such as Cardinal Marx of profanation of the Christian cross. When Cardinal Marx goes so far as to claim that Chpater's decree, and not Islam, to which the decree is a reaction, has triggered division, unrest, conflict, this only shows how much even the Catholic Church, despite all the pretended warnings against a politicization of religion, and in self-betrayal, has already become a constructive part of the political left-wing cartel, which, according to the Emnid survey, is in agreement with the majority of the German population when it comes to rejecting the cross. They are united in their repression of both the profane meaning of the cross and the sacred meaning of the civil legal order, the Occidental character of the civil order. There may once have been reasonable objections to the concept of the Christian-Jewish Occident. For one thing, Christian-Jewish assumes a historical harmony that eschematizes the history of Christian anti-Judaism, which is why even today witty polemicists like to point out that the hyphen should basically be read as a minus sign, i.e. Christian minus Jewish. On the other hand, the term Occident does not do justice to the secularization that characterizes bourgeois society, and Christian dominance cannot be identity-forming for bourgeois non-denominational Christians and Christmas tree Christians. In contrast, the concept of the West had the advantage of emphasizing liberalism and the American pursuit of individual happiness more strongly, thus also conveying an objection to anti-Semitism and religious and other collectivism, which is why it also enjoyed some popularity among ideological critics. In the meantime, however, West has degenerated into a cipher for what post-bourgeois society considers to be the most progressive and liberal, and in which it also believes it has learned the right lessons from Auschwitz, anti-racism and religious freedom. This leads to the actually paradoxical situation that the anti-civil Islamization of Western European societies is taking place under the guise of defending civility, which is why even where this development is not welcomed but rejected, something like a paralyzed fatalism prevails, which expresses itself in self-torturing phrases, such as what sense a consistent fight against Islam would have at all if one had to curtail freedom rights, i.e. deprive oneself of one's own Western and liberal identity. In reality, there would be nothing historically or logically contradictory in the relationship between practical criticism of Islam and consistent defense of the bourgeoisie if we finally became aware, again, of the decidedly Occidental character of the bourgeoisie. Today, Marxist ideological criticism therefore has the task of helping the conservative declaration of war against Islam, whose representatives, in contrast to the leftist camp, are proving to be responsive in principle to get off the ground. In Soter's speech about the basic values of the legal and social order, symbolized by the cross, there are only faint echoes of what the Occidental myth of post-war conservatism had a comparatively clear idea of at the time. Theodore Heuss, for example, declared in 1950, "There are three hills from which the West originated, Golgotha, the Acropolis in Athens, the capital in Rome. The West was spiritually born from all of them, and all three must be seen as a unit." Soter could also have referred much more topically to Pope Benedict XVI's speech in the German Bundestag on September 22, 2011. Ratzinger said, "The culture of Europe emerged from the encounter between Jerusalem, Athens, and Rome, from the encounter between Israel's faith in God, the philosophical reason of the Greeks, and the legal thinking of Rome. This threefold encounter forms the inner identity of Europe. It is true that every myth involves transfiguration and idealization, which requires self-enlightenment. In this case, however, it seems more likely that the connection between civility and Judaism or Christianity is much more compelling in real historical and conceptual terms than most conservatives and self-faithful Christians ever realized. There is, in fact, something like a trans-historical cultural dispositive of the Occident, the concrete determinations of which emerge clearly, especially in differentiation from the Islamic Orient. This concerns above all, both individually and in mutual interdependence, the sphere of law and the sphere of the regulation of instinct as a civilizing de-threatening of gender relations. In short, Sharia law recognizes neither the ideal of legal certainty and a mediated monopoly on the use of force nor the concept of passive individual rights, which basically means that Islam and an emphatic concept of law are categorically mutually exclusive. In terms of sexual politics, Islam does not hold men responsible for the denial of male drives, it does not know sublimation, as the West does keywords, Odysseus myth and Sermon on the Mount, but rather women whose over-sexualizing desexualization results from serving the husband as an object of drive discharge and being sexually invisible to all other men. Islamic hostility to the law and sexuality dispositive are condensed in the headscarf as both a means of domination that inscribes itself into women's bodies and a double symbol, a sign of the phallocentric patriarchal gender relationship itself and the Islamizing appropriation of public space, an aggressive declaration of war on all unveiled women and a visible establishment of counter-sovereignty. It is performatively absurd and therefore doomed to failure to want to educate girls and boys of autochthonous and migrant origin to become modern citizens in a space in which the veiling of girls is tolerated. Such toleration is not state neutrality, but its opposite, taking sides against those girls and betraying their civil rights, and thus bourgeois self-demonization. Judaization is civilization. From a historical point of view, the development of a bourgeois social sphere and the emergence of philosophical monism and Jewish monotheism in Greek antiquity in the 5th century BC are phenomena whose simultaneous appearance is anything but contingent. There is much to suggest that the latter has its material basis in the former. The experience of the money-mediated exchange of goods, i.e. that all individual commodities created by humans are regulated and circulate via a principle, a one, be it gold, silver, or coinage, may have prompted the question as to whether all natural things, including humans, could be traced back to a principle to which they owe their existence and inner connection. In the midst of a world of polytheistic myths, Aristotle thus suddenly and abruptly, from a purely intellectual historical point of view, philosophically arrives at the one even unmoved mover of all that exists, and the Jews religiously arrive at the one creator God. Even the later Christian Trinity is not a softening of or a violation of monotheism, but rather, precisely in its mysteriousness and mysticism, may be an adequate and plausible expression of the sensed but incomprehensible trinity in the constitution of exchange value, i.e. God 1. Abstraction of value equals Holy Spirit. 2. Sovereignty establishing the right of exchange and exercising sovereign control over the monetary commodity equals Father. And 3. The coin itself as an abstraction that has become sensual equals incarnate Son, sensual supersensual thing. Insofar as the money-mediated exchange of equivalents, the comparison of unequals, not only indirectly provides the experiential background for Aristotle's considerations, but as such forms the object of analysis, Aristotle reflects on the necessary legal equality of the exchangers as exchangers, i.e. an equality which, as a rejection of the social rank of the persons, is at the same time limited to the act of exchange itself. In contrast, Judaism develops an idea that transcends the immediate reality of the exchange of equivalents. Just as money, as a monetary commodity or coin, in foreign trade basically represents a universal principle of international understanding. In contrast to predatory warfare, the Jewish monotheistically conceived God no longer functions as a particular tribal God of the Jews, but as the God of all people, before whom and whose law all people are in principle equal, synonymous with the idea of an undivided humanity and the likeness to God of each individual person, whose life is therefore sacred. Thus the law, covenant, and treaty, conveyed through the Hebrews' exodus from Egypt, always refer to a fundamental objection to the institution of slavery, indeed to the rule of man over man in general guarantee of the best possible life. Regardless of the specific content of the Jewish law, which anticipates later bourgeois legal principles of modernity in essential questions, the relationship to sovereignty, law, and order is embedded in a theory of the messianic, making it both affirmative and critical at the same time. On the one hand, the law as such and in its content is an expression of the unreconciled state of humanity with itself, God and nature, and guarantees, quasi as a compromise, the best possible life, bearing in mind precisely this general irreconcilability. In the reconciled state, on the other hand, the law would be superfluous or abolished as an external and literal law that has been realized and internalized by human beings according to its spirit. Incidentally, Marx conceives of the transitional society between capitalism and communism to be established by a revolutionary act according to this pattern, in which the bourgeois legal form initially continues to exist under new property relations, i.e. on the basis of socialized means of production, just as the products are distributed by means of money like labor money, until the legal, commodity and monetary forms have become completely superfluous. While early primitive Christianity considered the Messianic time to have come with the first appearance of Jesus and therefore proselytized the Gentiles and softened the Jewish law in its sacramental unity because it had already been realized, the later, socially victorious Christianity was left with nothing in view of the delay in the parousia, that is, the obvious absence of the second appearance of Jesus, and thus the world that was still not completely redeemed, the later socially victorious Christianity had no choice but to reestablish the law in the form of canon law, which, historically mediated, now represents a syncretism of Jewish and Republican Roman law. From a purely theological point of view, waiting for the second coming of the Messiah instead of the first, like the religious original, may encourage an inferiority complex towards the original religion, which then translates into anti-Jewish resentment, and thus to weaken the significance of the death on the cross, even to profane it in its legal necessity. In terms of human history, however, it is this theological construction that compensates for the error of expecting salvation in the near future, with which Christianity first Judaized the Greek and Roman pagans, and then the European barbarians, i.e. civilized them, from which a Christian self-confidence enabling freedom from resentment towards the Jews could have been drawn. In any case, it will be part of the irony of the later bourgeois revolutions that they were launched against religion, the Catholic Church, the clergy as allies of the nobility, and appear as secularization while they de facto enthroned canonical canon law, which until then had been developed and practiced in the shadow of secular European pagan customary law, as secular bourgeois law in the first place, the exchange-mediated equality of all citizens before the law, the replacement of corporal punishment based on the ius talionis with punishment based on the principle of equivalence, the separation of powers inspired by the doctrine of the Trinity, mitigation of punishment based on confession and repentance, etc., and so on. If Islam, and not just Islamism, is to be criticized, then please do so in the spirit of Karl Marx's materialist critique of religion, as is regularly said from the left, whereby the reference is systematically reduced to crude atheism. Marx, on the other hand, distinguishes political from human emancipation in one of his best texts on the Jewish question. against Bruno Bauer, who argues that the Jews must emancipate themselves from Judaism in order to become fully fledged citizens, Marx defines political emancipation as the emancipation of the state from religion, which means the abolition of Christianity as the state religion and the degradation of every religion to the private quirk of the individual citizen, whereby Judaism and Christianity become equally valid to the bourgeois state in several senses of the word. The liberation of the individual from religion as a private shrine or of society from Judaism, a phrase often misinterpreted as antisemitism, is only a matter of human emancipation. In this context in particular, however, it should be made clear that the often circulated statement from the introduction to Hegel's Critique of the Philosophy of Right, according to which the critique of religion is the prerequisite for all critique, i.e. that one should work one's way from the critique of religion to the critique of law, the state and capital, applies at best to political emancipation. For human emancipation, the reverse is more true. Because religion is the sigh of the oppressed creature, the consolation of desolate conditions, the illusion about conditions that require illusion, the critique of religion as a practical critique of capital aims to create a reality that no longer oppresses the creature and therefore eliminates the sighing from the world. An atheistic critique of religion, on the other hand, which plucks religion apart as a flower on a chain so that man can endure his enslavement without illusion, is, according to Marx, contempt for humanity that has nothing to do with emancipation. Adorno also thinks in orthodox Marxist terms when he establishes a kind of messianic materialism in negative dialectics. Materialism agrees with theology where it is most materialistic. Its longing would be the resurrection of the flesh. The vanishing point of historical materialism would be its own abolition, the liberation of the spirit from the primacy of material needs in the state of their fulfillment. Only when the bodily urge is satisfied would the spirit be reconciled and become what it only promises as long as it refuses to satisfy material needs under the spell of material conditions. 7. Criticism of ideology, whose vanishing point is always communism, even and especially when it is not confessionalized in the face of disguised practice, is thus a translation, a secularizing translation, if you will, of Judeo-Christian messianism. In other words, an approach that could hardly be more occidental in its substance. At the time, Marx brought the USA into play as the country that had most progressively realized the political emancipation of the state from religion. The American Declaration of Independence should be examined in more detail, because its preamble contains an explicit theological reference, and this is not a contradiction which is also doubly constitutive. Firstly, in general, for the self-understanding of civil law in general, and secondly, in particular, for the attempt to legitimize the breach of law of political resistance against the mother country with the law of the mother country, a law, however, before which positive law and its interpretation in both nations has to justify itself. In any case, the decisive first sentences of the founding charter of the USA of July 4, 1776, written largely by Jefferson, go like this: "We hold these truths to be settled, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments have been instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, founded on such principles, and constituted with such power and authority, as to them shall seem most fit for preserving their safety and happiness." End quote. The level of self-reflection in these statements is remarkable. The following points should be emphasized. Firstly, there are such things as inalienable positive fundamental rights that are due to all human beings as equal individuals. Life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. These rights come from God. Secondly, but since God himself does not provide the earthly assurance of these rights, secular, i.e. state power is required to enforce them, which points to the paradox or the friendly illusion of the historically later declared human rights problematized by Marx in The Jewish Question, later prominently again by Hannah Arendt, namely that, on the one hand, fundamental rights go beyond mere civil rights in terms of the idea, because they are supposed to apply to all people regardless of their nationality, but on the other hand are practically worthless if there is no sovereign who declares himself responsible, from which it follows: those who have civil rights do not need human rights. Thirdly, although secular power should derive its legitimacy from the consent of the governed, the right of resistance has nothing to do with a formally opposing majority will or voluntarism in general, because a resistant will of the people is only legally compliant if the government systematically violates inalienable fundamental rights, which legally excludes content-indifferent majority dictatorships against minorities, and in this respect sets itself apart from any formalistic democracy and electoral law drivel. Fourthly, the idea that positive law itself could be, or should be, legally founded in a higher law that is transcendent to itself and to human arbitrariness is quite old and was negotiated under the concept of natural law. However, since social rights can hardly be derived from nature as such, the theological interpretation refers to God, who after all also created nature itself. Of course, one could now say that citizens make use of this construction of God and increasingly secularize him as a placeholder and guarantor of civic reason. On the other hand, the Judeo-Christian God has always potentially been this, and the bourgeoisification of humanity, however imperfect and fragile, is therefore also its Judaization or Christianization. If a historical dialectic of Catholicism, Judaism, and Greco-Roman antiquity unfolds in the development of canon law, to put it in a nutshell, the legal philosophical reflections of modern constitutional states arise from the entangled relationship between Catholicism and Protestantism. As a persecuted minority, Protestants seeking protection from Catholic persecution brought with them a fundamental willingness to submit to the secular law of protecting princes, which required them to theologically underpin the separation of secular politics and religion that had always existed in Christianity. On the other hand, sects that broke away from established institutions often tended to have comparatively democratic internal structures, so that Protestant groups in particular, when they were among the first to establish political communities, as in the USA, transferred their quasi-internal citizenship into politics. A connection that goes beyond the fact that the authors of the American Declaration of Independence were devout Protestants, and also beyond the compatibility of Protestant beliefs and capitalist imperatives. Keyword: work ethic, identified by Weber. This is why the special, positive civil right of religious freedom, together with the associated idea of religious tolerance, is genuinely Protestant. In its historical and political origins, it was a protective right against the Catholic Church, and tolerance was first and foremost granted to competing Protestant sections. Even if religious freedom became more and more generalized in the course of civil progress, the concept of religion itself, i.e. what was to be understood by religion in general, always had a Protestant tinge. Religion as primarily a belief and inner attitude that did not essentially take place in external actions that could conflict with civil law. And even ritual and ceremonial religions such as Catholicism and Judaism could be assumed that practices such as confession or the observance of dietary laws did not represent challenges to secular bourgeois sovereignty. This means that private freedom of faith, public freedom of confession, and private and public freedom to practice religion are comparatively unproblematic in a process that can be described, through all the contradictions and social struggles, as the bourgeoisification of religion or the Christianization/Judaization of society. This is why there has never been a specifically religiously based Judeo-Christian contempt for women that was to be enforced against civil society in the name of religious freedom. In relevant areas, the ancient church was no more patriarchal than society as a whole, and the later overcoming of patriarchy ultimately also encompassed the Western religions, more or less sluggishly and smoothly. It is therefore more than strange that the members of the left-wing cartel confront Islamic patriarchalism, where they do not justify it in anti-racist terms, with the Occidental concepts and ideas of religious freedom, secularism, and laicism, and that the only socially perceptible civic resistance to the obvious Islamization is formulated from the right, just as the best speeches against anti-Semitism and Islam and in favor of Israel are given by conservative Republicans. This, as well as Trump's election success and policies internationally, is driving the left among the Friends of Israel into a homemade identity crisis. Against this madness, it should be noted that without a decidedly positive reference to the Occident with its Judeo-Christian connotations, no concept of civility can counter the self-destructive tendencies of post-civil society, let alone anything even remotely sensible. If, according to the political class, the lesson to be learned from the National Socialist orientalization of the West is to promote its repetition under the sign of Islam, then it is high time to lead the crusade that was neglected in 1933. The world is bad, revolutions are therefore popular, and yet the world does not necessarily get better as a result. On the one hand, it is inherent in the concept of revolution that, by setting society and the state in motion, it creates a moment of uncertainty in which the old is eliminated but the new is not yet established. On the other hand, the degree of imponderability depends on how far the new has already taken shape in the old, because the more concrete this shape has become, the more precisely the outcome of the revolution can be read from it. A rule derived from this consideration and historical experience states, for example, that an Arab or Persian revolution does not bode well. In the case of Egypt, on the other hand, predictions could be made based on this, the accuracy of which was similar to that of a weather forecast for the previous day. The outlines of how a revolution would turn out could already be seen in the so-called Cairo Spring of 2005, when the tiny constitutional reform introduced by Hosni Mubarak at the time gave the Muslim Brotherhood candidates a huge vote in the subsequent parliamentary elections. One reason for this was that there was no other opposition. The remaining opposition parties represented in parliament were all creations of the regime from the time of Anwar al-Sadat, opportunists with a left Nasserist or national liberal veneer, whose policy was to disguise the one-party dictatorship with the facade of pluralism. Outside parliament, where Muslim Brothers and Salafists organized the masses in mosques, via satellite television and through social work in poor neighborhoods, a protest movement was still active at the time under the slogan Kafaya Enough. A network of left-wing activists created by Nasserists, communists, Trotskyists, and similar birds, who were able to mobilize their meager followers to take part in demonstrations against Israel and the USA, which were more or less tolerated by the regime, but had nothing to counter the Islamic opposition policy. The other reason, however, was that the Egyptian masses did not want to be ruled by anyone other than the Islamic gangs. So it was not difficult to guess that Egyptian democracy would become an Islamic democracy, and that an Egyptian revolution would be nothing other than an Islamic revolution in Egypt. The regime responded to this development by rolling back reform and increasing repression, trying to hide again behind the vast apparatus of repression through which it had been accustomed to rule since it had lost the confidence of the masses. During the first phase of the First Revolution, the Young Officers' Revolution of 1952, the regime was able to serve the masses ideologically by promising them Arab socialism and the destruction of Israel, allowing Gamal Abdel Nasser, the beloved leader, to repress the Muslim Brotherhood to his heart's content without losing the affection of his people. Gamal Abdel Nasser's death triggered a flood of tears that reached beyond Egypt's borders to Muammar Gaddafi, who fainted at the leader's grave, leaving an ideological desert in its wake. When Anwar al-Sadat finally ended the war with Israel and gave up the partnership with the Soviet Union, allying Egypt with the USA instead, the regime tried to compensate for the broken Arab pride with a measured Islamization of the country, but instead of satisfying the ideological hunger of the masses in the long term, it only fed it. They soon wanted a full dose of Islam. This became apparent in the Cairo Spring. Political mathematics then devised the paradoxical formula for maintaining the regime, that more democracy in Egypt would only work with even more Islam on the one hand and even more military on the other, as an Islamic democracy with military reservations. The journalist, activist, and Nasserist Abdel Halim Kandil described the burgeoning revolutionary expectation in 2005 in such a way that, in retrospect, he would have earned himself the reputation of a clairvoyant if the scenario he described had not been all too foreseeable. In the event of a social explosion, an intervention by the army was very likely. Although the army was no longer in a position today, it also had no intention of ruling itself as in Nasser's time. It would, however, pave the way for a new constitution that would integrate all the main political forces, including the Muslim Brotherhood, on the basis of more, not less, political freedom. The regime, i.e., the army, would therefore rid itself of Hosni Mubarak and the political apparatus of conformists and opportunists surrounding him, which had incurred the displeasure of the masses and thus become ideologically and politically useless, and leave the field to the Islamic organizations in its place. But this strategy, which initially appeared to be a cunning dual power strategy through which the military regime merely reproduced its power, could also be seen as a new edition of the power struggle that had been going on for half a century, in which the army would still enter as the more powerful rival, but in which the Islamic opponent would be granted a power that it had never possessed before in its almost 100-year history. Islam would also have the possibly decisive advantage of an ideology that could still inspire the masses. Of course, the revolutionary expectation did not say that this increase in political freedom for the Islamic parties would ultimately result in less freedom overall, but that was no longer too difficult to guess. These are actually truisms Abdul Masih Basit, the priest of St. Mary's Church in Cairo, may have thought to himself in the stormy January of 2011 as he contemplated the political situation with understandable unease one day before the revolution. But wisdom is not omnipresent, and it is perhaps better to explicitly warn my flock again against participating in foolishness. Because the mood in his congregation seemed to be just like that. Since the beginning of the month, the Christians had been demonstrating incessantly against Hosni Mubarak's cursed regime, which did not protect them from the violence perpetrated against them by an increasingly aggressive Islamic mob, even though this state was their only protection against it. It was right for a religious minority to make its voice heard in this way. It was a just protest. But for God's sake, it should not be misunderstood as a prelude to revolution. But now, after the revolution in Tunisia, everything suddenly appeared in a different light. The rally planned by left-wing activists in Cairo on January 25th, which was originally intended to be just one of the usual, ultimately inconsequential protest events that we have seen so often in recent years, had suddenly taken on a completely different revolutionary character. And then the Muslim Brotherhood, which otherwise officially stayed out of such activities, decided to mobilize for the rally. All this seemed suspicious to Father Abdul Masih Basit, and so he preached on behalf of his church on the eve of the revolution. We urge the Coptic youth not to take part in the demonstrations on January 25th, because our problems will not be solved by demonstrations and loud slogans. At this point, the Coptic youth no longer had an ear for fatherly advice of the dialectical kind. How could it be understood that protesting first was right and then wrong, that the forthcoming mass demonstrations would only continue on a large scale what they had started on a small scale? How could the Christians of all people be absent from this revolution, who had only just shown themselves to be the first and bravest in the fight against the hated regime? One could have answered them with the wisdom of Jesus. The first will be last. The Christian demonstrations had begun on January 1st. The night before, shortly after midnight, when the New Year's Mass was over and the devout were just streaming outside, a car bomb exploded in front of the entrance to the Two Saints Church in Alexandria. The explosion killed 23 Christians and injured many more. This was not the first, just the bloodiest in a continuous series of attacks against them. Over the past 3 years, the attacks had steadily increased in frequency and intensity. It only got worse after the revolution. In the days that followed, numerous demonstrations, road blockades, and similar actions took place in Alexandria and Cairo, which regularly ended in street battles between the Christian activists and the police, who tried to intimidate the demonstrators with truncheons, tear gas, and rubber bullets, lasting well into the night. This led to some remarkable scenes. On the second day of the protest, for example, a 9-man police cordon surrounded the Cathedral of St. Mark in Cairo, the seat of the Coptic Pope, Pope Shenouda III, to prevent the Christians gathered there for the demonstration from leaving the church grounds. The encircled demonstrators raised the wooden crosses they had brought with them and stormed the police cordon, chanting, "Revolution! Revolution in Egypt! Revolution in all the churches of Egypt!" Ministers who arrived to express their consternation to the congregation were called hypocrites, and their vehicles were demolished with stones. Similar demonstrations and riots continued throughout the day and night in Alexandria, Cairo, and other cities. The third day of protest began with a demonstration by state forces. A small group of Christians had gathered in Cairo for a vigil and lit candles in memory of their murdered brothers and sisters. The police stood opposite. A high-ranking police officer, qualified by his rank in all reports of the scene but not identified by name anywhere, approached the vigil and blew out one candle after another in a gesture that was supposed to embody his power. The following night, a demonstration gathered in Shubra, a district of Cairo where many Christians live, only to clash with the police. The demonstrators did not hesitate and attacked the police with stones, bottles, and the tried and tested wooden crosses, putting the officers on the defensive, who then dropped their shields and batons and tried to defend themselves by throwing the stones and bottles back at the demonstrators. This battle, which in itself was insignificant, resulted in a constellation that was perhaps unusual by Egyptian standards. It was the second time in 2 consecutive days that Cairo police, deploying special forces for counterinsurgency, were overwhelmed by the number of demonstrators, had to break up the rehearsed marching lines and attack the crowd in street fighting style. Even before Monday's events, at least 39 police officers, including 4 high-ranking officers, had been injured trying to stop the protesters. Later that Monday, when a smaller group of protesters marched towards Talat Harb Square, located in central Cairo in the middle of a neighborhood dominated by 19th-century European architecture and tourist-friendly, cosmopolitan stores, cafes, and bars, as if in remembrance of pre-revolutionary times, the regime's batches once again stood in their way. This time, however, it was once again the usual impenetrable overabundance of black uniforms that had apparently been placed here for the purpose of permanently darkening the atmosphere of this place and the mood of the demonstrators. For their part, the demonstrators once again had the right slogans at the ready. Down with Mubarak! Down with the military regime! Then it happened again. An armed man in police uniform, a retired officer as it was later reported, boarded the train from Samala to Cairo on January 11th, looked around briefly and then shot at a family he identified as Christians. 1 man died, 5 were injured. Then the murderer was overpowered by other passengers. As usual, the state claimed that the crime was not religiously motivated, instead offering a different explanation for the act. The murderer was said to have been irritated and frustrated because he was short of money. Eyewitnesses, however, reported that he had deliberately chosen a group of women for execution who were not wearing headscarves and that he had shouted Allahu Akbar as he shot them. Once again, the Christians rose up in protest. This once again led to that unusual constellation that has now almost become a habit. In Cairo, for the first time in years, the number of demonstrators exceeded the number of police deployed to combat the uprising. The demonstrators briefly gained the upper hand and broke through the facade of invulnerability with which the Ministry of the Interior surrounded itself. This is no longer the first time this has happened, but the third time in the last 10 days, as we know, but it seems to have delighted journalists and analysts alike. We will soon see another example of this. The fact that such a situation arose repeatedly during these days may also have been the reason for some young cops to overestimate their own strength, especially when one considers that when a comparable situation arose again after January 25th, the event was immediately celebrated as the first step towards the victory of the revolution, but only because the whole world was already attuned to what it meant. But despite the possibility of subjective misjudgments, the Egyptian repressive apparatus, which was used to completely different challenges, ultimately had no real problem putting the Christians, who, with 8 million believers, represented a sizable community but, with a share of 10% of the total population, were just as much a despised minority in their place. And the Christians largely kept to themselves during the demonstrations. In addition, the official press soon began to remind the demonstrators that their actions were not without danger and that, if they took things too far, they would only incite religiously motivated violence and even provoke a civil war. However, these teachings were not very original, because the fact that Christians in Egypt were living dangerously was just as obvious as the fact that they were caught in a political trap. While the mob attacked them, power abandoned them, and this mechanism was in fact what fueled the religiously motivated violence. And for this very reason, not a single one of the Christian murderers of recent years has been arrested, tried, or even convicted. However, a few days after the protests described here, there was a surprising but ambiguous exception to this rule. It concerned a massacre that had taken place a year earlier on January 6, 2010. On that day, 8 Christians had been murdered in Nag Hammadi, again as they were leaving church, by machine gun fire from a passing car, with the perpetrators apparently also unintentionally hitting and killing a Muslim policeman. On the same day, 2 women died when the mob set fire to the homes of Christians in neighboring villages. The Minister of the Interior explained the massacres as follows. No religious motive could be identified, but there were initial indications that the event was related to the accusation that a young Christian had raped a Muslim girl. The parliamentary spokesman explained, "The crime in Nag Hammadi is just a single crime without religious motives, just like the crime of raping the girl. Whether a girl was actually raped by a young Christian in the village, whether a girl was raped in the village at all, has not yet been clarified. However, the man who was imprisoned because of this double ambiguity is still waiting in vain for a trial." As with earlier and later massacres, the right rumor and the accompanying whispers were sufficient to explain and justify this case. The terrorist attack in Alexandria, which triggered the protests in January 2011, was preceded by the rumor that 2 Christian women who had converted to Islam were being held captive in an Egyptian church, and the rumor that weapons were being hidden in Egyptian churches. The latter was claimed by Muhammad Salim Alawa, one of today's much sought-after reformist Islamists, who wants to run in the next presidential election and declare war on Israel. A few days after the massacre in Nag Hammadi, the police carried out a large-scale house search in the town and arrested 22 Christians, who were sent to prison without being accused of any particular crime. During the subsequent demonstrations, 50 people were arrested for demonstrating. Heavy clashes then broke out in Nag Hammadi between the Christian and Muslim residents of the town, with bloody street battles and burning houses, until heavily armed Egyptian army units finally marched in to pacify the town. Eyewitnesses had recognized the 3 murderers of January 6, 2010. They were finally arrested, and on January 16, 2011, one of them was sentenced to death. Perhaps because the regime was worried about Egypt's international reputation at the time, perhaps because this time a Muslim and a policeman had also been killed in the alleged revenge attack. The previous demonstrations by Christians alone will probably not have had the desired effect. However, the Egyptian armed forces are now completely dependent on American arms supplies, the volume of which has grown to precious sums over the past 10 years in parallel with the Iranian threat, around $1.3 billion a year. The regime is therefore susceptible to criticism from Washington and other Western capitals. On the other hand, they need each other, and the president currently in office in Washington does not like to make himself unpopular. So the criticism voiced after the terrorist attack in Alexandria was not so harshly worded as to make Cairo nervous. Perhaps not so explosive, but still too harsh for the regime's taste, was apparently the criticism of the Pope of the Catholics, who for his part offered the Christians in Egypt a sign of international solidarity. In a statement distributed on January 10th to the relevant embassies represented in the Vatican, Benedict XVI deplored the increasing persecution of Christians in the Middle East, highlighting the terrorist attack in Alexandria as an example. The Pope wrote that the attacks were just further proof of how urgent and necessary it is that the governments of the region, despite all the difficulties and dangers, take sufficient measures to protect religious minorities. Need we repeat it? In the Middle East, Christians are genuine and authentic citizens who stand by their homeland and fulfill their duties to the state. Do we have to repeat it? This rebuke in the form of a question was not misunderstood by the Egyptian government and prompted it to withdraw its ambassador from the Vatican. Perhaps the reaction to the papal criticism only became so agitated because it had to absorb the anger at the criticism from the Western capitals, which they preferred to sit out. As usual, the Pope left it to his press spokesman to deal with the tedious diplomatic aftermath, so that he himself did not have to take back any of the truth of what he had said. There was no need to speculate on whether intensifying international criticism would have helped to increase the security of Christians in Egypt, because the revolution was now coming, although it was clear that it would lead to a worsening of the situation. At first, however, the Coptic youth felt vindicated, believing that the revolution was merely a continuation of their protest on a larger scale. This impression could also be gained from the account of the beginning of the revolution given by the authors of the International Crisis Group quoted above, although they miscalculated once again when they described a situation that was occurring for the fourth time in a month as an unprecedented event that was taking place for the first time. The numbers on January 25th surprised everyone. The protesters gathered in many places all over Cairo to undermine attempts to control them. They confused the police by constantly announcing different locations, while participants communicated via Twitter, text messages, and cell phones about the new meeting points. The result was unprecedented. For the first time in most protesters' memories, they outnumbered the police. The Christians, who were admittedly not among the majority of demonstrators, could have contributed their divergent memories, but nobody was interested in minority issues now anyway. Just as Father Abdul Masih Basit had feared, the Coptic youth plunged headlong into the turmoil of Tahrir Square, where their own concerns, for which they had demonstrated alone against the state power just a few days ago, were quickly consumed by the general fever of the revolution. Here they now stood together with the activists of Chpater, the coalition of the Revolution of Youth, to which the Youth of April 6 belongs, which in turn includes activists from Chpater, the Youth Movement of the Muslim Brotherhood, which in turn belongs to the aforementioned coalition of the Revolution of Youth, which also includes the youth in support of Mohammed el-Baradei, who in turn is a member of the National Association for Change and is also involved everywhere else, and so on. One should not be deceived by the variety of names. The various activist groups are all a concoction of the same ingredients: Nasserism, communism, Trotskyism, anti-imperialism, and, of course, anti-Zionism. Only the mixing ratio distinguishes the individual organizations, if at all, because they are intertwined in terms of personnel and transparency. The best way to get an idea of this is to think of a May Day demonstration in Berlin or an Occupy camp in front of the European Central Bank. The whole movement originally emerged from the mass demonstrations of 2000, solidarity with the Palestinian Intifada, 2002, solidarity with the Palestinian Intifada/protest against Israel's anti-terrorist operations in the West Bank, and 2003, protest against the Iraq War. The Muslim Brotherhood or its youth organization is involved everywhere. Only Mohammed el-Baradei is a peculiar phenomenon, who can perhaps be described as a moderate anti-Zionist with a Nobel Prize. The Christians' own concerns were lost in this turmoil. The Coptic youth had already forgotten them. But what were the Christians' own concerns? As a religious minority, They wanted to be protected from the mob that was threatening them. They wanted religious freedom and equality before the law, nothing more than what every citizen is entitled to, the right to be part of a community that respects the lives and property of its members. But now they were standing here with people who had a completely different idea of community. One got an idea of this when these revolutionaries later, when the generals had long since taken over, recalled the good old days in the square, where they were united by a feeling they described as a mood or atmosphere, a kind of commonality and equality across all boundaries of religion, gender, class, party, and rank that could only be felt in the square. That is why they were drawn back there again and again after the revolution. In this community, during the drunkenness of the state of emergency, it was of course quite absurd to ask about specific issues. Religious freedom, for example, or derived from this compulsory veiling, were problems that, despite all the perceived solidarity between religions and genders, had no place in the square, as discussing them would only have disturbed the beautiful communal experience. Now in Egypt, until now, there has been no state-imposed compulsory veiling like in Saudi Arabia or Iran anyway. It exists here only as a form of violence exercised by the Islamic community, i.e. as mere social violence, so that a debate about it really seemed out of place in a revolution that had come together to overthrow the regime, but not to solve social problems. One could, however, have raised the question of what kind of regime the revolution wanted to install in place of the old one, and whether the new constitution should handle the Islamic dress code just as liberally as the old one. Religious freedom had a similar fate in prospect. In Egypt, religious minorities have enjoyed religious freedom until now, and Christians are equal citizens with certain restrictions, but here the problem lay elsewhere. The same state that legally guaranteed religious freedom was, as we have seen, not fully prepared to defend this formal right against the real injustice suffered by Christians as a result of the violence perpetrated against them by the Islamic mob. In the square, the Christians now stood united partly with the mob and partly with those who would make the laws in the future and also want to formally eliminate religious freedom. The injustice of genital mutilation, on the other hand, was not part of the Christians' own concerns from the outset and was therefore not forgotten by the Coptic youth, but could not be an issue for the revolution if only because a cross-gender and cross-religious consensus prevailed in the square. In Egypt, it has been banned by the state since 2007, but it continues to exist as a social violence that is not limited to a specific religious community, but rather subjugates the entire female gender and is exercised immediately by parents, primarily mothers, against their daughters. The ban was a law that was not enforced, so it was not a law but merely a good intention, the implementation of which depended on Suzanne Mubarak's personal engagement and the success of her educational campaigns. The engagement was greater than the success, because the Egyptians consider themselves the heirs of the oldest civilization, who no longer need enlightenment. Today, the ban is rejected because it was a law of the hated regime. And because there is no religious justification for genital mutilation, the new lawmakers take the position: nothing in Islam prohibits circumcision. The statistics say that in Egypt over 90% of adult women are circumcised, that before the ban 77% of girls were circumcised, now 74% are, with doctors increasingly performing circumcision instead of mothers, just as hand chopping in Saudi Arabia is nowadays mostly carried out using enlightened medical methods. In view of the mental state of a population that emerges from such circumstances, the Egyptians should have been advised to wait a little longer with the revolution because they are not ready for it. But if it were true that the oldest civilizations are at home here, the question would arise as to how many millennia it would take and whether waiting would change anything at all. But of course this was not an issue on the square, because these were problems whose discussion would have exceeded the limited horizons of the revolutionaries and overstretched the sensitive tolerance of the boundless diversity on the square. The reality on the square stood in stark contrast to the image that the world public painted of it, which was consequently composed of completely empty ideas. Spring, youth, Facebook, texting, etc. This was intended to say three things. Firstly, we don't know what or who it is. Secondly, it is the youth, the new generation, the enlightened middle class. Thirdly, the Arabs are quite different from what we have always thought. They are above all not the Muslim brothers that everyone is afraid of. Well, many of Egypt's citizens are young, 32.7% under 14, average age 24. So you couldn't do much with this reference unless you wanted to find out what this seal of quality was supposed to mean. Wasn't Adolf Hitler young once? The rest of the argument implied that the use of modern means of communication requires education or enlightenment, and that terrorists are too stupid to set up a Facebook account or use a BlackBerry. This crazy loss of reality was characteristic of the perception of the so-called revolution in general. And there is a simple explanation for this. Sick from a history of wars and crises, crime and betrayal, bourgeois and revolutionary self-confidence needs self-deception like an alcoholic needs alcohol to numb his fear of the bad end, which comes a little closer with every sip of this medicine. Islamic terror is the object of fear that creates the need for Islamic reformers. The Arab Spring came like an unexpected healing by the laying on of hands. In this country, the loudest spokespeople for the revolution were to be found among the moderate faction known as Israel Solidarity and its weekly newspaper. When they realized with grandiloquent understanding, Joschka Fischer style, that Israel did not share their revolutionary exuberance, they had finally found the longed-for occasion to criticize Israel for once. Israel's skepticism was unfounded. They said, "Don't be afraid," they called out to the Jews. There is a simple explanation for this too. The formula they always used, that the state of Israel is the condition of the possibility of communism, has always contained the hidden suspicion that the state of Israel is the condition of the impossibility of communism, that as long as the world is not communist, this state must exist, but as long as it exists, the world is not communist. Hence the miserable debates about whether and when the state would die. And now we have seen how Israel is resisting the revolution. The argument used by these people, who fully appreciate the dangerous nature of Islamic gangs, to prove the harmlessness of this particular revolution was the claim that it began without the participation of the Muslim Brotherhood. They only joined later. This was meant to imply that the driving force behind the revolution was precisely those Facebook activists who were unseen and presented as the previously overlooked enlightened Arab youth who deserved our support. Now it is irrelevant in and of itself whether the Muslim Brotherhood had been there from day one or day two, or whether they had joined later in order to seize the revolution, which supposedly did not belong to them, as it was later said. Nonetheless, they were there from day one, except that they weren't wearing t-shirts saying, "Hello, I'm one of them." In fact, in the run-up to January 25th, the Muslim Brotherhood had deliberately decided not to be visible as an organization on the square because, in light of the events in Tunisia, it seemed possible that this time it might actually succeed in forcing Hosni Mubarak to resign, especially as the presidential election was due to take place in a few months. His candidacy was unlikely, and it was known that a successor was also being sought within the regime. The visibility of the Brotherhood could only harm cooperation with other activists and international sympathy. However, this consideration was only relevant to the scene on and around the square, where the eyes of the world were focused. In other cities, especially in their strongholds in the Nile Delta, the Brotherhood dominated the revolution for all to see, as in Sinai, where the criminal gangs and al-Qaeda groups active there took part. After the involvement of the Muslim Brotherhood became obvious, attempts were made to deny the Islamic character of the revolution by pointing to its economic drivers, because if it had any, its content would not be Islam but bread and peace. In fact, many families in Egypt are poor. There is unemployment, injustice, and a lack of prospects. Compared to other parts of Africa, Egyptians may still look rich, but that was not an argument because they were always poor enough for a revolution. The argument just didn't quite fit with the earlier one that the middle class was rebelling here, a class not usually associated with the poorest strata of society. But perhaps it was the class most affected by the lack of prospects. That could be, but it cannot be that the existence of poverty in Egypt contradicts the fact that Islam was the content of the revolution, because as the Muslim Brotherhood slogan says, "Islam is the solution." This means that Islam is the solution to all problems, including and especially economic ones, because it is the religion of the tormented, who are promised eternal justice. Social work is the basis of Islamic mass mobilization, the bond or Lenin's transmission belt between the people and the party. The party founded by the Brotherhood after the revolution therefore bears the name Freedom and Justice. Not wanting to leave it at empty words, the party has since practiced justice with campaigns in poor neighborhoods such as last October in the Cairo district of Mbaba, where it distributed food at half price to the gullible and where, to live up to the full party name, further attacks against the Christian minority occurred throughout the year. The Salafist party is called the Light and aims to eliminate the bondage of interest through Islamic banking. In its commitment to the poor and downtrodden, Islam is no match for socialism or Mother Teresa. But wasn't there a strike on April 6th and 7th, 2008, with which the textile workers of Mahalla al-Kubra, a major industrial city in the middle of the Nile Delta, reacted to the increase in food prices? Didn't the police brutally suppress the strike, and didn't activists use Facebook and text messages to call for a general strike and the overthrow of Hosni Mubarak? So it's the internet and mobile phone revolutionaries again, but this time in conjunction with real workers in a 19th-century-style class struggle. This is where the April 6th youth movement emerged, which wanted to support the strikes with demonstrations, whose spokespeople in turn became the old acquaintances, the anti-Zionists of the Chpater movement, so that the diversity of like-minded people was constantly splintering into new names and activities, only to soon find themselves on Tahrir Square. The strikes were also only superficially about food prices, which, incidentally, were heavily subsidized by the regime. The strikes themselves, as well as the events accompanying them, ran under the slogan Egyptian Intifada. They were political strikes or a show of strength by the Muslim Brotherhood in a city where it played a leading role in the trade union movement and where many workers would later join the Peace and Justice Party. Since the revolution did not produce any content that added to or even contradicted the program of the Muslim Brotherhood, the latter took on the role that suited it, rising from the initially invisible to the highly visible leader of the movement. This happened not only in the later parliamentary elections but already in the square, because the Brotherhood had something ahead of everyone else: a program and an organization. The advantage became apparent the moment the clashes with the police got tougher. One activist later used an example to explain how easy it was. They were very helpful. When people got fed up with just standing around and watching, they organized reinforcements. They were very good at organizing stone factories to produce supplies of ammunition and build barricades. The authors of the International Crisis Group described the Brotherhood's rapid change of role from their own perspective. The Brotherhood initially observed the situation cautiously or even fearfully, envisioning the repression that would inevitably follow their participation in a failed revolt. But their attitude soon changed, partly in response to pressure from their many younger members on Tahrir Square and the surprising strength of the protest. Once the decision to fight had been made, there was no turning back for them. Mubarak had to be brought down or his retribution would be merciless. The role of Islamist activists grew the more violent the confrontation became and the more they moved away from Cairo. Especially in the Delta, their own deep roots on the one hand and the relative weakness of the secular opposition on the other gave them a leading role. But then an even more powerful organization entered the stage of the revolution. The generals also initially played their role in such a way that their intentions remained invisible. Their intervention was initially only noticed by the sudden disappearance of the police from the scene, the very part of the power apparatus that Hosni Mubarak relied on. Soldiers took over the position. They handed out sweets and chocolate to the revolutionaries and promised not to shoot at them. The promise held for 3/4 of a year. Then, on the night of October 9th, soldiers shot at a demonstration of Christians after the Islamic mob had set fire to a church. 24 Christians were murdered that night, partly by gunfire and partly by military vehicles crashing into the crowd and running people over. As in early January, the Christians fought numerous street battles with the new power in the days that followed, their slogans now reading, "Muslims, Christians, overthrow the field marshal," and "Tantawi is a murderer." A total of 26 Christians had already been killed in March and May when the mob mobilized by the Salafists set fire to their churches, stores, and houses. This time, the murderers' motives were alleged love affairs and similar unbelievable things. In these cases, as before the revolution, the new regime had always distinguished itself by its inactivity, for which it gave itself the seal of approval of impartiality. Did the Christians now have to fear the new rulers not only because of their indifference, but as a deadly enemy themselves? The day after the massacre of October 2011, the murderer of January 2010, who had been sentenced to death following the terrorist attack in Alexandria and the demonstrations by Christians at the beginning of the year, was hanged. 2 ministers resigned in protest at the violence perpetrated by soldiers against Christians until the military council promised to punish the perpetrators. That was all the compensation that was offered to the Christians for the 50 deaths that the revolution had brought them so far. At this point, however, the new rulers found themselves embroiled in a power struggle that was undecided, but in which their rivals, the Islamic parties, were gaining political ground from day to day. From a Christian perspective, there was therefore a good chance that their situation could still deteriorate catastrophically, but not the slightest prospect of improvement. The next shots were fired in November, immediately before the parliamentary elections, when the revolution returned to the square. The Muslim Brotherhood and Salafists had called for a joint demonstration of power after Friday prayers. When soldiers tried to clear them from the square on Saturday morning, the activists joined them so as not to lose touch with the Islamic Revolution and deny its character once again. There are no parties here, no Muslims and no Christians. We are the people. The Coptic youth were also there again. Christians stood guard while the Muslims prayed so that soldiers would not disturb them. There must be something to the saying that hope dies last. The self-immolation of Tunisian Mohamed Bouazizi in December 2010 is regarded as the initial spark for the so-called Arab Spring. According to the Federal Agency for Civic Education, for example, he no longer saw any prospects for his life, and his beacon triggered the mass protests in the region. To this day, hardly anyone asks themselves what the 26-year-old Bouazizi might have understood by a life perspective acceptable to him beyond the commonplace phrases of work, money, and bread. Since the early death of his father, he has had to take on the role of head of the family and sole breadwinner for his mother and 5 younger siblings, working as an unlicensed greengrocer. If one traces Bouazizi's particular motives for his suicide, 2 often neglected details come to mind, which were published on Spiegel Online shortly after the event and are of central importance for the assessment and classification of the Arab Spring. Bouazizi could not bear the shame of being slapped by a woman, and he would have suffered greatly from not being able to start his own family because he did not have the money to pay for a wedding and the necessary dowry. According to consistent reports, Bouazizi was allegedly slapped by an employee of the local public order office during an arbitrary inspection of his non-existent license as a greengrocer. The question arises as to how a man with such notions of male shame and dignity could become the shining light of an uprising in which Navid Kermani, as recently as February 2012, recognized only the tenderness of the masses and a strangely ideology-free revolution that would have finally given the forgotten idea of the West a place again. The Egyptians have taken to the streets in the name of values that are obviously ours: freedom, dignity, the rule of law, equal opportunities. Ideals that have been lost to us. On a banner carried by one of these strangely ideology-free revolutionaries on Cairo's Tahrir Square at the time, the following demand was written against the later overthrown ruler Mubarak: "Go, I want to get married." But neither Egypt's Mubarak nor Tunisia's Ben Ali had banned marriage or imposed horrendous taxes on it. Rather, by setting up state buildings to cater for large festive congregations, which are available for a symbolic rent, and by constantly admonishing families not to take on horrendous debts either for the organization of the celebration or for the bridal gifts, their governments have at least tried to lower the financial hurdle for a wedding, which in many cases simply makes it impossible, without calling into question the pre-social relationship on which the marriage business is based. To do so would have meant revolution, taking an axe to the foundations of the Arab world in the very Western sense of the word. But that is precisely not what the Tunisian suicide and the Egyptian demonstrator wanted. Contrary to Western ideas, they consider marriage to be the foundation of the Arab world. Marriages are therefore contracts between families, as Nekla Kalek aptly put it in Die Welt, a business that imposes ever greater financial burdens on Arab men and their families in particular, driving the average age of marriage ever higher. So if the hearts of these revolutionaries were set on such marriages, which are not concluded as contracts between 2 loving and independent individuals, but as such between clans and often within clans, it must be stated, the vast majority of the revolutionary masses from Tunisia to Egypt took to the streets for values that do not end their social misery, but perpetuate it. The mass desire for marriage as a revolutionary demand logically gave rise to a critique of conditions that does not aim to break with the status quo but, conversely, laments the fact that the status quo can no longer be continued without interruption as the very own tradition that is opposed to the West. Unimpressed by the conformist conservative, even reactionary character of the Arab Spring, which was thus recognizable from the outset, its apologists, such as those responsible at the Heinrich Böll Foundation, were still enthusiastically peddling the obvious untruth at the beginning of 2014 that the series of demonstrations, uprisings, and revolutions had fundamentally changed the countries of North Africa and the Middle East. If we examine the results of the Arab Spring to see what fundamental changes they actually brought about, the only thing we find is an entity called the Islamic State as the original legacy of the Arab Spring. Despite this shocking outcome, it is now being propagated that the ideals that have been lost to us lie in the Arab tradition of all things. If Navid Kermani's assertion were true, then any criticism of the Arabellion would be at least a cultural relativist attack on the ideals of the West in general, and the critic would suddenly find himself in the ranks of an international counter-revolution. Navid Kermani used precisely this absurd argumentation, which turns the world upside down, when he made criticism of the rule-stabilizing character of the Arab uprisings disappear behind a pseudo-criticism of left-wing cultural relativism for his enthusiastic German readers. Quote, "Differences are constantly emphasized in order to then discuss what we do about them and how we assert ourselves within them. Or, conversely, we fall into relativism and claim that people elsewhere don't want democracy because they are different and have different traditions." End quote. Intoxicated by the throngs of people who took to the streets for a democracy that is completely detached from individual freedom, which in the West is regarded as a compelling corrective to popular rule, Kermani stereotypically claimed a few years ago, even in the columns of Jungle World, that our Western freedom should be fought for on Tahrir Square. If you stick to empiricism, you come to assessments of the ideology-free revolutionary masses of Cairo that Navid Kermani and his numerous followers are unlikely to like. One complainer, who constantly emphasizes differences instead of simply joining in believingly, came to this sobering conclusion. Quote, "Despite all the talk about the youth-led revolution in Egypt, children often took to the streets with their parents' blessing or were even accompanied by them. Telling the father of the nation to go away was largely a matter for the whole family. In the end, young Egyptians are likely to learn that it is more difficult to leave home than to chase Mubarak out of office. And as long as religion continues to play a central role in people's lives and God remains the supreme father figure, the patriarchy is unlikely to falter." End of quote. These lines come from Shireen El-Fekhi's book Sex and the Citadel Love Life in the Changing Arab World, one of the most important books on the Arab Spring. However, there is one point where the author, who refuses to use the word revolution as a synonym for Arab Spring, must be contradicted. The God-given patriarchy has long since been violently shaken, not to say dethroned, in the Arab world too, and this only seemingly paradoxically awakens the sheer boundless need for more Islam and its tradition. The fact that capitalist socialization and the accompanying development of productive power have also torn away the touching and sentimental veil of the family in Arab countries, and since then everything sacred has been desecrated, as Mann and Engels once put it in the Communist Manifesto, makes Islam appear in the eyes of the vast majority of Arabs all the more as a way out of the serious crisis into which the family has fallen as the supporting pillar of the Islamic world. If the spring had been Western and revolutionary, the individual's way out of the constraints of the God-ordained family, which can no longer finance his marriage, would have had to turn with force against the religion to which the family, clan, and tribe owe their sanctity in the first place. The collective refusal to admit that in reality Allah has long been as dead as the God of the Christians and the Jews has grown into a pathological mass phenomenon that threatens the entire world, a sick relationship to the world, as Kamel Daoud calls it, which manifests itself particularly in the sick relationship to women, to the body, and to desire. This illness was not named in the Arab Spring. On the contrary, the protests were characterized by an inability to be self-critical, which would have been the prerequisite for finally being able to develop an idea of a truly better life beyond faith and tradition. This is evidenced by the fixation on the overthrow of the authoritarian leader, in whose place a tyranny of the majority, unabashedly called democracy, was put from the outset. Because of this uncanny absence or marginalization of the need for a fundamental upheaval of conditions, there can be no question of the unfortunate failure of the Arabellion. For there was nothing that could have failed. No revolutionary ideas that could have gripped the masses. No new social concept that could have been passionately debated, simply nothing. Instead, everything revolved around the question of how much more Islam was needed to solve all the problems in order to finally find the right path back to virtue from vice and sin. In the Arab world, individuals were not united to become citizens of mass society, nor was there a merging of the private sphere into the masses, as Herbert Marcuse once stated for the Western world. For this presupposed that both the individual and the private sphere had ever existed there as necessary elements of socialization, and with them the necessary enforcement of the bourgeois family and the separation of public and private spheres. The different character of Western and Arab mass societies to this day must therefore be insisted on against postmodern egalitarians such as Navid Kermani. This is the only way to make it clear that the Islamic religious and not bourgeois secularly socialized mass individual is increasingly encountering social relations of production that do not require the pious mass individual, but a subject that assesses its world with sober eyes and a profane view. The psychoanalyst Gahad Mazarwa, one of the few who dedicates his work to specifically Arab pathologies, summarizes this fundamental Islamic conflict in the following words. The traditional structures are collapsing. The group identity in the form of clan or clans, where everyone was there for everyone else, is crumbling without there being an adequate replacement. Added to this are rapid technological developments and secular thinking. All this creates great irritation and confusion." End quote. The feminist Mona Eltahawy understands her book, Why Do You Hate Us So?, for the sexual revolution of women in the Islamic world, as a contribution to tearing down the wall that separates the public and the private. However, because not even the simple distinction between private and public has been made in the Arab world, the basic prerequisite for a social space in the true sense of the word, Hannah Arendt, does not even exist here. Arendt writes, "The simple distinction between private and public corresponds to the realm of the household on the one hand and the realm of the political on the other. What is new, however, is the emergence of a social space in the true sense of the word, whose appearance coincides with the birth of the modern era and which found its political form in the nation-state. The space of the social emerged when the interior of the household, with its associated activities, concerns and forms of organization, emerged from the darkness of the home into the full light of the public political sphere." End quote. Because of this absence of social publicity, the demand for the liberation of Arab women from the private sphere so that they can finally become part of public life like men is necessarily misguided. Kamel Daoud has pointed out that the dividing wall claimed by Eltahawy does not even exist in Islamic societies. In contrast, he argues for the erection of a social wall that ensures that the Arab woman no longer belongs to everything and everyone. The woman's body is not seen as the place of the value of freedom, which is essential for the West, but as a symbol of decadence. One would therefore like to reduce it to property or to the sin to be covered up. It would be truly revolutionary to finally put an end to viewing women as the public property of all and the public projection screen of compulsory sexual morality. The indignant rejection of the public appropriation of women includes, as the other side, the demand for the right to concealment. By this Hannah Arendt meant that our own four walls are the only place where we can withdraw from the world, not only from what is constantly going on in it, but from its publicity, from being seen and heard. We all know the peculiar flattening that a life spent only in public inevitably entails. Precisely because it remains constantly visible, it loses the ability to rise from a darker underground into the light of the world. It forfeits the darkness and concealment that give life its different depths in a very real, non-subjective sense. The only effective way to ensure the darkness of what must remain hidden from the light of the public is private property, a place to which no one has access and where one is both secure and hidden." End of quote. We should take these lines as an opportunity to remind ourselves once again, with communist intent, that Marx did not see the problem in private property in general, but in the private ownership of the means of production, i.e. he was by no means fighting for the evaporation of the private sphere. Arendt formulated this at the end of the 1950s with the intention of warning of the radical threat to the private sphere posed by the advance of Western mass society. In Islamic mass societies, however, there can be no talk of an impending loss of privacy. And yet the demand for very personal retreat options, as protection of the private sphere of women but also of men from the grip of the socially constitutive trinity of clan, faith and tradition, would be the key to the real changes that the Arab world so urgently needs. This would be a call that goes to the roots of society to break with a way of thinking that men and women alike have internalized, as the 32-year-old single Syrian refugee and civil engineer Maman H. told Die Zeit on January 14, 2016, "My daughter should understand that if she has sex outside of marriage, it will affect the whole family." The 59-year-old Syrian carpenter and father of 12 Mohammed F., who has fled the country, adds, "If I'm a really good father, she'll respect our religion. It's not much I'm asking for. Not much." What the two expect from their daughters in the name of respect for their religion is the renunciation of everything that constitutes a private, independent life without constant control. The seemingly innocuous statements made by the two Syrians reinforce their desire to brutally subjugate the girls and treat them as family property, initially their own, in order to add them to the property of their in-laws once they have been forced into marriage, with the girls' clan being held liable for any insubordination. For the daughter, this means never being sexually educated and not being allowed to have any such experiences before marriage, because the stained virginity honor would automatically fall back on the clan, which consists not only of parents, grandparents, and siblings, but also countless aunts, uncles, cousins, and so on. The result is the meticulous surveillance of the daughter, who is under general suspicion 24 hours a day of being an always too horny, potentially lewd thing that makes men hot. According to this logic, lewd behavior would not lead to a love affair, but would merely invite to harishgamia, punishment through gang rape. The two Syrians Maman H. and Mohammed F., who have been living in refugee accommodation in Hamburg since the end of last year, responded to the time under the impression of the Taharish Gamia on New Year's Eve in Cologne, which they naturally condemned. Mohammed F. says, "Of course there are aggressive people here too, but they're not really interested in religion, they just have a bad character. In my town, people like that harass women who don't wear a niqab. But 3/4 of the inhabitants are not like them." End of quote. What Mohammed F., like so many of his brothers and sisters in faith, probably does not even suspect, which is why he is not plagued by a guilty conscience, is that the 3/4 of the inhabitants of good character in his town, who would really be interested in the religion, create the conditions for the assaults by the aggressive people with the supposedly worse character through their collective virginity mania, Gunnar Balsai, which is also always a niqab mania. With their religion and its inherent brutal notions of morality and decency, they ensure that neither a woman nor a man can approach the opposite sex in a casual and uncontrolled manner without this immediately being regarded as a disgrace which, as 32-year-old Maman H. put it, would immediately backfire on the whole family. Thanks to the seamless presence of moral guardians, relatives in the house and strange relatives in the street, there are no places in the Arab world where flirting and falling in love would be possible even halfway undisturbed and unpunished. This is why young people have no chance to learn what is so normal for the average adolescent in the West. Teasing on the park bench, the demonstrative strutting of girls in front of the older boys from school, which is soon followed by the first date as a visit to the cinema or MC Donald's, which does not end without a kiss and often a little more in the hallway corner. Soon after, it's time for the first time, sometimes with more, sometimes with less infatuation. The first big disappointment is usually not long in coming either, with which you can go to understanding parents who comfort you because they are interested in the well-being of their child and not that of religion. One cannot and does not want to imagine a life without all these important experiences for the development of an individual. And yet you have to if you want to understand that the sick Arab world is only held together by religious coercion. Where do young people in love go? Asks Mona El-Fahawi. Cairo is now famous for the shy couples who sit on the bridges and sidewalks overlooking the Nile, holding hands or taking bold steps, but all the while looking at the Nile and turning their backs to the traffic. It breaks my heart to see these young men and women trying to find a way to go where their hearts and bodies demand, despite the suffocating social, religious, and political pressures. End quote. That's where you can find them after all, the young Arab revolutionaries who, unlike the protagonists of Tahrir Square, are trying to do what they have every right to do without the blessing of their parents, against Islam and its family honor as well as against the impositions of decidedly Arab revolutions and their supporters. No sooner had the gunshots of the night of the Paris murders on November 13th died away, no sooner had the first condolences dripping with pathos been made, than Germany's top Antifa activists showed that they had clearly recognized the seriousness of the hour. Although almost all political leaders, almost all ticker operators, almost all political commentators had initially avoided even mentioning the word Islam in connection with the mass murder, sometimes with contortions, they soon warned of the real danger posed by the second major bloodbath caused by Islamic perpetrators in the French capital within a year, namely that Islam-critical, as the new German term for supposed right-wing extremism goes, forces could draw their nectar from the attacks which, as Federal Justice Minister Heiko Maas had already made clear after the Charlie Hebdo massacre, were primarily directed against Islam. NRW Minister President Hannelore Kraft pulled the ripcord less than 16 hours after the executions at the Bataclan. "I will oppose terror and ensure that right-wing propaganda does not use the attack for its own purposes," she announced on WDR's Actuelle Stund. The right-wing propaganda that Kraft was ostensibly referring to was, of course, initially what Marcus Soter and his followers concluded from the Paris massacre, namely that the admission of refugees from Syria had to stop immediately. Which, of course, is really wrong because the Islamic State does not need covert terrorists to enter Europe disguised as refugees, because, even if it could possibly use smuggling opportunities, the problem is different. Its hitmen have long been there, have French, Belgian, or German passports and places of birth. A recent and thoroughly conservative study by the French Ministry of the Interior estimates the strength of this potential occupying army in France's major cities at around 11,000 violent Islamists. Le Figaro, November 15, 2015. Their members do not have to be smuggled in or even paid, they recruit themselves, they join the ganglands they control in Paris, but also in Brussels or London without being asked because the Islamic State on a large scale and in the desert is constitutionally similar to the micro-territories controlled by young Islamic men in the European suburbs. The same motivation, the same world of ideas, the same character. And this is precisely what the crafts do not want to make an issue of, because political and economic investments in these suburbs and the service proletariat vegetating in them should not be up for debate. Furthermore, the idea prevails that the communities of those deported domestically, so to speak, should be left to their own devices, whereby Islam is seen both as an important internal cement and as a border guard to the outside, vis-a-vis the surrounding Belgian, French, or German society. What should not be talked about, and what the Soders consequently do not talk about either, is once again Islam, or more precisely, the obvious consequences that arise when the late industrial hearts for society and its political management leave the Islamic milieus to their own devices, even helping to restore them. And so, to pick just one of countless examples, the chairman of the SPD parliamentary group in the German Bundestag, Hubertus Heil, followed up on November 15th and tweeted to the world, "Europe's right-wing extremists and IS are working towards the same goal, clash of civilizations. We are defending freedom against both, which logically means the freedom of cultures, not that of individuals." The Crafts and Heils thus set the line that all the hastily arranged talk shows from Maybrit Illner to Gunter Jauch then transported into living rooms. It was now necessary to keep calm, carry on as before, cuddle up to Islam and regard defiant champagne drinking as the only permissible measure against terror. It was precisely this kind of quietist chatter, which dominated the radio and feature pages for weeks, which hasty television reporters had equally hasty good citizens say into the microphones at Christmas markets, that Charlie Hebdo had already dismantled on the cover of the November 17th issue. There, a grinning bon vivant empties his glass with the words, "They have the guns, we have the champagne," while this very champagne is already pouring out of his body through several bullet holes, and thus hit on exactly what can no longer be denied despite all propagandistic efforts, and what distinguishes the butcheries of November 13th from their predecessors in the Western metropolises. They were all anti-Semitic, from the attack on the financial metropolis of New York to the slaughter in the kosher supermarket in January and the mass execution in the Bataclan, the Paris club that has always been a thorn in the side of anti-Zionists. Killing as many unsuspecting people as possible was also the aim of the train bomb in Madrid and the rampage in the London subway. Punishing particularly conspicuous non-believers was already the motive behind the murder of Theo van Gogh and the terrorist actions in Denmark. What was new in Paris was that the terrorists acted as public Sharia police, claiming to enforce the Islamic way of life on the streets against everyone and to execute the punishments for unbelieving misconduct, such as drinking alcohol, soccer, and rock music on the spot. What happened in Paris was the self-confident appearance of a counter-sovereign whose aim was to demonstrate that its territorial sphere of power can no longer be limited to Syria and the Parisian suburbs, that its unrestricted claim to regulation is in direct competition with that of the existing state monopoly on violence, that its unmediated, physical right of the fist replaces all legal and social mediations that still regulate everyday life in post-civil society by monopolizing and limiting physical violence. It is precisely in this appearance that contemporary Islam becomes recognizable. The massacres of Paris are its authentic expression as a religion that knows no saturation, that must export its inner constitutive contradiction, namely not to sublimate instincts, but always only to repress them, until there is no other kind of outside. The vague talk of an attack on our way of life, which journalists and politicians have been unable to avoid since Paris, registers this forcefully and reluctantly. Reluctantly, because this could already be the realization that the brutality of the means alone distinguishes the Parisian night of murder from the terror of virtue in the classroom or the Islamic border regime at the subway entrances to the banlieues, but the motivation and purpose are identical. So the question that must not be asked, let alone answered, is, why are there hundreds of Muhammad Attas and Abdulhamid Abouds for every Breivik? Why is it that millions and millions of people, not only in the Western world, who only come from a small proportion of Islamic families, are pushed down into the service proletariat and even lower, experiencing the complete social superfluousness of their own existence? Why is not every Muslim almost automatically a suicide bomber, but why is every suicide bomber almost automatically a Muslim? In other words, what distinguishes the Islamic racket from all others? What makes it so boundlessly aggressive and so insatiably expansive? Why does it celebrate self-destruction and, paradoxically, want nothing less than global domination? Under the fresh impression of the recent massacres, the Berlin Congress of the German Society for Psychiatry and Psychotherapy, November 25 to 28, 2015, ventured at least one step into forbidden territory. But only one step. Psychiatrist Mazda Adli, an expert in affective disorders, quite rightly identified fundamental experiences of exclusion and disintegration processes of social authorities as conditions, but not causes, for the radicalization processes in question. But what transforms these experiences into terror are certain social climatic conditions, such as an encounter with a hate preacher. Of course, it remains unclear who and why listens to a preacher of hate, who and why is willing to eagerly subscribe to his message with skin and hair, and yet the nebulous talk of the triggering climate already contains a hint of the specifically Islamic character genesis or its necessary failure, a hint of how postmodern living conditions revitalize pre-modern death regulations and thus bring them to full recognition. For that which has always characterized Islam and at the same time distinguishes it from the other great monotheistic religions, despite all the similarities in mythology, is an archaic relic whose literal explosive power is only now becoming apparent. The conflict of the individual with his body and his drives, which remains unresolved in a godly life and therefore drives towards an end that is as murderous as it is suicidal. Even in its oldest traditions, Islam has a very clear relationship to these, that of war. They are not civilized with the utmost consistency, not transformed into the commandment of love, but humiliated and fought against to the proverbial knife. Jihad-an-nafs, the holy war against physical desire, the lower self, is at the heart of a religion whose name does not mean subjugation, in translation for nothing, and which thus also prevents psychological differentiation, in which it is not an ego that wrestles with its individual conflicts, but rather a fixed collective that fights and subjugates the individual bodies. This war is a total one, for it excludes all instances of sublimation. It outlaws play, it forbids the limited disinhibition of intoxication, it knows no humble internalization and spiritualization, it abhors music, aesthetics in the broadest sense, all those realms in which desire can find fulfillment and yet at the same time renounces its uninhibited acting out, which would consequently make human coexistence impossible. Of course, despite this total self-abnegation, desire lives on in the Islamic clan, but it is split off, projected and in a particularly crude sexualized form, which must meticulously register and combat every form of physical attraction or unrestrained sexual behavior. The ID returns in the terror of virtue, in the prohibition of sensual experience. Through this primitive repression, however, the repressive collective offers the individual an equally primitive compensation that cannot be described as anything other than narcissism on the part of the subjugated. Renunciation brings them closer to an avenging and punishing God, elevating them to executors of his will. In the name of purity, the subjugated are allowed to approach the filth in order to remove it in blood. This is one of the reasons why Islam can neither find peace nor give peace, because no prohibition can ever be strict enough as long as the dynamic of militant repression constantly demands new sinners and victims. Redemption, indeed, mere relief can only be found in annihilation, in the transformation of the individual into a living corpse and the outside world into a large cemetery. Such is the momentum inherent in Islamic socialization. Its clumsy immediacy, its brutal positivity, which Horkheimer disgustedly attested to Islam, corresponds to social ensembles that do not deserve the name society in the empathic sense. Every everyday emotion is prescribed, there is no outside that cannot be reached by war, familial power relations are not up for discussion. But again, it was the unchallenged position of the family tyrant, whose merely enlarged image the clan leaders, including the prophet, were, whom the sons emulated while wives and daughters submitted to, that kept the place running at all. This position ensured time and again that this social ensemble, which was so full of unresolved conflicts and unsublimated aggression and remained in the pre-Oedipal, i.e. pre-individual state, did not fly apart and that a necessary minimum of social and cooperative ability was maintained. However, this minimum, which patriarchal Islamic society has historically made possible, from the supposedly medically induced drinking of wine to concessions to the Western style of dress and the toleration of folk music, is always tainted with the stigma of deviation and can therefore potentially be confiscated and branded at any time. And this is precisely what has been happening with increasing radicalism in recent decades. The collision with modernity marked the beginning of the fall of these patriarchs, which also marked the birth of Islamism everywhere in the Islamic world, first on the outskirts of colonial metropolises such as Cairo, then at the kitchen tables of major Western cities, and more recently in the post-colonial palaces of the Middle East. Islamism and its appeal to young, mostly but not only male Muslims is fed precisely by this decline in authority, both traditional family and spiritual authority. This is revealed by the seemingly identical biographies of Islamist terrorists, which are no different from those of their predecessors in the case of the current Paris killers. Recently, for example, the Taz meticulously traced them, November 30th, 2015 always, the Western life that lured them and that they tried to lead during the time of their physical puberty was at the same time a narcissistic insult. In other words, held quite not unusual frustrations and irritations in store, against which that narcissism of the subjugated then served as an antidote. The resulting extreme radicalization, often initiated via word of mouth and the internet and beyond the family, is then always so conspicuously rapid because this narcissism satisfies the psychological and mental preconceptions already present in nous, and the unsettling experience of individual failure, be it due to circumstances or one's own desires, is once again incorporated into the grand plan of God and His Ummah. What previously plagued you is exterritorialized in the traditional manner of jihad nafs. What you didn't get was bad and corrupt anyway, kufr, i.e. unbelieving and impure. Devaluing the outside world valorizes the offended self. The weakness of the fathers, whose nimbus was and is severely tarnished because they had hired themselves out to the unbelievers and were ruled by them instead of ruling over them themselves, as the believer believes he should, generally accelerated this development, albeit often unintentionally. They want to overcome their weakness, to take back their supposed apostasy, i.e. their at least outward adaptation to the living conditions of Western societies, to their colleagues, to their neighbors, and to the more secularized than Christian environment in general. Thus, everywhere in this milieu, special kinds of brother hordes are formed that are neither endangered by the individualizing forces of sexuality and love. The feminine is likewise exterritorialized or hidden and silenced, nor can they inherit the patriarch, who in this sense is powerless and without means. What remains for the brothers is to phantasmagorically take the place that the patriarch should have taken, but never did, and to rise up to become tyrants of their external world, whose almost unbreakable superiority must ultimately be defeated by the ultimate sacrifice. The suicide bombing, in which Narcissus' personal apocalypse becomes the apocalypse of the detested world. It is anything but a coincidence that Islam has come into its own in recent decades in such a way that its brutal core has been able to emerge so uninhibitedly, in pure culture so to speak, that Islam has become the everyday religion of suicide bombing, skite. For in times of precarization, it is alone with itself, without regard for the necessities of selling labor or social intercourse, which for 2, perhaps even 3 decades now has been limited for many after school to contact with the employment agency, petty crime and sporadic jobs in sweat lodges. The mechanism, already murderous in its original construction, spins freely. The connection between terror and precarity exists solely in this free spinning. That is why the terrorist always has the same creed, Allahu Akbar. No special theology or the emergence of the figure of the preacher of hate therefore leads to radicalization, because Islam has always provided its ingredients. The way in which the moderate Father Syed Farouk, who has lived in the USA since 1973, tried to influence his son, the San Bernardino attacker, is revealing. I told him that he had to be calm and patient, because in 2 years' time Israel would no longer exist anyway. Russia, China, and America don't want any more Jews there either. They will bring them back to Ukraine. La Stampa, June 12, 2015. What has changed over the past decades is its social and generational composition. It is only through them that the jihadist propaganda has an immediate effect, and it is only through them that a knowing brother, as the Wolfsburg jihadist and Syria returnee Ayub B. characteristically describes his terror mentor, can gather a young congregation around him in the local Daitib mosque, but bypassing the old top dogs, Wolfsburger Allgemeine, April 8, 2015. And these knowing brothers are legion. Of course, the uprising of the brotherly horde is by no means limited to the Islamic diaspora. It has long since spread to the heart of the Ummah. Since the 1970s, jihadist organizations from Mali to Malaysia have been multiplying like cancer cells, receiving a decisive boost from the victorious war in Afghanistan and, as is becoming increasingly clear, forming the only effective counterpart to the old hierarchies and despotisms in the Islamic world to date. The process of trumping the fathers, uncles, and dictators in the true faith is thus similar on a large scale to the process that has turned living conditions in the banlieues upside down on a small scale in the same period. It is the true motor of the Arab Spring, and the contemporary form of Islamic socialization that has thrown off its traditional barriers without opening up and changing one iota as a result. Quite the opposite. The reform idea that is currently most popular is once again the one from the 18th century, that of Muhammad ibn Abd al-Wahhab, the progenitor of Wahhabism, who even back then attributed every impending cultural and social upheaval to apostasy from true Islam and in turn preached this as a universal remedy against modern times. The fact that Islam only knows one direction, namely back to itself, is the terrible experience that the urban elites of Algeria, Egypt, and Syria in particular and first and foremost made when these at least timidly westernized social classes had to learn in a bloody and cruel way what they were really dealing with, what they had previously spoken about so carelessly as their people. This inner Islamic revolt, which feeds on the trumping of the fathers by the sons in the true faith, is now also affecting jihadism itself in the form of IS, which within a few years has made al-Qaeda look old in the truest sense of the word. Although al-Qaeda was certainly the most powerful harbinger of the internal Islamic patriarchal overthrow, the organization still remained a matter for the Saudi or Arab upper class, embodied in the wealthy entrepreneur's son bin Laden. Its connection to traditional Islam was strong, and its images of the enemy and self-portrayal were still comparatively traditional. The fixation of the early al-Qaeda in particular on overthrowing the supposedly apostate Saudi royal family and capturing the traditionally holy cities of Mecca and Medina remained just as alien to the growing diaspora Islamists as the organization's cooperation with the particularly ancient-looking tribal Islam in remote regions of Afghanistan and Pakistan. And al-Qaeda had not completely cut its theological ties with the old establishment either. Ayman Zawahiri, for example, the current emir of al-Qaeda and, like bin Laden, a veteran of the Afghan jihad, comes from a respected clan of high-ranking imams and Cairo University professors. As a young man, he witnessed the execution of Sayyid Qutb and has remained attached to the Muslim Brotherhood milieu ever since. So although the beacon of al-Qaeda terror was certainly effective, despite the unconvincingly produced shaky videos of elderly-looking terror princes, it was only a beacon. Al-Qaeda was fighting a battle that only scattered, isolated groups in the West could ever join purely symbolically. The cultural barrier between the lives of young Islamists in western suburbs and those in the caves and huts of Afghanistan and Pakistan remained almost insurmountable. In comparison, IS seems like flesh from the flesh of the brother hordes in the banlieues. It resembles their practice in the way it voluntaristically and ruthlessly seizes land and also in the way of its, in Islamic eyes, half-educated theological presumption, which breaks with the traditional principle of seniority, of subordination to the guardians of tradition, in order to surpass it in unrestrained second-hand archaism. IS thus follows the pattern of the uprising of the brotherly horde and borrows its self-presentation from the preferences of young Muslims from the First and Second Worlds. As soon as the Islamic State was established, terror tourism from Europe and the former Soviet Union began to flourish, especially as these diaspora Muslims, such as the Frenchman Salim Benhalim, can not only reach the organization's leadership level, but also deliberately shape IS propaganda, as demonstrated by the former Berlin rapper Dennis Kuspert, alias Desodog, who was killed in Syria in 2015. A UN study from November 2014 unsurprisingly estimated the number of foreign fighters in the IS forces at 15,000 from over 80 countries. In February 2015, US intelligence services even estimated 20,000. The Islamic State offers them all a unique playground for murder, a place to live out all their jihadist fantasies unrestricted by external resistance, the fulfillment of all the destructive desires of the offended narcissist without measure or consequence. A unique gangland as a real-life adventure park, a banlieue in the desert where, unlike in Paris, it is not only possible to torture people to death in secret and in basements, as was the case with the young Jew Ahan Alamai in spring 2010, but also to do so brazenly, openly, and with a selfie. The by Islamic standards, almost breathtaking presumption of the proclamation of the Caliphate, June 29, 2014, fits in with this. When an upstart like the son of a farmer and theology student Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi was made the direct successor to Muhammad and called Amir al-Mu'minin, leader of the believers. The chief ideologue of IS, Turki al-Banali, is also taking on the old grandees of jihad with this claim. In the summer of 2014, he took aim at the al-Qaeda leaders Ayman Zawahiri, Abu Qatada al-Filistini, and Abu Muhammad al-Makdisi, his former teacher, and rejected the Islamic concept of seniority asbaqiya, which is actually also unheard of. The sixth issue of the English-language IS magazine Dabik described Makdisi and Qatada as spreaders of false doctrines who were more dangerous than the devil himself, and the two of them were also insulted on IS social media accounts as puppets of the West, who had conspired against the Caliphate, Guardian, October 6, 2015. It is in this light that the surprisingly determined distancing of old jihadist groups from the Paris terror attacks must be seen. It is unusual, for example, that someone like the high-ranking Hamas leader Bassem Naim, of all people, spoke publicly of barbaric attacks. However, the proclamation of the caliphate is not only in line with the horde's self-empowerment strategy because of this megalomania, but also because it lays down an equally excessive claim to conquest. The caliphate is by definition already the core of world domination. It describes a territory from which permanent war must emanate until it is achieved. Accordingly, it has no borders, only fronts, as IS itself never tires of emphasizing, and fronts everywhere in the world where there are Muslims, including of course in the middle of Paris, Malmo, Brussels, or London. And so the Syrian-Iraqi IS cannot be separated from the IS of the suburbs. Attacking and destroying its Arab center militarily is absolutely necessary, but it is by no means enough. The seizure of the land by the usurped caliphate must also be fought back in the banlieues, public transportation, schools, and kindergartens. This is because the informal state of emergency of the Islamic countersovereign prevailed there long before President Hollande imposed the official state of emergency on the whole of France. Only if the Republican state's monopoly on the use of force were to be reimposed across the board in the suburbs could there be a safe prospect of dropping out for those who have grown up in Islam, if this were desired from a socio-political perspective. Unfortunately, even after the recent massacres in Paris, this is doubtful. There are no signs that the dominant political classes in old Europe will stop relying at least on a pseudo-institutionalized Islam, which, however, fails to achieve precisely what is expected of it. Every so-called moderate, and that really doesn't mean much now, preacher in no way prevents the Islamist revolt against him and his ilk. But he helps to consolidate and pass on this ideology of denial of life and the senses and thus to raise the next generation of Islamists, which is already making itself felt in the mixed kindergartens of Kreuzberg, where little children tell girls who have painted their fingernails with felt-tip pens that Allah will burn their hands, a threat that cannot be taken seriously and literally enough, as the IS torture videos should show. So if we really wanted to learn anything from the Paris massacres, it would be this: Islam as a religion of conquest should only be permitted as a private confession. Any public recognition, any participation in public education, especially in religious education, should therefore be strictly denied because this does not appease Islamism, it fires it up. It would therefore finally have to be recognized that Islam is fundamentally different from the major Christian denominations, for example, because unlike them it is not compatible with formal law, self-restraint, and the minimum requirements of enlightenment. Islam should not be granted any kind of social vacuum. There should be an end to cherishing and demanding any kind of cultural indulgence for Islamic-motivated non-adaptation. These would be the minimum conditions for the possibility that the suburbs could be reconquered from the hands of IS in the long term, not least because people who grow up in Islamic social associations could finally free themselves from them. After the First Senate of the Federal Constitutional Court ruled in March 2015 that a blanket ban on headscarves for female teachers in the teaching profession was not legal because the Muslim headscarf neither specifically endangered peace at school nor undermined the neutrality of the state, the leading voices of the Berlin Republic added the usual superlatives from the compendium of political Sunday speeches. Whilst Volker Beck, Green Party, was the voice of optimism, "This is a good day for religious freedom," Theo Sommer was relieved of a heavy burden and conceded that the ruling meant nothing less than a late victory for common sense, a triumph that inspired Heribert Prantl, who was in high spirits, to adopt the motto "Dare to wear more headscarves for the coming years." The reason why opinion makers in particular go into raptures at the idea of veiled women in the civil service, apart from the personal disintegration of their moral judgment, is that the notorious preachers of Islam receive confirmation that their commitment to German Islamic fraternization is in line with the constitution of this country. The Supreme Court has now also approved the ideological and practical contribution that Islam can make to the misery management of pupils with a migrant background at school. While Islamic social structures keep the déclassés in line, even if they no longer have any prospects, the entry of Islam into schools means that pupils who, as adults, are destined for their uncle's kebab store or hearts for can be taught from an early age that, with a little respect from mainstream society and Islam as a consolation prize, life is not so bad even without tangible opportunities. When Udo Ulfkot, ordinary xenophobes or notoriously offended Zonis consider the so-called Islamization of the Occident to be a conspiracy against Germany, such erroneous conclusions are usually based on the disturbed perception of startled Germans. The establishment of the Berlin Republic, which has discovered Islam for itself, although its customs are a mockery of the democratic jargon used elsewhere, sees the national interest as being safeguarded precisely by the integration of Islam. Quote, "It goes without saying that we need Muslim teachers, Muslim civil servants, judges, and police officers. For me, it is also only consequent that we think together about how Muslim welfare organizations can also perform welfare state tasks, or how the Muslim community can become even more involved in ethical debates in Germany. Sigmar Gabriel. The fact that the judges in Karlsruhe were not insignificantly concerned with popular pedagogical instructions from the very top is made clear by calls such as the one to teach pupils tolerance towards other religions and worldviews, especially in community schools. The self-commitment to intercultural communication kitsch, which is appropriate for the postmodern age, turns out to be an inability to make a judgment that is even remotely committed to reality testing. According to the majority of the judges, the encroachment on the freedom of belief of the two Muslim plaintiffs, who had taken legal action against their dismissal from the teaching profession, was serious, as in the case of their headscarves, in accordance with the self-image of parts of Islam. It is an imperative religious requirement to cover up in public, which also understandably affects their personal identity. The fact that an imperative requirement to cover up in public is not a cause for concern, but merely a welcome opportunity to ennoble freedom of belief, which in the case of Islam amounts to nothing other than the freedom to be stupid and destructive, is due to the fact that the country's highest judges blithely filter out the violence and oppression common in everyday Islamic culture. Instead of taking note of the fact that wherever the headscarf is set as a collective commandment, the individual rights to physical integrity and free development of the personality of girls and women in particular, but not only them, are being violated, the identity of two female offenders is declared to be a good worthy of protection in a society that has abandoned reason, thereby stabbing everyone in the back who wants a life outside the cultural prison structures intended for them. It is therefore not surprising that personal identity, a favorite vocabulary of new German cultural protection, has been placed at the center of the argument, a vocabulary that was coined years ago in esoteric therapy circles but is now used whenever some kind of abomination is to be advocated with a strict disregard for truth criteria. Only if the wearing of religious clothing poses a sufficiently concrete danger to the peace at school and the neutrality of the state is there a basis for a ban. The reason we are talking about religious clothing is because not only do they not want to differentiate between religions in a blatantly atheistic way, but they also seriously identify the cross as a bigger problem. Because the wearing of a headscarf by individual teachers, unlike the state-approved cross or crucifix in the classroom, does not involve the state identifying with a particular faith. End of quote. What sounds like the modest balance of a merely benevolently moderating state actually undermines the safeguarding of a reasonably rational and calculable school process. Parents in particular, who pursue an ideological interest in the education of their children disguised as freedom of belief, will very quickly understand that unruly protest from outside can interfere with the running of the school. In addition to the wrong decision to allow the headscarf in the first place, thereby supporting the repressive efforts and propaganda methods of Islamic orthopraxy, the ruling encourages potential rioters to give free rein to their basest instincts. The court, which en passant introduces the law of the jungle in schools, leaves it up to the schools or school districts to come up with different regulations. In the better-off areas, pupils are spared headscarves because, firstly, there are hardly any female teachers there who wish to wear headscarves, and secondly, the locals prefer to leave their threatening customs to the highly esteemed foreign cultures themselves so that they can consume them all the more tolerantly from afar. In the Islamic districts, where Islamic guardians of morals already see their peace of mind endangered if they come across freely dressed women, Jews, or those scorned as infidels, the authoritarian whips and their followers will keep up the circus until the headscarf is also enforced in schools. They will also see no reason not to get into the ring for further Islamization measures. For example, when a cross or even a Star of David on a necklace or a lewdly dressed teacher provides a further reason to claim the right of the fist in the religious struggle. The Education and Upbringing Association, which is one of the critics of the headscarf ruling because the teachers organize their know the sometimes threatening school realities from their own experience, also points out that considerable difficulties are already arising in everyday school and classroom life due to inappropriate or intolerant, and that means intolerant advocacy of radical religious beliefs, e.g. by parents, as propagated by traditional Muslim groups, among others. End of quote. In the future, intolerant supporters of radical religious beliefs will also find it easier to educate their daughters by putting them under even more pressure than before by referring to the modest teacher wearing a headscarf. The practice of forcing minors to wear headscarves, forbidding them to do anything that is fun at this age and suppressing possible resistance through authoritarian threats and religiously authorized scare tactics, in short, the systematic spoiling of the childhood of girls from Muslim families, has been given the constitutional blessing by the Karlsruhe ruling. Even parents who want to give their children the freedom not to walk around modestly are thus exposed to the social pressure of religious zealots. Those who advocate the self-empowerment of Islamic neighborhood politicians also have no problem with the wearing of headscarves in class, which in itself does not have a promotional or even proselytizing effect, according to the judges. The fact that a headscarf has a meaning even if its wearer does not blatantly call for conversion is beyond the imagination of postmodern, stupid constitutional strategists. Aside from the objective meaning that a political symbol has regardless of the characteristics of its wearer, a teacher comes across as a person and is perceived by her pupils, whether she wants to or not, as a representative of the prevailing order. For younger pupils in particular, she acts as an object of identification and a projection surface for unconscious impulses, unlike the wooden cross on the wall. If she wears a headscarf, regardless of what she says, she not only conveys the inequality between men and women that runs counter to the state's educational mission, but also the message that it is normal to be subjugated. In the Taz, a Muslim teacher who was at least able to bring herself to take off her headscarf in class in order to work as a teacher, tells us what makes Islamic Orthodox socialized women tick. Suddenly I had to show areas that are part of my private sphere. A friend said to me, "You must have beautiful hair. The others will like that." Okay. But for me, it's a bit like someone saying, "You must have great, wavy pubic hair. Why don't you show it to me?" End quote. The deeply ashamed self-image of this teacher is not an individual quirk, but the original product of an educational practice fixated on female virginity, which pursues the goal of training girls and women until they parade as chaste paragons of family honor. Because the Islamic girl is not only constantly persuaded that both her sex and her lust run counter to everything that is sacred, but also because the required unspoiled nature is subject to constant scrutiny, she experiences the complete loss of self-control and autonomy under the systematically frightening control practice of the family, which has been formed into a surveillance collective. The sense of shame expressed in the headscarf craze results from the feeling of the badness and dirtiness of one's own body, one's own desires and wishes, which is radicalized into a virulent disorder by the ubiquitous demonization of women in the Islamic community. The feeling of being small, which is sometimes propagated by Islam-infatuated cultural relativists as a particularly valuable form of female gratitude, is accompanied by a suspicious to hostile perception of the outside world, which also includes the paranoid feeling of being under constant surveillance and tending to turn on all men every time they go out. The wavy pubic hair on the head is the symbol of a religion whose followers are notoriously disturbed by their fixation on sexuality and, for this very reason, they are at odds with everyone else with their deformed morality. Meanwhile, you don't have to be a passionate sex educator to know that it is certainly not unfavorable in a teacher's job to be able to display a certain composure in the face of pubertal provocations and the collectively acted-out sexuality of pupils. However, this presupposes that one is not already completely overwhelmed in coping with one's own instinctual conflicts and suffering from Islamic psychotics without even entertaining the idea that the reason for the crazy shameful life is not to be found in the imaginary lustful looks of others, but in the Islamic impositions to which one has dedicated oneself with skin and hair. Pupils and parents who experience not only the headscarf itself, but also its social prerequisites and individual psychological side effects as alien and threatening, are not small-minded or even racist, but have retained the maturity that the Constitution usually assumes of members of society. Parents who do not want to be accomplices of the Islamic ideology and its supporters, and who have a problem with their children being accustomed to barbarism even if it appears to be moderate and constitutional, will have to look for alternatives at school if the worst comes to the worst. Because the ubiquitous antisocial behavior of Islamically socialized young men in some problem schools, which is directed against both teachers and fellow pupils, can no longer be brought under control with the usual pedagogical means, a few female teachers in headscarves will soon be placed in front of them in the hope that intercultural pedagogy at first hand will help to calm the classroom. A little Islamic tradition and education in the form of Islamic mother substitutes can't do any harm in German schools either, as long as the lower classes are concerned, according to the implicit message of those who now want more headscarves in schools. It may be irritating that the methodically adept and democratic teaching measures and educational ideals of the Berlin Republic are supposed to go hand in hand with Islamic educational dirigisme. However, Islam, whose educational mission primarily consists of instructing the next generation to obey Allah and to integrate the adolescents into the order provided by the Creator, does not differ significantly in its demand for a fundamental willingness to adapt from the contemplative and unquestioning devotion to misery, which has been accepted as unchangeable, that is demanded of people in late capitalism. Zeit also trusts in the pedagogical effectiveness of deliberately administered doses of Islam and underpins the call for an expansion of Islamic education with an obtrusive unctuousness. You are welcome, you belong to us, we take your faith seriously. It is also a piece in the mosaic of preventative work against extremism if the mosques do not reach young people in search of meaning, and they are then only taught Islam by jihadists on the internet. End quote. The prevailing pedagogical idea that completely brutalized sadists, who get off on execution videos of jihadists on the internet instead of pursuing age-appropriate activities, can be put back on the right track by providing them with accepting social work in a Quranic version, apparently cannot be refuted by anything. Not even the blatant failure of the prevention work that is currently in vogue. The image of the academic woman with a headscarf plays a prominent role in the marketing strategic armament that the German Islamic associations are currently pursuing in order to change their image. At a time when the militant enforcers of pure doctrine are demonstrating the abysses of their faith to the world on a daily basis, thus thoroughly disproving the myth of Islam being tolerant in principle, the presentation of level-headed representatives of Islam with a university degree is becoming increasingly important. In contrast to the housewife carrying shopping bags and trotting after her husband in a headscarf and second-hand clothes, the representative of Islam who is fashionably dressed and eloquently parroting away from the headscarf stands for progress, which, depending on the cultural sector, can also come across as a rebellion of the bitches. Not punk, but a bit hipster are also the few women who combine the headscarf with accessories, skinny jeans or horn-rimmed glasses in order to counteract the dark image of the headscarf, but primarily to prove the compatibility of Islamic preformed ego armor and colorful headscarf including fashionable style. What is more surprising is how effortlessly the headscarf ideologues seem to succeed in completely assimilating fashionable clothing and putting it at the service of a colorful, prettified uniform. The Islamic youth organization Juma, young, Muslimish, active, young, Muslim, active, has a somewhat more serious approach, but also wants to make the point that the time of the Kanak cleaning lady is over. Co-initiator Sausen Chebli, who now works as deputy spokesperson at the Federal Foreign Office, must know what is good for Germany. 80% of our Juma girls wear a headscarf, are highly educated and a resource for Germany. It is possible that being young, Muslim and active can be a resource for Germany, which, strictly speaking, speaks neither in favor of the one nor the other. However, the assertion that self-confident headscarf wearers speak for the harmlessness of the headscarf or against oppression as soon as they wear it in a colorful and cheerful way and put on horn-rimmed glasses is simply unfounded. Sometimes it is enough to simply listen to them in order to realize that the model Muslim women who strive for democratic compatibility usually only differ in degree from representatives of the militant wing of their religion. Fereshta Luden, Germany's most popular campaigner for the right to wear a headscarf, who already shone years ago with the statement that she felt like she was on the verge of the Holocaust because of all the discrimination, and who has no place in any school simply because of this morally degenerate self-victimization, is now plagued by completely different worries. It has always irritated me when women make themselves excessively pretty for other men. The female bonus for participating in the compulsory patriarchal community is the libidinous pleasure derived from their own submission. This happens when those loyal to the Quran act as guardians of morality to compensate for the renunciation of self-imposed instinctual goals and believe themselves to be superior to other women who, whatever that means, make themselves excessively pretty. Perhaps it is thanks to Luden's walk through the educational institutions that she does not emphasize her irritation by calling those she considers excessively pretty Western sluts, as has already become the custom among devout pupils in schools with a high proportion of Islam. However, one cannot hope for much more than merely moderate malice in the name of collective honor and morality, even from educated Islam. The faithful also regard the acquisition of knowledge as a mere means to the right faith. Gaining knowledge should serve nothing other than to encourage those called to higher things to cram more intensively on the Quran. Apart from the fact that education has never been a guarantee of good intentions, and that the penchant for cultural assets sometimes harmonizes with both ridiculous arrogance and a willingness to be brutal, the blind faith in the demonstrative educational chatter of seemingly emancipated headscarf women also proves that no one seems to have any concept of the ideal of individual freedom contained in the classical concept of education. Even if the education of the personality, the turning of the creative will back on itself, abstracting it from everything social, has contributed to the hardening of the individual to arrogance, to a sense of privilege and the darkening of the world, The promise of civilization and humanity explicated in the classical concept of education is still suitable today as an objection to the contempt for freedom and uniformity of everyday Islamic culture. There is a simple reason why Wilhelm von Humboldt's call for individuals to recognize the prevailing culture, but also to think beyond it by means of proportional education, plays no role in Islam. Anyone who accepted the call would have to renounce Allah. What concerns teachers today more than the question of the possibilities of education in the managed world are the problems that sex raises. The consumption of internet porn or precocious behavior are among the most popular topics at educational conferences, where the latest horrors from a sexualized society are presented with the kind of scowl you only see in disaster movies when the president steps in front of the cameras and announces to the humanity gathered on the screens that it's about to go down for the last time. While some rely on sex education emergency workers to ward off animalistic dangers, who enter schools equipped with dildos and condoms to demonstrate how to do it properly and, as an encore, ask the children to think about brothels, positions, or anal intercourse, others go on the barricades at the idea that the children could get to know something other than the dreariness of marriage that they are taught every day. A high school in Würzburg, which is no longer willing to stand idly by and watch the rampant shamelessness, recently issued a dress code in which the lower Franconian Lolitas are preemptively called to order. Even if your belly button is an eye-catcher, you should not present it to the school public. Apart from the fact that, in case of doubt, such information reveals more about the concerned eye-catchers than about the girls who walk around in belly shirts. The uptight teacher from Würzburg shares the need to ban potential sources of arousal from the public eye with the staunch Muslim, who, however, has a religion behind him that still has enough vitality and influence over its own followers to relegate physical stimuli from the public sphere. However, the educational rules and family structures are also attractive to non-Muslims, as long as they are no longer capable of anything other than defending with holy zeal the childlike and foreign sexuality that is only perceived in a perharescent form. The appeasement towards Islam also touches on the question of sexuality in late capitalism, which goes beyond the school environment. The Islamic rejection of individuality, depravity, and sexual competition does not seem to frighten Europeans, who are weary of civilization, but rather attracts them at times. The uncanny love of the regrets for Islam is fed not least by the fact that, in their eyes, Islam stands for a world in which there is apparently still encouragement even if one has neither economic nor interhuman success to show for it, and in which the headscarf symbolizes the negative sublation of sexual competition. The exaggerated interest in the physical and sexual is the result of an economic system that takes control of all dimensions of existence. Through the fusion of work and everyday life, the rules and competitive patterns of the company are also transferred to non-working time, in which the expansion of freedom of movement and the competitive sportification of sexuality has created a combat zone in which repressive desublimation takes place, who misunderstand their dogged and renunciative juggling as an urban orientation towards pleasure and enjoyment, are driven to peak performance in order to cheat the weakness and aging of their bodies, be it through health mania, liposuction, or manic workouts. The unconditional will to be successful outside of work, the ambitious and disciplined bookkeeping to get ready for potential partners and their approval, or even more, the self-referential proof of one's own success right down to the pores of the body resembles the pseudo-activity at work to a T. The physical and sexual exhaustion of narcissism, the socially adequate form of regression, which is as joyless as it is exhausting in the long run, corresponds with agonizing fatigue. At some point, the crisis-ridden post-bourgeois subject, freed from all critical thought, hope, and utopia, just wants to lie on the couch or fantasize about the island of the unfortunate, whose desires are erased from the outset, like those of women wearing headscarves. All that remains of the civilizational progress of the erotic, of the attraction of the strange that one seeks in the other, is the dull relationship work of the physiognomically and mentally homogenized. Instead of happiness, recognition and admiration are sought in the next best feel-good community, which can just as easily be a yoga group as a disco acquaintance. The world, which the narcissistic monads no longer know what to do with, is only catalogued from the point of view of strengthening or offending the stunted self. At the latest, when the busy recreational painter realizes in constant comparison with others that one cannot keep up forever in the battle zone subscribed to the physical and the adolescent simply because one is getting older, the view of the world increasingly shaped by sexual envy can turn into the stubborn gaze of the hater. It urges him to isolate himself from the demands of thinking and to overcome his own inadequacy in coping with the excessive demands of the drive economy and narcissistic frustration through over-sexualizing desexualization. The flip side of repressive desublimation is pathological projection. the urge to leave social forms behind in order to take revenge on the hallucinated perpetrators of the deep-seated dissatisfaction. The fact that the sexual taboos have not fallen despite all the sex shop libertinage and that people still wildly fight against what they themselves desire is evidenced by the constantly recurring persecution rituals against so-called child molesters, the collective indignation at the preferences of others, or the high-pitched malice against the shallowness and unnaturalness of cultural industrial productions. In principle, it can affect anything and anyone if the right keywords are provided to the upset German. The abysmal ugliness of the common sense of the people was recently demonstrated in the collective uprising against the television show Germany's Next Top Model GNTM, in which young women who want to become models compete for the favor of the judges in silly games and sometimes degrading scenarios. So far, so harmless. The fact that this particular model show, which is no different from many other TV banalities, is regularly met with the most venomous hostility is due to the fact that the competition-driven bickering, gleefully commented on by the judges, unintentionally reveals how things are in the flexibilized working world. Having to go along with any nonsense and being exposed to the scorn of colleagues, who are all the more disgusted with each other the more drastically the team jokes are imposed on them, is something that the self-assertive critics of GNTM are also familiar with, but they don't want to hear or see it. However, the spitefulness of the competition would be bearable if the women in question weren't pretty girls who, however, naively dream of going to Milan or Paris instead of hanging out at some village fair when they're 40. In the modeling business, the down-to-earth German can see nothing but vanity and insensitivity. He would rather surround himself with his peers than expose himself to the dangers of beauty and superficial seduction, whose unattainability he perceives as an insult that deserves retribution. After the finale of this year's season had to be cancelled due to a bomb threat, the collective need for retribution was revealed in its most rude form. The fact that the show was ruined for the women dubbed vomit models sent the comment column mob into a frenzy. Vomit model is the Twitter-compatible version of the lay medical remote diagnosis of anorexia, which is usually given to catwalk models in the feature pages because they do not conform to the German preference for fertile country girls. One Manu, who also has nothing but calories on her mind, fantasized in the heat of catastrophic lust into the role of the amok runner in the campaign against thin girls, and is also representative of the frighteningly degenerate humor of the average German. I threw in a calorie bomb. Now all the thin girls are fleeing the hall. Whether Manu is simply so nasty because the contestants can wear things that are out of the question for them is not known. What we can say with certainty, however, is that the latent willingness to use violence, expressed in the form of unfortunate irony, is not the privilege of angry female commentators, but is also commonplace among trained journalists. This was demonstrated by Jörg Thaddeus, who, after many years as a well-behaved presenter and reporter for the public broadcaster Frankfurter Rundschau, discovered his rebellious side by heroically posing against the 17 to 19-year-old mannequins. As long as nothing happens to anyone, a bomb threat for the top model show is like a Wiener Schnitzel for a mannequin after 3 days of calorie-free photosynthesis. Forbidden, but simply wonderful. End quote. It's supposed to be simply wonderful to terrify a few thousand people. The Islamists, who have been mobilizing against beauty contests on the continent for years, also find this kind of thing simply wonderful. After all, unlike the Islamists, Thaddeus doesn't want anyone to get hurt, but in alliances like these, the means are a matter of negotiation as long as the enemy is standing. So far, it has not been possible to determine who made the threat. The fact that it could have been all of them is a cause for concern. The fact that contemporary society no longer has much to oppose Islam is reflected in the fact that even German conservative opponents of Islam are getting into trouble when it comes to defining the enemy. In the magazine Tumult, which focuses on right-wing intellectuals in the Carl Schmitt style talking about the decline in values and disorientation, Gerd Konen defines Islam as an enemy in its own right and gets into psychosocial stress in the process. Quote, "We can even say with certainty that the liberation of women from their subaltern position and the development of their productive potential is the key to the development of many Islamic countries in particular. What is underestimated, however, is the scope of these socio-cultural upheavals and the very real psychosocial stress that was and is associated with the completely self-determined and potentially unrestricted choice of partner or with the full entry of women into professional working life and into the social public sphere." End quote. Presumably, the very real psychosocial stress is also the reason why it is so easy to empathize with the motives of the Islamists, whose vitalism one secretly admires, even if one still resents their instinctive nature. Quote, "The Islamist backlash is perhaps fed less by Puritanism and prudery, which is more of a Christian inheritance, but almost the opposite, by an instinctive, aggressive defensive reaction against the blunting effects that permanent sexualized infrared radiation does indeed have. End of quote. In bourgeois society, the primary task of the school is to instruct its members in the independent sale of their labor and to teach them the necessary civic virtues. However, school practice is not exhausted by training for capital productivity and loyalty to the state, but to a certain extent also provides individuals with the conceptual means to reflect on their fate with critical intent. In the best case, the desire is awakened in the student to overcome their own limitations through effort and reflection, and to work their way out of the narrow-mindedness of family and other communities of origin. The civilizational surplus value inherent in the contradiction between conditioning and empowerment is currently in danger of being cashed in. The schoolchild has become a socio-educationally supervised case, from which the alliance of parents and teachers exorcises all stubbornness, and which at some point is so broken that it demonstrates together with teachers and parents for the environment and against America, while the prevailing practical educational policy and teaching design aims to turn it into a flexible office idiot. However, as long as schools also open up spaces in which people can listen and learn in peace, and as long as the institutional rules ensure that those being taught are protected from physical violence and immediate indoctrination, they preserve the civilizational surplus that is present as a promise. Not only, but especially, for pupils from strictly Islamic families, school often offers the only opportunity to get to know something smarter and more civilized than what they are used to at home. An atmosphere that is not completely characterized by narrowness, hatred, and fear. Getting to know the usual school subjects, however limited they may be, without being constantly nagged with family honor and dull Quran stuff, is in their case an evidently important opportunity for experience. By contributing to the gradual disappearance of this experiential space, the Karlsruhe constitutional judges are actively helping to destroy the last remnants of the school's contribution to enlightenment. Adorno and Horkheimer's writings on educational theory, which were not only concerned with rescuing individual education but also with the limits and possibilities of maturity and re-education, do not offer any means of countering the current betrayal of the Enlightenment, but they do provide a sentence-by-sentence account of what is currently being so criminally neglected. The theses on the relationship between school and family also make it clear how little the decisive texts have lost of their topicality. Some passages read as if they were conceived as a rebuttal to the Karlsruhe ruling. In cases where the parents exert strong counterpressure, an educator should not shy away from conflict with the parents. He would have to teach the children that what they hear at home is not pure gold, that their parents can be wrong and why. End quote. In addition to urgent social solidarity with pupils who come to the conclusion that what they hear at home is not pure gold, the task would be to show the family bullies who are driven to interfere in school's concrete limits. In dealing with the politicizing Muslims, we should take up what Adorno recommended against the anti-Semites in the 1960s. Where they make serious advances, the really available means of power must be used without sentimentality, not out of a need for punishment or to take revenge on these people, but to show them that the only thing that impresses them, namely real social authority, is still against them for the time being. End quote. Of course, using the available means of power against the most reactionary movement of the day would also mean enforcing the headscarf ban for teachers and pupils without any ifs or buts. There is only one problem: that social authority is clearly not opposed to Islam, but is in the process of clearing the way for it wherever it ventures. While at the time of the protests at the border fence there was a great deal of understanding for the allegedly miserable situation of the Palestinians in Gaza and their protest at the border fence, even in circles that support Israel, today there can no longer be any doubt not only about why it has to happen, but also about what the purpose of the demonstrations orchestrated by Hamas has always been: to weaken and delegitimize Israel's border security and to spy on its weak points. These marches must be understood as part of the prehistory of October 7th, in that it was the supposedly normal civilians and demonstrators, so desperate by their situation, who, as soon as the border fence was breached, infiltrated Israel en masse to torture, torment, and massacre Jews. Fantasies of a peaceful march of tens of thousands of people towards the border fence, as they were conjured up at the time in decidedly pro-Israeli media as supposedly being part of these protests, were not only completely disgraced by the events. By questioning the violent border security against so-called civilians, they fell for the propagandistic preparation of the massacre by Hamas and its international allies. Less relevant, on the other hand, are the questions of the operational failure of the Israeli security forces. As with previous surprise attacks, Pearl Harbor, Operation Barbarossa, Yom Kippur, September 11th, etc., there will have been no lack of clues, but rather a lack of understanding or wanting to understand them. How information about the enemy is interpreted depends on the basic assumptions about him, and even if it is important to find out who already knew what and when, and why the right conclusions were not drawn and no concrete countermeasures taken, it is those false assumptions that lead to the information not being interpreted correctly, but in the sense of confirming what one mistakenly thought one knew. The usual apportionment of blame between intelligence services, the military and politicians is also of little relevance. What is more important is that the attack shows how precarious Israel's situation and existence still is, and that it can afford neither mistakes nor weaknesses. In this respect, the main question is about the deadly illusions that made the worst mass murder of Jews since the end of the Second World War possible and were the prerequisite for the operational mistakes to happen. In order to avoid any misunderstandings, it should be noted that the longing of many Israelis for a life in peace and coexistence with the Palestinians, which is the deeper reason for the strategic errors, is expressly not open to criticism. This longing is that of all civilized people. However, to conclude from this that the same must be possible with the Palestinians, or to assume, trusting in its own strength, that they could have no interest in an open confrontation, is wishful thinking that Israel cannot afford in view of its enemy's will to destroy. The luxury that most Europeans still take for granted today, not having to arm themselves, not militarizing society, not having to do long service, and not having to face an unrestrainedly brutalized enemy eye to eye, is something the Israelis should expressly wish for. The fact that this wish has nothing to do with reality can least of all be held against them. This should be directed solely at the Palestinians and their numerous global supporters, including the EU. The overwhelming majority of Israeli society is in any case able and willing to draw the right conclusions, which unfortunately cannot be said of almost all other countries in the world. Those who have prevented Israel from taking the right countermeasures for years should not have limited themselves to condemning the Hamas massacre, which is not a realization but a matter of course. They should radically change their policy towards Iran, Lebanon, and the Palestinians and stand unequivocally on Israel's side. October 7th not only called various political paradigms into question, it destroyed them. First and foremost, one that not only Europeans such as Angela Merkel, Emmanuel Macron, and Barack Obama believed, but also parts of Israeli society, that the Islamic Republic of Iran and its proxies Hamas, Hezbollah, or Houthi could be contained, appeased, or somehow otherwise appeased, even though they not only proclaim that all Jews should be killed, but also do so wherever they have the opportunity. Contrary to what some would have you believe, Hamas was by no means satisfied with consolidating its own power base in Gaza and enriching itself with money from Qatar, Europe, the USA, and the rest of the world. The fact that, after a prolonged phase of relative restraint, it managed to convince considerable sections of the security forces in Israel that it was not currently intent on confrontation was decisive for the murderous success of the attack. Although nothing has changed among the Palestinians since the pogrom in Hebron in 1929, the savage brutality of the Al-Aqsa Intifada should still be remembered, and Hamas has never made a secret of its intentions. Goods such as water pipes, concrete, and vehicles were delivered. The population in Gaza was supplied with food, water, and electricity, and thousands even had a work permit in Israel, leaving the supposedly largest open-air prison in the world every day to spy on the enemy and prepare for the attack. The Yom Kippur War is so significant for Israel because the enemy succeeded in striking first and surprisingly. Military superiority, as demonstrated in the offensive Six-Day War, would deter them, was the mindset that almost led to the catastrophe. After October 7th, it must be seen as a mistake that many Israelis adapted this fatal view again exactly 50 years later under international pressure. At least in retrospect, it should be clear that purely defensive measures such as a not particularly stable, alarm-protected fence, the Iron Dome missile defense system, the detection of tunnels into Israeli territory, and the occasional return of rocket fire cannot be relied upon when you are dealing with people who want to kill every Jew they can find. No technical defense system and no intelligence service is infallible. There will always be days when the manning at the border is weaker than usual due to vacations, Sabbath, other threat situations, etc. The only way to prevent events like the one on October 7th would have been to have no illusions about Hamas and its goals even during a relative hudna and, for example, to liquidate the fighters who were training to storm a kibbutz on the other side of the border under the eyes of the Israelis using a homemade model during such training sessions or the regular military parades before they could even carry out their murderous work. The very expensive Iron Dome defense system in particular has played an extremely ambivalent role in Israeli military strategy. On the one hand, Many lives have been saved and major damage to Israel caused by the constant rocket fire from Gaza has been avoided. However, just a few years after its implementation, comparisons were drawn in the Israeli security debate with the Maginot Line on the Suez Canal, which was useless in the Second World War, and the Bar Mev Line on the Suez Canal, which was more of a burden in the Yom Kippur War. These fortifications not only meant that the means of offensive warfare were neglected, as they placed an extraordinary burden on the military budget. Above all, they created a sense of security that did not correspond to the real situation. The surprise attack through the Ardennes and the extensive bypassing of the fortifications meant that the French army had to capitulate within 46 days in 1940. For former Israeli General Meir Finkel, the question of whether Iron Dome could be the Israeli Maginot Line was already raised in 2015. All the shortcomings of the Maginot Line, astronomical costs at the expense of offensive means, the creation of false security and the atrophy of the army's offensive thinking, could also occur within the framework of Iron Dome. One of the most obvious points to which this applies is Israel's vulnerability to blackmail in terms of supplies and ammunition, which even in the current emergency situation does not allow the country to carry out the necessary military measures without support from the USA. After the Second Gulf War in 1991 at the latest, when Saddam Hussein fired Scud missiles at Israel, against which the Patriot defense missiles supplied only against massive resistance from the German peace movement proved to be useless, it was clear that Israel had to develop its own defense against missiles, especially those with a long range. The Iron Dome system is only one component of Israel's missile defense, which serves to protect against short-range missiles. And as useful, important, and, given the wider threat posed by Iran and Hezbollah, which has by far the largest non-state missile arsenal in the world, a sophisticated missile defense has helped to undermine the core elements of Israel's military strategy. These were based on deterrence, early detection of enemy movements, and a robust approach to victory on the battlefield. Iron Dome in the previous confrontations with Gaza meant that Israel was satisfied with destroying a few rocket positions of Hamas and other groups and reducing the rocket attacks to a tolerable level. In fact, there have been no decisive military actions against Hezbollah since the 2006 war. Both Hamas and Hezbollah have been able to use this time to fill their arsenals, expand their positions, recruit fighters, and consolidate their rule in Gaza and Lebanon. This has created a situation in which life is no longer possible in the parts of Israel that the Iron Dome was supposed to protect. This applies not only to the towns, villages, and kibbutzim in the immediate vicinity of Gaza, but also to the towns in northern Israel in the immediate vicinity of the heavily armed Hezbollah, whose threat to invade the Galilee can no longer be dismissed as mere talk. October 7th rendered these defensive strategies largely obsolete, and a war cabinet had to be convened with the participation of opposition leader and former IDF General Gantz, who, with the approval of the broad majority of Israelis, declared the destruction of Hamas to be the objective of the war, thus correcting the misjudgment of the previous Gaza wars. These had also come about under pressure from the world public, out of diplomatic consideration for European and, above all, informally allied states in the region living in peace with Israel, Egypt, and Jordan, and the countries from Morocco to Bahrain that had joined them as a result of the Abraham Accords. However, mainly due to a lack of backing from the USA under Obama and to pacify the anti-Semites in the UN and worldwide, Israel had concluded ceasefires despite massive rocket attacks, without having even begun to seriously disarm Hamas. Prime Minister Netanyahu bears domestic political responsibility for this, even if opposition members in his own country, but above all the world in its hatred of Israel, have pushed him to do so. However, it is also true that his job is one of the most difficult political posts in the world, and that the attempt to reconcile the often extreme domestic political disputes and the various demands of different coalition partners in a heterogeneous country would have catapulted any other politician out of office after a short time. In addition, Israel is under international scrutiny like no other country and is condemned at the UN for every wrong step taken by a soldier, with practically the entire EU agreeing or abstaining. Israel's prioritization of diplomacy and reconciliation, its restraint in the use of military means, which have been the two main pillars of its security policy towards Gaza since 2005, have objectively failed. Those who suddenly emphasized Israel's right to self-defense after October 7th, before realizing a few days later that Israel should not exaggerate either, should have realized instead that in a small country that, contrary to what anti-Semites believe, is not omnipotent, this must include forward defense, preemptive strikes, targeted elimination of the enemy before it becomes too strong. This is precisely why the considerable potential for destruction that has been amassed in Gaza after almost 20 years of Palestinian self-administration, not least thanks to active support from Iran and Qatar, but also from Europe and the USA, must now be smashed. It can be assumed that, at least in Israeli government and security circles, it was known who the Palestinians were and what their goals were. Nevertheless, the primary diplomatic goal was rather to convince the world public, or at least interlocutors at international conferences with gestures of goodwill, that Israel was not the aggressor, which also led to significant successes such as the Abraham Accords, whose viability has yet to be proven in the course of the Gaza war. The peace agreements that Israel concluded with the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, and later with Sudan and Morocco under the mediation of the Trump administration and with the approval of Saudi Arabia, which supplemented the existing peace agreements and cooperation with Egypt and Jordan, were underestimated in Europe in terms of their significance for the region. Even though Trump and his administration deserve credit for actively promoting the agreements, the rapprochement between Israel and the Saudis took place under the Obama presidency and under pressure from the Iran deal. As the Obama administration had no idea about the Middle East and believed that rapprochement with the enemies of the USA and its most important allies in the region would bring peace, the states threatened by Iran's hegemonic ambitions moved closer together. The nuclear agreement with Iran and the associated easing of sanctions, as well as the release of frozen foreign finances, resulted in billions and billions flowing to the Assad regime, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthi rebels in Yemen, who attacked Saudi Arabia and the regime it supported from there. The prospect of an Iran that de facto controlled Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, and the Palestinian territories was a horror not only for Israelis and Saudis, but also for Egypt, Jordan, Bahrain, and the United Arab Emirates. It was not least this disastrous U.S. policy that led to the bloody Syrian civil war with hundreds of thousands of deaths and over 6 million refugees, because the Arab states also supported the Islamist rebels in Syria in order to weaken the Assad regime, which was allied with Iran. The absence of the USA as a hegemonic power and the promotion of Iran had such catastrophic consequences that it led those Arab states that were primarily interested in maintaining power, stability, and good business to side with the only state that was still resolutely opposed to Iranian expansion. The fact that the Abraham Accords are based on common interests against Iran's quest for hegemony in the Middle East, and that they are primarily concerned with financial, technological, and economic interests, is by no means a disadvantage. Relations based on an external threat may well prove to be stable. Nevertheless, it must be noted that the Abraham Accords, like the peace with Egypt and above all Jordan, are by no means based on the sympathy of the respective populations with Israel, which is why it was to be expected that Iran would attack precisely this weak point in the Arab-Israeli rapprochement. The regime was probably encouraged by the fact that the anti-Iran Trump administration was followed by one under Biden, which wanted to resume Obama's nuclear deal and showed no interest in extending the Abraham Accords initiated by the hated Trump administration. From the outset, only Hamas came into question for this job, as an attack by the Shia militia Hezbollah, for example, which is ideologically indistinguishable from the Iranian regime and its revolutionary guards, would have been extremely unlikely to arouse sympathy among the Sunni populations of the region, and Hezbollah is much more important to Iran due to its participation in the government in Lebanon and its role in Syria. Moreover, and the immediate deployment of a U.S. aircraft carrier off the Lebanese coast has sent this signal. An attack by Hezbollah could result in U.S. military action in Lebanon and Syria and ultimately against the Iranian regime. Only the military devastation of the Gaza Strip with many deaths was suitable for inciting the Islamic public, which promoted a new edition of the fairy tale of the child murderer Israel in solidarity with Hamas not only among Sunnis worldwide, but also among other enemies of Israel. The Abraham Accords, which at least called into question the long-standing premise of Israeli-Palestinian peace as a condition for Israeli-Arab peace, threatened to make the Palestinian question unimportant in global politics, and only a bloody war could put Hamas back on the agenda. Its leaders knew that the anti-Semitic international community, including the UN and the majority of the EU, would question the Israeli response to a massacre of Jews the second there were more dead Palestinians than Jews. The Iranian regime was obviously prepared to accept the destruction of Hamas for this, as there can be no doubt that Tehran and its ally Qatar, where Ismail Haniyeh, the leader of Hamas, resides in a luxury hotel, were instrumental in the preparations for October 7th, even if the USA does not yet want to admit this publicly. Should Iran and Hezbollah open a second front, or should this have been the original plan, this would, in view of the U.S. aircraft carrier on the ground and the determined action of the IDF in Gaza, currently entail the considerable risk of the war reaching not only Beirut but also Tehran, and despite all the messianic rhetoric, the Iranian regime has always shied away from existential risks for almost 45 years now. The Biden administration, which often appears hesitant and weak and does not do everything it can to support Israel and Ukraine unconditionally, is at least doing enough with this signal of deterrence to Hezbollah and Iran to prevent the total victory of the enemies of the West. This is more than one could have feared in view of an administration that largely corresponds to the two Obama administrations in terms of personnel. That the same people who engineered the fatal Iran deal under Obama are in a position to completely revise this policy and, now that the means of dialogue have so obviously failed once and for all, are finally actively working towards the overthrow of the Mullah regime, can be confidently doubted until proven otherwise. However, it is now more true than ever that for there to be a more peaceful and better future in the Middle East, Hamas must be destroyed, Lebanon must be liberated from Hezbollah, and Iran from the Mullah regime. Without Israel's supposed allies, i.e. the Europeans and the USA under Obama and Biden, who not only contributed nothing to this, but also diplomatically upgraded Iran and Qatar and provided them with billions to finance war and terror throughout the Middle East, the massacre of October 7th would not have been possible. In addition to the threat posed by Iran, there is a second reason why many regimes in the Arab world should secretly be hoping for an Israeli victory in the Gaza war. It is the same reason for which they have condemned the Jewish state since the beginning of the military offensive, namely the fact that the majority in most Sunni states, for example the elections in Turkey or those in Egypt after the fall of Mubarak, are behind one or other version of the Muslim Brotherhood and therefore naturally also behind Hamas. The more successful Hamas is, the more impetus it gives to the domestic opponents of the regimes that have openly or de facto concluded a peace treaty with Israel, whereas the total defeat and destruction of Gaza would cause outrage on the streets, but would not fail to have a deterrent effect. Islamists, like other authoritarian characters, always want to be on the side of the victors, which is why October 7th has given them a huge boost, which only a crushing defeat of Hamas could slow down to some extent. The regimes can only prevail if the war devastates Gaza to such an extent that the Muslim Brotherhood's agenda appears dangerous to most Arabs and, at the same time, cooperation with Israel and the USA yields something economically that they could possibly use to score points against the Islamists and perhaps even implement social reforms. However, the approach of merely relying on an economic upswing against Islamic ideology has its limits where there is no military power in sight to suppress the actual and potential jihadists, such as in Gaza, Syria, Yemen, and all other Sunni states without a functional central authority. The idea that Hamas will moderate itself when it has to bear responsibility for around 2 million people, their living conditions and their future, was crazy from the outset. Such a technocratic economist approach, which relies on the fact that people generally respond to financial incentives, that those who work in Israel will not cut off the hand that feeds them, is based on an image of humanity that fails to recognize the degree of barbarization of the Arab world and in particular of the murderous collective in Gaza and the West Bank. And this is not despite, but because everything is so obvious. The permanence with which Abbas denies the Holocaust or engages in anti-Semitic racial studies, the way in which children are indoctrinated to hate Jews and trained to commit mass murder in schools named after particularly successful murderers of Jews, the clarity with which Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran constantly call for the destruction of Israel, are all underestimated precisely because this takes place in public. To deal in detail with these repulsive human stumps, their words and, above all, their deeds such as those committed on October 7th, triggers more disgust than reasonably sensible people can cope with. In phases of relative calm, there is therefore always the temptation to dismiss the hatred as mere talk or to reassure oneself that even the greatest Jew haters could have no interest in their own destruction. This humanization of inhumanity, this trivialization of evil, which constantly echoes from all media as understanding for the supposedly desperate situation in Gaza, of which nothing was to be seen on October 7th, must fail to recognize the sadistic anti-Semitism of the Palestinian jihadist collective. Anyone who talks about a solution to the conflict or even a two-state solution against this backdrop must be an out-and-out European. Even if they have been marginalized since October 7th, Europeans also exist in Israel and among internationally renowned Jewish intellectuals, especially those who work at or collaborate with North American universities. The prehistory of the Gaza war also includes the bitter dispute over the judicial reform sought by the Netanyahu government, which is largely based on right-wing and religious parties. Although the political issue at stake is certainly relevant, it was conducted by both sides in a way that seems strange in retrospect against the backdrop of the massacre. The question of how the powers of Parliament and the Supreme Court are delineated against each other, whether and if so in which legal decisions the highest judges have the final say, is one that could easily be resolved through political compromise and not one that is about preserving democracy or abolishing the rule of law, as claimed by the respective sides. The mass protests, especially in Tel Aviv, in which the Israeli government was portrayed as the main enemy and which even included calls for conscientious objection, are unlikely to have helped Israel to appear united and ready to defend itself in Tehran, Beirut, or Gaza. The reactions of Israeli society after October 7th and the fact that Gantz and Netanyahu were immediately able to form a war cabinet together, incidentally to the exclusion of the right-wing parties in Netanyahu's government, clearly show that the two are much closer on the relevant political issues in which they represent the broad majority of the population than parts of their respective alliance partners in the fight for judicial reform. It is no coincidence that former General Gantz has gained massive popularity through his decision to join the government at the expense of Netanyahu and the outspoken Lapid, who has attracted negative attention in the past as the mouthpiece of liberal America. On August 4, 2023, a short petition entitled "The Elephant in the Room" was published, which was signed by almost 3,000 Jewish academics from all over the world, including notorious anti-Zionists such as Susan Neiman, known in Germany as a supporter of A. Dirk Moses, as well as renowned figures such as Dan Diner, Benny Morris, Saul Friedlander, and Omer Bartov. Using the metaphor common in English and Russian, they criticized the fact that the protests were not talking about the obvious topic, the Israeli occupation. In doing so, they did not hesitate to speak of apartheid and, in reference to the supremacy of the white race, propagated by the Ku Klux Klan and other anti-Semites in the USA, of Jewish supremacy in Israel. However, since the vast majority of supporters of the most important opposition leaders at the time, Gantz and Lapid, did not share the view of the signatories, it was precisely this extensive refraining from mentioning the peace process, the two-state solution, or similar nonsense that was decisive for the success of the protests against the judicial reform. The restraint or suppression of moderate to rabidly anti-Zionist groups was the prerequisite for mobilizing such broad sections of liberal secular Israel, with the Israeli national flag as the most important symbol, beyond the usual suspects such as the Meretz Party or Breaking the Silence and B'Tselem, for the protests against the Netanyahu government. That this was not just a tactic was shown by the fact that the organizers of the protests immediately stopped them on October 7th and used their infrastructure to support the Israeli government. The last two governments that were formed in Israel before the outbreak of the Gaza War, one including the Arab Arayam Party and the left-wing Meretz, the other including all religious parties and the radical right around Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, proved to be unsuitable to adequately represent Israeli society and Zionism. It should be added that Zionism has always consisted of a national religious and a secular wing, between which, in view of the horrors of Hamas, no piece of paper fits. The fact that Israeli society therefore appeared to be much more divided than it turned out to be after October 7th may also have contributed to the terrorist attack. The political failure that led to October 7th and the imminent end of the Netanyahu era as a result could open up space for political constellations that are better able to represent the majority of Israelis and that can tackle the tasks that need to be tackled together without providing Israel critics at home and abroad with the beloved enemy image of a right-wing extremist religious government, smashing Hamas, finally abandoning the idea of a two-state solution and annexing the settlement blocks, cleansing at least southern Lebanon of Hezbollah, weakening the Iranian regime in cooperation with those Arab states that share this interest. To their eternal shame, the authors did not secretly delete their petition after October 7th. Rather, Omer Bartov and Shira Klein followed up with a second one, which was even more perfidious than the first and which was only signed by around a third, i.e. a good 1,000 Jewish academics. While Susan Neiman was of course one of the first signatories, Diner, Morris, and Friedlander were absent this time, without it being known that they had withdrawn their signatures from the first petition. The core demands this time were firstly to release the Hamas hostages by exchanging them for murderers in Israeli prisons, secondly to refrain from retaliation in Gaza, as one massacre does not justify a second, thirdly an immediate end to apartheid and the occupation of the West Bank and the siege of the Gaza Strip, and fourthly an appeal to the USA, Israel, and the international community to work towards true peace between Israel and the Palestinians. There is no mention of anti-Semitism at American universities, which for the authors of these lines is presumably a legitimate protest against the oppressive Israeli state or of Israel's right to self-defense, which was instead decidedly denied by equating a war against Hamas with the massacres of October 7th. But even Dan Diner went one better in the FAZ of October 25th and, of all the things that could come to mind 18 days after the most devastating massacre of Jews since the Holocaust, the specific nature of which he, unlike Bartov and Klein, explicitly emphasized called for the revival of the two-state solution. For him, the reason for Hamas' success was that the Israeli government found Hamas more convenient than Fatah, which was willing to compromise. It is as if he did not know that Abbas has been acting as a kind of mayor of Ramallah by Israel's grace for years, who practically always spouts anti-Semitic incitement at official events, even in the presence of a silent German chancellor, and who is in the 20th year of his 4-year term of office for good reason, because he could no longer win an election. In fact, contrary to what Diner says, not all attempts to circumvent the Palestinians have vanished into thin air, but the paradigms of the Oslo process and the two-state solution, which were based on the assumption that the Palestinians would give up or reduce their hatred of Israel and the Jews if they were unilaterally accommodated and concessions made. The lasting result of the failed Oslo process was the Second Intifada with its bestial massacres and terrible suicide attacks, the murderous success of which is still presented to Palestinian children as a shining example today and shapes not only the murderers of October 7th, but the Palestinians as a whole. The fact that Ehud Olmert's last offer in 2008 to hand over East Jerusalem and over 90% of the West Bank to the Palestinians was rejected was over 15 years ago. To carry this nonsense, which has been completely obsolete for decades and not just since October 7th, into the anti-Israeli German press or to an academic public is a sad testimony to the extent to which even Jewish academics who have written important works on the Holocaust, genocide research, Arab anti-Semitism, etc., have conformed to an academic establishment, whether out of conviction or, worse still, out of opportunism, the state of which can be seen at Harvard, Stanford, Columbia, and elsewhere since October 7th. It resembles that of German universities in the years before 1933. The liberal illusion of the end of history, of capitalism and Western democracy as the best of all worlds, has been shattered. It happened and it can happen again. Universities are once again acting as breeding grounds for anti-Semitism. Murderers of Jews are roaming the streets and openly displaying their attitudes, and Jews are being hunted down from North America to Dagestan. There is no place for Israel in the world imagined by the representatives of a world interior policy, the genocide researchers, the experts on international law, and other secularists who believe in the Declaration of Human Rights instead of the Ten Commandments. When Jewish academics and left liberal America call for a ceasefire, a two-state solution and the protection of innocent civilians from the Israeli army after just a few weeks of war, it shows where the journey is heading. At the same time, the office of leader of the free world is held by an old man who barely has the strength left to read a speech from a teleprompter and whose mental state is open to considerable doubt. Even if Biden, who was first elected to the Senate when the U.S. president was Richard Nixon, representing the old Democratic Party that stood by Israel, wants to do the right thing in this situation, he can obviously hardly get it through. He has already fallen behind Donald Trump in the polls, and parts of the anti-Semitic left wing of the party are threatening to stay away from the 2024 presidential election. America, represented by a decrepit man, is so war-weary in large parts that today, like a true European, it is only prepared to support the wars of its allies, in which it does not have to send a single soldier, for a few weeks before loudly calling for negotiations and peace. Since this attitude is gaining ground in the USA and politicians and mouthpieces of the right are also massively questioning aid for Israel and Ukraine under the Trump slogan America First, Israel, which can rely on Europe even less than Ukraine, must be prepared to wage the war against its enemies alone and possibly under massive pressure, including from the USA. This bleak but real prospect is currently only mitigated by the fact that President Biden and his administration have clearly positioned themselves in both wars, at least verbally, and thus their political fate also depends on the success of the two allies on the battlefield. However, it is highly doubtful that the old white man Biden will be able to withstand the pressure from his party even if the war against Gaza and possibly Lebanon enters the decisive phase and the number of deaths increases significantly. On the other hand, the only hope remains in Israel itself, which in its reaction to the massacre on October 7th has shown itself as one would expect from a country that has not the slightest doubt about its purpose, its history, and its mission. The incredible morality of the Israelis is not based on moralism, but on the morality of the state of Israel as the homeland of the Jews. The vast majority of the Israeli population, but also the Jewish diaspora, realize that they can no more give a damn about those who are called liberal, woke, etc. today than they can about Europeans who do not understand what happened before their eyes on October 7th and do not want to see the parallel to their history. The willingness to volunteer for the army and to defy the existential threat to Israel that October 7th poses, especially if the perpetrators and those behind it are not brought to justice and finally eliminated, and a repetition on a larger scale can be expected at any time on the border to Gaza, in northern Israel, or even in Jerusalem, even exceeded the expectations of politicians and the army. Even if Israel is once again quite alone in its ongoing struggle for existence, the country has enormous strength, which is fed by the fact that, unlike Europeans and an increasing number of Americans, it still knows exactly why and for what it is worth fighting. The United States stands at a critical juncture in its approach to Middle East policy, domestic security, and institutional reform. As we approach Trump's 2025 to 2029 presidential term, we must address the interconnected challenges of regional security, counterterrorism, immigration control, and educational reform. This comprehensive strategic planning document outlines these challenges and provides detailed analyses and recommendations for both the incoming Trump administration. The fundamental challenges facing the administration remain consistent: an increasingly assertive Iran wielding influence through proxy networks, the complex dynamics of Gulf state partnerships, particularly regarding Qatar and Saudi Arabia, persistent threats from terrorist organizations, and growing concerns about foreign influence in American institutions. This document serves as both a strategic planning tool and a framework for evaluating progress toward critical national security objectives. It provides specific policy recommendations, implementation strategies, and metrics for success based on the Trump administration's governing philosophy and institutional relationships. The regional security landscape presents unprecedented challenges, with Iran's expanding influence through proxy networks representing the central threat to stability. Tehran's nuclear ambitions, combined with its control or influence over Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, and Yemen, create a complex web of security challenges that demand comprehensive strategic responses. The recent surge in Iranian proxy activities, including Hamas operations and Houthi maritime threats, underscores the urgency of addressing this expanding influence. Domestically, the United States faces escalating security concerns, particularly regarding border control and institutional integrity. The dramatic increase in special interest alien crossings, combined with weaknesses in vetting procedures, presents immediate security risks. These challenges are compounded by the unprecedented rise in campus extremism and foreign influence in higher education, where a 2,500% increase in physical assaults on Jewish students post-October 7 represents just one facet of a broader security crisis. The higher education sector has emerged as a critical battleground for national security concerns. Widespread noncompliance with foreign funding transparency requirements, coupled with the closure of crucial oversight mechanisms such as the Department of Education's reporting portal, has created dangerous vulnerabilities in our academic institutions. The presence of over 130 faculty for justice in Palestine chapters, correlating with increased violence and threats against Jewish students, demonstrates the urgent need for comprehensive reform. A second Trump administration will likely pursue an aggressive, multi-front approach characterized by maximum pressure on adversaries, enhanced support for key allies, and dramatic domestic policy reforms. This would represent a sharp departure from current policies, emphasizing executive action, strict enforcement measures, and rapid implementation of change across all domains. Trump's approach will likely focus on immediate action through executive orders, aggressive enforcement of existing laws, and rapid implementation of new security measures. Trump's success will depend heavily on the administration's ability to build and maintain necessary coalitions, both domestic and international, while effectively managing institutional resistance to change. Its approach offers potential for rapid, dramatic change, but faces significant challenges in institutional resistance and international cooperation. The implementation of comprehensive Middle East and security policies for 2025 to 2029 will require substantial and carefully allocated resources across multiple domains. Under a Trump administration, funding priorities will focus heavily on executive action implementation, particularly in border security and institutional reform. Initial estimates suggest a required allocation of $5 to $7 billion for enhanced border security measures, including technology upgrades, personnel expansion, and infrastructure development. The potential relocation of Al Udeid Air Base alone could require $10 to $15 billion in capital expenditure over 3 to 5 years. The administration will also need to address the substantial costs of education oversight reform, estimated at $2 to $3 billion annually for comprehensive implementation of the Deterrent Act and associated monitoring systems. The development of sustainable funding mechanisms that can survive political transitions will be critical for success. This includes establishing dedicated funding streams for key initiatives, developing public-private partnership frameworks, and creating efficient resource-sharing agreements with state and local authorities. The successful implementation of Trump's agenda will require careful balance between immediate operational needs and long-term strategic investments. The path forward must ultimately strengthen America's capacity to protect its interests, support its allies, and maintain its democratic institutions. The implementation of these strategies will determine not only the success of the incoming Trump administration, but also the long-term security and stability of the United States and its position in the global order. The cornerstone of U.S. Middle East policy must address Iran's expanding regional influence and its network of proxy forces. Under the Trump administration, this will manifest as an enhanced version of the maximum pressure campaign, with the explicit goal of regime change in Tehran. This strategy represents an evolution from previous approaches, acknowledging that containment and negotiation strategies have failed to modify Iranian behavior. Key elements will likely include renewed sanctions, support for internal opposition movements, and active disruption of Iran's regional proxy networks. The administration must also address Iran's nuclear program, its support for terrorist organizations, and its destabilizing influence across Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, and Yemen. Strategic partnerships in the region require careful recalibration, particularly regarding Saudi Arabia and Qatar. Saudi Arabia's influential position among Arab states presents significant opportunities for regional stability and counterbalancing Iranian influence. The kingdom's desire for economic diversification and international acceptance, particularly following the Khashoggi incident, creates leverage points for deepening cooperation. The Trump administration will most certainly seek to strengthen this relationship. The Qatar relationship presents unique challenges, given the Emirates' contradictory role as both military host and supporter of various extremist groups. The presence of Al Udeid Air Base underscores this complexity, requiring a thorough reassessment of U.S. military positioning in the region. Alternative basing options in Saudi Arabia, the UAE, or Israel merit serious consideration, though any transition would require careful management of regional sensitivities and operational requirements. Domestic security framework. The domestic security landscape demands comprehensive reform across multiple domains, with particular emphasis on counter-extremism efforts and border security. The establishment of a Commission on Islamism, originally promised but not delivered during Trump's first term, would represent a crucial step in addressing domestic extremist threats. This commission would serve as the coordinating body for a range of critical functions, from surveying American Islamist movements to developing new protocols for law enforcement and immigration screening. Regarding border security, the incoming Trump administration is poised to implement an aggressive control strategy, including an expanded travel ban, elimination of the CBP-1 program, and focused deportation efforts targeting special interest aliens, SIAs. The strategy will emphasize direct federal action and enhanced state-level enforcement capabilities. The Trump administration must also address the critical situation at the Darien Gap, where current screening procedures have deteriorated from examining 90% of transiting migrants for terrorism links to just 3%. The role of USAID requires significant reform. Current vetting procedures for grantees and subgrantees have proven insufficient, allowing organizations with documented ties to terrorist groups to receive federal funding. Enhanced transparency requirements, stricter oversight mechanisms, and reformed reporting procedures must be implemented to prevent the misuse of aid funding for extremist activities. The higher education sector presents unprecedented challenges requiring immediate attention and comprehensive reform. The current crisis in foreign funding transparency, exemplified by widespread noncompliance with Section 117 of the Higher Education Act, demands stronger oversight mechanisms and enforcement protocols. The Deterrent Act, while representing a step forward, requires strengthening and consistent implementation to achieve its intended effects. Campus security has emerged as a critical national security concern, particularly following the dramatic increase in anti-Semitic incidents and violence. The correlation between Faculty for Justice in Palestine, FJP, chapters and increased violence against Jewish students demands immediate attention. The Trump administration will likely pursue aggressive reform through executive action and stricter enforcement measures. The Trump administration must also address the fundamental challenge of foreign influence in American academic institutions. This includes not only direct financial relationships, but the broader impact of foreign funding on academic freedom, institutional integrity, and student safety. The Qatar Foundation International's role in circumventing U.S. reporting requirements illustrates the sophisticated methods used to avoid transparency and accountability measures. The implementation of these reforms requires careful coordination between federal agencies, academic institutions, and state-level authorities. Success metrics must include both quantitative measures, such as compliance rates and incident reductions, and qualitative assessments of institutional culture change and security improvements. Regular evaluation and adjustment of implementation strategies will be crucial for maintaining momentum and achieving lasting reform. This comprehensive framework provides the foundation for specific policy initiatives and implementation strategies detailed in subsequent sections. The success of these efforts will depend on careful coordination across agencies, sustained political will, and the ability to build lasting coalitions both domestically and internationally. The Islamic Republic of Iran represents the primary challenge to U.S. interests in the Middle East today. Through its strategy of proxy warfare, Iran has established effective control or significant influence over 4 Arab countries: Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, and Yemen. As a threshold nuclear state with an expanding network of regional proxies, Iran's ambitions to replace the U.S.-led regional security architecture with a Tehran-centered power structure must be confronted directly. Past strategies toward Iran have proved insufficient. The incentive-based approach, exemplified by the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, JCPOA, in 2015 and subsequent attempts at diplomatic engagement failed to modify Iran's revolutionary ambitions or regional behavior. While the Trump administration's maximum pressure campaign from 2016 to 2020 created significant economic pressure, it too failed to generate fundamental changes in Iranian policy or regional posture. A new approach must learn from these failures. Only a comprehensive strategy aimed at regime change in Tehran can address the depth and nature of the Iranian regime's ambitions. This strategy should combine renewed sanctions, support for internal opposition movements, and direct action against Iranian proxies. The successful example of U.S. proxy warfare in Syria via the Syrian Democratic Forces, SDF, demonstrates the potential effectiveness of such approaches when properly implemented and sustained. Qatar presents a complex challenge requiring careful recalibration of U.S. policy. The Emirates' role as host to Al Udeid Air Base, while it simultaneously supports various terrorist groups, creates significant strategic challenges. Under Trump's previous administration, policy toward Qatar proved inconsistent, shifting from support for the anti-Qatar blockade to eventual accommodation, influenced as it was by Qatar's sophisticated influence operations and strategic investments. Current U.S. military reliance on Qatar through Al Udeid Air Base needs to be reassessed. Alternative basing options in Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, or Israel's Negev Desert merit serious consideration. However, any transition must account for operational requirements and regional political sensitivities. The relationship with Qatar demands tighter restrictions, particularly regarding its support for extremist organizations and its role in regional mediation efforts. Qatar's influence extends beyond military concerns into American domestic institutions, particularly in higher education. The Qatar Foundation International's role in circumventing U.S. reporting requirements for university donations requires immediate attention and reform. New legislation, including the proposed Qatar Risk Reporting Act and enhanced FARA enforcement, must address these challenges comprehensively. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's influence over other Arab states presents significant opportunities for advancing U.S. regional objectives. Saudi Arabia's desire to regain regional leadership following the Khashoggi incident, combined with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's economic diversification initiatives, creates leverage points for deeper cooperation. The kingdom's potential role in post-war Gaza reconstruction and Red Sea security, particularly regarding Houthi threats, aligns with U.S. strategic interests. Success in this relationship requires early and public engagement with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, whose succession appears probable but not assured. While his reform efforts may be largely performative, his vision of transforming the kingdom into a modern business hub motivates alignment with U.S. strategic interests. This relationship must be managed carefully to balance security cooperation with broader regional stability objectives. Syria's current frozen conflict presents both challenges and opportunities for U.S. policy. The country's de facto partition between the Assad regime, 60% of its territory, Kurdish-controlled areas, 30%, and Sunni Islamist enclaves, 10%, requires distinct policy approaches for each zone. the U.S.-supported Kurdish presence in northeastern Syria represents a significant success in identifying and supporting effective local partners. Recent developments, such as the HTS's takeover of Aleppo, underscore the need to prevent jihadist control in Syria while addressing Turkey's role in stabilizing the region. Current efforts by some Western and regional governments to normalize relations with the Assad regime must be actively resisted. Assad's continued alignment with Iran and Russia makes any genuine change in Syria's strategic orientation unlikely. The status quo, which contains Assad while maintaining U.S. influence through Kurdish allies at minimal cost, represents the optimal arrangement absent realistic prospects for regime change in Damascus. Iraq's trajectory toward greater Iranian influence demands immediate attention and strategic response. The permanent mobilization of pro-Iran Shia militias and the creation of a government headed by the Pro-Iran Coordination Framework represent significant challenges to U.S. interests. Iran's strategy of creating a deep state within Iraq mirrors its successful approach in Lebanon and must be countered effectively. The U.S. maintains significant assets in Iraq, particularly through the Kurdistan region of Iraq, KRI, and the Sunni Taqada movement. While the current agreement calls for ending U.S. military presence by 2026, maintaining a reduced force, potentially based primarily in the KRI, serves vital strategic interests. This presence can be justified through ongoing anti-IS operations while supporting broader efforts to prevent Iraq's complete absorption into the Iranian sphere. Lebanon's current status under Hezbollah's dominant influence requires a fundamental reassessment of U.S. policy. The October 2023 attacks on Israel, initiated without consultation with Lebanon's formal government, demonstrate the fiction of Lebanese sovereignty. U.S. policy must acknowledge this reality and adjust accordingly, including the suspension of assistance to the Lebanese armed forces while Hezbollah maintains its independent military capability. The goal of restoring Lebanese sovereignty requires abandoning the false distinction between the Lebanese state and Hezbollah. Support for Israeli operations to disarm Hezbollah and establish genuine Lebanese independence aligns with long-term U.S. interests. However, until the IRGC's franchise is effectively confronted, treating Lebanon as a sovereign state merely enables the continued expansion of Iranian influence. Maintaining the ceasefire aligns with American interests in regional stability, contingent on ensuring accountability for all parties, including UN peacekeepers and Hezbollah. The Kurdish populations across Turkey, Iraq, Syria, and Iran represent valuable strategic assets for U.S. policy. In Syria, the Kurdish-dominated SDF controls critical territory and resources with minimal U.S. investment. In Iraq, the KRI remains the most stable and pro-U.S. region despite internal challenges. The Kurdish population in Iran presents opportunities for supporting internal opposition to the regime, as demonstrated during the 2022 protests following Gina Mahsa Amini's murder. U.S. support for Kurdish allies must be maintained and expanded while addressing legitimate concerns about internal governance and corruption. The strategic importance of Kurdish-controlled territories in limiting Iranian access to the Mediterranean justifies sustained U.S. commitment to these partnerships. However, this support must be coupled with reform requirements and unity-building efforts among Kurdish factions. The transition period immediately following the 2024 election presents a crucial window for shaping the incoming administration's policies. During the first 100 days, the Trump administration will likely focus on immediate executive actions to implement key policy changes. Priority will be given to reinstating and expanding travel restrictions, restoring the Education Department's foreign funding transparency portal, and launching the Commission on Islamism. These early actions would set the tone for an aggressive reform agenda. The first year presents distinct implementation challenges for the incoming administration, which will prioritize enhanced border controls, expanded deportation programs, and strengthened oversight mechanisms across federal agencies. The Iran pressure campaign will be escalated while simultaneously pursuing closer ties with Saudi Arabia and other Gulf allies, excluding Qatar. Higher education reform will focus on aggressively enforcing transparency requirements and new security protocols. The complexity of modern security challenges demands unprecedented levels of interagency coordination. Under the Trump administration, this coordination will be centralized through the National Security Council, establishing clear hierarchical decision-making structures and expedited information-sharing protocols. Cross-functional teams will focus on specific initiatives such as Iran policy implementation and campus security reform. National security policy implementation increasingly requires active participation from state and local authorities. The Trump administration will emphasize enforcement capabilities, expanding 287G agreements for immigration enforcement and enhancing information sharing about special interest aliens. Direct federal support will likely flow to state-level security initiatives, particularly in border states. This will require careful attention to jurisdictional boundaries and resource allocation. States are advancing legislation to counter malign foreign influence in politics, business, and education, complementing federal efforts. Private sector entities play an increasingly crucial role in national security implementation. The Trump administration will probably mandate direct cooperation requirements, particularly in banking oversight and technology implementation. Enhanced reporting requirements and mandatory cooperation frameworks will be established for key industries. This will require clear legal frameworks and efficient cooperation mechanisms. The technological infrastructure supporting security initiatives requires continuous modernization and enhancement. The incoming administration is expected to prioritize immediate operational capabilities, particularly in border security and monitoring systems. This could include rapid procurement of advanced technologies and aggressive implementation of new systems. Successful implementation will require substantial investment in technical infrastructure. Implementing comprehensive security initiatives requires well-trained personnel across multiple agencies and jurisdictions. The Trump administration will emphasize rapid training and deployment, focusing on operational capabilities and immediate implementation skills. Accelerated training programs would prioritize border security and counterterrorism capabilities. Substantial investment in training infrastructure is necessary for this approach to succeed. The federal government should prioritize operational efficiency over the politically driven DEI frameworks, ensuring government agencies focus solely on national interests and merit-based practices. Effective security policy requires sophisticated research and analysis capabilities. The new Trump administration is likely to emphasize operational intelligence and immediate tactical analysis, focusing on direct support to policy implementation and enforcement actions. This will include enhanced cooperation with law enforcement agencies and expanded use of data analytics. Successful implementation will require robust analytical capabilities. Effective security policy implementation requires sophisticated public communication strategies. The Trump administration will implement more aggressive communication approaches, emphasizing direct messaging and rapid response to challenges. This will include extensive use of executive communications and coordinated media strategies, which, if successful, will demand sophisticated media engagement capabilities. Modern security challenges require sophisticated crisis response capabilities. The Trump administration is likely to implement centralized response structures, emphasizing rapid decision-making and decisive action, to include streamlined command structures and pre-authorized response options. Again, this approach needs robust communication systems and regular training exercises for optimal results. The success of these implementation frameworks depends on careful coordination across agencies, sustained political will, and the ability to adapt to changing circumstances while maintaining focus on core strategic objectives. Regular assessment and adjustment of implementation strategies will be crucial for maintaining momentum and achieving lasting reform. The Trump administration's aggressive reform agenda presents distinct risks requiring careful management. Primary among these is the significant institutional resistance from within the federal bureaucracy. Career officials, particularly within the State Department and intelligence community, may resist rapid policy changes, especially regarding Iran and Chpater. This resistance could manifest as delayed implementation, information leakage, or active opposition to policy initiatives. Legal challenges represent another significant risk area. Executive actions, particularly regarding immigration enforcement and campus security measures, will likely face immediate court challenges. The administration's expanded travel ban and aggressive deportation policies will almost certainly encounter judicial scrutiny. To mitigate these risks, the administration must develop robust legal justifications for each major initiative, preparing multiple layers of defense for inevitable court challenges. International resistance poses additional challenges. European allies may oppose maximum pressure tactics against Iran and enhanced sanctions regimes. Regional partners could resist changes to Qatar's status as a major non-NATO ally. Traditional multilateral frameworks may strain under the administration's more unilateral approach to regional security issues. These challenges require careful diplomatic management and the development of alternative partnership structures. Coalition sustainability presents ongoing concerns. The administration's aggressive stance on various issues may complicate efforts to maintain necessary domestic and international support for long-term policy implementation. Building and maintaining congressional support, particularly for funding initiatives, requires careful attention to stakeholder concerns and strategic communication efforts. Cross-cutting risk mitigation strategies. Legal framework reinforcement. The incoming Trump administration must strengthen legal foundations for policy initiatives. This requires a comprehensive legal review of proposed actions before implementation, development of multiple legal justification frameworks, a preparation of alternative implementation pathways if primary approaches face judicial blocks, a close coordination with the Department of Justice on enforcement strategies, regular consultation with congressional legal staff on legislative initiatives, institutional resistance management. Managing bureaucratic opposition requires sophisticated approaches, a strategic placement of aligned personnel in key positions, development of internal communication strategies emphasizing policy rationales, a creation of performance metrics tied to implementation success, establishment of cross-agency working groups to build institutional buy-in, regular engagement with career staff to address concerns and maintain morale, resource allocation protection. Securing and maintaining necessary funding requires proactive measures, development of detailed cost-benefit analyses for major initiatives, the creation of multiple funding pathways for critical programs, establishment of public-private partnerships to supplement federal resources, regular engagement with congressional appropriations committees, development of contingency plans for funding interruptions. Stakeholder management. Maintaining support from key stakeholders demands ongoing attention, regular briefings for congressional leadership and committee chairs, a sustained engagement with state and local government partners, proactive media relations strategies, regular consultation with allied governments and international organizations, development of metrics demonstrating program effectiveness, implementation timeline management. Balancing speed and effectiveness requires careful planning, a creation of realistic implementation schedules, development of early warning indicators for potential delays, or establishment of contingency plans for accelerated implementation if necessary, a regular review and adjustment of timeline metrics, a clear communication of progress to stakeholders, crisis prevention and response. Preparing for potential crises requires comprehensive planning, development of scenario-based response protocols, regular crisis simulation exercises, establishment of clear chains of command for emergency decisions, a creation of rapid response communication strategies, a regular updating of contingency plans based on emerging threats, strategic risk assessment framework. Success in risk management requires ongoing evaluation and adjustment. Key assessment areas include political risk monitoring, a regular analysis of the domestic political landscape, assessment of international partner stability, evaluation of opposition strategy development, a monitoring of media environment changes, an analysis of public opinion trends, operational risk assessment, a regular review of implementation effectiveness, evaluation of resource allocation efficiency, assessment of personnel performance metrics, an analysis of interagency coordination effectiveness, a monitoring of technological system performance, security risk evaluation, continuous threat environment assessment, a regular review of vulnerability matrices, an analysis of emerging security challenges, evaluation of countermeasure effectiveness, an assessment of intelligence sharing efficiency. The success of the Trump administration's initiatives depends significantly on their ability to anticipate and mitigate these various risk factors. Regular assessment and adjustment of risk management strategies must become an integral part of the policy implementation process. This requires not only careful initial planning but also the flexibility to adapt as circumstances change and new challenges emerge. Budget and resource allocation. The implementation of comprehensive Middle East and security policies for 2025 to 2029 will require substantial and carefully allocated resources across multiple domains. Under a Trump administration, funding priorities will most likely focus on executive action implementation, particularly in border security and institutional reform. Initial estimates suggest a required allocation of $5 to $7 billion for enhanced border security measures, including technology upgrades, personnel expansion, and infrastructure development. The potential relocation of Al Udeid Air Base alone could require $10 to $15 billion in capital expenditure over 3 to 5 years. The administration will also need to address the substantial costs of education oversight reform, estimated at $2 to $3 billion annually for comprehensive implementation of the Deterrent Act and associated monitoring systems. The development of sustainable funding mechanisms that can survive political transitions will be critical. This includes establishing dedicated funding streams for key initiatives, developing public-private partnership frameworks, and creating efficient resource-sharing agreements with state and local authorities. Successfully implementing the administration's agenda will require carefully balancing immediate operational needs and long-term strategic investments. Interagency coordination framework. The complexity of modern security challenges demands unprecedented levels of interagency coordination. This framework must address not only traditional security cooperation between the Department of Defense, State Department, and intelligence communities, but also the integration of newer priorities such as education oversight and financial monitoring. Under the Trump administration, interagency coordination will likely be centralized through the National Security Council, with clear hierarchical decision-making structures and expedited information-sharing protocols. Establishing cross-functional teams focused on specific initiatives such as Iran policy implementation or campus security reform will be key to this approach. Successful implementation will depend on the delineation of authority and defining escalation procedures. Also central will be the development of a shared technological infrastructure for information exchange, standardizing reporting protocols, and developing clear metrics for measuring coordination effectiveness. This includes creating secure communication channels, shared databases, and integrated analysis tools that can be accessed across agencies while maintaining necessary security protocols. State and local government integration. The implementation of national security policies increasingly requires active participation from state and local authorities. This is particularly evident in border security, campus monitoring, and counterterrorism initiatives. A comprehensive integration framework must address both operational coordination and resource sharing while respecting jurisdictional boundaries. Under the Trump administration, state-level integration will focus heavily on enforcement capabilities, particularly regarding immigration and campus security. This would include expanded 287G agreements for immigration enforcement, enhanced information sharing about special interest aliens, and direct federal support for state-level security initiatives. It will also require careful attention to legal authorities, resource allocation, and operational coordination. Private sector engagement. Private sector entities play an increasingly crucial role in national security implementation, from financial institutions monitoring terror finance to technology companies supporting border security. A comprehensive engagement strategy must balance security requirements with business operations while leveraging private sector capabilities. In the Trump administration, private sector engagement will focus on mandatory compliance and direct cooperation requirements, particularly in areas such as banking oversight and technology implementation. This is likely to include enhanced reporting requirements, mandatory cooperation frameworks, and direct participation in security initiatives. Successful implementation will require clear legal frameworks, protection of proprietary information, and efficient cooperation mechanisms. Congressional strategy. Success in implementing comprehensive security reforms requires sustained congressional support and cooperation. This entails not only securing necessary appropriations but also maintaining legislative support for key initiatives and oversight functions. The incoming Trump administration will focus on leveraging Republican support while identifying key Democratic allies for specific initiatives, particularly regarding campus security and counterterrorism measures. This will include regular briefings, direct engagement with key committee chairs, and coordinated media strategies. A successful strategy will pay careful attention to committee dynamics, legislative calendars, and political considerations. International organization engagement. The effectiveness of U.S. security policy increasingly depends on strategic engagement with international organizations, from the United Nations to regional security frameworks. This engagement must balance American sovereignty with the benefits of multilateral cooperation and international legitimacy. Under the incoming Trump administration, international organization engagement will be highly selective and transactional, focusing on specific security objectives rather than broad institutional participation. This approach will emphasize bilateral relationships and targeted multilateral initiatives where U.S. interests are directly served. The administration will likely maintain distance from UN frameworks while strengthening participation in security-focused organizations that align with U.S. objectives. The administration must also address the challenge of maintaining U.S. influence while managing institutional constraints and competing national interests. The key will be developing effective mechanisms for leveraging international organizations to advance U.S. security objectives while maintaining flexibility to act independently when necessary. This includes establishing clear protocols for international cooperation, developing effective information-sharing mechanisms, and maintaining robust representation in important international bodies. Modern security challenges require sophisticated, multi-layered crisis response capabilities that can address both traditional security threats and emerging challenges, such as cyber attacks or campus security incidents. These protocols must be comprehensive, flexible, and capable of addressing various crisis scenarios while maintaining operational effectiveness. The Trump administration is likely to implement a centralized crisis response structure, emphasizing rapid decision-making and decisive action. This will include streamlined command structures, pre-authorized response options, and clear escalation procedures. It will focus on immediate action and clear lines of authority. Also required are robust communication systems, clear chains of command, and regular training and simulation exercises. The technological infrastructure supporting security initiatives must be sophisticated and secure, capable of supporting complex operations while protecting against increasingly advanced cyber threats. This requires continuous modernization of systems, robust security protocols, and effective integration across agencies and jurisdictions. Under the Trump administration, technology development will focus on immediate operational capabilities, particularly in areas such as border security and monitoring systems. This will include rapid procurement of advanced technologies, aggressive implementation of new systems, and enhanced cybersecurity measures focused on critical infrastructure protection. Successful implementation of these plans will require substantial investment in technological infrastructure, robust security protocols, and effective integration mechanisms. Effective security policy requires sophisticated research and analysis capabilities that can provide both strategic insight and tactical intelligence. This framework must integrate various information sources while maintaining analytical integrity and operational relevance. The Trump administration will likely emphasize operational intelligence and immediate tactical analysis, focusing on direct support to policy implementation and enforcement actions. This will include enhanced cooperation with law enforcement agencies, expanded use of data analytics, and focused research initiatives supporting specific policy objectives. This approach requires robust analytical capabilities, effective information sharing mechanisms, and clear protocols for translating research into operational guidance. The implementation of comprehensive security initiatives requires well-trained, properly equipped personnel across multiple agencies and jurisdictions. This necessitates sophisticated training programs, clear career development pathways, and effective knowledge transfer mechanisms. The Trump administration's personnel development will focus on operational capabilities and immediate implementation skills, emphasizing rapid training and deployment. This will include accelerated training programs, enhanced operational exercises, and focused skill development in key areas like border security and counterterrorism. Successfully implementing these plans will demand substantial investment in training infrastructure, clear professional development pathways, and effective knowledge management systems. Effective security policy implementation requires sophisticated public communication strategies that can build support for initiatives while managing opposition and addressing emerging concerns. This includes both proactive communication efforts and crisis response capabilities. The Trump administration is likely to implement an aggressive communication strategy that emphasizes direct messaging and a rapid response to challenges. This includes extensive use of executive communications, coordinated media strategies, and a robust social media presence. These plans require sophisticated media engagement capabilities, effective crisis communication protocols, and clear messaging strategies. The execution of security initiatives demands robust legal frameworks that can support operational requirements while withstanding judicial review and public scrutiny. This includes both domestic legal authorities and international legal considerations. Under the Trump administration, legal analysis will focus on maximizing executive authority and defending aggressive implementation measures. These include extensive use of executive powers, robust legal defense strategies, and aggressive interpretation of existing authorities. Successfully implementing these initiatives requires sophisticated legal analysis capabilities, effective compliance mechanisms, and clear protocols for addressing legal challenges. The success of these initiatives requires clear metrics for measuring effectiveness and mechanisms for adjusting strategies based on operational experience. This includes both quantitative measures of operational success and qualitative assessments of strategic impact. The Trump administration will need to develop comprehensive evaluation frameworks that can track progress, identify challenges, and support continuous improvement of security initiatives. This includes establishing clear baseline measures, developing sophisticated monitoring systems, and maintaining effective feedback mechanisms for policy adjustment. The incoming Trump administration should actively consider what type of U.S. military presence in the Middle East best advances its policy goals. Since World War II, the United States has had some form of military presence in the region. That is unlikely to change, but its composition, mission, and locations deserve ongoing evaluations to ensure maximum effectiveness and efficiency. The purpose of U.S. bases in the Middle East is largely to provide support for operations in the theater. This was especially important during times of active conflict such as Operation Iraqi Freedom, but ongoing conflicts have shown the value of logistical and operational support in the region. Aircraft carriers are invaluable, but they cannot replace full air and port facilities. The largest U.S. presence in the Middle East is Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, and it is also the most problematic. A new administration should actively consider whether relying on an Islamist state that actively supports most of the major terrorist groups in the world is a viable option. Qatar plays a two-sided game in which it supports Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Hamas, and the Taliban, yet uses these connections to provide actionable intelligence to the U.S. on groups or factions that are out of Qatar's favor. Any continued partnership should demand an end to Qatari state support of terrorism. Other possible basing options include the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, or the Negev Desert in Israel. All of these choices should be explored publicly to allow the administration to gauge the level of support and the possibility of creating an alliance with these and other countries that may be interested. Sentiments from opponents could also be voiced and discussed. Other active bases and deployments in the region should also be evaluated. Incirlik Air Base and other facilities in Turkey are useful, but the Erdogan regime is increasingly unreliable as an ally. U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria have been regularly under attack from Iranian-backed militias. Continuing those operations requires careful planning, including the safe positioning of American troops in the region. The Houthi movement in Yemen has emerged as a critical threat to both regional stability and global commerce. With substantial Iranian backing, the Houthis have demonstrated an increasingly sophisticated capability to project power beyond Yemen's borders, most notably through attacks on international shipping lanes in the Red Sea and strikes against Saudi infrastructure. This expanded operational capacity, combined with their entrenched control over significant portions of Yemen, presents a complex challenge requiring a comprehensive U.S. response. Iran's material support has transformed the Houthis from a local insurgency into a significant regional threat. Through the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, Tehran has provided the Houthis with advanced weapon systems, technical expertise, and financial support, This partnership has emboldened the Houthis to pursue increasingly aggressive actions that threaten vital maritime commerce and regional stability. Addressing this Iranian connection must form the cornerstone of any effective strategy to neutralize the Houthi threat. The U.S. strategy must operate across multiple domains simultaneously. On the financial front, expanded sanctions targeting both IRGC networks and local Houthi funding sources can restrict their operational capabilities. These measures should extend beyond traditional sanctions to include sophisticated financial intelligence operations targeting the informal networks and charitable organizations that sustain Houthi operations. Enhanced maritime interdiction efforts, coordinated with regional partners, can further disrupt the flow of Iranian weapons and material support. Delegitimizing the Houthis requires a sophisticated influence campaign focused on exposing their human rights violations and governance failures. The systematic recruitment of child soldiers, suppression of dissent, and economic exploitation of controlled territories provide compelling narratives that can erode their popular support. This effort must be coupled with positive messaging, highlighting the legitimate government's reconstruction efforts and delivery of services in areas under its control. The military dimension requires careful coordination with regional partners, particularly Saudi Arabia. Establishing a joint operational command structure can improve the effectiveness of air campaigns while reducing civilian casualties. The provision of advanced defensive capabilities, particularly anti-drone systems, can help counter the Houthis' increasing reliance on unmanned aerial attacks. However, military action alone cannot resolve the crisis. Covert operations play a crucial role in degrading Houthi capabilities. Targeted actions against weapon depots, missile sites, and command centers, combined with the cultivation of local intelligence networks, can systematically weaken their military infrastructure. Supporting local anti-Houthi militias creates an additional pressure point, fomenting internal resistance within Houthi-controlled territories while securing humanitarian corridors for civilian relief. The international shipping dimension requires particular attention given the global economic implications. The deployment of additional naval assets and advanced surveillance capabilities in the Red Sea, coupled with close coordination with commercial shipping operators, can help secure vital maritime routes. This effort must balance military necessity with the need to maintain efficient commercial operations through these critical waterways. The ultimate objective must be the comprehensive degradation of Houthi military capabilities while strengthening Yemen's legitimate government. This requires a sustained campaign combining airstrikes and special operations with robust support for government institutions and security forces. Success demands careful sequencing of military and political actions to ensure that tactical gains translate into strategic advantages. Humanitarian considerations must remain central to this strategy. The establishment of secure zones and humanitarian corridors, coupled with increased development assistance in government-controlled areas, can demonstrate the international community's commitment to civilian welfare while undermining Houthi propaganda regarding governance capabilities. This comprehensive approach recognizes that the Houthi threat extends beyond Yemen's borders to impact regional stability and global commerce. By integrating diplomatic, military, economic, and humanitarian efforts, the U.S. can work toward degrading Houthi capabilities while strengthening legitimate governance structures in Yemen. Success requires sustained commitment, close coordination with regional partners, and careful attention to the complex interplay of local and international dynamics that shape Yemen's political landscape. Winston Churchill supposedly quibbled that Americans always do the right thing, but only after trying everything else first. Democrats were for Saudi airstrikes before they were against them. President Donald Trump preferred sanctions and designating the Houthis as terrorists, only to have President Joe Biden reverse course. In his second term, Trump tried bombing the Houthis and then agreed to a unilateral ceasefire with them. None of it has worked. The United Nations, meanwhile, prefers illusions over solutions in Yemen. Security Council members Russia and China would rather empower the Houthis against the West than allow effective action. But with the Houthis again threatening Americans, striking at international shipping, and launching drones and ballistic missiles at Israel, the United States' policy toward Yemen and the Houthis needs a reset. To learn what Yemenis say, I traveled to the country to ask what it might take to restore stability and make anti-Houthi efforts effective. The Yemenis suggested common sense colored by reality rather than wishful thinking from diplomats based hundreds of miles away. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, like Antony Blinken, Mike Pompeo, and John Kerry before him, refuses to maintain a U.S. embassy in Aden's stable and secure city, preferring to base its embassy in Saudi Arabia instead. This is a decision analogous to placing the U.S. embassy to Ukraine and Belarus, if not Russia, given how Saudi Arabia seeks a separate deal for itself that would see the Houthis survive in exchange for quiet on its border. But the international community needs to get serious about stopping Houthi resupply. The 2018 Stockholm Agreement to prevent Houthis from capitalizing on control of the port of Hudaida did not prevent weapons smuggling. It provided cover for it. Starving Houthis of weapons shipments requires closing Hudaida permanently, perhaps even destroying the port. In 2018, the Houthis leveraged image-obsessed diplomats and useful idiots in the human rights community to warn that the disruption caused by any attempt by anti-Houthi forces to take Hudaida would cause starvation throughout the country. The result was the Stockholm Agreement, imposed by the United Nations and major powers, to create a fig leaf of international inspections and control, all the while leaving the Houthis in control of operations. It was the triumph of illusion over reality. The United States and the United Nations must immediately channel all aid through Aden, a port from which the international community can distribute it as needed. It is also necessary to end the Frankenstein monster of the Presidential Leadership Council, at least in its current form. ISLA, Yemen's Muslim Brotherhood branch, acts as a Trojan horse for both the Houthis and al-Qaeda. Rubio should stop the fiction that ISLA is a partner and designate it a foreign terror organization, given its well-documented links. Success requires calibrating policy to reality rather than appeasing the feelings of Turkey, Qatar, and Oman. Northern Yemeni parties prefer to undermine Southerners rather than defeat the Houthis. This dampens development and causes salaries to go unpaid. Meanwhile, pretend ministers like Minister of Information Momer al-Ariani and Minister of Interior Ibrahim Haydan suck up the budget while living in Egypt or Saudi Arabia rather than in Yemen itself. Instead, it is time to embrace a simple reality. Yemen will only be stable when Yemenis from any particular province or region govern themselves. The Southern Transitional Council should run South Yemen. Northern Yemenis might be guests in the area, but they should not interfere in its governance. Ideally, Northern Yemen can form its own government in Marib or another northern town and focus on liberating its areas rather than undermining others. If South Yemen eventually chooses independence, so be it. Unity might be more destabilizing than separation, especially given South Yemen's history of independence and its separate culture. Finally, success requires understanding that Iran is not the only country helping the Houthis. Oman supports the group as a lever against southern Yemeni rivals, while Saudi Arabia would rather keep Yemen boiling than have Riyadh's Emirati rivals benefit. It is time to call out both Oman and Saudi Arabia until they again put the Houthis' defeat first. The Houthi movement in Yemen has emerged as a critical threat to both regional stability and global commerce. With substantial Iranian backing, the Houthis have demonstrated an increasingly sophisticated capability to project power beyond Yemen's borders, most notably through attacks on international shipping lanes in the Red Sea and strikes against Saudi infrastructure. This expanded operational capacity, combined with their entrenched control over significant portions of Yemen, presents a complex challenge requiring a comprehensive U.S. response. Iran's material support has transformed the Houthis from a local insurgency into a significant regional threat. Through the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, Tehran has provided the Houthis with advanced weapon systems, technical expertise, and financial support. This partnership has emboldened the Houthis to pursue increasingly aggressive actions that threaten vital maritime commerce and regional stability. Addressing this Iranian connection must form the cornerstone of any effective strategy to neutralize the Houthi threat. The U.S. strategy must operate across multiple domains simultaneously. On the financial front, expanded sanctions targeting both IRGC networks and local Houthi funding sources can restrict their operational capabilities. These measures should extend beyond traditional sanctions to include sophisticated financial intelligence operations targeting the informal networks and charitable organizations that sustain Houthi operations. Enhanced maritime interdiction efforts, coordinated with regional partners, can further disrupt the flow of Iranian weapons and material support. Delegitimizing the Houthis requires a sophisticated influence campaign focused on exposing their human rights violations and governance failures. The systematic recruitment of child soldiers, suppression of dissent, and economic exploitation of controlled territories provide compelling narratives that can erode their popular support. This effort must be coupled with positive messaging, highlighting the legitimate government's reconstruction efforts and delivery of services in areas under its control. The military dimension requires careful coordination with regional partners, particularly Saudi Arabia. Establishing a joint operational command structure can improve the effectiveness of air campaigns while reducing civilian casualties. The provision of advanced defensive capabilities, particularly anti-drone systems, can help counter the Houthis' increasing reliance on unmanned aerial attacks. However, military action alone cannot resolve the crisis. Covert operations play a crucial role in degrading Houthi capabilities. Targeted actions against weapon depots, missile sites, and command centers, combined with the cultivation of local intelligence networks, can systematically weaken their military infrastructure. Supporting local anti-Houthi militias creates an additional pressure point, fomenting internal resistance within Houthi-controlled territories while securing humanitarian corridors for civilian relief. The international shipping dimension requires particular attention given the global economic implications. The deployment of additional naval assets and advanced surveillance capabilities in the Red Sea, coupled with close coordination with commercial shipping operators, can help secure vital maritime routes. This effort must balance military necessity with the need to maintain efficient commercial operations through these critical waterways. The ultimate objective must be the comprehensive degradation of Houthi military capabilities while strengthening Yemen's legitimate government. This requires a sustained campaign combining airstrikes and special operations with robust support for government institutions and security forces. Success demands careful sequencing of military and political actions to ensure that tactical gains translate into strategic advantages. Humanitarian considerations must remain central to this strategy. The establishment of secure zones and humanitarian corridors, coupled with increased development assistance in government-controlled areas, can demonstrate the international community's commitment to civilian welfare while undermining Houthi propaganda regarding governance capabilities. This comprehensive approach recognizes that the Houthi threat extends beyond Yemen's borders to impact regional stability and global commerce. By integrating diplomatic, military, economic, and humanitarian efforts, the U.S. can work toward degrading Houthi capabilities while strengthening legitimate governance structures in Yemen. Success requires sustained commitment, close coordination with regional partners, and careful attention to the complex interplay of local and international dynamics that shape Yemen's political landscape. Winston Churchill supposedly quibbled that Americans always do the right thing, but only after trying everything else first. Democrats were for Saudi airstrikes before they were against them. President Donald Trump preferred sanctions and designating the Houthis as terrorists, only to have President Joe Biden reverse course. In his second term, Trump tried bombing the Houthis and then agreed to a unilateral ceasefire with them. None of it has worked. The United Nations, meanwhile, prefers illusions over solutions in Yemen. Security Council members Russia and China would rather empower the Houthis against the West than allow effective action. But with the Houthis again threatening Americans, striking at international shipping, and launching drones and ballistic missiles at Israel, the United States' policy toward Yemen and the Houthis needs a reset. To learn what Yemenis say, I traveled to the country to ask what it might take to restore stability and make anti-Houthi efforts effective. The Yemenis suggested common sense colored by reality rather than wishful thinking from diplomats based hundreds of miles away. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, like Antony Blinken, Mike Pompeo, and John Kerry before him, refuses to maintain a U.S. embassy in Aden's stable and secure city, preferring to base its embassy in Saudi Arabia instead. This is a decision analogous to placing the U.S. embassy to Ukraine and Belarus, if not Russia, given how Saudi Arabia seeks a separate deal for itself that would see the Houthis survive in exchange for quiet on its border. But the international community needs to get serious about stopping Houthi resupply. The 2018 Stockholm Agreement to prevent Houthis from capitalizing on control of the port of Hudaida did not prevent weapons smuggling. It provided cover for it. Starving Houthis of weapons shipments requires closing Hudaida permanently, perhaps even destroying the port. In 2018, the Houthis leveraged image-obsessed diplomats and useful idiots in the human rights community to warn that the disruption caused by any attempt by anti-Houthi forces to take Hudaida would cause starvation throughout the country. The result was the Stockholm Agreement, imposed by the United Nations and major powers to create a fig leaf of international inspections and control, all the while leaving the Houthis in control of operations. It was the triumph of illusion over reality. The United States and the United Nations must immediately channel all aid through Aden, a port from which the international community can distribute it as needed. It is also necessary to end the Frankenstein monster of the Presidential Leadership Council, at least in its current form. ISLA, Yemen's Muslim Brotherhood branch, acts as a Trojan horse for both the Houthis and al-Qaeda. Rubio should stop the fiction that ISLA is a partner and designate it a foreign terror organization, given its well-documented links. Success requires calibrating policy to reality rather than appeasing the feelings of Turkey, Qatar, and Oman. Northern Yemeni parties prefer to undermine Southerners rather than defeat the Houthis. This dampens development and causes salaries to go unpaid. Meanwhile, pretend ministers like Minister of Information Momer al-Ariani and Minister of Interior Ibrahim Haydan suck up the budget while living in Egypt or Saudi Arabia rather than in Yemen itself. Instead, it is time to embrace a simple reality. Yemen will only be stable when Yemenis from any particular province or region govern themselves. The Southern Transitional Council should run South Yemen. Northern Yemenis might be guests in the area, but they should not interfere in its governance. Ideally, Northern Yemen can form its own government in Marib or another northern town and focus on liberating its areas rather than undermining others. If South Yemen eventually chooses independence, so be it. Unity might be more destabilizing than separation, especially given South Yemen's history of independence and its separate culture. Finally, success requires understanding that Iran is not the only country helping the Houthis. Oman supports the group as a lever against southern Yemeni rivals, while Saudi Arabia would rather keep Yemen boiling than have Riyadh's Emirati rivals benefit. It is time to call out both Oman and Saudi Arabia until they again put the Houthis' defeat first. Here and there, one may see faded Soviet-style murals. Like similar displays in Syria and Egypt, these seem to be the work of North Korean artists and depict heroic Arab fighters of oddly East Asian appearance. The British fought a doomed colonial counterinsurgency here in the late 1960s. The Soviets are long gone, too. But the thing that brought them both to South Yemen, the crucial strategic waterway that runs past the Bab el-Mandeb Strait between the Indian Ocean, the Red Sea, and then on to the Suez Canal and the Mediterranean remains. Today, new forces are fighting over it. The Houthis' campaign against international shipping on the Gulf of Aden/Red Sea route recommenced this month, with the targeting and sinking of 2 Greek-owned, Liberian-flagged vessels. This is despite a supposed ceasefire concluded with the U.S. regarding this front on May 6. Ansar Allah's launching of ballistic missiles and drones at Israel is ongoing. Large-scale U.S. and Israeli counterattacks from air and sea on the Hodeidah and Salif ports and the airport at Sana'a have so far failed to deter them. Under his presidency, Donald Trump's policies towards Qatar were inconsistent and difficult to predict. He initially supported the anti-Qatar blockade in 2017, breaking with Secretary of State Rex Tillerson and pointing to state funding of terrorism. Qatari media then published reports suggesting Trump was influenced by a cabal of wealthy Jewish billionaires and bureaucrats. Yet, this did not stop the president from approving $12 billion in F-15 fighter jet sales to the Gulf Emirate. To win over Trump, Qatar launched a sophisticated charm offensive by courting around 250 influencers with ties to the president. Less than a year later, Trump reversed course and praised Qatar for its anti-terrorism efforts. He proceeded to approve the sale tens of millions of dollars in military hardware and praised Qatar for investments in American businesses. Trump relied on Doha to broker a deal with the Taliban as he negotiated peace with the jihadist group and set conditions for a U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. During the closing months of his administration, and facing pressure from Congress, Trump's Justice Department ordered the Qatar-owned Al Jazeera affiliate AJ Plus to register as a foreign agent. The Department of Education unearthed billions of dollars in undeclared foreign grants to U.S. universities, with the lion's share originating in Qatar. There are indications that Trump will continue close relations with Doha. He met with Qatari leaders at his Florida resort in September 2024. His son-in-law Jared Kushner, who spearheaded Trump's Middle East policy, and the newly appointed special envoy to the Middle East Stephen Witkoff visited the Emirates several times post-presidency, and have accepted hundreds of millions of dollars from Qatar in investments to their businesses. Strategies. The federal government should continue partnering with Qatar on counterterrorism and anti-money laundering, despite Doha's negative track record. This cooperation led in 2017 to the legal restructuring necessary to apprehend and prosecute terrorist financiers. Yet a great deal of work remains. Though problematic, the more than $1.8 billion funneled from Qatar to Gaza since 2014 should not be the focus of policymakers looking to eliminate terror finance channels in Doha because Israel and the U.S. approved and disseminated these funds in the Gaza Strip. Private donations from individuals and entities inside Qatar, most of which are bound for al-Qaeda and its affiliates, represents the greatest danger to regional stability and U.S. interests. Qatar has failed to effectively implement and enforce anti-terrorism legislation. The next administration must pressure Qatar to enact these reforms. Moving U.S. Central Command from the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar is an unreasonable prospect under the new Trump administration. Policy advocacy toward this eventual goal should be aimed at the military establishment and foreign policy leaders expected to serve well into the future. It is also unlikely that Trump will designate Qatar as a state sponsor of terrorism. However, advancing toward these goals could include amplifying negative Qatari media reporting of Trump, such as articles that criticize White House ties to Israel and Jews, or reports accusing Trump of persecuting Muslims. Regarding hostage negotiations, a Trump White House should aggressively pressure Qatar to free hostages in Gaza by any means necessary, including by expelling or arresting Hamas leadership in Doha. Trump should be pushed to strip Qatar of its status as a major non-NATO ally of the U.S. This will require strong bipartisan support in Congress. Trump should endorse a reintroduced version of the Hamas International Financing Prevention Act, which would levy sanctions against countries that fund Hamas. However, the bill should be expanded to include countries that fail or refuse to prosecute members of designated terrorist groups. MEF will push the Justice Department to enforce the Foreign Agents Registration Act against AJ+ and broaden the scope of the registration to include Al Jazeera English print and broadcast networks. Al Jazeera correspondents should be denied access to White House and executive branch press briefings, and the president should work with Congress to revoke Al Jazeera's congressional press credentials. The administration should restore transparency to Section 117 of the Higher Education Act of 1965 by relaunching the interactive portal and bringing back other reporting metrics that were systematically degraded under Biden's Education Department. Trump should urge Congress to reintroduce the Deterrent Act, a bill that would require schools that receive grants and sign contracts with Qatar of any amount to report the funding to federal authorities. If Congress fails to move this bill, MEF will encourage Trump to pass an executive order in the interest of national security that targets Qatar and other countries of concern with the same reporting requirements. Qatar Foundation International, QFI, is used to circumvent U.S. reporting requirements for foreign donations to universities, since Qatar claims the charity is privately owned. Most of Qatar's donations to Ivy League schools are filtered through QFI. To close this loophole, the Trump administration should designate QFI as a foreign agent, thereby holding it accountable to Higher Education Act requirements. Trump should implement a Qatar Risk Reporting Act requiring publicly traded companies that file reports with the Securities and Exchange Commission to discuss in their annual reports. 1. The degree to which the company is dependent upon Qatar and the risks Qatar poses as a state sponsor of terrorism, such as supply chain disruptions, money laundering risks, or the freezing of assets, and 2. The steps the company has taken to reduce its Qatar risk. This bill will force companies competing for capital to reduce their exposure to Qatar. The administration should enforce a Qatar Human Rights and Terror Finance Capital Market Sanctions Act requiring the Treasury Department to produce a report identifying at-risk businesses in Qatar, including state-owned and controlled enterprises, involved in human rights abuses and/or terror finance. Americans are prohibited from investing in stock of companies on these lists. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has tremendous influence over the path of the other Arab states in the Middle East. While that does not always translate into the ability to generate a consensus, it does allow guidelines for large policy areas to be developed, socialized, and implemented. The new Trump administration should work to re-engage better relations with the Saudis to take advantage of this. The recent attacks on Israel have a number of root causes, but Iran and Hamas's desire to derail the potential normalization of relations between Saudi Arabia and Israel is central. The Gulf Arab states should be asked to serve as part of the solution for post-war Gaza by funding reconstruction and providing security once an Israeli military occupation ends. This engagement could help pave the way to remove the Palestinian issue from its position of primacy regarding progress toward coexistence between Israel and the Gulf states. It also can provide a counterweight to Iran and its axis of resistance. Saudi Arabia wants to regain a leading role that was damaged by Khashoggi's murder. Their progress toward economic diversity and acceptance in the community of nations would be advanced by a productive role in the plans to end the current regional conflict. The new Trump administration should work to make them the lead partner in this effort. The emergence of the Houthis' ability to stop global trade through the Red Sea is another area where the Saudis could be helpful. Along with the United Arab Emirates, they were engaged in a military effort to limit the Houthis' capabilities, although this effort was largely by U.S. and international pressure. Crucial sea lanes must be reopened, and the U.S. should actively recruit both the Saudis and UAE in this effort. King Salman is not likely to live until the end of the next U.S. administration. The succession of Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman is probable, but far from assured. The United States should engage with MBS early and publicly to cement a positive relationship. His reform efforts are largely performative, but his desire to turn the kingdom into a modern business hub more akin to the UAE can be used to motivate him to be helpful to U.S. strategic interests. When the war on the Houthis erupted, Saudi Arabia was its front line. The United States saw Saudi Arabia as its ally. Even President Barack Obama supported Saudi efforts, providing U.S. intelligence and aerial refueling to support Saudi Arabia's bombing campaign. As the threats from Yemen grew, Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates divided their roles. Saudi Arabia focused on fighting the Houthis who emanated from near the Saudi border, while the Emiratis focused on combating al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula that had established itself in southern Yemen. The Islamic Republic of Iran's strategy to replace the U.S.-led regional security architecture with a new power structure controlled by Tehran is the key challenge to U.S. interests in the region today. Through its network of proxies, Iran today effectively controls or has freedom of action in 4 Arab countries: Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, and Yemen. Moreover, Iran constitutes a threshold nuclear state, and its support for and arming of Hamas made possible the October 7th massacres and precipitated the current regional war. As such, it is the main challenge to the U.S. and to the regional order. Over the past half-decade, and intermittently since 2009, the U.S. has pursued an erroneous strategy vis-a-vis Iran that sought to incentivize Tehran in the mistaken belief it would end Iran's revolutionary ambitions. The JCPOA in 2015, the Biden administration's decision to remove sanctions against Iran and billions of dollars to flow to the regime, and the fruitless effort in the Vienna negotiations to induce Iran to return to the JCPOA formed parts of the strategy. But it failed to produce the desired results, as Iran continues to pursue conquest by proxy so that today it enjoys effective control of a large swathe of the Arab world. The Trump administration abandoned this policy of accommodation from 2016 to 20, implementing in its place a strategy of so-called maximum pressure. As part of this strategy, the U.S. withdrew from the JCPOA, imposed punishing sanctions, and assassinated IRGC-QF leader Qasem Soleimani. Yet this strategy did not force Iran to change its behavior. The second Trump administration should learn from past failed policies and comprehend that it must adopt a strategy of regime change in Tehran to effect genuine change in the Middle East, as Iran is the principal barrier to regional stability. A new strategy of renewed maximum pressure, but with the goal of inducing an overthrow of the regime, should be launched. The United States pursued on a more limited scale a successful policy of proxy warfare in Syria, via the Syrian Democratic Forces. Analogously, the U.S. should support opposition forces in Iran. This should be combined with renewed sanctions and an increase in direct hits to Iranian proxies such as the Houthis and the Shia militias in Iraq and Syria for their attacks on U.S. forces. It is essential that the new Trump administration recognize that, because of Iran's centrality in fomenting instability and warfare in the region, there is an urgent need for regime replacement in Tehran. The Kurds form the largest stateless minority in the Middle East, as Kurdish communities are spread between 4 states: Turkey, Iraq, Syria, and Iran, with the Kurds of Turkey forming the largest segment. The Kurds are politically conscious with strong national aspirations, but they are deeply divided politically and, in certain areas, tribally. The political situation of the Kurdish communities also varies starkly among countries. In 2 of the 4 countries mentioned, Iraq and Syria, the Kurdish population controls a non-sovereign but autonomous self-governed area. In both these cases, the governing structure constitutes the most pro-US element in the country in question, and the Kurdish area of governance forms a de facto safe zone for US and allied personnel. Sunni political Islam. Kurds are overwhelmingly Sunni Muslim. Of both the Muslim Brotherhood and Salafi varieties exists within the Kurdish populations to varying degrees in each country, but secular nationalist politics dominate, with a generally pro-Western or at least not overtly anti-Western orientation. In all these countries, the Trump administration should view the Kurdish population and its political and military structures as valuable assets to be supported and used in pursuit of policy goals. In Syria, where the US-supported, Kurdish-dominated autonomous administration of northeast Syria exercises de facto control of around 30% of the country's territory. The Kurdish-dominated Syrian Democratic Forces, SDF, represent a singular American success in identifying and working successfully with a local partner force. This U.S. ally controls a third of Syria, including most of the country's gas and oil resources, with only minimal direct U.S. involvement on the ground from some 900 U.S. service personnel. Support for the SDF/AINS project should continue and extended to recognize AINS on the political level, as currently the relationship is managed in the framework of Operation Inherent Resolve, i.e. the war against ISIS. The administration should resist calls for withdrawing U.S. forces or ending U.S. support. In a Middle East characterized by state fragmentation and de facto non-governmental rule, U.S. support for the SDF represents a singular success for U.S. policy and should be reinforced and continued. Such support is particularly urgent given the strategically important nature of the Kurdish area of control, which significantly narrows the area available to the Iranians to transport men and material from east to west toward Lebanon, the Mediterranean Sea, and Israel. Similarly, in Iraq, the Kurdistan region of Iraq, KRI, the long-standing Kurdish autonomous area of the country, is the most stable and pro-US region of Iraq. Over the past several years, Iraq has drifted toward an ever-increasing Iranian penetration of the country's government and political systems, so that the current Iraqi government is dependent on pro-Iranian political forces. The popular mobilization units, dominated by pro-Iran militias, are now part of the state's official security apparatus. The KRI has grown significantly weaker since its abortive bid for secession following an independence referendum in September 2017. Nevertheless, the Kurdish area and Kurdish military and political capacities remain natural American allies in the ongoing competition with Iranian expansionism in Iraq, and U.S. support should be sustained and expanded. At the same time, internal divisions and political corruption are significant issues in Iraqi Kurdistan. As a result, while U.S. support should remain, it should also insist on the continued reform of political and governing institutions to facilitate the pursuit of unity. In Iran, the Kurdish population in Kurdistan province forms a potential asset for the U.S. should the incoming Trump administration choose, as we recommend, to adopt a strategy of seeking regime change. The protest movement that swept Iran in 2022 began following the murder of an Iranian Kurdish woman, Gina Mahsa Amini, because she incorrectly wore her hijab. The protests started in Sagez, Amini's hometown. This city and neighboring Sanandaj were the epicenters of the protest movement. Existing Kurdish nationalist parties played an auxiliary role in the demonstrations by helping the mainly youthful protesters with medical assistance, and at times, thanks to the help of smuggling networks, by offering a means of escape across the Zagros Mountains to Iraqi Kurdistan. The situation in Kurdistan province in Iran is, therefore, ripe for further exploitation and offers a strategically useful way to keep the Iranian regime busy attending to local unrest. Exploiting this tinderbox situation should form part of a larger administration strategy for regime change in Iran, which should, again, form the linchpin for any coherent Middle East strategy. Turkey, unlike the 3 other countries covered here, has a formal democratic system. However, Kurdish representatives are repressed via spurious charges of supporting terrorism. The imprisonment of People's Democratic Party, HDP, and Turkish leader Selahattin Demirtas exemplifies this persecution and is part of a more general erosion of democratic freedoms under the Islamist leadership of President Recep Tayyip Erdogan and the ruling Justice and Development Party, AKP in Turkish. Erdogan's harassment and jailing of Kurdish political figures should concern the incoming Trump administration, which should raise these issues and other anti-democratic, pro-Islamist issues with the Turkish government. Ankara acts as a de facto anti-US force in key areas of the Middle East via its use of proxies in Syria, among the Palestinians, and in Libya, and by its anti-Western propaganda to its population and across the region. The US should use Erdogan's repression of the Kurds to pressure him to withdraw his persecution of them and to moderate his overall behavior. Since 2019, the battle lines in Syria's unresolved civil war have been static. The fall of the last independently held rebel enclaves in southwest Syria in 2018, followed by the eclipse of the Islamic State in the southeast of the country in summer 2019, have left Syria subject to a static conflict and a partition of its territory. The areas controlled by the Assad regime comprise roughly 60% of Syria's pre-war territory, including the capital, Damascus, the coast, the Kurdish area east of the Euphrates, which comprises roughly 30% of Syria's land area, and a Sunni Islamist/insurgent enclave in the northwest that amounts to around 10% of Syria's territory. Each of these enclaves is underwritten by international actors whose strength equals or surpasses that of local forces. These consist of Iran and Russia for the Assad regime, the US and its allies for the Kurds, and Turkey for the Sunni insurgents. Iran has freedom of operation in the Assad regime-controlled area. Israel is engaged in an open-ended campaign to degrade and damage Iranian attempts to build a permanent infrastructure on Syrian soil and to use Syria as a transit point for weapons and material on its way from Iran to Lebanese Hezbollah. The Assad regime, meanwhile, remains subject to international sanctions and isolation because of its brutality during the civil war. Some Western and regional governments hope to normalize relations with the Assad regime, but these efforts should be resisted. There is no reason to assume that Assad will at any stage act to curtail the Iranian presence within the area he controls. To believe gullibly that he has changed, and therefore to push for the reunification of Syria under his control, which is where efforts to normalize the regime would lead, is to concede Syria to the Iran-led regional alliance and to Russia. The status quo wherein Assad is contained and the US, at very little cost, maintains a strategic foothold in the country, is the optimal situation at present in the absence of realistic prospects for regime change in Damascus. The US should strive, therefore, to maintain the status quo in Syria while monitoring closely and supporting any efforts to weaken Assad and the Iranian presence in the country. Over the last decade, the pro-Iranian element in the Iraq has strengthened both politically and militarily. In the military sphere, the jihad fatwa of Ayatollah Sistani in the summer of 2014, when Islamic State forces were threatening Baghdad, has resulted in the permanent mobilization of the pro-Iran Shia militias. The creation in 2022 of a government headed by the Coordination Framework, an alliance of pro-Iran parties, cemented the advance of pro-Iran forces in the country. Similar to what has occurred in Lebanon, Iran is seeking to insert a deep state under its control to operate within and alongside the official bodies of state and to eventually become stronger than the official state. This process is already well advanced. The incoming Trump administration should grasp the depth, seriousness, and dire implications of this Iranian project. Geostrategically, Iraq is critically important. Iranian dominance of Iraq eases Iran's efforts to subvert Jordan and opens the direct route to the Mediterranean that Iran seeks. The US has both powerful and potential allies in the Iraqi arena. The Kurdistan Regional Government, the Kurdish Democratic Party, the Sunni Takata movement, and, in the military sphere, the Counter-Terrorism Service and parts of the Kurdish armed forces are all available assets. The US should strengthen these movements and organizations as well as its ties with them. At present, the US is scheduled to end its military presence in Iraq by 2026. Although it is not clear if the agreement reached mandates the withdrawal of all forces, whatever its terms, the US should maintain a military presence. If necessary, this could number fewer than the current deployment of 2,500 troops in Iraq. Troops could, if required, be based mainly or solely in the Kurdistan region, where there is greater security. Maintaining such a force could be justified by the need for continued anti-Islamic State operations. Such a justification would not be false. Islamic State is currently experiencing a limited revival in Syria. But the primary rationale for a continued, limited U.S. presence is to back up the existing U.S. assets in the country in the ongoing political and potentially military struggle to prevent the complete absorption of Iraq into the Iranian sphere. Lebanon is dominated by Hezbollah, itself a franchise of the Iranian IRGC. Because of this domination, Lebanon is in a state of de facto war with Israel thanks to Iran/Hezbollah's decision to begin hostilities on October 8, 2023, in support of another Iranian client, Hamas. This decision was made without consultation with the formal government of Prime Minister Najib Mikhat and demonstrates the extent to which the Lebanese state today cannot act as an effective bulwark or brake on the activities of the pro-Iran bloc. The situation south of the Litani River, in which over the last 18 years Hezbollah was able to build up a massive military machine under the noses of the Lebanese armed forces and UN forces, further demonstrates this fact. U.S. envoy Amos Hochstein has traveled to Lebanon no less than 7 times since October 8, 2023, in an effort to work with the Lebanese government and state to bring peace between Hezbollah and Israel. He has failed because U.S. policy rests on a false premise, according to which the Lebanese government and state execute even a modicum of influence over Lebanese foreign policy. They do not, because the Lebanese state is a useful fiction. This inconvenient fact must be acknowledged and policy adjusted accordingly by the incoming Trump administration. Assistance to the Lebanese armed forces should be discontinued for as long as Hezbollah retains its independent armed capacity. Diplomatic acceptance of the false division between the Lebanese state and Hezbollah should be dropped. Concurrently, the administration should support Israeli demands for freedom of operation north of Israel's border to disarm Hezbollah and for freedom of action in Lebanon's skies. Disarming Hezbollah and regaining Lebanese sovereignty should be adopted as policy goals by the Trump administration. Forces within Lebanon who can accomplish this should be identified and supported. Yet, as long as the IRGC franchise Hezbollah remains the strongest force in Lebanon, there is no basis for recognizing Lebanese sovereignty, as this would simply permit Iran's projects to proceed unimpeded. The Trump administration on border control. In 2017, Trump's executive order prohibited travelers from 7 at-risk countries that fail to share intelligence with U.S. authorities. In 2020, Trump added 6 more countries to the list. The travel ban was overturned on the first day of Biden's administration. Unsealed documents from 2017 show that Trump considered employing extreme vetting of non-citizens based on ideological grounds, but was advised by counsel to reconsider. Nevertheless, Trump's travel ban executive order includes uniform screening standards intended to identify visitors who wish to do harm to the U.S. During his first term, Trump built around 500 miles of border fence across the U.S.-Mexico border. Much of this 30-feet-tall fencing replaced existing barriers or acted as a second wall. Looking ahead, Trump promises to round up and deport illegal immigrants using presidential powers. While most analysts agree that the president has the authority to do so, they also conclude that the government lacks the resources necessary for mass deportations. In the aftermath of student encampments and pro-Hamas protests, he also promised to revoke student visas of radical, anti-American, and anti-Semitic foreigners. Trump also vowed to bar refugees from Gaza and reintroduce his travel ban. Strategies. With so many special interest aliens, SIAs, crossing the border in recent years, MEF will support robust border policy and immigration reforms, especially those policies that prevent immigration from countries vulnerable to Islamist radicalization. This means interdicting SIAs seeking illegal entry at the southern border, but it also means employing extreme vetting procedures and fighting the dismantling of the terrorist screening database. The Darien Gap between Colombia and Panama represents a major migration route for SIAs bound for the U.S. A record-breaking 1.5 million migrants from 170 different countries navigated the Darien Gap during Biden's term. Panamanian authorities, which used to screen 90% of migrants passing through the gap for terrorism links, now check just 3%. For the first time, Panama's president has agreed to shut down the transit route and send new arrivals back to their countries of origin via repatriation flights. However, the Biden-Harris administration has refused to properly fund the effort. A border control policy that limits SIA entries must include funding for repatriation flights from the Darien Gap. The federal government should help state governments that are spending billions interdicting, detaining, and deporting illegal immigrants. Mass deportations should focus on SIAs, where limited resources can be applied for the most productive results. MEF will continue to promote practical extreme vetting practices, as detailed in Daniel Pipes, Smoking Out the Islamists via Extreme Vetting. Trump should persuade Mexico to keep its southern ports of entry closed and fund repatriation flights until the situation is under control. Policy proposals. MEF will advocate for a more expansive travel ban that includes additional countries, especially the Central Asian stands, whose citizens are showing up in large numbers at the southern border. Trump must shut down CBP-1, the cell phone app that allows would-be refugees and asylum seekers to sign up for expedited entry into the U.S. and settle in dozens of American cities. The Biden-Harris administration has facilitated entry for 7,332 SIAs from 24 high-risk countries using the CBP-1 program, and it is not clear that they are receiving enhanced security screenings. MEF will support the reintroduction of a bill similar to the Stop Support for Hamas Act that denies funding for the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East until the Secretary of State can certify that Hamas has been dismantled. MEF supports the Gaza Act, a bill that denies visas and parole into the U.S. to Palestinian Authority passport holders. President-elect Trump should consider passing a similar bill or adding Gaza and the West Bank to a travel ban. Combating extremism policy. An effective counter-Islam program must focus on one thing above all else: how to incapacitate Islam internationally and domestically. Current Countering Violent Extremism (CVE) programs operated by governments across the West are weak, ill-considered, and self-defeating. Internationally, an effective CVE program means hindering foreign Islamic regimes' interference, shutting down Islamic finance networks, and preventing Islamic ideologues and their followers from exploiting Western immigration systems. Domestically, it means studying Islamic ideology in all its forms, educating government and the public about the extent of Islamic influence and activity, and working out how government can undermine Islamic networks without infringing on the constitutional rights of citizens. The bulk of this work could be coordinated by a Commission on Islam, which Donald Trump promised in 2016, referring to it as a Commission on Radical Islam, but failed to deliver. It is vital that the incoming Trump administration reintroduce such plans, with some fine-tuning and a clear mandate laid out. A revised counter-Islam effort must reject the old specious CVE ideas that only violent Islamism is deserving of government attention and that Islam does not underpin Islamist violence, and instead regard lawful Muslims and jihadists as part of the same problem. Islamic ideology, and its consequent violence, can only be tackled if the government is aware of the specific ideological networks that advance, enable, and fund Islamism in America. The Commission's role will be to investigate the means by which it, or a subsequent body set up within DHS or other departments and offices, can 1. Survey American Islamic movements and publish a landmark study of all their components active across the United States. 2. Explain the core convictions of these Islamic movements to government, law enforcement, and the public. 3. Study possible means for disrupting lawful Islamic movements' influence, activities, and finances. 4. Investigate the involvement of foreign Islamic regimes such as Qatar, Turkey, and Iran over domestic Islamic networks. 5. Study the teachings and curricula in Islamic-run private K-12 schools. 6. Review the involvement of Islamists in chaplaincy programs, such as in prisons and the military. 7. Work with the IRS to study the financial activities of Islamic charities in areas of the world where terrorist groups operate with impunity. 8. Work with the IRS to clamp down on Islamic groups flagrantly breaking 501(c)(3) and (c) for regulations. 9. Investigate the backgrounds of all known homegrown terrorists to determine their involvement with lawful Islamic movements before embracing violence and publish the findings. 10. Educate government and law enforcement officials about the makeup and influence of active Islamist networks. 11. Provide information and regular briefings about Islamic movements and networks to other government agencies and departments. 12. Encourage communities to report examples of Islamist extremism, referring submissions to law enforcement when necessary. 13. Review state and local government partnerships and funding for institutions and alert relevant officials to any recipient with Islamist links. 14. Study Islamic exploitation of immigration rules and recommend necessary immigration law changes. 15. Develop new protocols for police officers, federal investigators, corrections officers, probation workers, and immigration screeners. 16. Study the experiences of European countries on the question of Islamist extremism and publish a report examining the lessons and consequences for counter-Islam work in the United States. 17. Ensure the Department of Justice enforces the law and no longer allows Islamic charitable terror networks to operate with near impunity, or for foreign agents to lobby state and federal legislatures. And 18. Executives without registration. Neither controlled borders, nor more police and Secret Service work, nor harsh punishment of the perpetrators, which stops considering the migration background as a mitigating factor, will prevent honor killings, because the victim of fate would rather serve the sentence in prison than sin against Allah and die the social death in the Ummah. Because police presence does not deter him, and because neither the individual perpetrator nor the family council at the kitchen table of the private home where the honor killing is decided can be infiltrated by the Secret Service. That is why the Muslims who are there must either be deported or integrated or, even if Erdogan considers this a crime against humanity, assimilated, and that would only be possible from the outset with measures that really grab the repressive collective, the connection between honor and shame, the Islamic sexual morality by the balls. In short, Sharia law knows neither the ideal of legal certainty and a mediated monopoly on the use of force nor the concept of passive individual rights, which basically means that Islam and an emphatic concept of law are categorically mutually exclusive. In terms of sexual politics, Islam does not hold men responsible for the denial of male drives, it does not know sublimation, as the West does, but rather women whose over-sexualizing desexualization results from serving the husband as an object of drive discharge and being sexually invisible to all other men. Islamic hostility to the law and sexuality dispositive are condensed in the headscarf as both a means of domination that inscribes itself into women's bodies and a double symbol, a sign of the phallocentric patriarchal gender relationship itself and the Islamizing appropriation of public space, an aggressive declaration of war on all unveiled women and a visible establishment of counter-sovereignty. It is performatively absurd and therefore doomed to failure to want to educate girls and boys of autochthonous and migrant origin to become modern citizens in a space in which the veiling of girls is tolerated. Such toleration is not state neutrality, but its opposite, taking sides against those girls and betraying their civil rights, thus bourgeois self-dismantling. The most important and unavoidable step in the long overdue turnaround in integration policy would be a ban on headscarves, especially for schoolgirls, but also at universities and in all state authorities, flanked by measures to enforce compulsory education, including breaking the practice of deregistering Muslim girls from coeducational sex education, sports, and swimming lessons. U.S. Aid Policy. Documents on USAID's amended and restated Mission Order No. 21 clearly indicate a need to ensure that a USAID beneficiary does not support acts of terrorism. This extends to its staff and officials as well. A key part of the problem is that USAID staff and prime contractors and grantees are not carrying out this vetting sufficiently. The rules are simply not being enforced. For instance, between 2007 and 2018, USAID handed over $7.5 million to Mercy USA for relief and development, which has reportedly also operated under the names Human Concern International, Mercy International Relief Organization, and then Mercy International USA. Mercy USA officials openly advocate for terror. Indeed, it was federal prosecutors who revealed that Mercy officials have included Abdurrahman al-Amoudi, an al-Qaeda fundraiser jailed in 2004 for conspiring with the Libyan regime to assassinate the Saudi crown prince. But even the most cursory glance at more recent vetting would have uncovered open support for terrorism. As an MEF study notes, the vice chairman of Mercy USA is Ali El-Menshawi, a psychologist based in Florida. Despite his Hippocratic oath, Menshawi's Facebook page is replete with support for Hamas and its military wing, the Qassam Brigades. Menshawi has also reposted virulently anti-American and anti-Semitic screeds from an Islamist named Solomon Baihiri, seemingly the same Baihiri jailed as a Hamas fundraiser, and suspected of links to the East Africa bombings in which Mercy USA was implicated. Similarly, USAID beneficiaries openly honor Palestinian martyrs of fighting with Israel. A USAID August 2022 news update celebrates the construction of a USAID-funded Unlimited Friends Association, UFA Educational and Community Center in Gaza. Notwithstanding Mission Order 21's rules on vetting, This funding was approved despite widespread public reporting of UFA's involvement with Hamas, as well as its efforts to support, in its own words, the families of martyrs and prisoners. Moreover, UFA, as the ultimate beneficiary of USAID support, does not make its way into published federal spending records, as there is no mention of UFA or the Unlimited Friends Association within USA spending.gov data. The rules are simply not being enforced. The federal government needs to be reminded that the mere fact a group deems itself charitable, or even that it does actual charitable work, does not mean that it is not benefiting terrorism. USAID has forgotten the maxim of then Solicitor General Alana Kagan in 2010 under the Obama administration: when you help terrorists build homes, you help terrorists build bombs. Some of these problems can be addressed through revised vetting rules and policy changes for USAID. Policy changes. A funding should not be used per existing rules for the purpose of recognizing or otherwise honoring individuals who commit or have committed acts of terrorism is insufficient. Any funding to an organization that supports terrorist operatives serves to facilitate support of terror. The vetting procedure must be widened to exclude any organization which, whether through its activities or its staff, openly supports terrorism or leonizes terrorist operatives. Primary grantees cannot be relied upon to vet subgrantees. Additional vetting by USAID staff should always be conducted. Cursory searches of grantees and subgrantees would have uncovered media reporting about terrorism links and sympathies of prospective USAID grantees. A review of existing public source information, available through easy Google searches, could easily decimate the amount of USAID funds that ends up in the hands of terror proxies. A greater commitment to transparency is a clear solution to this problem. First, USAID should freely publish the results of its efforts to vet grantors and grantees, so that its efforts and processes can be improved through public accountability. Second, more stringent transparency requirements should be placed upon awardees. Groups receiving USAID monies should hand over complete lists of names and positions of staff, partners, and their own vendors, details of funding from other government bodies and authorities in the Gaza Strip. This would include details of their involvement with the Hamas authorities, for instance, and a full list of other contributors to the organization. The federal government expects this of 501(c) organizations in the United States, where such information is provided in Schedule B of the 990 tax return. It is only proper that such transparency is required over foreign grantees as well. Subsequently, organizations found to be working with groups not disclosed to USAID while receiving federal grants or subgrants should be barred from all future USAID support. A USAID should publish lists of vendors under consideration and invite submissions from the public. Opening up this process will not only place greater public trust in USAID, but will help prevent future mistakes and provide general grassroots assistance with USAID's vetting responsibilities. A domestic 501(c) organizations that receive federal fundings should be exempted from the ability to redact Schedule B in their public 990 disclosures. During the years in which USAID funds a 501(c), that public charity should publish the full unredacted copy of both Schedule B and Schedule F, which catalog the charity's contributors and foreign activities, respectively. Government funding policy. A key obstacle in the fight against Islamism is government's long-standing inability to differentiate between Muslims and Islamists. The Middle East Forum alone has identified almost $100 million of federal dollars ending up in the hands of organizations linked to violent extremism. Government must find, and statutorily implement, a means to ensure an absolute interdiction on any public partnership or taxpayer funding with people or organizations that condone or excuse attacks against civilians, people or organizations that advocate attacks against U.S. allies, people or organizations that condone or excuse designated terrorist organizations, organizations that U.S. allies have designated as terrorist groups, organizations that have incited violence against non-Muslims or minority Muslim sects or have given platforms to speakers who do so, people or organizations that incite or justify hatred against Muslims who decide to leave their religion, organizations that fail to disclose all foreign funding, organizations that fail to publish lists of all local partners and funding recipients in areas of the world where terrorist groups operate with impunity, people or organizations that are funded by entities in foreign states accused by the U.S. of funding terrorism, people or organizations with ties to officials of foreign states accused by the U.S. of funding terrorism. Countering Islamist lobbying policy. Currently, the federal government is already afforded the tools it requires to suppress malign Islamist influence. The law, however, is simply not being enforced. Mosques, charities, and pressure groups publicly aligned with the regimes of Turkey and Qatar operate openly in American cities and are involved in various Islamist lobbying efforts and media campaigns. The Department of Justice's FARA unit pointedly fails to investigate, censure, or prosecute these foreign agents and their principals' activities. The incoming Trump administration has an opportunity to ensure that FARA is applied forcefully, evenly, and consistently. Similarly, Islamist charitable nonprofit organizations that openly coordinate and work with designated terrorists have long enjoyed the ear of the White House, funding from federal agencies and friends in Congress. These charities are closely involved in a broad array of Islamist lobbying efforts and even advocate bank de-risking policies, despite the clear benefits such changes would have for these charities' own terror finance operations. If an administration were enforcing existing law, sanction and designation actions against terror network charitable proxies in the United States would decimate the lobbying capabilities of international Islamist movements. To address lobbying issues, the administration should prioritize legislation like the Fighting Foreign Influence Act and the Stop Foreign Payoffs Act. Transparency in foreign funding of American universities. America's universities writ large dislike legislation requiring transparency in foreign funding and, led by the American Council on Education, effectively lobby Congress against requiring greater transparency. As a result, Section 117 of the Higher Education Act of 1965, which requires disclosure of gifts and contracts from foreign countries amounting to $250,000 or more, was ignored without consequence by scores of universities. Not until the Department of Education under then-Secretary Betsy DeVos issued an October 2020 report were extant rules enforced, revealing that for 34 years the federal government failed to enforce its own rules. Because this catalyzed $6.5 billion in previously unreported foreign money, the education lobby has struck back with a vengeance. The DOE reporting portal, launched in June 2020 and available to the public, was closed to taxpayers, Congress, and the media in June 2024, leaving it open only for universities. This allows for a return to the status quo ante, wherein the corrupt, symbiotic relationship between academe and its ostensible federal overseers will again mean no transparency in foreign funding. U.S. aid policy. Documents on USAID's amended and restated Mission Order No. 21 clearly indicate a need to ensure that a USAID beneficiary does not support acts of terrorism. This extends to its staff and officials as well. A key part of the problem is that USAID staff and prime contractors and grantees are not carrying out this vetting sufficiently. The rules are simply not being enforced. For instance, between 2007 and 2018, USAID handed over $7.5 million to Mercy USA for relief and development, which has reportedly also operated under the names Human Concern International, Mercy International Relief Organization, and then Mercy International USA. Mercy USA officials openly advocate for terror. Indeed, it was federal prosecutors who revealed that Mercy officials have included Abdurrahman al-Amoudi, an al-Qaeda fundraiser jailed in 2004 for conspiring with the Libyan regime to assassinate the Saudi crown prince. But even the most cursory glance at more recent vetting would have uncovered open support for terrorism. As an MEF study notes, the vice chairman of Mercy USA is Ali El-Menshawi, a psychologist based in Florida. Despite his Hippocratic oath, Menshawi's Facebook page is replete with support for Hamas and its military wing, the Qassam Brigades. Menshawi has also reposted virulently anti-American and anti-Semitic screeds from an Islamist named Solomon Baihiri, seemingly the same Baihiri jailed as a Hamas fundraiser, and suspected of links to the East Africa bombings in which Mercy USA was implicated. Similarly, USAID beneficiaries openly honor Palestinian martyrs of fighting with Israel. A USAID August 2022 news update celebrates the construction of a USAID-funded Unlimited Friends Association, UFA Educational and Community Center in Gaza. Notwithstanding Mission Order 21's rules on vetting, this funding was approved despite widespread public reporting of UFA's involvement with Hamas, as well as its efforts to support, in its own words, the families of martyrs and prisoners. Moreover, UFA, as the ultimate beneficiary of USAID support, does not make its way into published federal spending records. as there is no mention of UFA or the Unlimited Friends Association within USA spending.gov data. The rules are simply not being enforced. The federal government needs to be reminded that the mere fact a group deems itself charitable, or even that it does actual charitable work, does not mean that it is not benefiting terrorism. USAID has forgotten the maxim of then Solicitor General Alana Kagan in 2010 under the Obama administration. When you help terrorists build homes, you help terrorists build bombs. Some of these problems can be addressed through revised vetting rules and policy changes for USAID. Policy changes. A funding should not be used per existing rules for the purpose of recognizing or otherwise honoring individuals who commit or have committed acts of terrorism is insufficient. Any funding to an organization that supports terrorist operatives serves to facilitate support of terror. The vetting procedure must be widened to exclude any organization which, whether through its activities or its staff, openly supports terrorism or leonizes terrorist operatives. Primary grantees cannot be relied upon to vet subgrantees. Additional vetting by USAID staff should always be conducted. Cursory searches of grantees and subgrantees would have uncovered media reporting about terrorism links and sympathies of prospective USAID grantees. A review of existing public source information, available through easy Google searches, could easily decimate the amount of USAID funds that ends up in the hands of terror proxies. A greater commitment to transparency is a clear solution to this problem. First, USAID should freely publish the results of its efforts to vet grantors and grantees, so that its efforts and processes can be improved through public accountability. Second, more stringent transparency requirements should be placed upon awardees. Groups receiving USAID monies should hand over complete lists of names and positions of staff, partners, and their own vendors, details of funding from other government bodies and authorities in the Gaza Strip. This would include details of their involvement with the Hamas authorities, for instance, and a full list of other contributors to the organization. The federal government expects this of 501(c) organizations in the United States, where such information is provided in Schedule B of the 990 tax return. It is only proper that such transparency is required over foreign grantees as well. Subsequently, organizations found to be working with groups not disclosed to USAID while receiving federal grants or subgrants should be barred from all future USAID support. A USAID should publish lists of vendors under consideration and invite submissions from the public. Opening up this process will not only place greater public trust in USAID, but will help prevent future mistakes and provide general grassroots assistance with USAID's vetting responsibilities. A domestic 501(c) organizations that receive federal fundings should be exempted from the ability to redact Schedule B in their public 990 disclosures. During the years in which USAID funds a 501(c), that public charity should publish the full unredacted copy of both Schedule B and Schedule F, which catalog the charity's contributors and foreign activities, respectively. Government funding policy. A key obstacle in the fight against Islam is government's long-standing inability to differentiate between Muslims and Islamists. The Middle East Forum alone has identified almost $100 million of federal dollars ending up in the hands of organizations linked to violent extremism. Government must find, and statutorily implement, a means to ensure an absolute interdiction on any public partnership or taxpayer funding with people or organizations that condone or excuse attacks against civilians, people or organizations that advocate attacks against U.S. allies, people or organizations that condone or excuse designated terrorist organizations, organizations that U.S. allies have designated as terrorist groups, organizations that have incited violence against non-Muslims or minority Muslim sects or have given platforms to speakers who do so, people or organizations that incite or justify hatred against Muslims who decide to leave their religion, organizations that fail to disclose all foreign funding, organizations that fail to publish lists of all local partners and funding recipients in areas of the world where terrorist groups operate with impunity, people or organizations that are funded by entities in foreign states accused by the U.S. of funding terrorism, people or organizations with ties to officials of foreign states accused by the U.S. of funding terrorism. Countering Islamic lobbying policy. Currently, the federal government is already afforded the tools it requires to suppress malign Islamic influence. The law, however, is simply not being enforced. Mosques, charities, and pressure groups publicly aligned with the regimes of Turkey and Qatar operate openly in American cities and are involved in various Islamist lobbying efforts and media campaigns. The Department of Justice's FARA unit pointedly fails to investigate, censure, or prosecute these foreign agents and their principals' activities. The incoming Trump administration has an opportunity to ensure that FARA is applied forcefully, evenly, and consistently. Similarly, Islamic charitable nonprofit organizations that openly coordinate and work with designated terrorists have long enjoyed the ear of the White House, funding from federal agencies and friends in Congress. These charities are closely involved in a broad array of Islamic lobbying efforts and even advocate bank de-risking policies, despite the clear benefits such changes would have for these charities' own terror finance operations. If an administration were enforcing existing law, sanction, and designation actions against terror network charitable proxies in the United States would decimate the lobbying capabilities of international Islamic movements. To address lobbying issues, the administration should prioritize legislation like the Fighting Foreign Influence Act and the Stop Foreign Payoffs Act. Transparency in foreign funding of American universities. America's universities writ large dislike legislation requiring transparency in foreign funding and, led by the American Council on Education, effectively lobby Congress against requiring greater transparency. As a result, Section 117 of the Higher Education Act of 1965, which requires disclosure of gifts and contracts from foreign countries amounting to $250,000 or more, was ignored without consequence by scores of universities. Not until the Department of Education under then-Secretary Betsy DeVos issued an October 2020 report were extant rules enforced, revealing that for 34 years the federal government failed to enforce its own rules. Because this catalyzed $6.5 billion in previously unreported foreign money, the education lobby has struck back with a vengeance. The DOE reporting portal, launched in June 2020 and available to the public, was closed to taxpayers, Congress, and the media in June 2024, leaving it open only for universities. This allows for a return to the status quo ante, wherein the corrupt, symbiotic relationship between academe and its ostensible federal overseers will again mean no transparency in foreign funding. Action. The Defending Education Transparency and Ending Rogue Regimes Engaging in Nefarious Transactions Deterrent Act, which makes several much-needed changes to reporting requirements for foreign gifts and contracts to American universities and stipulates an enforcement mechanism for noncompliance, passed the House of Representatives in December 2023, in part with MEF support. It was introduced to the Senate, but did not advance. Because a key problem with extant legislation is a lack of disclosure of the use to which such funds would be put, the Deterrent Act stipulates disclosure at the departmental or program level, although not at the level of the individual scholars involved, a measure MEF advocated but which was disfavored by Democrats on the House Education and Workforce Committee. In short, there is no way of knowing if foreign funds are allocated for medical or scientific research, or for supporting Islamist professors, journals, conferences, or programs. MEF strongly recommends, therefore, that the Deterrent Act be revisited in the next Congress in 2025, reviewed and, where necessary and feasible, strengthened to ensure full transparency with penalties for failure to follow the law. Anti-Semitism and pro-Islamist biases on campus. Faculty for Justice in Palestine, FJP. There are some 130 chapters of Faculty for Justice in Palestine, mostly in the U.S. with a few in Canada. Few, if any, publish lists of members, the better to avoid negative publicity and research. Some of these chapters at universities that accept Title VI NAS/FLAS grants list signed petitions, but matching the signatories of letters to the centers across fields would still not demonstrate membership in the individual chapters, and simply signing a letter does not per se demonstrate misuse of funds to the extent that joining an SJP-related organization does. In brief, this is a massive undertaking requiring time and resources not currently available, but outing members of FJP could be a worthwhile undertaking. There are likely some matches at some of the major schools. Who funds them? Where are the funds deposited? In whose name? It is likely that some faculty, staff, and students at individual universities will know at least some members of FJP. Conditions for action: 1. Membership in FJP. 2. Appointment at an NAS/FLAS funded, Title VI, department, program, or center. Note that some members, when their roles can be found, may be in Title VI funded centers other than Middle East Studies, i.e. International Africa, Western Europe et al. Goal: cut federal Title VI funds to centers whose faculty join organizations associated closely with Students for Justice in Palestine, including but not limited to FJP, which advocates violence against Jewish students and others and openly sides with terrorists from Hamas, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, Hezbollah, and other active terrorist organizations. Hold such faculty accountable for advocating/excusing violence. Faculty for Justice in Palestine and Anti-Semitic Violence. Anti-Semitic/pro-Islamist activism exploded on college campuses in the wake of the October 7, 2023, massacres in Israel. At many schools, including Columbia, Harvard, and UCLA, Jewish students reported being bullied and worse by demonstrators, many of whom were members of Students for Justice in Palestine. MEF has undertaken a significant project using federal RICO laws as a remedy for these matters. A new report by the AMCHA Initiative, founded and run by MEF allies, demonstrates a statistically significant correlation between the presence of Faculty for Justice in Palestine chapters and anti-Semitic incidents on a given college campus. AMCHA notes that in the 10 months following the October 7, 2023, attacks, physical assaults on Jewish students skyrocketed by 2,500%, while violent threats, including death threats, rose by 900%. Moreover, schools with FJP chapters saw a significant increase of physical assaults and threats of violence targeting Jewish students. These campuses experienced a 7.3-fold increase in the likelihood of physical assaults on Jewish students and were 3.4 times more likely to witness death threats and other violent threats compared to campuses without such chapters. Hillel reports 492 anti-Semitic incidents on campus between July 2024 and October 15, 2024, a 10-fold increase over the same period in 2023. It also reports 1,826 anti-Semitic incidents on campus between October 8, 2023, and June 30, 2024. It notes that, since the terrorist attack on Israel by Hamas on October 7, 2023, anti-Semitic incidents against Jewish students on college campuses have reached alarmingly high ranges, increasing by 700% from 2022 to 2023. Action: advocating and/or excusing violence against Jewish students is a violation of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, and advocating and/or excusing violence against anyone is a violation of state and federal laws. Universities that turn a blind eye toward such actions, or that through their administrative structures even encourage them, should be held accountable, first by investigations by both the DOE and Congress and, where applicable, by withdrawal of federal support. American taxpayers should never be forced to support illegal, discriminatory, and racist actions by university employees of any rank. The AMCHA study cited above is the most thorough to date and should be mined for information on which campuses to investigate as a first step to ending such unlawful and immoral actions. Conclusion: the incoming Trump administration will likely pursue aggressive reform through executive action and maximum pressure tactics. It acknowledges the severity and interconnected nature of the challenges facing the United States in the 2025 to 2029 period. The Iranian threat, with its network of proxy forces and nuclear ambitions, remains central to America's Middle East strategy. This challenge is best addressed through maximum pressure and potential regime change, as Iran's regional influence must be checked. The complex relationship with Qatar, balancing its role as military host against its support for extremist organizations, requires careful recalibration. On the domestic front, the unprecedented rise in campus extremism and foreign influence in higher education demands immediate attention. The 2,500% increase in physical assaults on Jewish students and the widespread noncompliance with foreign funding disclosure requirements represent urgent challenges to American academic integrity and student safety. The incoming Trump administration need to address these issues comprehensively. Border security and immigration reform present some of the most urgent issues facing the new administration. We recommend the aggressive enforcement of border laws because the fundamental challenge of securing America's borders while managing humanitarian considerations is paramount to strengthening America's security against terrorism and lawlessness. The success of the Trump administration's approach will ultimately depend on several critical factors: the ability to build and maintain necessary coalitions, both domestic and international, the capability to overcome institutional resistance to change, and the capacity to implement lasting reforms that survive political transitions. The Trump approach offers the potential for rapid, dramatic change but faces significant challenges in institutional resistance and international cooperation. What emerges clearly from this analysis is that the United States faces a critical period in which delayed or inadequate response to these challenges risks significant consequences for national security and domestic stability. The implementation of the recommended strategies will require unprecedented coordination across federal agencies, sustained political will, and careful balance between immediate security needs and long-term strategic objectives. As we look toward 2025 to 2029, the Trump administration's choices will fundamentally shape not only American policy but also regional stability, domestic security, and institutional integrity. The administration's success will be measured not just by immediate policy achievements, but by its ability to create sustainable frameworks that enhance American security and influence while addressing the complex challenges of an increasingly unstable world. The path forward must ultimately strengthen America's capacity to protect its interests, support its allies, and maintain its democratic institutions. The implementation of these strategies will determine not only the success of the Trump administration, but also the long-term security and stability of the United States and its position in the global order. In order to correctly categorize the events in Afghanistan after September 11th, two military campaigns must be distinguished from each other despite their temporal proximity. Operation Enduring Freedom, which brought about the fall of the Taliban in 2001, and Operation Iraqi Freedom in 2003, during the course of which Saddam Hussein was toppled. Unlike the Iraq War, the war against the Taliban was not yet under the influence of the neocons and their, as it was called in the U.S. security strategy of 2002, American internationalism. Neither Operation Enduring Freedom, which was declared over in 2014, nor the International Security Assistance Force, or ISAF for short, which was launched from 2001 to 2014 as a NATO stabilization mission for the Greater Kabul area, pursued the goal of creating an Afghan nation. Operation Enduring Freedom, in which up to 70 nations participated at its peak and whose operational areas extended beyond Afghanistan to the Philippines, Somalia, the Horn of Africa, and the Sahara, was preceded in the case of Afghanistan by around 30 unsuccessful American requests to the Taliban to hand over Osama bin Laden since 1996. These requests show that despite the uncompromising announcement after September 11th that the Taliban would no longer differentiate between terrorists and their harborers, the Taliban were never regarded and treated as an enemy of the same rank as al-Qaeda. The fact that Operation Enduring Freedom was not called Operation Infinite Justice as planned also indicates that the USA did not want to completely antagonize the Taliban and other radical Islamic regional powers from the outset. As early as September 26, 2001, the New York Times reported, Islamic scholars complained that only God was capable of dispensing infinite justice, and administration officials feared that allies in the Middle East would take offense. End quote. This kowtowing to Islam identifies a fundamental birth defect of all post-9/11 American efforts. Even the neocons agreed that the terms terror and Islam should be kept as vague as possible. In his first two keynote speeches to the U.S. Congress on September 14 and 20, 2001, George W. Bush set the tone. The enemy was not a single political regime or individual, not a religion or ideology, but terrorism, and it was at home everywhere in the world, in North America as well as in South America, in Europe as well as in Africa, the Middle East, and throughout Asia. By mentioning South America at the latest, it became clear that the concept of terrorism should also include groups such as the Colombian FARC, which operated in a country and on a subcontinent that is certainly not Islamic. The axis of evil, propagated a few months later, also included the largely isolated North Korea, in order to provide the Islamic states of Iraq and Iran with a non-Islamic villain. In his speech on September 20, 2001, Bush made it clear who was explicitly not meant as an enemy. Groups such as al-Qaeda had perverted the peaceful teachings of Islam through a fringe form of Islamic extremism, which amounted to a betrayal of one's own faith and had to be seen as an attempt to hold Islam hostage. This unwillingness to define the enemy is not only due to the pragmatic motive of not completely turning the Islamic world against itself and keeping rentier states such as Saudi Arabia in line. It also goes back to a fundamental aspect of American self-image, according to which the idea of freedom and the pursuit of individual happiness are central guiding principles in every religion. After September 11th, this belief in the equality of all religions turned out to be both a weakness and a strength of U.S. society. The inability to imagine Islam as anything other than a variant of Christianity and its secular practice clashed with the idea that the idea of individual freedom and happiness as a universal one should also take hold of the masses in the Islamic world. In his speech on September 20th, President Bush asked the question, "Why do they hate us?" To which a wrong answer and an ineffectual strategy had to be given because Islam as the central cause of this hatred was not allowed to be mentioned. An episode from Konstantin Schreiber's 2019 book Children of the Quran bears witness to this. Schreiber had examined teaching material from various Islamic countries and also took on an Afghan textbook for the 10th grade entitled Interpretation of the Holy Quran, which was published in 2011. According to the imprint, the publisher is the Afghan Ministry of Education, which until the Taliban took power in August 2021 was responsible for a country in which, according to figures for 2018, only almost half of all those working as teachers had the official qualification to do so, and 83% of all women are illiterate in the population as a whole. The rate is 69% right in the first chapter, which is entitled Man is Not Created in Vain, says Schreiber. I notice that the Muslim God is portrayed as an angry God. He demands accountability. He punishes. Whoever invokes another God besides Allah, for which he has no proof, will give account to his Lord, it says. These threats are a recurring theme throughout the book. Another lesson in the textbook particularly irritates me. It is about Surah Al-Baqarah, verses 42 to 46, about truth and falsehood, and about open anti-Semitism. Because the interpretation of the verses says, the Jews in particular who had known of the right but changed the right because of prejudice and revenge to keep people from the right path, in that they, the Jews, concealed the right and mixed it with what is void, knowing full well that the truth is that which Muhammad, the prophet of Islam, brought. The religious book also contains references to secular life, the state, and society. At the back. In the chapter Trust and its Meaning in Islam, I notice a passage. To this end, Allah Almighty commands the believers to obey and follow their commanders and their Muslim rulers. But if the command and judgment of the commanders and rulers are against the law of God, it is not permissible for anyone to obey or follow them. There is no separation between state and religion, otherwise I cannot understand this passage. Muslim leaders are to be obeyed as long as their orders are in accordance with Islam. So Muslims do not have to follow non-Muslim leaders anyway. I also notice that the texts repeatedly refer to the superiority of Muslims over unbelievers. End quote. In his final judgment on the content of the textbook, Schreiber states, "It divides the world into good and bad, and the Muslims are good and the others are bad. All in all, I wonder how such a textbook can be used in the classroom at all. The way it is designed means that a teacher or pupil reads the book aloud and the others listen and internalize it. Transfer tasks, discussions, classifications that explain the meaning of the religious texts for life here and now do not actually take place. If a pupil is exposed to these texts not just once but over and over again, then you have to be very stable and also well informed about sources outside of school so that none of the crude religious content sticks. As a teenager, I attended a Catholic school for 9 years. The teachers there were nuns, priests, but also lay people. My school experience was more conservative than average by German standards. We also learned the basics of the Muslim faith and read the Quran. We were all surprised at how difficult it was to understand. We had expected the Quran to be more like the Bible, a book full of stories. And I can't remember a single situation in which we were told that we had to proselytize people and be afraid of God. Religious education, and that was 25 years ago, did much more for us than just explaining Christian dogma. The book from Afghanistan doesn't mention Christians at all. If we had been taught something like that when I was at school, we would have given the teacher a pretty uncomfortable time. Our parents would probably have been up in arms." End quote. No one knows how many Afghans, and therefore also so-called local workers who come to Germany, have been indoctrinated with the help of this textbook at Afghan state schools, where so-called Islamic education does not have the status of religious instruction given once a week, but is a central part of the curriculum as a main subject. Since the content of this work of art hardly deviates from what is preached in most mosques worldwide and is therefore also the doctrine of IS and Al-Qaeda, the question arises as to how something like this could be published by an Afghan Ministry of Education 10 years after the fall of the Taliban. A ministry which, under Western curatorship, should have been expected to have other goals than to shape state schools along the lines of a madrasa, in which compliant Quran students are to be bred. who are hardly any different in thought and action from a talib, literally a seeker of knowledge. Seeker of knowledge. At least it explains why, despite the talk of the radical Islamic Taliban, not only does no one know what this term actually stands for, but why people act as if the Taliban were an Islamic industrial accident that had nothing to do with the teachings of the law-giving and punishing Allah. Apparently nobody had a problem with the fact that the proclaimed new and modern Afghanistan had to call itself an Islamic Republic of all things. If the Ministry of Education of the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan is the publisher of a guide to jihad, it is reasonable to suspect that, from the West's point of view, nothing has actually failed in Afghanistan because no serious attempt was made to build something that could have failed in the worst case. This suspicion was substantiated by Konstantin Chpater, who researched, who had commissioned the textbook, and who contributed to its financing. The results of his research bear witness to an institutionalized lack of interest in the future fate of the Afghan population, for which the term aid from the international community, and, in Germany in particular, the term networked approach has become commonplace. An initial inquiry by Chpater to the German Society for International Cooperation, GIZ, revealed that, although the latter is largely responsible for the training of Afghan teachers, the donor for textbooks in Afghanistan is UNESCO. An inquiry there led to the conclusion that UNESCO was not responsible for such funding. On the internet, Chpater came across a UNESCO statement from 2002 which stated that, in cooperation with Germany, a trust fund had been set up for Afghanistan to finance the modernization of textbooks and curricula for around 3 million pupils. As no one at UNESCO headquarters or the German branch knew anything about the existence of the program, Chpater suspected that it could only be a phantom program. The next inquiry went to the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. There, Chpater learned that Germany was also contributing to the financing of teaching materials such as school books and that everything was being handled by the UN Children's Fund UNICEF. He asked UNICEF. They were not responsible. Everything was the bilateral responsibility of the Afghan Ministry of Education and the individual partner organizations. Chpater then tried to reconstruct the financial flows within the Afghan authorities and found out, in its EFA report, Education for All, in 2012, the Afghan Ministry of Education came to the conclusion that it received far more money than it was able to spend. According to the report, only 32.3% of the budget was spent in 2012. The many billions of euros in foreign funds have led to an oversupply because, according to the Ministry of Education, you can't spend all the money so quickly. Quote, end. As the Afghan Ministry of Finance refused to provide any information about foreign donor contributions to the Afghan state budget, Chpater turned to the Federal Ministry of Finance to find out what share Germany had in Afghanistan's overfunding. The ministry immediately declared that it was not responsible and referred the matter to the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. The latter told him that Germany does not pay directly into the Afghan budget, but via the Afghanistan Reconstruction Trust Fund administered by the World Bank. After all his inquiries, Chpater now felt that he was at least halfway in the picture. The generous financial aid for Afghanistan via international organizations or the country's national budget is one thing. The other is the work that German development aid is doing directly and on its own initiative, such as the training and further education of Afghan teachers by the GIZ. End of quote. Reason enough for Chpater to ask GIZ again. There he learned from a local project manager that, in the eyes of the German Society for International Cooperation, which acts almost exclusively on behalf of German federal ministries, everything is going in the right direction when it comes to Afghan education policy. After all, 17,000 teachers have already been reached with training and further education to date. 2019. Quote, they are deliberately keeping out of the content. The Afghan Ministry of Education is responsible for the textbooks, says the GIZ expert. Chpater insisted. And what if problematic content appeared in the textbooks, like the one I came across during my research? The project manager explained to me that a manual for teacher training had been developed precisely for such things. The book Gender and Humanity will in future be used in a course that is compulsory for all trainee teachers. This book has also been well received because it has been checked that this manual does not contradict Islamic values, says the GIZ representative. End quote. After Chpater expressed his astonishment that Afghan teachers come across anti-Semitic textbooks co-financed by Germany on the one hand, and on the other learn how they should behave from the Islam-compliant handbook that German development workers give them, he is keen to take a look at the handbook in question and is told, Unfortunately, I can't do that, the GIZ tells me, because it's not yet available. End quote. After presenting the Afghan textbook for review to educationalist Suzanne Lynn Klitzing, who, after examining the content, concluded that it would be better to do without education altogether before teaching the contents of the book to young people in Afghanistan, Konstantin Schreiber drew his conclusion. After all these years, all the billions, all the work of development aid workers and political summits, one of the results is that children are being taught with a textbook like this one. It does indeed give the impression that with so many projects, organizations, and partners for the reconstruction of Afghanistan, one hand does not know what the other is doing. Germany is transferring billions of euros in blank funds as aid to Afghanistan without knowing exactly what is happening with them and without critically examining the content of how they are being used. It can be assumed that this anti-Semitic textbook is being distributed to Afghan schools with German financial aid and is causing damage there. End of quote. Schreiber's descriptions not only render absurd all left-wing and right-wing accusations that an imperialist or neo-colonial project has been pursued in Afghanistan since the fall of the Taliban in 2001. Anyone who, like Sarah Wagenknecht on her YouTube channel, proclaims as the truth about Afghanistan that the West has been pursuing economic and geopolitical interests there for 20 years, August 26, 2021, does not want to understand the difference between the haphazard overthrow of the Taliban in 2001 and the Iraq War of 2003, which was committed to the neoconservative domino theory in the manner of left-wing self-righteousness. Obviously, it was due to the far-reaching lack of interest in the fate of the country and its people that a Ministry of Education was able to act like a Ministry of Islamic Affairs, and that the Afghans in charge were apparently given far too much freedom instead of being seriously reined in terms of civilization. A disastrous multilateralism which carried all the ugly outsourcing and NGO ingredients of the globally, miserably administered UN world, replaced and prevented a desperately needed unilateral approach, a delusion that did not even stop at the U.S. Army, which delegated sovereign army tasks to private security service providers. In Afghanistan, in the slipstream of the U.S. troops and with their explicit toleration and support, the majority of the Karatis mob raged, intent on self-sufficiency, which was able to operate in the name of gender and humanity by distributing money and recruiting so-called local forces in accordance with Islam. The far too few Afghans who really wanted more than a perpetuation of Islamic misery systematically promoted by over-alimentation were cheated of their hopes from the outset by the encouragement of corruption and highly remunerated tribal loyalties. All the political and feuilleton chatter about the establishment of a strong Afghan civil society in some sectors and other progress over the last 20 years is disgraced by Schreiber's descriptions of internationalized development aid, which can be accused of criminally encouraging an education in immaturity. Schreiber's research is proof that for 20 years Afghanistan has not been about establishing basic civilizational standards, according to which there is no need to fear God. Muslims are not above all other people, Jews are also such other people, religion is primarily a private matter and not a state ideology, and the administration of justice should not be a sacred but a secular matter. All these failures are not explained by the blanket reference to the idealistic, but not material weakness of the West, which is expressed in the 20 years of multilateral disinterest in Afghanistan. If this weakness is used defeatistically as an excuse that not much more has been done in Afghanistan. To paraphrase Margot Kassman, nothing was good in Afghanistan. Kassman spoke this sentence during her New Year's service in the Frauenkirche in 2010, of course, and pointed out that the people in Dresden knew particularly well what civilians in Afghanistan had to go through, for which she was awarded the Speech of the Year 2010 award by the University of Tübingen. Her aim was to serve the particularly infantile need in Germany to ontologize the, in Kassman's words, logic of war. There is no room in such pacifist peace messages for the conditions for a better life for the Afghans, which can only be achieved by force. Hannah Arendt once stated that they had something in common with the Nazis in equating war per se with sheer carnage. The Bundeswehr Handbook Afghanistan Military Country Information for Operational Contingents reinforced the Kassman discourse in an inimitable mixture of asserted natural law and ethnology. Quote, although the Afghan population has suffered greatly under the Taliban, their attitude remains a deeply Islamic religious one. Any form of democracy in the sense of popular representation in Afghanistan must therefore satisfy the Islamic understanding of law if it is to be supported by the people. An Islamic understanding of law means that every legal decision is embedded in the divine order, i.e., a separation of religion and state is inconceivable in an Afghan form of government. Afghans do not define themselves as individuals with their own personal interests and the goal of personal self-realization. Family and kinship are the socio-economic basis of social life. Theological discussions are to be avoided, In particular, criticism with a religious reference or on religious issues is inappropriate. Openly declaring that you do not follow any religion should be avoided. Godlessness is unacceptable for Afghans. End of quote. Such fateful certainty is apparently contradicted by the anti-racist insight that an Afghan who crosses the German border instantly sees himself as an individual and considers godlessness to be acceptable, which is why he is denied any urgently needed civilization assistance in advance as a consequence of such progressive and cosmopolitan logic. Obviously, no one has found it necessary to prove that Afghan conditions are not as they are described in the Bundeswehr handbook and certainly do not have to remain unchangeable. Far beyond the Bundeswehr, there is a consensus that it is not even conceivable that what should have been the initial condition for any definition of objectives and strategy should be left behind. To leave behind a fundamentally secularized country with recourse to the Enlightenment, whose social constitution enables the Afghans to disenchant their clan and tribal existence and finally look at it with sober eyes. In the words of Max Horkheimer, if it were necessary to determine what the emissaries of the West should convey spiritually, all those who deal primarily with average tribal people, nothing better could be desired than the image of the human being who has his own judgment, respects the human being in every other human being, hates injustice and subjugation, the gesture of freedom. Western man should be able to instill such tendencies in foreign peoples, beyond the sincere respect for his industry and the double-edged admiration of his country's wealth. Only insofar as wealth and industry are connected with that which is spiritual does aid become a mission. End quote. Even if Afghanistan's tribal society was never what Wittfogel called an Oriental despotism, because it never fulfilled the criteria of what he called the specific character of an upper class equal to sovereign plus bureaucracy, the country today nevertheless stands on a similar historical level, which lies below industrial capitalism and above primitive agrarian society, as Wittfogel claimed for Oriental despotism. It thus embodies a pre-bourgeois society without sufficient original accumulation, which Marx defined as everything else but idyllic prerequisite for the rule of the social relation between persons mediated by things, which he called capital, a rule that in turn would not be conceivable without the highly revolutionary role, as the Communist Manifesto puts it, of a bourgeoisie that arose or emerged in advance. For Marx, who was never an anti-capitalist, it was a foregone conclusion that subjectless capitalist rule would lead to the development of a functioning national economy, despite the unboundedness of capital, which he defined as an immanent law of motion. In his Grundriss it says, capital quickly forms an internal market by destroying all rural secondary trades, i.e. by spinning, weaving, clothing, etc. for everyone, in short by transforming the goods formerly created as immediate use values into exchange values, a process that results of its own accord through the detachment of the workers from the land and the ownership of the conditions of production. End of quote. Marx was not talking about the all-directing invisible hand of Adam Smith. He was referring to the emergence of a national economy under capital conditions of commodity and legal form. In the 2012 Bundeswehr handbook, one can read about the economic parameters. In Afghanistan, a distinction must be made between the legal and illegal economy. 80 to 90% of all economic activities take place in the informal and illegal sector. The state's tax revenue is one of the lowest in the world. The most important employers are state and international governmental and non-governmental organizations. Agriculture is the livelihood of more than 85% of the population. The business structure of Afghan agriculture is characterized by small family farms with subsistence farming. End quote. No one should be under the illusion that the long anti-civil state of the West, one of the main reasons for its ideological weakness, has allowed it to turn a pre-modern society into a modern one supported by citizens and characterized by the rule of law. However, creating social conditions in which Afghans could no longer experience themselves as individuals with private interests only as the great exception, the prerequisite for which would be the destruction of all feudal, patriarchal, idyllic relations, as the Communist Manifesto puts it, would have been a perfectly feasible undertaking if it had been seriously pursued. A bourgeois Afghanistan, whose export products would then no longer be opium, hashish, and refugees, but in which state and social conditions prevailed that would allow a necessary bourgeoisie worthy of its name to emerge in the first place. But in Afghanistan, not even an attempt was made to create an internal market that would push back the pre-modern subsistence system. In truth, the intention was never to transform a failed state ruled by the Taliban into a failed state not ruled by the Taliban. The GIZ Germans and their ideological UN friends have called their actions the networked approach to nation building and, with their accompanying alimentation of the country and its people on the terms of their traditional oppressors, have caused far more massive damage than a U.S. Army operation that got out of hand or even the air raid near Kunduz triggered by the Bundeswehr, in which dozens of civilians died, could ever have done. The Americans could be accused of having allowed themselves to be talked into a destructive undertaking to make matters worse, as a kind of appeasement gesture for the German no to the Iraq War. This could only happen because German and other civil society activists were able to fill the void resulting from the American lack of planning after the military victory. There was never any idea on the American side of what a victory in Afghanistan, let alone what the liberation of the Afghans should actually mean. In the words of neocon Robert Kagan, Bush had no idea what he wanted to do with Afghanistan. In truth, the Bush administration would have been satisfied with any stable government capable of taking care of itself and preventing the return of the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, and other terrorist groups. Washington Post, August 26, 2021. The Germans, who were only involved in Afghanistan because they couldn't help it, were willing to use any means to avoid the impression at home that the defense of Germany's security in the Hindu Kush had anything to do with the logic of war. Kastman. For this reason alone, Federal President Kohler had to resign in 2010, as he had dared to point out to his compatriots, who had learned to rely on the Americans, who were still wedded to the logic of war and at the same time hated for it, to protect their security, that, in case of doubt, in an emergency, military action could also be necessary to protect our interests in Afghanistan. At around the same time, Frank-Walter Steinmeier, who was German foreign minister until 2009, proudly announced in a Bundestag session, in a kind of Kohler counterspeech as a legacy of his time in office, that it had taken far too long for us to convince others that we must give top priority to civilian reconstruction and the protection of the civilian population in Afghanistan. In order to be able to silence people who thought even remotely like Horst Kohler, even the astonishingly realistic Afghanistan analyses of the otherwise always well-liked quasi-internal German Institute for International and Security Affairs were ignored. In May 2010, the Foundation not only criticized the German debate on Afghanistan as strongly self-centered, but also warned urgently of the possible destabilizing effect of networked development aid. Joseph Verbowski is one person who demands an honest discussion about Germany's role in Afghanistan from a destructive power eager for foreign trade surpluses, thereby proving that he has understood very little about the workings of a cosmopolitan and always honest Germany that is never at a loss for strong symbols. This doctoral student at the University of the German Armed Forces in Munich would nevertheless have to be agreed with in his conclusion about Germany's role in Afghanistan. German politicians did not want to realize that the demands of stabilizing the entire country of Afghanistan through a networked approach required significantly more resources and, above all, the willingness to fight for these demands. Germany continued to hope to establish a strong symbol of German responsibility between the military and civilian actors without actually being involved in the war. Tagesspiegel, July 9, 2021. Quite a few American politicians and experts are of the opinion that it would have made more sense as the path of least resistance to leave Afghanistan just a few years after 2001, when the Taliban were largely defeated and ready for a peace agreement, instead of letting the Germans in particular foist a nation-building endeavor that was devoid of strategy and purpose, but sounded all the more noble for it. The then Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld in particular is said to have been strictly against it at the time, as Carter Malkasian from Foreign Affairs, 4/5 2020 explains, who even states for the period immediately after the fall of the Taliban. The first mistake was the Bush administration's decision to exclude the Taliban from the post-invasion political settlement. High-ranking Taliban leaders tried to negotiate a peace agreement with Afghan President Karzai in December 2001. They were willing to lay down their arms and recognize Karzai as the legitimate leader of the country. End quote. Several more times between 2002 and 2004, the Taliban approached Karzai with the request to participate in the political process. Without question, a peace agreement would have been an extremely fragile one, which would have resulted in a loss of personal freedoms, especially for women, which demonstrably existed in relation to Taliban rule both under the Karzai government and under his successor Ashraf Ghani. The Americans apparently decided against including the Taliban in a post-war order because they still adhere to the false idea of the Taliban as an anti-Afghan foreign body, which is largely consensus in the West. The then German defense minister Struck, for example, got carried away with the claim that the Taliban had only occupied Afghanistan until 2001, i.e. that they were basically nothing more than a kind of occupying force. The journalist Richard Herzinger, who likes to be passed around as a model liberal, reiterated Struck's thesis when the Taliban took power in August 2021, saying that the Afghans were subject to the arbitrariness of Islamist extremists. In 2001, the Americans' most important Afghan allies were not only a desolate collection of tribal leaders and warlords, but also explicitly anti-Pashtun stakeholders. The very name Northern Alliance refers to the fact that, unlike the south and east of Afghanistan, hardly any Pashtun live in the north. The Pashtun south and east form the region to which Afghanistan owes its name. Afghan means Pashtun in Persian, in which around 40% of the total population lives and from which almost all of the Taliban are recruited. The fact that the Taliban, and with them a significant part of Afghanistan, were not allowed to participate in peace in Afghanistan during their weakest phase is part of the prehistory of their resurgence. This is also linked to the increasing deterioration of the security situation and the mood of the Afghan population over the years. Until the end of the war, there were only a few recruits of Pashtun origin in the ranks of the Afghan security forces, who had to live with the fact that, for example, Karzai, who always ruled as a patron, spoke of the Taliban as our brothers, who the Afghan army and police nevertheless had to fight. When the German Institute for International and Security Affairs, SWP, stated in spring 2006 that the security situation in Afghanistan had deteriorated alarmingly, Karzai was told in the same breath that it had not been possible to remove one of the most important obstacles to security and stability in the country, the alienation of Pashtun population groups. In 2007, the Taliban already felt strong enough to boycott the so-called Peace Jirga with 1,600 participants convened at the beginning of June, at which a peace and reconciliation plan was adopted in coordination with international partner countries, including the USA and Germany, which primarily provided for negotiations with the Taliban and to attack it with missiles. Since then, the Taliban have rejected all attempts by the Afghan government to enter into direct negotiations with them. Karzai's advances also earned him increasing criticism within Afghanistan, which in 2010 led to a rift between Karzai and the head of the Afghan Secret Service, Amrullah Saleh, who later became his deputy in the Ghani government and has seen himself as the legitimate successor to his boss since Ghani's abrupt departure. In 2011, it became known through Karzai's channels that the USA in particular was pushing ahead with negotiations with the Taliban. Under Barack Obama, they were thus adopting a demand that the UN envoy for Afghanistan, Kai Eid, had already vehemently made. Both Obama and I do not want to be reminded of this today, if only because Obama's unfit successor Donald Trump put into practice what Obama and Eid had intended. In 2011, George Bush's successor had already been in office for just under 2 years, and the SWP described the initial situation that Obama was confronted with in Afghanistan as follows. What had begun in the fall of 2001 as a model for successful military intervention at low cost had become an asymmetrical war by the end of the Bush era. End quote. Under Obama, what had been effectively tested in Iraq in 2006 as a counterinsurgency strategy, FM3 to 24 counterinsurgency, was adapted as a triad of clean, hold, and build to contain attacks. The new strategy officially announced by Obama was accompanied by an immense increase in troops and a rapid increase in targeted killings of Taliban fighters by drones, including in the Taliban's traditional Pashtun retreat in Pakistan, a strategy which, incidentally, Obama's Vice President Joe Biden never wanted to embrace. Poppy cultivation, the rigorous fight against which drove the Taliban in droves, was hardly sanctioned. On the other hand, it was Obama who was the first to announce, without taking into account the previous agreements in the alliance, as the SWP complained, Tagesspiegel, May 24, 2012, that his main goal was to bring the troops home as quickly as possible. This premise of Obama's turned the increase in troops and intensification of targeted killings into a means of withdrawing troops as quickly as possible, thus limiting all prospects of success in the fight against the Taliban in advance. The means to an end was thus also the development of the Afghan security forces, euphemistically called Afghanization, which was simultaneously declared a priority. The three elements of counterinsurgency were simply supplemented by the transfer of military command and control to the Afghan military. The same strategy that had been used in Iraq to contain the civil war in order to strengthen the central state led, in the words of the SWP, to the undermining of the central government's monopoly on the use of force in Afghanistan, where, to make matters worse, greater reliance was placed on support from tribal militias. Under Obama, not only did the realization that the Taliban could not ultimately be crushed mature, it also prevailed under him. The development of the Afghan security forces was driven forward in the hope that the central government would be able to rely on them, although nobody believed this. The SWP stated the following about Obama's entry to exit. American combat troops should not remain in Afghanistan indefinitely. That is the core of Obama's cloudily packaged message, which was based on the principle of hope or contained a bet that the Afghan side will be capable of good governance and administration after the withdrawal of American troops. Because the SWP is a German foundation, this correct assessment of the Obama doctrine was combined with complaints about typical American lack of culture. The American debate was very strongly rooted in technocratic thinking, which stood for an almost apolitical and ahistorical ideology of feasibility. In 2014, not only Operation Enduring Freedom, which was not allowed to be called Operation Infinite Justice, but also the UN-mandated deployment of the International Security Assistance Force, ISAF, ended in a completely apolitical and ahistorical manner. The final withdrawal of all international armed forces, including the Bundeswehr, began, reducing the total strength of all international military forces to just over 9,500 as of February 2021. Since then, the focus has only been on building up the Afghan security forces under the title Resolute Support. The fight against al-Qaeda remnants and the newly formed IS groups in Afghanistan remained the sole responsibility of the U.S. Army, which dubbed this fight Operation Freedom Sentinel, which also saw the mother of all bombs, the U.S. Army's largest conventional bomb, used against a tunnel system suspected of being used by IS in eastern Afghanistan in April 2017. 1 year after the start of Resolute Support, the SWP gave a devastating report card, particularly to the Afghan security force leadership. The army and police, but also the Secret Service, are part of a patronage system that encompasses the entire state apparatus. Enrichment and embezzlement are the order of the day. Many subordinates only exist on paper, and kidnappings and extortion of protection money occur frequently. There are informal ceasefires with the Taliban, and around 70% of the losses in the security forces are not due to dead and wounded, but to voluntary departures such as desertions. A particularly strained moment in the relationship between NATO troops and local forces, which illustrates the dilemma of the Americans in all its ugliness, was the so-called insider incidents, in which uniformed Afghans used their freedom of movement within the barracks of the international force to carry out assassinations. The English edition of Wikipedia is probably not wrong in its assessment that these incidents are primarily not due to infiltrated terrorists, but to intercultural misunderstandings, social insults, and personal revenge. The SWP assessment of the state of the Afghan security forces published back in 2015 reads almost identically to those published in August 2021 on the occasion of the Taliban's triumphant advance. Over the years, the overall situation has ultimately only changed to the extent that the Taliban have been able to conquer more and more territory. This is particularly bitter for the minority among the local forces who wanted more than to be part of the system of a shithole country called the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan, and who had to endure Joe Biden's invectives on the occasion of the Taliban's conquest of Kabul that the Afghans did not want to fight, in all their insulting harshness. Against this backdrop, the SWP was able to reuse a text module that it had used on March 24, 2021, for example, year after year, and was unfortunately always right. Quote, NATO and thus also the Bundeswehr are far from a successful conclusion to build up Afghan security forces that can independently and effectively provide security throughout the territory. Spiegel, March 24, 2021. It is undeniable that Trump's agreement with the Taliban in February 2020, which has only one purpose, to finally make the final withdrawal of the Americans irreversible, has further worsened morale among the local forces and boosted that of the Taliban immensely. However, anyone who, like the writer Naveed Kermani, spreads the fake news that Trump's America First policy is to blame for the escalation of violence and the rise of the Taliban, is knowingly ignoring the fact that Trump has only continued and concluded the Afghanistan policy of his predecessor with the Nobel Peace Prize. Even the trivializing talk of violence that escalated as if it were a pub brawl makes it clear that Kermani is not concerned with the truth, but with German enemy image cultivation, FAZ, August 26, 2021. When it was reported in mid-August 2021 that CIA Director William Burns had gone to Kabul for talks with the Taliban, the FAZ and others rubbed their eyes in amazement. Were the Americans interested in making the Taliban a partner in the war on terror? What seems absurd at first glance is not so ill-considered from a strategic point of view. In the USA, it has been soberly observed what distinguishes the Taliban from their rivals in the Islamic State and al-Qaeda, who also adhere to the Ummah ideology, and why they are at enmity with IS. It is true that the Taliban adhere to the teachings of the Deobandi University, the second most influential Sunni ideological school after the Al-Azhar University in Cairo, which proclaims that the Ummah idea should be above any national idea. Nevertheless, they differ considerably from IS and Al-Qaeda in that they are strongly ethnically influenced. Contrary to what Matthias Kunzel, for example, claims, the internationalist or anti-national character, if you will, of the Taliban movement is marginally pronounced in relation to IS in particular, despite its cross-border affinities with its Pashtun siblings in Pakistan, and with it the revolutionary moment of wanting to establish a borderless caliphate regardless of losses. In comparison to IS, what has always distinguished the Taliban from Al-Qaeda as a quasi-national liberation movement becomes abundantly clear. Unlike IS and Al-Qaeda, the Taliban do not see themselves primarily as the elitist, subversive vanguard of a borderless Ummah, but rather as the guardians of threatened Islamic values in their ancestral homeland. Although the three fighting alliances are the result of the deep crisis of Islam, the IS followers embody the new type of mujahideen, who are mostly urban and therefore more uprooted than a Talib. Al-Qaeda, which under bin Laden always aimed to conquer Saudi Arabia and thus the homeland of Islam and only then the borderless caliphate, is strategically positioned between IS and the Taliban. The different interpretation of the Ummah doctrine is also reflected in the appreciation of these murder gangs among the supporters of a jihadist international in the West. Radicalized, predominantly migrant youths will not travel from the West to the Hindu Kush to join the Taliban, who are perceived as old-fashioned, peasant, and uncool. IS is considered far more attractive in this milieu. It is no coincidence that its protagonists stage themselves like the real gangster rappers and promise endless murder, robbery, and rape as the internationalist avant-garde of Islam. All over the world, but especially in sub-Saharan Africa, where a jihad of unimaginable proportions has been raging for years against the Christians there, which the West largely shrugs its shoulders at or, as in the case of Mali, tries to cover up with some military-political cosmetics, the murderers are ideologically oriented towards IS. It is not a question of investigating whether the Taliban have changed. What has changed since 9/11 is jihadism, which has become so radicalized that it only recognizes national borders in order to eliminate them. Its pop factor makes the Taliban, who are still struggling with the infidels' modern means of communication instead of using them to their full advantage as the IS does, look old. Joe Biden's statements in August of this year, when he emphasized that it was about the threats of today, not the threats of yesterday, and talked about the fact that we live in a new world in which the terrorist threat has spread all over the world, give at least a hint of the division of the jihadist scene and its consequences. Biden, who was merely following up on what Obama and Trump had launched as an exit strategy, also posed the rhetorical question in his August 31st speech of whether anyone would have ever gone to Afghanistan if we had been attacked from Yemen on September 11, 2001. His hardly surprising no, however, includes a yes in the case of Iraq. Because in Iraq, under the influence of the neocons, it was really about nation-building in an entire region, at least according to their own claim, so that one must logically speak of a failure here. Against the background of the different objectives for Afghanistan and Iraq, especially in the event of a not at all unlikely anti-terrorist alliance between the Americans and the Taliban, the question of the purpose of the Afghanistan venture arises quite fundamentally. In 2001, the Taliban were the friends of the once most important terrorist group called Al-Qaeda. Today they are opponents of the most important terrorist group called IS. And that's all after 20 years? The Taliban were at least as surprised by their march through to Kabul as the rest of the world. This is closely linked to the fact that large parts of the Afghan security forces willing to fight did not lay down their arms before the Taliban, but simply gave up in the face of the self-fulfilling prophecy of Western politics. Whether the Taliban will really be able to hold on to power in the long term is irrelevant, because there will hardly be any Western support for those Afghans who want to remain in the country to fight against the Taliban. This is not only due to the fact that, after the experiences of the last 20 years, the priority in the USA is to prevent a second Afghanistan from happening again, but even more so to realign its own interests. In his two speeches in August on the occasion of the hasty withdrawal of U.S. troops, Joe Biden clearly emphasized why the era of major military operations to transform other countries must end. According to Biden, the true strategic competitors are China and Russia, with serious competition with China, while Russia is confronted on several fronts. Obviously, they do not want to seriously compete with the Chinese for spheres of influence in Afghanistan. However, given the disastrous investment conditions in Afghanistan, the Chinese crackdown on the Uyghurs on the border with Afghanistan, and the huge opium problem that Afghanistan is causing China, it is not at all unlikely that even the Chinese, who are known for their unscrupulousness, will ultimately prefer to keep their hands off the country and bypass the Silk Road. The fact that China has now been identified by consensus in the USA as the major competitor, whose containment and suppression must be subordinated to all strategic considerations, also has to do with the devastating American misjudgment of the country's development, which has decisively favored China's rise. Relying on the invisible hand of liberalism, the 2002 national security strategy dictated by the neocons, for example, which laid down preventive interventionism for the Iraq War, states that China is well on the way to social and political freedom under the power of market principles and the requirements of the WTO. The fact that the Americans, unlike the Europeans with the Germans in the lead, are now prepared to prevent the possible hell of Chinese world domination, as Max Horkheimer once described the threat on the occasion of his support for the Americans in the Vietnam War, has probably also persuaded the Australians to trust the reconstruction of an old Western Antifa alliance with Great Britain and the USA more than the submarines of Cantonese France, which has always proven to be insecure when it comes to anti-fascism. For Afghanistan, the conclusion, to borrow a phrase from the SWP, is that for 20 years, Afghanistan has not been caught up in a networked approach, but has constantly operated in a state of lack of strategy. The main reason for this was that if Afghanistan had been serious about building a civil society or nation building, the main issue would have been how to create the conditions that would make both possible in the first place. This would have meant defeating not only the Taliban but an entire society which would then not have had to be rebuilt, but completely recreated, among other things by not re-educating but educating for the first time, so that the local forces of all shades would get an idea of what they would actually have to fight against if something better were to emerge than choosing between an Islamic republic and an Islamic emirate. It would be a mistake to imply, in the manner of Peter Schollatur, that too little was known about Afghanistan, which is why they failed. Instead, they refused to acknowledge the abundant knowledge about the role of Islam in society and talked it up like Ahmad Milad Karimi, for example, a man with the title of professor who is considered one of the formative minds of Islam in Germany, Deutschlandradio, and is therefore supposed to say what everyone wants to hear. The Taliban engaged in massive abuse of the religion and had perverted Islam beyond recognition. Deutschlandfunk, August 25, 2021. Not only did no one want to see the need to radically push back Islam in Afghanistan, it was also difficult to do so thanks to an exuberant production of morals and ideology that has made the refugee its civil society fetish for years, on which contempt for the Western bourgeois nation-state and, as a result, aversion to any form of genuine nation-building is acted out as an object. This fetish of cosmopolitanism is proof of how literally finished with the world those are who no longer want to waste any thought on effectively combating the causes of flight and certainly do not ask themselves whether perhaps the idea of national liberation was not all bad. What remains is a view of the world that only extends as far as the Libyan coast of the Mediterranean and the sea rescues that are necessary there, combined with the devastating message that anyone who fights for a better life on the ground instead of becoming a refugee is to blame for their own fate. With such enemies of humanity, there is no need to argue about whether the Americans should be blamed for apparently not even considering the possibility of establishing an American protectorate in Kabul, well secured behind walls. A civilizational enclave of freedom, in whose schools only non-GIZ trained teachers would be on duty, no Islam-compliant textbooks would be used, no networked approaches would be allowed to do their destructive work, and an American ideology of feasibility would be followed quite apolitically and ahistorically, which would enable all Kabul residents and those seeking refuge there to lead a reasonably good individual life. If you want to make such an accusation against the Americans, then you should always bear this warning in mind. It can lead to serious errors if the promise of the USA is put into one with the reality of the USA, if the promise of civilization is confused with the reality of civilization. In the course of the most recent Gaza war, it was not only the Arabs and the UN, but also the West, who repeatedly said that the two-state solution had to be implemented as quickly as possible, as if it were self-evident that the Palestinians should be rewarded with their own state for the massacre so that both sides could finally find peace. But it is also clear that the future of the Palestinians must be better than their present and past. The German foreign minister told the Palestinian head of government Mohammed Shtaja on November 12, 2023, according to Stern. Less than 2 weeks after the bloodbath, Baerbock and her Jordanian counterpart al-Safadi were already calling for a negotiated solution to the Gaza war, at the end of which there must be a two-state solution, according to ntv.de on October 19. Even in the statements of the officially most pro-Israel states, the USA and Germany, the idea has always resonated that the Palestinians have been deprived of territories to which they have any legitimate claim or even a right for decades, even since 1947, that either, in the eyes of undisguised Palestinian solidarity, Israel alone, or at best in equidistant understanding for the Jews, the radical forces on both sides are responsible for the failure of the two-state solution to date, by which is meant right-wing to right-wing radical governments and fanatical settlers in Israel and open supporters of anti-Semitic terror among Palestinians. Even in circles that are decidedly in solidarity with Israel, the historical lies are cultivated that Israel has occupied Palestinian territories, West Bank, Gaza Strip, and that Jewish settlers, supported by right-wing religious governments and parties, are settling in Palestinian territories. The matter-of-factness with which the term Palestinian territories is wrongly used corresponds to the talk of a Palestinian people with Arab connotations, as if this had not been invented at the end of the 1960s with the aim of destroying Israel. The banal truth, however, is that the world community and Israel have offered the Arabs of the originally Ottoman province, then the British Mandate territory of Palestine, their own state several times, without necessity and without any moral or legal obligation, but rather generously. But the Arabs and the Palestinians have not only rejected such offers each time, but have responded with violence against Israel and the Jews. After every violent rejection of the two-state solution, and thus a state of their own, by the Arabs and Palestinians, it would have been normal to bury the idea of a two-state solution once and for all, and to proactively represent to the Arabs that with their own behavior they have simply forfeited forever a right to Palestinian statehood that never existed anyway. The world historical anomaly of repeatedly offering the Palestinians instead what they deserve all the less the more often they turn it down. The only people on earth who have ever been granted this honor can only be explained by Israeli philanthropy and a world community obsession with Arabs and Islam, and difficult to distinguish from this anti-Semitism. A look at the history of the so-called Middle East conflict and Israeli peace diplomacy may shed some light on this. Even the common term Middle East conflict is by no means an attempt at neutrality or objectivity. The word conflict is a trivialization. The mere emphasis on geography, Middle East, eschematizes the real events, namely a permanent struggle for survival of Israeli Jews against anti-Semitic Arab murder collectives since the founding of the state. In the West, too, it is already beginning to take the existence of the Arab nation-states in the Middle East, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon for granted, almost as a matter of course, while with regard to Israel, an ominous right to exist is defended at best. Excluding Egypt and Saudi Arabia, to which it only partially applies, the Arab states are the results of British-French nation-building after the First World War. It is the reward or quid pro quo for mobilizing the Arab tribes to fight against the Ottoman Empire, i.e. a promise kept by the West to the Arabs. They might have preferred a greater Arab empire consisting of Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Greater Jordan, and parts of Saudi Arabia, but were never able to speak with one voice because far too many tribes and families, enemies to the death, claimed rule over Arabia. Until then, the territories in question had been provinces or administrative districts under Turkish rule for centuries. Palestine, 1516 to 1918. In the territory of Palestine, which in pre-biblical and biblical times was ruled by Greeks, Egyptians, Persians, Romans, and partly by Jews, later by Byzantines, Arabs and Muslims have lived and ruled only since the Islamic conquests from today's Saudi Arabia in the 7th century at the earliest, until the Turks took over. As is well known, the founding of Israel goes back to the UN Partition Plan of 1947 for the British Mandate of Palestine, which had existed since the 1920s. The British had also promised the Jews a Jewish homeland in the region on several occasions. However, this is not the decisive factor in the question of the moral legitimacy of a Jewish state in the Middle East. Zionism, the Jewish national movement, emerged at the end of the 19th century and sees itself as a reaction to the never-ending anti-Semitism in the history of Europe. For centuries, the Jews were repeatedly the victims of pogroms and systematic expulsions, for example from England and France from the end of the 13th century, from German cities and from Spain from the 15th century, then the persecution-induced mass exodus of Jews from Eastern Europe from 1880. The Jews were always dependent on the favor and protection of non-Jewish local authorities, rulers, churches, or the willingness of neighboring societies to take in the fleeing Jews. In the Arabo-Islamic region, the story was similar. The idea of Jewish statehood and defensiveness therefore consisted of taking the protection of Jewish life into one's own hands and no longer having to rely on the goodwill of non-Jews for defense against anti-Semitism. In view of the Holocaust, the Nazi German attempt to completely annihilate the European Jews, which turned the Second World War into a world war against the Jews due to the involvement of Eastern European populations, the more or less inactive turning away of the Western powers, their refusal to accept more Jewish refugees from Germany and Austria, Evian Conference 1938, etc., the establishment of Jewish sovereignty for the Holocaust survivors and those who had become homeless, namely in Palestine, was a matter of course. Jews all over the world have a religious and national connection to this land. Jews have always lived there, even after the expulsion by the Romans. In the course of the European expulsions of Jews and the Holocaust, there have always been emigrations to Palestine. The country was the destination of many displaced persons held in reception camps. For a brief historical moment, the idea of finally doing justice to the Jews found a majority among the states of the world. Even if it has been suppressed ever since, Jewish sovereignty and the ability to defend oneself always require a clear Jewish majority in a bourgeois democratic society. Israel is not simply about a state that bears this name and is also inhabited by Jews, it is about the potential refuge for all Jews persecuted by antisemitism, in which Jews, exclusively Jews, have the say despite all differences of opinion among themselves. Only very few people want to know that the UN Partition Plan of 1947 was preceded by the First Partition of Palestine. Transjordan, later Jordan, was formed from 75% of the area, the entire territory east of the Jordan River. This created the first Arab Palestinian state, the existence of which has not been called into question by anyone to this day. Against the backdrop of the talk of a two-state solution for the British Mandate of Palestine, there would have been nothing at all to prevent the remaining 25% west of the Jordan River from being allocated entirely to a Jewish Palestinian state, i.e. Israel, in the interests of historical justice, especially since the Palestinian Arabs, under the leadership of the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, organized anti-Semitic pogroms in the 1930s and fought on the side of Nazi Germany in the Second World War, as did the Arabs as a whole, and it is actually good practice for the winners of wars to dictate the terms of peace to the losers. If the Arabs of the rest of Palestine had been given the choice of either living under Israeli rule or resettling in Syria, Egypt, or the Arab Palestinian state of Jordan, this would not have been a scandal. Instead, the UN Partition Plan provided roughly half and half, 12.5% of the original Palestine for the Jews and 12.5% for a second Arab Palestinian state, rewarding the Arab Palestinians for their Nazi collaboration and defeat and punishing the Jews without reason or need. Moreover, both groups were to establish their state on three barely connected regions spread across the land, with Jerusalem and its environs as a UN-administered zone. Despite the obvious, grossly unjust discrimination against the Jews and favoritism towards the Arabs, the Jews accepted this partition plan and founded their state. The Arabs, on the other hand, rejected and have rejected the two-state solution, and thus also their own state, ever since, and have tried and continue to try to destroy the Jewish state. Against the UN partition plan and unhindered by the UN or any Western power, the Arab Palestinians and the regular armies of Syria, Egypt, Iraq, Lebanon, and Jordan attacked the Jewish state one day after its declaration of independence on May 14, 1948, once again with the participation of German Nazis, whom they offered refuge from persecution by the Allies. Due to the arms embargo imposed by the USA, Great Britain, and France, which again unilaterally disadvantaged the Jews, Israel almost lost. Thanks to the supply of weapons from Czechoslovakia, which was tolerated by the Soviet Union, Israel was not only able to hold its ground, but later, equipped with fighter planes, was even able to win. The Israelis increased their territory by a third compared to the UN partition plan by conquering not only West Jerusalem, but also areas originally allocated to the Arab Palestinians. In the north on the border with Lebanon as well as northeast of the Gaza Strip and south of the Gaza Strip on the border with Egypt, resulting in a territory that was now also contiguous. The remaining Palestinian territories rejected by the Arab Palestinians and surrounding Arab states according to the partition plan were occupied by Egypt, Gaza Strip, and Jordan, West Bank, with the Jordanians also taking East Jerusalem. In the course of this first attempted war of extermination against the Jews and their state, there was a kind of population exchange, refugee movements, expulsions, and relocations. Around 750,000 Jews from the Arab world went, voluntarily or by force, to Israel and were integrated there. The Arab world purified itself of Jews. Many Palestinian Arabs, on the other hand, remained in Israel to live there as Israeli citizens. Today, these are around 2 million, i.e. around 20% of the Israeli population. However, around 750,000 Arab Palestinians fled, voluntarily, encouraged by Arab leaders or forced, from Israeli territories, to Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, the West Bank, and the Gaza Strip. Although these figures are not exact, they do indicate an order of magnitude and that there were roughly the same number of refugees on both sides. Until 1967, the sole responsibility for Palestinian refugees will therefore lie with the Arab states in which they reside and which started and lost the war, as well as with the UN and the Western powers, which at best watched the developments against the partition plan, insofar as they did not even indirectly or directly support Arab action against Israel. For 2 decades, the Palestinian refugees were not integrated and did not become citizens of Lebanon, Egypt, Syria, or Jordan. Nor were there any efforts on the part of the Palestinians, Egypt or Jordan to establish any preliminary forms of Palestinian statehood in Gaza and the West Bank. Rather, the refugee status was cemented and inherited. The people were supposed to live in refugee camps and serve as political momentum against Israel in the form of some kind of right of return. A program not only tolerated by the West to this day, but also co-financed by it. In 1949, the UN even created a temporary relief organization, UNRWA, exclusively for Arab Palestinian refugees, which has been extended every 3 years since then, a program that is still unique today. With the Six-Day War of 1967 provoked by Israel's Arab neighbors, the situation changes once again to a large extent and with far-reaching consequences. Israel now enjoys minimal support from the West, above all the USA, while the Soviet Union is more in line with the Arabs. In any case, there is the Israeli occupation of the Sinai Peninsula, which Israel returns for peace with Egypt in the 1970s and 1980s. The Israeli occupation of the Syrian Golan Heights, which Israel annexes in 1981 due to the strategic advantage for future military defenses and which Trump, against the rest of the world, recognizes as part of Israeli territory in 2019, as well as the occupation of the Gaza Strip and the West Bank including East Jerusalem, annexed in 1980. With the West Bank and Gaza, Israel henceforth occupied ownerless, and not Palestinian, territories. When the British and the UN gave up their sovereignty claims, the Palestinians turned down the offer. After peace with Israel, Jordan and Egypt renounced their claims. Israel cannot annex the territories and make the Arabs and Muslims living their citizens, because this would jeopardize the Jewish majority and thus Israel's sovereignty. From Israel's perspective, there are therefore only 3 options. One is to rule over a foreign population as an occupying power, which Israel has no long-term interest in doing. The second option is to annex the territories without an Arab population, which would mean resettling the Arab Palestinians in Jordan and Egypt. Against the will of the Palestinians and the Arab states, this would only be possible through concerted action by Western powers. So far, however, there has never been a majority for this, not even in Israeli society itself, although population transfers are historically often universally recognized side effects of post-war orders, accepting the notion of ethnic cleansing. The third option is a Palestinian state in the West Bank and Gaza that coexists peacefully with Israel. Israel has an objective and therefore honest interest in this solution, while the Palestinian side has always lacked partners for its implementation. Palestinian national consciousness did not emerge in the 1930s or in 1948, but only against the Israeli occupiers, and only now is a new ethnicity or nation being born. Arabs whose ancestors once lived permanently or temporarily in the southern Syrian province of the Ottoman Empire, which applies equally to Jews and others, are now called Palestinians. Their political representation, headed by Arafat since 1969 and recognized as such by the UN in 1974, is called the PLO. Until then, Palestinians tended to mean Jews. However, if Arabs were referred to as Palestinians back then, writes Gerd Berman in the Jüdische Rundschau, October 2021, they were offended and declared, "We are not Palestinians. We are Arabs. Jews are the Palestinians." Berman quotes PLO leader Zouhair Mohsen, who stated in an interview with the Dutch newspaper Trouw in March 1977, "The Palestinian people does not exist. The creation of a Palestinian state is only a means to continue our struggle against the state of Israel for our Arab unity. In reality, there is no difference today between Jordanians, Palestinians, Syrians, and Lebanese. It is only for political and tactical reasons that we speak today of the existence of a Palestinian people, because Arab national interests demand that we postulate the existence of a separate Palestinian people as an antithesis to Zionism. For tactical reasons, Jordan, a sovereign state with defined borders, cannot make demands on Haifa and Jaffa, while I, as a Palestinian, can undoubtedly demand Haifa, Jaffa, Beersheba, and Jerusalem. But the moment we reclaim our right to all of Palestine, we will not wait a minute to unite Palestine and Jordan. So here the leadership of the Palestinian Arabs has confidently and openly admitted that the Palestinian people is merely an invention to destroy Israel. Incidentally, the Palestinian national flag is exactly the same as that of Jordan, except for the absence of a star. A red triangle rising in black, white, and green stripes, and is identical to that of Transjordan, which did not yet have a star. Consequently, the PLO writes the destruction of Israel as its main goal in its own founding charter. In the 1970s and 1980s, various Palestinian organizations would carry out terrorist attacks against Israeli soldiers and Jewish civilians all over the world. The murder of the Israeli Olympic team on September 5, 1972 in Munich is just one example of many. With the Yom Kippur War from October 6 to 25, 1973, the Arab states also underlined their disinterest in peaceful coexistence with Israel. After the War of Independence, 1948–49, the Suez Crisis, 1956, the Six-Day War of 1967, and the War of Attrition, 1968–1970. It was the fifth war that the state of the Holocaust survivors and their descendants had to wage for its existence. Once again, the warlike and terrorist aggression of the Arabs against Israel and the Jews is not about border demarcations and territorial disputes, but about the destruction of the Jewish state. So between 1948 and the 1990s, there was no contact on the Arab side for a two-state solution, neither among the Arab states nor among the Palestinians or their leaders, who have nothing in common beyond their enmity towards Israel. In the 1970s, Jordan expelled the PLO, in the 1980s Lebanon with the support of Syria and Iran's Hezbollah. Egypt keeps its borders tight against Gaza Palestinians, especially during the Gaza wars. And the world community? Ukrainians fleeing the war are taken in, Syrians are allowed to flee through arrangements with Turkey, but evacuating Gaza Palestinians to Cyprus during the war and from there distributing them among the Arab states or, if necessary, shipping them to France and Ireland is something that none of Israel's humanist admonishers want to think about when civilians also fall victim to a war against Hamas, which is entrenched behind civilians. Everyone needs and coddles the Palestinians in order to find any reason to criticize Israel, but nobody wants to have them. Since the end of the 1980s, the PLO has pretended to be interested in a two-state solution, removing the destruction of Israel from its program and declaring its willingness to recognize Israel's existence. In return, a PLO-led self-administration of Palestinian territories, a Palestinian Authority, was established. At the same time, concrete peace negotiations on a two-state solution are initiated, Oslo I and Oslo II. On the one hand, however, the PLO repeatedly allowed these to fail, primarily due to the demand for a right of return for Palestinians expelled in 1948 and their descendants to the Israeli heartland, which would undermine Jewish sovereignty, and, as in the context of the unsuccessful Camp David and Taba negotiations, culminated in an intifada 2000 to 2005. On the other hand, the Islamist Hamas emerged towards the end of the 1980s to compete with the PLO against any form of Jewish-Palestinian rapprochement, again openly calling for the destruction of Israel and adding suicide attacks to the repertoire of Palestinian terror against Israeli civilians since the 1990s. It is gaining increasing influence. Since 2006 and armed conflicts with the PLO, it has ruled over the Gaza Strip. Since 2005, Israel had unilaterally withdrawn from the Gaza Strip under Sharon, including the dismantling of all Jewish settlements and the evacuation of all Israeli citizens, resulting in permanent rocket fire on Israel by Hamas, several Gaza wars, and, currently, October 7, 2023, the most brutal massacre of Jews since the founding of the state, according to which Hamas is also more popular among Palestinians in the West Bank than the PLO, according to polls. Whenever there is currently talk of peace and a two-state solution, it always comes across as an appeal to Israel to finally return to the 1990s, to the policies of Rabin and Peres, as if Israel's last offers were from that time. Yet Israeli Prime Minister Olmert had made a far-reaching proposal to the Palestinians and the PLO, which was now led by Abbas. As recently as 2008, Abbas rejected it. Saeb Erekat, the chief Palestinian negotiator, said in an interview with the Jordanian daily Al Dustur on June 25, 2009, "First, Israel allowed us to run our own schools and hospitals. Then they offered us 66% of the occupied territories. At Camp David in 2000, they offered us 90% and just recently 100%. So why should we hurry after all the injustice we suffered? Most recently in 2020, the Trump plan attracted attention as an offer of a two-state solution with Netanyahu's support. The Palestinians and the Arab League ignored it as completely unacceptable. Trump himself spoke of a plan of the century and a realistic two-state solution. This is factually correct insofar as the realities on the ground changed in the decades after 1948 and 1967 in a way that cannot simply be reversed and must therefore be taken into account in peace solutions. This refers, among other things, to Jewish settlements in the West Bank, especially in the Jordan Valley on the border with Jordan, which Trump is in favor of Israel annexing. And why not? It was never Israel's task to reserve Jew-free places in areas controlled by Israel for the Arabs for decades in the event that the Arabs would at some point in the indefinite future feel comfortable accepting them within the framework of mutual recognition. And this despite all warlike and terrorist aggression by the Arabs, like Olmert, whose plan still provided for the evacuation of many Jewish settlements. Trump's plan also offered the Palestinians territorial compensation, south of Rafah, for annexed areas in the West Bank. However, the Trump plan also openly demonstrated to the Arab world that a Palestinian state coexisting with Israel, if at all, could only realistically emerge in enclave form, with two bridge roads to Jordan and a tunnel or bridge between the West Bank and Gaza through Israeli territory for the internal connection, which, however, has been completely unrealistic since October 7, 2023. However, this may have become completely unrealistic for the time being since October 7, 2023, just as offering the Palestinians their own state again may be a concern for the UN, the Europeans, the Biden USA, and many anti-Semites, but it is really not the first concern for Israel and all those who stand in solidarity with it in the near future. Even in the West, it is thought that the Israeli occupation and the establishment of Jewish settlements in the West Bank and Gaza have played their part in the Arabs' hatred of Israel and would create facts that would make a future two-state solution in the spirit of the UN partition plan more difficult. Both are nonsense. The living and legal conditions of the Arab Palestinians have improved considerably under Israeli rule compared to those in Jordan or Egypt, and Jewish settlements in future Arab territories according to the outdated partition plan can only be a problem for those who take Arab statehood for granted as being Judenrein. Nevertheless, Arab anti-Semitism has made maintaining the occupation expensive for Israel, protecting the settlers, fighting terror, social and humanitarian responsibility for a hostile population, administrative costs. A unilateral withdrawal as in Gaza is probably out of the question for the West Bank. In terms of security and self-defense, the West Bank is of greater strategic military importance than the Gaza Strip, and evacuating the settlements would meet with greater resistance from within society. Annexation is also out of the question, as this would turn the Arab Palestinians of the West Bank into residents of Israel. There is therefore no political solution to the anti-Semitic problem in the near future. The state of the Holocaust survivors and their descendants seems doomed to continue to merely administer it in a sacrificial manner and to have to defend itself militarily at regular intervals. If one would not only defend Israel's so-called right to exist, or if we were to not only defend Israel's so-called right to exist and the survival of the Jewish state, but also allow Israeli society, which has been incessantly warred against and terrorized by Arabs since its creation with the aim of annihilation, to actually live in peace and take it seriously that Israel's security is an obligation of Western states, then a real and long-term pacification of the so-called Middle East conflict would consist solely of doing what should have been done from the outset, and which is entirely fair to the Arabs, given their actions over the last 100 years. The resettlement of the Gaza Palestinians to Egypt, the West Bank Palestinians to Jordan. Why not finally establish an Israeli one-state solution when the Arabs have long had a first Palestinian state in Jordan and have repeatedly rejected the second, most recently in the form of the Trump plan, because they categorically cannot come to terms with the existence of Jewish sovereignty in Palestine? Why shouldn't the Arabs finally pay for permanent anti-Jewish aggression, especially in the context of defeats, as is the usual law of war or any post-war order? Why shouldn't Jordan and Egypt be forced to accept their brothers or be persuaded to do so with donations? The fact that this only historically plausible and morally evident solution is not considered or is defamed as ultra-right only shows how pro-Arab, and at the same time anti-Jewish, the global discourse on the Middle East conflict is in reality, despite all assurances to the contrary, pre-structured. Almost immediately after the Hamas-led Palestinian invasion of Israel last October 7th, the Biden-Harris administration began demanding that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu present his day-after plan for Gaza. Netanyahu insisted that the day after had to wait until the war was won. But over time, Netanyahu began explaining contours of his post-war plans. They included the de-Hamassification of Gaza and permanent Israeli military control over Gaza. Since genocidal Jew hatred and the goal of annihilating Israel is shared by Hamas and the US-supported Palestinian Authority, Netanyahu insisted the PA cannot succeed Hamas in running Gaza. The Biden-Harris administration didn't like Netanyahu's plans, but since they made sense to the vast majority of Israelis, and because 80% of Americans consistently told pollsters that they support Israeli victory, rather than fight Netanyahu, the administration maintained an outward stance of supporting Israel while using the US's formidable leverage over Israel to inhibit or block Israel from carrying out operations that would fundamentally change the strategic reality on the ground permanently, enabling the implementation of Netanyahu's day-after plans. The administration's demand for a day-after plan wasn't a request for an actual plan. The administration was demanding an Israeli commitment not to seek to use the war to fundamentally change the strategic realities on the ground that existed on October 6, 2023. The U.S. wanted those conditions which enabled Hamas to build its army of genocide to continue to exist at the end of the war. And it wanted Netanyahu to accept this condition, which if accepted would block all prospects for Israeli victory. From the administration's position, the only acceptable day-after plan would be one that reverted the strategic balance back to what it was on October 6. Gaza would be a quasi-independent Palestinian statelet. The U.S. would use the momentum of international pressure and Israeli humiliation to compel Israel to accept the establishment of a Palestinian state in Gaza, Judea, Samaria, and Jerusalem, in keeping with the goals that both Vice President Kamala Harris, President Joe Biden, and their advisors have repeatedly set out. This was why the U.S. opposed Israel's ground operation in Gaza, supported Egypt in blocking Gazans from fleeing Gaza for shelter in Egypt or third countries, opposed Israel's takeover of Rafah and the border with Gaza, slow-walked the delivery of offensive weapons, including assault rifles, tank and artillery shells and bombs for the Air Force in an effort to compel Israel to adopt a defensive posture, and consistently sought to coerce Israel to accept hostage deals with Hamas that would precipitate its strategic defeat in the war. This is why the administration began sanctioning Israeli citizens who they claim obstruct their goal of establishing a Palestinian state in Gaza, Judea, and Samaria. Likewise, the administration's consistent, unswerving pressure on Israel to admit massive quantities of goods into Gaza, under the headline humanitarian aid, facilitated Hamas's survival in power. The prospect of an Israeli rout of Hamas and permanent takeover of Gaza would make Israel too strong. In the words of Barack Obama's Secretary of State John Kerry, and a too strong Israel would be an Israel unwilling to make peace. The administration's determination to see Hamas survive, and so win the war, is not driven solely by its top official support for Palestinian statehood. It is also driven by its overarching aim to balance Israel with Iran. This goal, also bequeathed to the Biden-Harris team by Obama and his team, views Iran's efforts to build a nuclear arsenal as justified in light of Israel's presumptive nuclear capabilities. Similarly, Iran's rise as a regional power through its terror armies which ring Israel and the Sunni Arab states is desirable because it strikes a balance of power. Since Hamas is a member of Iran's terror axis, the administration's rejection of Israel's goal of defeating Hamas and fundamentally changing the way that Gaza operates is aligned with its overarching strategic objective of preserving the Iran-centric regional strategic balance that existed on October 6. From their earliest days in power, Obama and his colleagues faced a complicated challenge. The American public opposed their strategic objective, and so did America's allies. To get past this obstacle, the Obama team developed a multi-pronged policy based on doing one thing and pretending to do its opposite. For instance, the administration enabled Iran to develop nuclear weapons by negotiating a deal which it billed as a nuclear non-proliferation agreement. Israel, in contrast, was presented as a warmonger. Since Netanyahu was the most strident opponent of Obama's nuclear gifts to Iran, The Obama team developed a comprehensive strategy for undermining Netanyahu's efforts to block Iran's nuclear ambitions. The U.S. effectively placed the IDF in a box. It showered Israel with defensive systems and compelled it to sign a military assistance deal that crippled Israel's domestic military industries to remove its strategic independence. If Israel got all its bombs from the U.S., then any offensive operations had to receive U.S. approval. Same with its air platforms, its tank and artillery ammunition, and its assault rifles. The administration engaged in full-scale subversion of Netanyahu's power by cultivating former and serving security brass to view them, rather than Netanyahu as the responsible adult, and to inform them of any plans Netanyahu had to take offensive action against Iran. To this end, in 2010, Mossad chief Meir Dagan informed his CIA counterpart of Netanyahu's plan to attack Iran's nuclear installations, and the administration quickly blocked those plans. Biden and Harris reinstated Obama's policies both vis-a-vis the Palestinians and Iran, and in regards to weakening and subverting Netanyahu and Israel politically and strategically immediately upon entering office. This brings us back to the issue of the day after. As for Lebanon, far from supporting Israel's efforts to devastate Hezbollah, Iran's largest and most deadly terror army, the administration has spent the past year trying to block Israel from going on the offense against Hezbollah. Although Biden was publicly supportive of Israel's decapitation of Hezbollah's leadership, including Hassan Nasrallah, the administration was reportedly enraged that Israel assassinated Nasrallah. On October 10th, Harris repeated, yet again, that the administration seeks an immediate ceasefire and de-escalation in both Lebanon and Gaza. The implication, again, is that Harris and Biden want to protect Hezbollah like Hamas from defeat because they seek to revert to the October 6, 2023 strategic balance which left Iran in place as a rising regional hegemon just a few steps from a nuclear arsenal. As for Iran itself, since the Tehran regime's October 1, 2024, missile attack on Israel, the administration been working feverishly to block Israel from taking out any strategic targets in a counterattack against Iran. Administration officials have consistently hinted that Israel is trying to drag the U.S. into a Middle East war. And last week, CIA Director William Burns and other top administration officials insisted in a series of statements that there are no indications that Iran seeks a nuclear arsenal. A mere glance at Iran's front pages and parliament debates, which are flooded with calls for Iran to build nuclear weapons, exposes these claims as both fraudulent and manipulative. Despite the comprehensiveness of its echo chamber strategy of flooding the media with anti-Netanyahu innuendo, demoralizing messages of Israeli weakness and claims that Israel is trying to pull the U.S. into an unnecessary war, the administration's messaging is hitting a wall. Israel's astounding success in devastating Hezbollah's leadership and a large percentage of its massive arsenal of projectiles increased American support for Israeli victory. Whereas a few months ago, experts scoffed at Netanyahu's pledge to bring Israel absolute victory in the war, now experts like Richard Dearlove, the former head of Britain's MI6 spy agency, are saying that Israel is on the road to achieving just that. And so we come to Netanyahu's day after plan. Rebuffed by Biden-Harris, Netanyahu waited until after Israel turned the tide in the war to present his actual strategic vision for a post-war Middle East to the administration. He outlined it in 2 English-language video messages, first to the Iranian people and then to the Lebanese people. In both videos, he described how Iran and Hezbollah, respectively, have destroyed Iran and Lebanon. Israel, he explained to the Lebanese, has weakened Hezbollah sufficiently for the Lebanese people to rise up against it. In his words, we have degraded Hezbollah's capabilities, we took out thousands of terrorists, including Nasrallah himself and Nasrallah's replacement, and the replacement of his replacement. Today, Hezbollah is weaker than it has been for many, many years. Now you, the Lebanese people, you stand at a significant crossroads. It is your choice. You can now take back your country. He told the Iranians, you know one simple thing, Iran's tyrants don't care about your future. But you do. He told the Iranian people that Iran will be freed from the regime a lot sooner than people think, and presented them with a vision of peace after its fall. Our 2 countries, Israel and Iran, will be at peace. When that day comes, the terror network that the regime built in 5 continents will be bankrupt, dismantled. Iran will thrive as never before. Netanyahu's vision is the opposite of the Obama-Biden-Harris vision, and the American public supports it. This state of affairs limits the administration's capacity to block Israel's plans in relation to its much-vaunted retaliatory strike following Iran's missile assault on October 1st. The Biden-Harris team's efforts to bar Israel from attacking either Iran's nuclear installations or its oil installations involve the familiar mix of contradictory messaging and political and strategic subversion that we have experienced from Democratic administrations since 2009. On the one hand, the U.S. supports Israel. On the other hand, the administration has flooded the media with its claims that Israel is too weak to take effective action, that its efforts are geared towards dragging the U.S. into a war, and that Iran poses no threat to anyone. All the same, Israel's unexpected and demoralizing delays in carrying out its retaliatory attack on Iran raise fears that the administration is successfully blocking Israel from taking any strategically meaningful action against the regime. If that is in fact the case, the momentum Israel gained from its stunning intelligence operations and airstrikes against Hezbollah will be squandered. The conviction will resurface that Israel doesn't have what it takes to win the war. While a source of anxiety, the prospect that Netanyahu will stand down now is minuscule. Israel's momentum is too strong. Iranians and Lebanese, empowered by Israel's achievement, are already echoing his messaging. The administration's continued demands for immediate ceasefires and Israeli strategic reticence strike the average American and U.S. ally as irrational and out of step with events. While the shape of things to come is still unknowable, it is clear that Iran wasn't the only party whose strategic goals were undermined by Israel's seizure of the upper hand in this war. The Obama-Biden-Harris foreign policy establishment's Iran-centric vision of the Middle East was also scuttled. Sharp differences within Israel's governing coalition have emerged into the open in recent days. On the face of it, the dispute centers on preferred post-war arrangements in Gaza. But the rival stances also reflect underlying, contrasting views concerning the conduct and aims of Israel's now 8-month-long military campaign in the Gaza Strip. The divisions have begun to receive attention in recent days because of Defense Minister Yoav Gallant's public statement criticizing the government for indecision regarding the day after in Gaza. But the dispute is not new. Gallant has for months been advocating in cabinet for a plan his ministry has developed concerning how Gaza will be governed after the war. Details of this plan were published in March. It envisages the establishment of a self-governing authority in Gaza, assembled with the involvement of 5,000 to 7,000 Gazans loyal to the Ramallah Palestinian Authority. Israel would maintain freedom of action in the area of security, as it does in the West Bank. The list of Gazans to be involved in the plan was assembled with the assistance of Majid Faraj, the PA's intelligence chief. The plan was envisaged to be implemented in stages. Israel would establish safe zones in areas of Gaza that it conquered. The new authority would then begin to operate in these areas, which would gradually be expanded. Israeli media reported in March that Netanyahu rejected this plan. For his part, the prime minister and his supporters dismissed the notion of establishing any post-war arrangement until Hamas's military capacity is destroyed. National Security Advisor Tsachi Hanegbi, in a recent interview with Israel's Channel 12 News, noted that the Allies did not set up a post-war government in Germany in World War II until the Nazi regime's army had been defeated in its entirety. Gallant, in his public statement, expressed concern that the current indecision was leading to a dangerous course that could result in Israeli military and civilian governance in Gaza. Netanyahu, in response, declared that he would not allow a role for the Palestinian Authority in a post-Hamas Gaza. He would not, he said, replace Hamastan with Fatistan. Fatah is the ruling party in the Palestinian Authority. An interesting point to note in this exchange is that both Gallant and Netanyahu appear to be attacking strawmen. Netanyahu accuses Gallant of seeking to return the Palestinian Authority to Gaza. But the defense minister's plan appears designed precisely to avoid any direct governing role for the Ramallah Authority. Gallant, meanwhile, accuses Netanyahu of seeking to establish a new Israeli military administration in Gaza. The defense minister finds the notion of Israeli military governance in Gaza to be dangerous. But it is difficult to see how his own plan could be implemented without at least a preliminary period in which Israeli forces become the de facto governing force in the Strip. More importantly, the reality on the ground in Gaza belies any suggestion of an emergent renewed military administration. Indeed, the current chaotic situation, in which the Hamas Authority reemerges as soon as the IDF departs any part of the Strip, is possible precisely because military control and governance has not been established. Israel's 98th Airborne Division is currently engaged in fierce clashes in the Jabalia refugee camp in the northern Gaza Strip. Israeli forces engaged in this area in late 2023, but did not seek to occupy it. As a result, Hamas re-entered the area. Israel is now fighting for it again. There are elements within Israel's governing coalition, certainly, which do seek the re-establishment of Israeli military rule in Gaza. National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir and Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich of the religious Zionism faction both openly advocate this outcome. They also want the recommencement of Jewish settlement in the Strip. Netanyahu needs their support for his own political survival. He is therefore unlikely to publicly reject their preferred direction. But events on the ground do not suggest that he is seeking to implement it. So if Netanyahu rejects any role for the Palestinian Authority in Gaza, but also does not appear to be implementing a full Israeli military reoccupation of the Strip, what in fact is his preferred strategy? His stated goal, of course, is total victory over Hamas. In reality, though, what appears to be emerging is a situation in which a truncated, half-broken but still viciously repressive Hamas continues to be the de facto governing authority in Gaza. Israel, meanwhile, maintains freedom of operation throughout the Strip, striking Hamas and its leaders at will, with the involvement of only a limited number of forces. At the same time, an IDF zone of control along the Gaza border, on the Gazan side, prevents further October 7th-style attacks on Israeli border communities. Unless a clear decision is made in another direction, this looks to be the emergent reality for Gaza. If Netanyahu stated that he seeks the entry of the PA into Gaza, his coalition would be likely to collapse. If he expressed his support for military reoccupation of the Strip, the response of the U.S. administration would be immediate and harsh. Expressing support for neither enables the Israeli Prime Minister to get back to being the tactician and conflict manager that he likes to be and that he has always been, at least outside of his books and his speeches. He can't openly commit to this policy either, however, because it constitutes much less than an Israeli total victory over the Gaza Islamists. In fact, what this direction involves is something like the status quo antebellum, with a much weakened but not destroyed Hamas. It is a return to what Israelis used to call mowing the grass. Whether this is a wise route to take is an entirely different discussion. But away from the public declarations and the straw-man arguments, this is where Israel appears to be headed. Israeli-Palestinian diplomacy sadly fits the classic description of insanity. Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. The identical assumptions, land for peace and the two-state solution, with the burden primarily on Israel, stay permanently in place no matter how often they fail. Decades of what insiders call peace processing have left matters worse than when they started. Yet the great powers persist, sending diplomat after diplomat to Jerusalem and Ramallah, ever hoping that the next round of negotiations will lead to the elusive breakthrough. The time is ripe for a new approach, a basic rethinking of the problem. It draws on Israel's successful strategy through its first 45 years. The failure of Israeli-Palestinian diplomacy since 1993 suggests this alternative approach, with a stress on Israeli toughness in pursuit of victory. This would, paradoxically perhaps, be of benefit to Palestinians and bolster American support. Since the Balfour Declaration of 1917, Palestinians and Israelis have pursued static and opposite goals. In the years before the establishment of the new state, the Mufti of Jerusalem, Amin al-Husseini, articulated a policy of rejectionism, or eliminating every vestige of Jewish presence in what is now the territory of Israel. It remains in place. Maps in Arabic that show a Palestine replacing Israel symbolize this continued aspiration. Rejectionism runs so deep that it drives not just Palestinian politics but much of Palestinian life. With consistency, energy, and perseverance, Palestinians have pursued rejectionism via three main approaches: demoralizing Zionists through political violence, damaging Israel's economy through trade boycotts, and weakening Israel's legitimacy by winning foreign support. Differences between Palestinian factions tend to be tactical. Talk to the Israelis to win concessions from them or not. Mahmoud Abbas represents the former outlook and Khaled Mashal the latter. On the Israeli side, nearly everyone agrees on the need to win acceptance by Palestinians and other Arabs and Muslims. Differences are again tactical. David Ben-Gurion articulated one approach, that of showing Palestinians what they can gain from Zionism. Vladimir Jabotinsky developed the opposite vision, arguing that Zionists have no choice but to break the Palestinians' intractable will. Their rival approaches remain the touchstones of Israel's foreign policy debate, with Isaac Herzog heir to Ben-Gurion and Benjamin Netanyahu to Jabotinsky. These two pursuits, rejectionism and acceptance, have remained basically unchanged for a century. Today's Palestinian Authority, Hamas, Labor, and Likud are lineal descendants of Husseini, Ben-Gurion, and Jabotinsky. Varying ideologies, objectives, tactics, strategies, and actors mean that details have varied, even as the fundamentals have remained remarkably in place. Wars and treaties came and went, leading to only minor shifts. The many rounds of fighting had surprisingly little impact on ultimate goals, while formal agreements, such as the Oslo Accords of 1993, only increased hostility to Israel's existence and so were counterproductive. Palestinian rejection or acceptance of Israel is binary, yes or no, without in-betweens. This renders compromise nearly impossible because resolution requires one side fully to abandon its goal. Either Palestinians give up their century-long rejection of the Jewish state or Zionists give up their 150-year quest for a sovereign homeland. Anything other than these two outcomes is an unstable settlement that merely serves as the premise for a future round of conflict. Deterrence, that is, convincing Palestinians and the Arab nations to accept Israel's existence by threatening painful retaliation, underlay Israel's formidable record of strategic vision and tactical brilliance in the period from 1948 to 1993. Over this time, deterrence worked to the extent that Israel's Arab state enemies saw the country very differently by the end of that period. In 1948, invading Arab armies expected to throttle the Jewish state at birth, but by 1993, Arafat felt compelled to sign an agreement with Israel's prime minister. That said, deterrence did not finish the job. As Israelis built a modern, democratic, affluent, and powerful country, the fact that Palestinians, Arabs, Muslims, and increasingly, the left still rejected it became a source of mounting frustration. Israel's impatient, on-the-go populace grew weary with the unattractive qualities of deterrence, which by nature is passive, indirect, harsh, slow, boring, humiliating, reactive, and costly. It is also internationally unpopular. That impatience led to the diplomatic process that culminated with the handshake confirming the signing of the Oslo Accords on the White House lawn in September 1993. For a brief period, the handshake, as it was then capitalized, between Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat and Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin served as the symbol of successful mediation that gave each side what it most wanted: dignity and autonomy for Palestinians, recognition and security for Israelis. Among many accolades, Arafat, Rabin, and Israeli Foreign Minister Shimon Peres won the Nobel Peace Prize. The accords, however, quickly disappointed both sides. Indeed, while Israelis and Palestinians agree on little else, they concur with near unanimity on Oslo having been a disaster. When Palestinians still lived under direct Israeli control before Oslo, acceptance of Israel had increased over time even as political violence diminished. Residents of the West Bank and Gaza could travel locally without checkpoints and access work sites within Israel. They benefited from the rule of law and an economy that more than quadrupled without depending on foreign aid. Functioning schools and hospitals emerged, as did several universities. Yasser Arafat promised to turn Gaza into the Singapore of the Middle East, but his despotism and aggression against Israel instead turned his fiefdom into a nightmare, resembling Congo more than Singapore. Unwilling to give up on the permanent revolution and to become the ordinary leader of an obscure state, he exploited the Oslo Accords to inflict economic dependence, tyranny, failed institutions, corruption, Islamism, and a death cult on Palestinians. For Israelis, Oslo led not to the hoped-for end of conflict but to inflamed Palestinian ambitions to eliminate the Jewish state. As Palestinian rage spiraled upward, more Israelis were murdered in the 5 years after Oslo than in the 15 years preceding it. Rabble-rousing speech and violent action soared, and continue unabated 23 years later. Moreover, Palestinian delegitimization efforts cost Israel internationally as the left turned against it, spawning such anti-Zionist novelties as the UN World Conference Against Racism in Durban and the Boycott, Divestment, and Sanctions (BDS) movement. From Israel's perspective, 7 years of Oslo appeasement, 1993 to 2000, undid 45 years of successful deterrence. Then, 6 years of unilateral withdrawals, 2000 to 2006, further buried deterrence. The decade since 2006 has produced no major changes. The Oslo exercise showed the futility of Israeli concessions to Palestinians when the latter failed to live up to their obligations. By signaling Israeli weakness, Oslo made a bad situation worse. What is conventionally called the peace process would more accurately be dubbed the war process. Why did things go so wrong in what seemed so promising an agreement? Moral responsibility for the collapse of Oslo lies with Yasser Arafat, Mahmoud Abbas, and the rest of the Palestinian Authority leadership. They pretended to abandon rejectionism and accept Israel's existence, but, in fact, sought Israel's elimination in new, more sophisticated ways, replacing force with delegitimization. This said, the Israelis made a profound mistake, having entered the Oslo process with a false premise. Yitzhak Rabin often summed up this error in the phrase, "You don't make peace with friends. You make it with very unsavory enemies." In other words, he expected war to be concluded through goodwill, conciliation, mediation, flexibility, restraint, generosity, and compromise, topped off with signatures on official documents. In this spirit, his government and all its successors agreed to a wide array of concessions, even to the point of permitting a Palestinian militia, always hoping the Palestinians would reciprocate by accepting the Jewish state. They never did. To the contrary, Israeli compromises aggravated Palestinian hostility. Each gesture further radicalized, exhilarated, and mobilized the Palestinian body politic. Israeli efforts to make peace were received as signs of demoralization and weakness. Painful concessions reduced the Palestinian awe of Israel, made the Jewish state appear vulnerable, and inspired irredentist dreams of annihilation. In retrospect, this does not surprise. Contrary to Rabin's slogan, one does not make peace with very unsavory enemies but rather with former very unsavory enemies. That is, enemies that have been defeated. This brings us to the key concept of my approach, which is victory, or imposing one's will on the enemy, compelling him through loss to give up his war ambitions. Wars end, the historical record shows, not through goodwill but through defeat. He who does not win loses. Wars usually end when failure causes one side to despair, when that side has abandoned its war aims and accepted defeat, and when that defeat has exhausted the will to fight. Conversely, so long as both combatants still hope to achieve their war objectives, fighting either goes on or it potentially will resume. Thinkers and warriors through the ages concur on the importance of victory as the correct goal of warfare. For example, Aristotle wrote that victory is the end of generalship, and Dwight D. Eisenhower said, "In war, there is no substitute for victory." Technological advancement has not altered this enduring human truth. 20th century conflicts that ended decisively include World War II, China, India, Algeria, France, North Vietnam, United States, Great Britain, Argentina, Afghanistan, USSR, and the Cold War. Defeat can result either from a military thrashing or from an accretion of economic and political pressures. It does not require total military loss or economic destruction, much less the annihilation of a population. For example, the only defeat in U.S. history, in South Vietnam in 1975, occurred not because of economic collapse or running out of ammunition or battlefield failure, the American side was winning the ground war, but because Americans lost the will to soldier on. Indeed, 1945 marks a dividing line. Before then, overwhelming military superiority crushed the enemy's will to fight. Since then, grand battlefield successes have rarely occurred. Battlefield superiority no longer translates as it once did into breaking the enemy's resolve to fight. In Clausewitz's terms, morale and will are now the center of gravity, not tanks and ships. Although the French outmanned and outgunned their foes in Algeria, as did the Americans in Vietnam and the Soviets in Afghanistan, all these powers lost their wars. Conversely, battlefield losses suffered by the Arab states in 1948 to 82, by North Korea in 1950 to 53, and by Iraq in 1991 and 2003 did not translate into surrender and defeat. When a losing side preserves its war goals, the resumption of warfare remains possible, and even likely. Germans retained their goal of ruling Europe after their defeat in World War I and looked to Hitler for another try, prompting the Allies to aim for total victory to ensure against the Germans trying a third time. The Korean War ended in 1953, but North and South have both held on to their war goals, meaning that the conflict might resume at any time, as could wars between India and Pakistan. The Arabs lost each round of warfare with Israel, 1948 to 49, 1956, 1967, 1973, and 1982, but long saw their defeats as merely transient and spoiled for another try. 2. The hard work of winning. How might Israel induce the Palestinians to drop rejectionism? For starters, a colorful array of mutually exclusive plans to end the conflict favorably to Israel have appeared through the decades. 3. Going from softest to toughest. These include territorial retreat from the West Bank or territorial compromise within the West Bank, leasing the land under Israeli towns on the West Bank, finding creative ways to divide the Temple Mount, developing the Palestinian economy, encouraging Palestinian good governance, deploying international forces, raising international funds on the Marshall Plan model, unilateralism, building a wall, insisting that Jordan is Palestine, excluding disloyal Palestinians from Israeli citizenship, expelling Palestinians from lands controlled by Israel. Trouble is, none of these plans addresses the need to break the Palestinian will to fight. They all manage the conflict without resolving it. They all seek to finesse victory with a gimmick. Just as the Oslo negotiations failed, so too will every other scheme that sidesteps the hard work of winning. This historical pattern suggests that Israel has just one option to win Palestinian acceptance: a return to its old policy of deterrence, punishing Palestinians when they aggress. Deterrence amounts to more than tough tactics, which every Israeli government pursues. It requires systemic policies that encourage Palestinians to accept Israel and discourage rejectionism. It requires a long-term strategy that promotes a change of heart. Inducing a change of heart is not a pretty or pleasant process, but is based on a policy of commensurate and graduated response. If Palestinians transgress moderately, they should pay moderately, and so on. Responses depend on specific circumstances, so the following are but general suggestions as examples for Washington to propose, going from mildest to most severe. When Palestinian martyrs cause material damage, pay for repairs out of the roughly $300 million in tax obligations the government of Israel transfers to the Palestinian Authority, PA, each year. Respond to activities designed to isolate and weaken Israel internationally by limiting access to the West Bank. When a Palestinian attacker is killed, bury the body quietly and anonymously in a potter's field. When the PA leadership incites violence, prevent officials from returning to the PA from abroad. Respond to the murder of Israelis by expanding Jewish towns on the West Bank. When official PA guns are turned against Israelis, seize these and prohibit new ones, and if this happens repeatedly, dismantle the PA's security infrastructure. Should violence continue, reduce and then shut off the water and electricity that Israel supplies. In the case of gunfire, mortar shelling, and rockets, occupy and control the areas from which these originate. Of course, these steps run exactly counter to the consensus view in Israel today, which seeks above all to keep Palestinians quiescent. But this myopic viewpoint formed under unremitting pressure from the outside world, and the U.S. government especially, to accommodate the PA. The removal of such pressure will undoubtedly encourage Israelis to adopt the more assertive tactics outlined here. True peacemaking means finding ways to coerce Palestinians to undergo a change of heart, giving up rejectionism, accepting Jews, Zionism, and Israel. When enough Palestinians abandon the dream of eliminating Israel, they will make the concessions needed to end the conflict. To end the conflict, Israel must convince 50% and more of the Palestinians that they have lost. The goal here is not Palestinian love of Zion, but closing down the apparatus of war, shuttering suicide factories, ending the demonization of Jews in Israel, recognizing Jewish ties to Jerusalem, and normalizing relations with Israelis. Palestinian acceptance of Israel will be achieved when, over a protracted period and with complete consistency, the violence ends, replaced by sharply worded démarches and letters to the editor. Symbolically, the conflict will be over when Jews living in Hebron, in the West Bank, have no more need for security than Palestinians living in Nazareth, in Israel. To those who hold Palestinians too fanatical to be defeated, I reply, if Germans and Japanese, no less fanatical and far more powerful, could be defeated in World War II and then turned into normal citizens, why not the Palestinians now? Moreover, Muslims have repeatedly given in to infidels throughout history when faced with a determined superior force, from Spain to the Balkans to Lebanon. Israel enjoys two pieces of good fortune. First, its effort does not begin at null. Polls and other indicators suggest that 20% of Palestinians and other Arabs consistently accept the Jewish state. Second, it need deter only the Palestinians, a very weak actor, and not the whole Arab or Muslim population. However feeble in objective terms, economics, military power, Palestinians spearhead the war against Israel. So when they abandon rejectionism, others, like Moroccans, Iranians, Malaysians et al., take their cues from Palestinians and, over time, will likely follow their lead. However much Israelis gain from ending their residual Palestinian problem, they live in a successful modern country that has absorbed the violence and delegitimization imposed on them. 4 surveys, for example, show Israelis to be among the happiest people anywhere, and the country's burgeoning birth rate confirms these impressions. In contrast, Palestinians are mired in misery and constitute the most radicalized population in the world. Opinion surveys consistently show them choosing nihilism, which other parents celebrate their children becoming suicide bombers, which other people gives higher priority to harming its neighbor than improving its own lot. Hamas and the Palestinian Authority both run authoritarian regimes that repress their subjects and pursue destructive goals. The economy in the West Bank and Gaza depends, more than anywhere else, on free money from abroad, creating both dependence and resentment. Palestinian mores are backward and becoming more medieval all the time. A skilled and ambitious people is locked into political repression, failed institutions, and a culture celebrating delusion, extremism, and self-destruction. An Israel victory liberates Palestinians. Defeat compels them to come to terms with their irredentist fantasies and the empty rhetoric of revolution. Defeat also frees them to improve their own lives. Unleashed from a genocidal obsession against Israel, Palestinians can become a normal people and develop its polity, economy, society, and culture. Negotiations could finally begin in earnest. In all, given their far lower starting point, Palestinians would, ironically, gain even more from their defeat than the Israelis would from their victory. That said, this change won't be easy or quick. Palestinians will have to pass through the bitter crucible of defeat, with all its deprivation, destruction, and despair as they repudiate the filthy legacy of Amin al-Husseini and acknowledge their century-long error. But there is no shortcut. Palestinians deploy a unique global support team consisting of the United Nations and vast numbers of journalists, activists, educators, artists, Islamists, and leftists. No obscure African Liberation Front are they, but the world's favored revolutionary cause. This makes Israel's task long, difficult, and dependent on stalwart allies, foremost the U.S. government. For Washington to be helpful means not dragging the parties back to more negotiations but robustly supporting Israel's path to victory. That translates into not just backing episodic Israeli shows of force but a sustained and systematic international effort of working with Israel, select Arab states, and others to convince the Palestinians of the futility of their rejectionism. Israel is there, it's permanent, and it enjoys wide backing. That means supporting Israel's taking the tough steps outlined above, from burying murderers' bodies anonymously to shuttering the Palestinian Authority. It means diplomatic support for Israel, such as undoing the Palestine refugee farce and rejecting the claim of Jerusalem as the Palestinian capital. It also entails ending benefits to the Palestinians unless they work toward the full and permanent acceptance of Israel. No diplomacy, no recognition as a state, no financial aid, and certainly no weapons, much less militia training. Israeli-Palestinian diplomacy is premature until Palestinians accept the Jewish state. The central issues of the Oslo Accords, borders, water, armaments, sanctities, Jewish communities in the West Bank, Palestine refugees, cannot be usefully discussed so long as one party still rejects the other. But negotiations can reopen and take up anew the Oslo issues upon the joyful moment that Palestinians accept of the Jewish state. That prospect, however, lies in the distant future. For now, Israel needs to win. The Middle East currently stands at a crossroads. The future geopolitical balance and perhaps also the historical direction of the region depend on the outcome of the war currently underway between Israel and Iran. With the U.S. poised on the cusp of possible intervention, it's important to grasp the nature and dimension of what is at stake. To understand the weight of the present moment, it is necessary to accurately define the nature of the current conflict and its roots. This is a war not only or primarily between states. It is a conflict between systems of governance and between rival visions of the region. On one side, the Islamic Republic of Iran and its various militia allies are committed to a particular conception of political Islam. Their vision mandates the subversion of regional states by the insertion of political/military proxies of Tehran. These forces, as witnessed in Lebanon, Iraq, and Yemen, then seek to turn the area in question into a space from which Iran can continue to advance its project. The goal: Iranian hegemony, Islamist rule, and perpetual war until victory over Israel, the U.S. and Western-aligned regional states, is achieved. On the other side, Israel is the sole regional power with the military capacity to effectively counter this ambition. It is also the only non-Muslim majority state in the Middle East. In its recent diplomatic advances, in particular with the United Arab Emirates, one may glimpse the outline of a rival vision for the region, one based on economic development, modernity, pluralism. For all these reasons, Israel has been singled out for destruction by the regime in Tehran since the earliest days of the Islamic Republic. The Israeli embassy building in Tehran was among the first to be sacked by the mob during the revolution. A Palestine Liberation Organization (PLO) office was later opened in its place. The particular brand of Shia Islamism espoused by the late Ayatollah Khomeini had a special contempt for the Jews and their state. Khomeini referred to Israel in 1979 as the cancerous Zionist tumor in the body of Islamic countries. Tehran has conducted a long war intended to result in the demise of the Jewish state since the early 1980s. This effort has been based on three components. The creation and sponsorship of Islamist political military organizations was one element. The skills of the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, IRGC, in this area, combined with actions by rival powers and lucky circumstances, have delivered dividends for Tehran. On the eve of the current war, they had brought Iran effective control of Lebanon and a dominant stake in Iraq, Yemen, and the Palestinian movement. All this, combined with an alliance with Assad Syria, gave Iran effective control of the entire landmass between the Iraq-Iran border and the Mediterranean Sea on the eve of the conflict, as well as a major stake in the Palestinian struggle against Israel via Hamas, and the ability to strike directly at Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and the Gulf of Aden/Red Sea shipping route through the Houthis. It was a commanding position in the region, and Iran intended to use it as a springboard for further advances. The two other components of Tehran's power projection are its ballistic missile array, the largest in the region, and, most importantly, its clandestine nuclear program. As a result of Hamas's premature firing of the starting gun for conventional war with Israel, Iran's emergent regional empire now lies in ruins. Iran chose in a partial and piecemeal fashion to mobilize its proxies and launch them against Jerusalem. Hezbollah is now weakened, Assad is gone, and Hamas's Gaza fiefdom is reduced to a pile of rubble. These circumstances created a chance for Israel to cripple the Iranian nuclear program and its missile array, and to strike at Iran's structures of governance. This chance was limited in time. With the exception of Assad in Syria, all of Iran's losses are reversible. The opportunity needed to be used or lost. The statement by the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, that Iran is in violation of its commitments vis-a-vis the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty added greater urgency to the moment. The running down of the clock on the 60 days of negotiations to which the U.S. administration had committed itself made action feasible. In the early hours of the morning on June 13th, Israel chose to act. Until now, the results have been encouraging. Nuclear facilities at Natanz, Isfahan, Tabriz, and Iraq have been targeted and severely damaged. A wide range of individuals and targets associated with regime governance have also been eliminated, including 2 military chiefs of staff, a series of senior IRGC commanders, and a number of nuclear scientists. The regime has been set back years in the nuclear arena and elsewhere. None of this, however, yet resembles anything like victory. The Fordow uranium enrichment facility, embedded in the mountains near the Shia holy city of Qom, remains intact. It is immune, according to a recent article by former Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, to the IDF's current capacities. The U.S. appears poised to intervene to address the matter of Fordow. It remains to be seen if President Donald Trump will give the order. But if he does, and the U.S. action is limited to this one strike, or indeed if he does not, there is a possible negative outcome of which Israel should be aware. If Israel just keeps pounding away at Iranian targets, damaging but not destroying them, It risks being drawn into a war of attrition which will play to Tehran's benefit, not Jerusalem's. Potential shortages in Israel's Arrow 3 interceptors render this issue more acute. If, following such a slogging match, Israel at a certain point declares victory and leaves, what will remain will be a damaged but not destroyed regime with an obvious incentive to race towards the bomb. This would be the worst possible outcome. It's therefore imperative that Israel, the U.S., or some combination thereof commit to the intensification of the pace and scale of current operations, and the expansion of the target list to include the regime's most senior figures. The objective needs to be the decapitation of the regime. Iran's folly in sending its proxies against Israel in 2023 and then initiating direct attacks in April 2024 has created an opportunity. The Islamic Republic of Iran has cast a shadow over the Middle East for nearly half a century. It's time that this shadow be lifted. In recent years, we have been bombarded with reports of the death of the Bush Doctrine. Of course, there have been many such reports since the doctrine was first promulgated at the start of what I persist in calling World War IV, the Cold War being World War III. Almost all of them were written by the realists and liberal internationalists within the old foreign policy establishment, and they all turned out to resemble the reports of Mark Twain's death, which, he famously said, had been greatly exaggerated. Nothing daunted by this, the critics and enemies of Bush are now at it yet again. This time, however, their ranks have been swollen by a number of traditional conservatives who were never comfortable with the doctrine bearing his name and who have now moved from discomfort to outright opposition. But what is genuinely new and more surprising is the entry into this picture of a significant number of my fellow neoconservatives. As the Bush Doctrine's greatest enthusiasts, they would be much happier if they could go on pointing to signs of life, but so disillusioned have they become that a British journalist can say that, to them, the words Rice and Bush have all but become the Beltway equivalent of barnyard expletives. No wonder that they have now taken to composing obituary notices of their own. Are we then to conclude that the latest reports of the death of the Bush Doctrine are not greatly, if indeed at all, exaggerated, and that it has at long last really been put to rest? So misrepresented has the Bush Doctrine been that the only way to begin answering that question is to remind ourselves of what it actually says and does not say. And the best way to do that is by going back to the speech in which it was originally enunciated, the President's address to a joint session of Congress on September 20, 2001. In analyzing that speech shortly after it was delivered, I found that the new doctrine was built on 3 pillars. The first was a categorical rejection of the kind of relativism, one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter, that had previously prevailed in the discussion of terrorism, and a correlative insistence on using such unambiguously moral categories as right and wrong, good and evil, in describing the great harm we had suffered only 9 days earlier. But the President went on, out of that harm, and in our grief and anger we have found our mission and our moment. In spelling out the nature of that mission and moment, Bush gave the lie to those who would later claim that the idea of planting the seeds of democracy in Iraq was a hastily contrived ex post facto rationalization to cover for the failure to find weapons of mass destruction there. Indeed, the plain truth is that, far from being an afterthought, the idea of democratization was there from the very beginning and could even be said to represent the animating or foundational principle of the entire doctrine. The advance of human freedom, the great achievement of our time and the great hope of every time, now depends on us. Our nation, this generation, will rally the world to this cause by our efforts, by our courage. The second pillar on which the Bush Doctrine stood was a new conception of terrorism that would, along with the mission emerging out of the rubble of 9/11, serve as a further justification for going first into Afghanistan and then into Iraq. Under the old understanding, terrorists were lone individuals who could best be dealt with by the criminal justice system. Bush, by dramatic contrast, now asserted that they should be regarded as the irregular troops of the nation-states that harbored and supported them. From this it followed that 9/11 constituted a declaration of war on the United States, and that the proper response was to rely not on cops and lawyers and judges but on soldiers and sailors and Marines. Again giving the lie to those who would later accuse him of misleading the American people as to why he had led us into Iraq, the President said that, "Our enemy is a radical network of terrorists and every government that supports them. Our war on terror begins with Al-Qaeda, but it does not end there. It will not end until every terrorist group of global reach has been found, stopped, and defeated. Furthermore, this war that we were about to fight would be a lengthy campaign unlike any other we have ever seen. It may include dramatic strikes, visible on TV, and covert operations, secret even in success. We will starve terrorists of funding, turn them one against another, drive them from place to place, until there is no refuge or no rest. And we will pursue nations that provide aid or safe haven to terrorism. From this day forward, any nation that continues to harbor or support terrorism will be regarded by the United States as a hostile regime. In thus promising to pursue nations that provide aid or safe haven to terrorism, the president touched on the third pillar on which the Bush Doctrine was built, the determination to take preemptive action against an anticipated attack. But it was only 3 months later, in his State of the Union address on January 29, 2002, that he made this determination fully explicit. I will not wait on events while dangers gather. I will not stand by as peril draws closer and closer. The United States of America will not permit the world's most dangerous regimes to threaten us with the world's most destructive weapons. Here it is important to note what, for better or worse, the president did not say. He did not say, as almost everyone imagines he did, that he would act unilaterally, or that he would pay no attention to the opinions of our allies, or that he would ignore the UN. Nor did he say, as would later mendaciously be charged in the relentless campaign to prove that he had hyped the danger posed by Saddam Hussein, that the threat had to be imminent before preemptive action could legitimately be taken. Nor did he use that word a few months later when, in the next major address he devoted to the Bush Doctrine, he restated the same point. If we wait for threats to fully materialize, we will have waited too long. The war on terror will not be won on the defensive. We must take the battle to the enemy, disrupt his plans, and confront the worst threats before they emerge. The reason it was now necessary to act in this way, the president explained, was that the strategy we had adopted toward the Soviet Union during the Cold War, or World War III in my accounting, could not possibly work in the world we have entered, a world in which unbalanced dictators with weapons of mass destruction can deliver those weapons or missiles or secretly provide them to terrorist allies. Having thus set the foundation for a new American policy in the broader Middle East, the president was left with the problem of how it could and should be applied to the narrower Middle East, that is, the conflict between Israel and the Palestinians. In October 2001, only a month after September 11th, George W. Bush had become the first American president to come out openly for the establishment of a Palestinian state as the only path to a resolution of that conflict. But by June of 2002, he had also arrived at the realization of a glaring contradiction between his own doctrine and his support for the creation of a Palestinian state that would, as things then stood, inevitably be run by terrorists like Yasser Arafat and his henchmen. He therefore added a number of conditions to his previously unqualified endorsement of Palestinian statehood. Today, Palestinian authorities are encouraging, not opposing, terrorism. This is unacceptable, and the United States will not support the establishment of a Palestinian state until its leaders engage in a sustained fight against the terrorists and dismantle their infrastructure. This, he added, required the election of new leaders, who would embark on building entirely new political and economic institutions based on democracy, market economics, and action against terrorism. And because he recognized that the Palestinians were pawns in the Middle East conflict, by which he clearly meant the war the Arab/Muslim world had been waging against Israel for decades, he broadened his demands to cover that world as well. I've said in the past that nations are either with us or against us in the war on terror. To be counted on the side of peace, nations must act. Every leader actually committed to peace will end incitement to violence in official media and publicly denounce homicide bombs. Every nation actually committed to peace will stop the flow of money, equipment, and recruits to terrorist groups seeking the destruction of Israel, including Hamas, Islamic Jihad, and Hezbollah. Every nation committed to peace must block the shipment of Iranian supplies to these groups and oppose regimes that promote terror, like Iraq. And Syria must choose the right side in the war on terror by closing terrorist camps and expelling terrorist organizations. With these portentous words, Bush eliminated the contradiction between waging a war on terror in the broader Middle East and supporting the establishment of a Palestinian state run by terrorists in the narrower. The comment I made about this statement shortly after it was issued still seems right to me, with the inconsistency thus removed and the resultant shakiness repaired by the addition of this fourth pillar to undergird it. The Bush Doctrine was now firm, coherent, and complete. If we go by the president's speeches, as well as by his unscripted remarks at press conferences and other venues, There is not the slightest indication that today he is any less wedded than he was at the start to any of the four commitments that together constitute the substance of the Bush Doctrine. A good benchmark is his second inaugural address, delivered on January 20, 2005. During the campaign that would end by giving him the opportunity to deliver this address, and in spite of the political considerations that might have led him to play it safe, Bush kept reaffirming his belief in the soundness of his doctrine and his determination to stick by all of its interrelated parts. Over and over again he declared that, if re-elected, he would go on working for the spread of liberty throughout the broader Middle East, that he would not relent in the war against terrorism, whose main front was now Iraq, that he would continue reserving the right to strike preemptively against mounting threats, and that he would steadfastly refuse to support the establishment of a Palestinian state unless and until its leaders renounced terrorism and began pursuing democratic reform. Nevertheless, immediately after he was re-elected on these promises, it was widely predicted that he would retreat from them in his second term, and that he would do so whether he liked it or not. Some said that, because of setbacks in Iraq, he would lose the political support he needed to push the Bush Doctrine any farther. Others posited a political law under which second-term presidents were always forced to moderate their policies. And still others foresaw a clash with an obdurate reality that would kill off the Bush Doctrine by exposing it as a utopian fantasy. With all this ringing in his ears, Bush defiantly took the oath of office for a second time with a restatement of the doctrine bearing his name that was even more eloquent, more forceful, and more unequivocal than the great series of speeches in which he had originally promulgated it 3 years earlier. On the rejection of moral relativism, we will persistently clarify the choice before every ruler and every nation, the moral choice between oppression, which is always wrong, and freedom, which is eternally right. We have confidence because freedom is the permanent hope of mankind, the hunger in dark places, the longing of the soul. On the new conception of terrorism and the political roots of the assault we suffered on September 11th, we have seen our vulnerability, and we have seen its deepest source. For as long as whole regions of the world simmer in resentment and tyranny, prone to ideologies that feed hatred and excuse murder, violence will gather and multiply in destructive power, and cross the most defended borders, and raise a mortal threat. On the spread of democracy as the answer to terrorism, there is only one force of history that can break the reign of hatred and resentment, and expose the pretensions of tyrants, and reward the hopes of the decent and tolerant, and that is the force of human freedom. America's vital interests and our deepest beliefs are now one. So it is the policy of the United States to seek and support the growth of democratic movements and institutions in every nation and culture. On the nature and length of the war that was declared on us on September 11th, and what winning it will ultimately mean, this is not primarily the task of arms, though we will defend ourselves and our friends by force of arms when necessary. The great objective of ending tyranny is the concentrated work of generations. On the determination to take preemptive action, my most solemn duty is to protect this nation and its people against further attacks and emerging threats. So much for the idea that Bush was preparing to back away from the first 3 pillars of the Bush Doctrine. And what about the fourth? Framed in loftily abstract terms, the second inaugural contained no reference to Israel or the Palestinians. Nor were Iraq and Afghanistan mentioned by name. A few weeks earlier, however, Bush had already made it clear that the fourth pillar of his doctrine was still firmly in place. He did this during a post-election visit to Canada, where he once again conditioned his support for the establishment of a Palestinian state on the willingness of the Palestinians to renounce terrorism and embark on democratic reform. Achieving peace in the Holy Land is not just a matter of pressuring one side or the other on the shape of a border or the site of a settlement. This approach has been tried before without success. As we negotiate the details of peace, we must look to the heart of the matter, which is the need for a Palestinian democracy. As I write, Bush's second term has entered its 19th month, and on innumerable occasions during that time he has ringingly reaffirmed his commitment to the doctrine bearing his name. On what basis, then, is it being claimed all over the place that he no longer believes either in its soundness or its viability? According to the most widely discussed elaboration of this claim, the Time cover story entitled The End of Cowboy Diplomacy, July 17, 2006, the first indication that Bush has undergone a change of mind and a change of heart is a modulation of tone. As an example, Time points to a press conference with the British Prime Minister Tony Blair in which Bush swore off the Wild West rhetoric of getting enemies dead or alive, conceding that in certain parts of the world it was misinterpreted. Equally revealing to Time was Bush's response to the North Korean missile test. Under the old Bush doctrine, defiance by a dictator like Kim Jong-il would have merited threats of punitive U.S. action, or at least a tongue-lashing. Instead, the administration has mainly been talking up multilateralism. Time then quotes a Princeton political scientist who ascribes this putative change to doctrinal flameout, or, in Time's own jazzy formulation, cowboy diplomacy, RIP. The problem with this analysis is that it stems from a false premise about the Bush doctrine and about its author. To say again what, judging from the persistence of the false premise, cannot be said too often, the unilateralist vision of American power and how to use it that Time identifies as a plank of the Bush doctrine has never been any such thing. Not once in any of the speeches in which the president spelled out his new doctrine did he explicitly declare, or even imply, that it prescribed a course of going it alone, or that it precluded seeking allies in the war against terrorism, or that it included, once more in Time's own words, the idea that the U.S. could carry out a strategy as ambitious as reshaping the Middle East, without a degree of international legitimacy and cooperation to back it up. On the contrary, witness the National Security Strategy of 2002, which elaborated on the various points the president had made in his post-9/11 speeches up till then. We are also guided by the conviction that no nation can build a safer, better world alone. Alliances and multilateral institutions can multiply the strength of freedom-loving nations. The United States is committed to lasting institutions like the United Nations, the World Trade Organization, the Organization of American States, and NATO, as well as other long-standing alliances. Coalitions of the willing can augment these permanent institutions. In all cases, international obligations are to be taken seriously. They are not to be undertaken symbolically to rally support for an ideal without furthering its attainment. And again, there is little of lasting consequence that the United States can accomplish in the world without the sustained cooperation of its allies and friends in Canada and Europe. Europe is also the seat of two of the strongest and most able international institutions in the world: the North Atlantic Treaty Organization NATO, which has, since its inception, been the fulcrum of transatlantic and inter-European security, and the European Union EU, our partner in opening world trade. As it was at the beginning when cowboy diplomacy was allegedly riding high, so it was 2 years later when the president delivered his State of the Union address of 2004. As we debate at home, we must never ignore the vital contributions of our international partners, or dismiss their sacrifices. From the beginning, America has sought international support for our operations in Afghanistan and Iraq, and we have gained much support. And so it also was the following year in his second inaugural. All the allies of the United States can know. We honor your friendship, we rely on your counsel, and we depend on your help. To this incontrovertible statement, Bush attached a caveat. There is a difference, however, between leading a coalition of many nations and submitting to the objections of a few. America will never seek a permission slip to defend the security of our country. In a saner political climate, this caveat would be regarded as self-evident. For who can really believe that any nation, let alone a nation as powerful as the United States, would hand over to other countries, whether acting on their own or through a collective like the UN, the power to decide what it should or should not do in defense of its own security? In the case at issue, doing so would have meant bowing to the wishes of France and Germany and to the UN Security Council. The folly of such a course is something else that would be regarded as self-evident in a saner political climate. But, reminded by the Time cover story that it is not self-evident, Peter Wehner, a member of the president's staff, took the trouble to explain. Should nations be paralyzed from acting unless they receive the support of the Security Council? How many nations need to support an action before it is considered sufficiently multilateral and therefore justifiable? 10? 50? 150? And what happens if a nation, perhaps for reasons of corruption or bad motivation, seeks to prevent a particular action from being taken? Good questions all, especially the first and the last. And yet I would maintain that the charge of unilateralism, like its inseparable companion, the rush to war, has never been anything more than a respectable sounding cover for an effort by the French and the Germans, and their fellow travelers in the United States itself, to tie the American Gulliver down. Nor can these charges have been made in good faith when Bush, far from rushing to war or using it as the weapon of first resort, spent 8 long months in a diplomatic gavotte aimed at rounding up support for a possible use of force against Saddam Hussein, and when he also repeatedly pleaded with the Security Council to stop ignoring the Iraqi tyrant's defiance of its own long string of resolutions. It was only after the futility of all this became unmistakably obvious to anyone with eyes to see that Bush resorted to military action. And not even then did he act unilaterally. In addition to Britain, a coalition of the willing, composed of no fewer than 49 other nations, joined in the invasion. In short, the fact that the president has lately been talking a lot about diplomacy and entering into multilateral negotiations has no bearing on the question of whether the Bush Doctrine is dead, since it never ruled these out in the first place. As for the nuclear ambitions of North Korea and Iran, the administration's instrument of choice, again for better or worse, and again including the period of alleged cowboy diplomacy, has all along been multilateral diplomacy. Unlike unilateralism, the right of preemption is a real and not a mythical plank of the Bush Doctrine. This one, time tells us, has been discredited by our travails in Iraq, which is turning out to be not only the first but also the last laboratory for preventive war. About that we shall see in the next 2 years, but for now there is no sign that the president has changed his mind about preemption as a last resort response to a gathering threat. If he had, why would he steadfastly refuse to rule it out against Iran by repeating whenever asked that all options are open? So, too, with the third plank or pillar of the Bush Doctrine, the one that I put first. In Time's account, the goal to spread democracy as a defense against terrorism has also been undermined, not so much by Iraq as by the complexity of global politics. The consequence has been a dimming of the administration's commitment to the ideals of its freedom agenda. As evidence, Time cites the administration's failure to put more pressure for democratic reform on Egypt, Russia, and China, and also the fact that some of the elections it has sponsored are producing governments more hospitable to extremism, not less. Yet whatever these cases may demonstrate about the implementation of the freedom agenda, to which I will come in due course, it is impossible to believe that Bush can already have lost or even retreated from the faith in it that he expressed so powerfully in his second inaugural only 18 months ago and unequivocally restated in his State of the Union message as recently as January of this year. Abroad, our nation is committed to an historic long-term goal. We seek the end of tyranny in our world. Some dismiss that goal as misguided idealism. In reality, the future security of America depends on it. On September the 11th, 2001, we found that problems originating in a failed and oppressive state 7,000 miles away could bring murder and destruction to our country. Dictatorships shelter terrorists and feed resentment and radicalism and seek weapons of mass destruction. Democracies replace resentment with hope, respect the rights of their citizens and their neighbors, and join the fight against terror. Which brings us again to the fourth plank or pillar of the Bush Doctrine, its conception of how Israel and the Palestinians fit into the larger war on Islamist terrorism. As Time sees it, Exhibit A of the dimming of the administration's commitment to its freedom agenda is that Bush responded to the victory of Hamas, a group, the magazine adds noncommittally, that the U.S. and Europe classify as a terrorist organization, by leading an international ban on aid to the democratically elected Palestinian government. But surely this response shows the reverse of a dimming commitment to the Bush Doctrine. Surely it shows rather that Bush remains true to his promise that, to repeat, the United States will not support the establishment of a Palestinian state until its leaders engage in a sustained fight against the terrorists and dismantle their infrastructure. And surely it also makes nonsense of the endlessly chanted mantra that Bush simplistically regards elections as the be-all and end-all of democratization, let alone that he thinks the victorious party in a free election has, by virtue of that fact alone, a claim on American support even if it engages in terrorism. As he put it in his State of the Union address of 2006, ultimately, the only way to defeat the terrorists is to defeat their dark vision of hatred and fear by offering the hopeful alternative of political freedom and peaceful change. So the United States of America supports democratic reform across the broader Middle East. Elections are vital, but they are only the beginning. Raising up a democracy requires the rule of law and protection of minorities, and strong, accountable institutions that last longer than a single vote. As against Time, which is under the impression that Bush no longer believes in his own doctrine, Philip Gordon of the Brookings Institution, in an article in Foreign Affairs, The End of the Bush Revolution, July-August 2006, at least recognizes that the president and most of his team still hold to the basic tenets of the Bush Doctrine. But Gordon, as befits a fellow of one bastion of the old foreign policy establishment writing in the magazine of its traditional headquarters at the Council on Foreign Relations, contends that the budgetary, political, and diplomatic realities that the first Bush team tried to ignore have begun to set in. The consequence is a reversal of the Bush Revolution and the return to realism, for which the old foreign policy establishment has been yearning since 9/11. In backing up this thesis, Gordon rehearses the by now familiar litany of alleged disasters, pretty much the same ones listed by Time, that have followed from Bush's pursuit of a transformative foreign policy. Failure in Iraq, a decline in legitimacy and popularity abroad, and a waning of political support at home. Faced with all this, Bush has had no choice but to adopt a more modest tone and style, and to embrace, at long last, the kind of diplomacy he had previously scorned, with North Korea and Iran being the prime examples. Unlike virtually all his colleagues within the foreign policy establishment, who simply ignore the achievements that have been made under the aegis of the Bush Doctrine, Gordon acknowledges a few of them, including successful elections in Iraq and Afghanistan, a revolution in Lebanon followed by Syrian withdrawal, nuclear disarmament in Libya, and steps toward democracy elsewhere in the world. One might think that this record would give him pause, and one might also think that for the good of the country he would hope for more of the same. But no, what he most fears is renewed progress in these areas. Why? Because further progress could give new force to the idea that a determined United States can transform the world and new arguments to those who believe that Bush should not waver in the promotion of his doctrine. Better, in other words, for the United States to suffer defeat than for the Bush Doctrine to pull a Lazarus and then return to pursuing its hubristic goal of making the Middle East safe for America by making it safe for democracy. A slightly different view is taken by Charles A. Kupchan and Ray Takey, both of whom are affiliated with the Council on Foreign Relations and several other bastions of the old foreign policy establishment as well. To them, the Bush Doctrine, though on its deathbed, still has enough life left in it to be blamed for the shooting war that broke out this past summer between Israel and the Islamists of Hamas and Hezbollah. As liberal internationalists, Kupchan and Takey are forced into the grudging allowance that the Bush administration may have been seeking the right end in the Middle East, the pacification of the region through economic and political liberalization. But its ideological hubris and political incompetence have succeeded only in setting the region ablaze. If, they contend, Bush had not abandoned Clinton's diplomatic efforts, and if the administration had actively engaged with the peace process, it could have sustained a process of reconciliation that kept an uneasy peace. This is an astonishing claim, since as everyone but the denizens of the old foreign policy establishment recognizes, what was produced by that process of reconciliation between Israel and the Palestinian Arabs was not peace, whether uneasy or any other kind, but years of Palestinian terrorism and finally the war known as the Second Intifada. Moreover, as Jacob Weisberg demonstrates in a piece entitled, "Don't Blame Bush," the war in Lebanon isn't his fault. The Bush administration missed no opportunity that ever actually existed to pursue a peace agreement. Nor, he adds, would less confrontational rhetoric and flying visits from Condi Rice have yielded better results than Bush's policy of isolating rather than engaging with the rogue regimes, the Palestinian Authority, Syria, and Iran, that are really responsible for the shooting war between Israel and the Islamofascists of Hamas and Hezbollah. It is utterly inconceivable that the wish for an American defeat could ever find room in the mind or heart of a traditionalist conservative like the columnist George Will, though it could and has taken up comfortable residence in the thinking of rabid paleoconservatives like Patrick J. Buchanan. Even so, after many months of expressing his unhappiness with the Bush Doctrine mainly through hints and asides, Will's exasperation with it has finally boiled over. This administration, he laments in a recent column, is currently learning a lesson, one that conservatives should not have to learn on the job, about the limits of power to subdue an unruly world. In preaching this lesson to Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice, Will joins forces with the likes of Philip Gordon within the old foreign policy establishment who have long since appropriated and adapted it to their own political and ideological purposes, which are very far from Will's. Unlike the realists, however, but like the liberal internationalists, Will fears that enough life is left in the Bush Doctrine to continue doing damage. Hence he does not, as they do, see in the ascendancy of Rice one of the leading indicators of a retreat from, never mind a death blow to, the Bush Doctrine. To the contrary, He criticizes her for echoing the doctrine in seeming to consider today's turmoil preferable to the Middle East's false stability of the past 60 years, and accuses her of being stuck in the illusion that democratization is necessarily an antidote to terrorism. Here Will comes perilously close to sounding like Brent Scowcroft, the elder Bush's national security advisor, whose political purposes as an enemy of Israel are even further from Will's than are those of the old foreign policy establishment. Some months ago, in an argument with Rice, who is his former protege, Scowcroft drew an invidious comparison between the turmoil her boss's policy was creating in the Middle East and the 50 years of peace the old policy had brought us. Though I very much doubt that George Will himself would ever describe as years of peace a period during which some 24 wars were fought, he does deride Rice's claim that the stability the Middle East enjoyed in those years was false, and with regard to democratization, he also seems to agree with Scowcroft's contention that you cannot with one sweep of the hand or the mind cast off thousands of years of history. Accordingly, I would give the same answer to Will that I once gave to Scowcroft. But the despotisms in the Middle East are not thousands of years old, and they were not created by Allah or the Prophet Muhammad. All of them were established after World War I, that is, less than a century ago, by the British and the French. This being the case, there is nothing utopian about the idea that such regimes, planted with shallow roots by two Western powers, could be uprooted with the help of a third Western power and that a better political system could be put in their place. And, in fact, this is exactly what has been happening before our very eyes in Iraq. This is not an answer, however, that would cut any ice with William F. Buckley, Jr., the other major traditionalist conservative who has, after much hesitation, decisively given up on the Bush doctrine. The reason my argument would fall on deaf ears if directed at Buckley is that his own break with Bush's policies has not primarily been driven by the apparent conflict between Bush's ideological certitudes and sound conservative principles. The main factor is what Buckley has become convinced is the failure of these policies to pass the acid test of Iraq. True, his indictment includes other putative failures of the Bush doctrine to deliver the goods. Nor does he ignore the, to him, unfortunate and definitely unconservative role played by the evangelism of its universalist aims. Yet I would guess that if he thought the effort to plant the seeds of democracy in Iraq was succeeding, he would not be telling us that the Bush doctrine has for all practical purposes been killed off everywhere else as well. I must confess to being puzzled by the amazing spread of the idea that the Bush doctrine has indeed failed the test of Iraq. After all, Iraq has been liberated from one of the worst tyrants in the Middle East. 3 elections have been held. A decent constitution has been written. A government is in place, and previously unimaginable liberties are being enjoyed. By what bizarre calculus does all this add up to failure? And by what even stranger logic is failure to be read into the fact that the forces opposed to democratization are fighting back with all their might? Surely what makes more sense is the opposite interpretation of the terrible violence being perpetrated by the terrorists of the so-called insurgency. That it is in itself a tribute to the enormous strides that have been made in democratizing the country. If this murderous collection of die-hard Sunni Baathists and vengeful Shiite militias, together with their allies inside the government, agreed that democratization had already failed, would they be waging so desperate a campaign to defeat it? And if democratization in Iraq posed no threat to the other despotisms in the region, would those regimes be sending jihadists and material support to the insurgency there? Perhaps, then, what the sectarian murderers and their foreign allies are trying to prevent is less the democratic project as such than the emergence of an Iraq which would be unified under the loose federal system prescribed by the constitution adopted last year. Perhaps what the Sunni insurgency is trying to do is prevent the Shiite majority from becoming dominant. Perhaps the Shiite militias are mainly engaged in reprisals for recent Sunni atrocities, not to mention being bent on revenge for the relentless oppression they suffered at the hands of the Sunnis under Saddam Hussein. Perhaps all this is leading to a breakup of the country into 3 separate entities, with a fully independent Kurdistan in the north, with the Sunnis ruling in Baghdad and its environs, and with the Shiites in power in the south. The Israeli political theorist Shlomo Avineri and Clinton's ambassador to Croatia Peter Galbraith have long contended that such an outcome is the best that can be hoped for, and that in any event the vision of an Iraq unified under a democratic system is nothing more than a mirage. From this glum analysis it follows that the United States should scrap the Bush doctrine and resign itself to a tripartite division as the least bad alternative to complete chaos and an all-out civil war. This position, which in the latest variant proposed by Galbraith has been endorsed as second best by a disillusioned neoconservative in the person of David Frum, comes at us with all the trappings of what looks like a hard-headed assessment of the sectarian facts on the ground in Iraq. But in common with many such apparently hard-headed assessments of other facts on other grounds, it poses intractable problems of its own. Worse yet, its plausibility depends on the ruling out of the new possibilities that can materialize out of popular aspirations for something different and something better. Only yesterday we saw such aspirations vividly expressed in the flocking of millions of Iraqis to the polls, and all the world marveled at the sight. Now, because the enemies of these aspirations within Iraq and their foreign supporters are mounting a last-ditch campaign to blow them to smithereens, we are being told that it is useless to go on giving our support to what is clearly a lost cause. Shades of how George W. Bush's father treated the Shiites, whom he had encouraged to rise up against Saddam Hussein at the tail end of the First Gulf War, only to sit by as many thousands of them were slaughtered by this merciless despot who had been left in power by the realism of American policy. It was, incidentally, only because some of us had forgotten the bitterness this betrayal had planted in the Shiites of the South that we were surprised when they greeted our troops in 2003 with surly suspicion instead of cheers and flowers. Well, having through the Bush doctrine repudiated his father's realism, as precisely unrealistic George W. Bush is hardly likely to welsh on the promises he in his own turn has made to the people of Iraq. And since most of them, Sunnis no less than Shiites, know very well that their lives literally depend on making the new system work, they have the greatest imaginable stake in fending off the evil forces that are dedicated to destroying its chances. In opposition to Will and Buckley, and with at least the partial exception just noted of David Frum, my fellow neoconservatives are still heavily invested in the Bush doctrine. But an increasing number of them also charge that it is being killed off, not by the obdurate realities of the Middle East, and not by any conceptual flaws, and not by its enemies at home and abroad, but rather by its author's loss of nerve in seeing it through. For the more aggressive remedy they prescribe, they have been cast out of the conservative community by no less an erstwhile political friend and ally than George Will himself. Neoconservatism, he has now concluded, is a spectacularly misnamed radicalism. A dirty word in Will's vocabulary. Though he thinks this administration richly deserves severe criticism, the kind it is getting from the neoconservatives is so untethered from reality as to defy caricature. What Will is referring to in this uncharacteristically fevered attack is a July 24th piece in the Weekly Standard by its editor William Crystal, advocating an immediate military strike against Iranian nuclear facilities. Going all the way, Crystal denounces the administration's delay in launching such a strike as a form of appeasement. Now, as it happens, there is a split among neoconservatives on the desirability of military action against Iran. For reasons of their own, some, including Michael Ledeen of the American Enterprise Institute, are just as opposed to such a course as is Will himself. They do not, however, agree with Will, who here again joins hands with the old foreign policy establishment, that a nuclear Iran can just as successfully be contained as the Soviet Union was in World War III. As Eli Lake writes, New York Sunday, August 1, 2006, there are those of us who have long endorsed a plan to bolster Iran's opposition as an alternative to a war with Iran, and there are sound arguments that bombing Iran's nuclear infrastructure would scuttle the efforts of Persian Democrats to rescue their country from the mullahs. But let's not pretend that Iran is not at war with America and Israel. If it was true that Iran could be contained with a nuclear threat capability, then how does one explain its emboldened recklessness with regard to its proxies, Hezbollah? Moreover, the fervent commitment of this group of neoconservatives to the democratization of the entire Middle East must similarly strike Will as tainted by the sin of radicalism and as untethered from reality. So, at least one is entitled to infer from another argument he makes against Rice. America's intervention was supposed to democratize Iraq, which, by benign infection, would transform the region. But elections have transformed Hamas into the government of the Palestinian territories, and elections have turned Hezbollah into a significant faction in Lebanon's parliament, from which it operates as a state within the state. And as a possible harbinger of future horrors, last year's elections gave the Muslim Brotherhood 19% of the seats in Egypt's parliament. But listen to what the exiled Iranian columnist Amir Taheri has to say about this argument. Disappointed by the victory of Hamas in the Palestinian election and the strong showing of the Muslim Brotherhood in last year's polls in Egypt, some doubt the wisdom of pushing for elections in the Muslim world. The holding of elections, however, is a clear admission that the principal basis for legitimacy is the will of the people as freely expressed through ballot boxes. In well-established democracies, this may sound trite. In Arab societies, it is a revolutionary idea. And listen also to the corroborative testimony of Fouad Ajami of Johns Hopkins. Speaking with the authority of one born and raised in Lebanon who is also an eminent student of the history of the Middle East, Ajami flatly asserts that, while the ballot is not infallible, it has broken the pact with Arab tyranny. Where Iran is concerned, those neoconservatives who oppose military action and detect no possibility of even relatively free elections there, have instead placed their hopes in an internal insurrection that would topple the malocracy and replace it with a democratic regime. They also keep insisting that the failure of this long-predicted insurrection to materialize is largely the fault of the Bush administration, whose own failure to do everything in its power to help the Democratic opposition is in their eyes a blatant betrayal of the Bush doctrine. On this account, Richard Pearl, one of the most influential of the neoconservatives, is furious with the president, in whose administration he formerly served as chairman of the Defense Policy Board. Why did Bush blink on Iran? Ask Kundi. Reads the headline of a piece he recently published in the Washington Post. Here Pearl charges that Bush has chosen to beat an ignominious retreat by yielding to the State Department's wish to join talks with Iran on its nuclear program. In thereby betraying the promises of his own doctrine, Pearl adds, the president has crushed the hopes that his soaring speeches had once aroused in the young democratic dissidents of Iran. Other neoconservatives focus on what they see as other betrayals. In his column in the Los Angeles Times, July 12, Max Boot singles out Egypt as a prime example of the downsizing of President Bush's democracy-promoting agenda. Joshua Muravchik of the American Enterprise Institute, in A Democracy Policy in Ashes, Washington Post, June 27, likewise concentrates on the bitter disappointment that Egypt's Democrats feel over the apparent waning of the Bush administration's ardor for their course. Moving beyond Iran and Egypt, Michael Rubin, the editor of the Middle East Quarterly, begins a piece entitled Fight for Mideast Democracy Failing, Philadelphia Inquirer, July 14, by offering examples of how, thanks to the Bush doctrine, democracy took root in what many once dismissed as infertile ground, but ends by showing how, in the face of Bush's reversal, Democratic dissenters throughout the region, who were emboldened by the president's pledge to seek and support the growth of democratic movements, are now being silenced and repressed once again, while U.S. allies who once considered reform now abandon it. According to still other neoconservatives, it is not only in the Middle East that the administration, instead of carrying on with the struggle to end tyranny in our world, has inexplicably pulled down this pillar of the Bush doctrine by adopting a new policy of coddling despots like the repressive leaders both of Russia and China. North Korea makes for a comparably strong argument that the third pillar, the pledge to move preemptively against gathering threats, has also been blasted out from under the Bush doctrine. Thus, Nicholas Eberstadt, a neoconservative expert on that country, charges that Bush's policy toward the regime of Kim Jong-il is, if anything, worse than Clinton's. Apparently unwilling to move against North Korea's nuclear challenges by itself, and evidently incapable of fashioning a practical response involving allies and others, the Bush administration's response to Pyongyang's atomic provocations is today principally characterized by renewed calls for additional rounds of toothless diplomacy. Kenneth Adelman, yet another strong partisan of the Bush doctrine, adds insult to injury by telling an interviewer that its day is done, and that the administration's handing of North Korea and Iran amounts to the triumph of Kerryism. Two extraordinary features mark the consensus that has formed on the death of the Bush doctrine. One is that it embraces just about every group all along the ideological spectrum, critics and friends of Bush alike, the realists, the liberal internationalists, the traditionalist conservatives, the paleoconservatives, and the neoconservatives. The other extraordinary feature is that the only group that has refused to join in this unprecedented consensus is made up of Bush's enemies on the left. Take the inveterate Bush hater Fred Kaplan, who, in the left-liberal webzine Slate, argues that reports of the death of cowboy diplomacy are greatly exaggerated, and that while there has been a moderating tone in Bush's rhetoric, his actual policies have barely changed. It is in Slate, too, that its editor Jacob Weisberg, the same Jacob Weisberg who has devoted himself to collecting Bushisms, supposedly proving how stupid the president is and how adept at finding new ways to harm our country, posted his article acknowledging Bush's persistent refusal to engage with rogue regimes. Moving further to the left, we come upon Mother Jones, where one S. Honorari also denies that cowboy diplomacy has really ended. No doubt, both Harari and Kaplan would very much prefer to agree that Bush has abandoned his wicked ways, and to congratulate the left on this great accomplishment. But the best they can do is concede that he is now drifting rather than pushing forcefully ahead, Kaplan, and to hope that Iran and North Korea will eventually force a real change in his overall approach, Harari. As for me, unaccustomed as I am to finding myself siding with my ideological enemies on the left, I have no honest choice but to admit that I think Fred Kaplan's analysis of where the Bush doctrine now stands is closer to the mark than any of the others discussed above, including the ones offered by some of my fellow neoconservatives. Of course, there are plenty of leftists around for whom the true axis of evil still does and always will consist of Bush, Cheney, and Rumsfeld. In my opinion, such people are worthy of contempt, as are all those who, whether or not they admit it even to themselves, are rooting for an American defeat in World War IV. My own heart, it should go without saying, is with those neoconservatives who have been pressing for a more aggressive implementation of the Bush doctrine. I even think that there is at least some merit in many, or perhaps even most, of the arguments they offer to explain why they have concluded that American foreign policy is no longer true to the doctrine's promises. Without denying that the president is still talking the talk, they contend that his actions demonstrate that he has ceased walking the walk. And it is by stacking those actions up against his own language that they seek to justify the charge of, at best, a loss of nerve and, at worst, an outright betrayal of the goals they formerly believed he meant to pursue and to which they themselves are as dedicated as ever. Nevertheless, I think they are wrong, less wrong than the old foreign policy establishment, which agrees with them that the president has abandoned his own doctrine, and is gleeful instead of angry about it, but still wrong. To begin with, the neoconservatives who have given up on Bush or are in the process of doing so overlook one simple consideration: that he is a politician. This ridiculously obvious truth has been obscured by the fact that Bush so often sounds like an ideologue, or perhaps idealist would be a better word. But here an old Jewish joke applies that I used to tell in connection with the same mistake that was also made about Ronald Reagan. "Why are you dressed like that?" asks the Jewish mother of her son when he visits her wearing the uniform of a naval officer. "Because, Mama," he explains, "I just bought a boat and I'm the captain." To which, smiling fondly, she replies, "Well, by you you're a captain, and by me you're a captain. But by a captain are you a captain?" Which is to say that, like Ronald Reagan before him, George W. Bush may be an ideologue by most politicians who believe in nothing much and are always ready to trade a principle for a political gain. But by an ideologue he's no ideologue. In other words, while he is certainly driven by ideas and ideals to a far greater extent than are most politicians, in implementing these ideas and ideals he is still subject to the same pressures by which all other politicians are constrained. Pressures coming at him that, as president, he can ignore only at the peril of totally alienating the support his policies need both at home and abroad if they are to be sustained. And what this, in turn, means is that prudential considerations inevitably come into play whenever a major decision has to be made. There are utopians to whom pursuing a principled or idealistic policy necessarily precludes the prudential judgment that determines which fights to pick at a given moment and which to delay until the time is ripe, when to pause and when to advance, and which tactic is the right one to use in maneuvering on a particular front. There are also realists who take the necessity of prudential judgment as proof that a policy driven by ideals is altogether incapable of being executed and can only lead to disaster if its proponents are naive enough to try putting it into practice. In pointing this out, I am not suggesting that those of us who share Bush's ideas and ideals, but who labor under neither utopian nor realist illusions, are barred from questioning the soundness of his prudential judgment in this or that instance. But I am suggesting that, by the same token, we have an intellectual responsibility to recognize and acknowledge that he has already taken those ideas and ideals much farther than might have been thought possible, especially given the ferocity of the opposition they have encountered from all sides and the difficulties they have also met with in the field. Indeed, it is a measure of his enormous political skills that, at a time in 2004 when things were not looking at all good for the Bush doctrine's prospects in Iraq, he succeeded in mobilizing enough support for its wildly controversial principles to run on them for a second term and win. In maintaining that Bush has done more to implement those principles than might reasonably have been expected, I would recall to the stand two highly credible witnesses on whom I have frequently relied in the past. The first is the Lebanese radical Walid Jumblat, who had always been violently anti-American, who had therefore opposed the invasion of Iraq, and who had even declared that the killing of American soldiers there was legitimate and obligatory. But as he watched a process of change beginning to take hold throughout the Middle East, Jumblatt underwent a change of his own. It's strange for me to say it, but this process of change has started because of the American invasion of Iraq. I was cynical about Iraq, but when I saw the Iraqi people voting in January 2005, 8 million of them, it was the start of a new Arab world. The second of my two witnesses is the Egyptian democratic activist Saad Eddin Ibrahim, who had also opposed the invasion of Iraq but who later had to admit that it had unfrozen the Middle East, just as Napoleon's 1798 expedition did. Elections in Iraq forced the theocrats and autocrats to put democracy on the agenda, even if only to fight against us reformers. Look, neither Napoleon nor President Bush could impregnate the region with political change. But they were able to be midwives. Since these statements were made, the theocrats and the autocrats have, just as Ibrahim predicted, fought back, and the successes they have scored have understandably distressed Max Boot, Joshua Muravchik, Michael Ledeen, Michael Rubin, Richard Pearl, and other like-minded neoconservatives. Beyond being distressed, they are also angry at George W. Bush for doing things that they believe helped trigger these setbacks and for failing to do the things that could reverse them. Yet to me it is by no means self-evident that the course urged upon Bush by his neoconservative critics in this or that instance has, all factors considered, necessarily been right or viable. Paul Meyernghoff of the blog Powerline, taking account of the role of prudential judgment in a variety of countries with differing circumstances, does a good job of defending Bush's record in this area against his neoconservative critics. In each instance, the administration tilts toward democracy, with the degree of the tilt dictated by its perception of our ability to control events and the viability of the status quo. In short, the administration's policy in the Middle East is to attempt to promote democracy to just the extent that doing so makes sense in light of facts on the ground. Since these facts vary from situation to situation, so too do the manifestations of our policy. Besides, as a glance at the website of the Middle East Media Research Institute, MEMRI, reveals, the reformist impulse aroused by the Bush doctrine is still very much alive throughout the region, which tells us that not all those committed to reform have lost heart, as, according to Muravchik and Boot, some have done in Egypt, and not even everyone there, as recent demonstrations attest. But even if it could be shown that the disillusioned neoconservatives' judgment of the facts on the ground has been right in every instance, the really tremendous fact, the overriding fact, would remain that it is entirely thanks to the Bush doctrine that the Middle East has been unfrozen. And even if its author should for one reason or another prove unable to advance the process of political change that his policies have set into motion, there will be no return to the old arrangements and the old ways, no return, to repeat the words of Fouad Jami, to the old pact with tyranny. Furthermore, as the president has demonstrated in his response to the Israeli counterattack against the terrorists of Hamas in Gaza and the terrorists of Hezbollah in Lebanon, there will be no relapse into the old moral equivalence between Israel and the forces striving to destroy it. As he has also demonstrated in the same response, he is holding firm to the fourth pillar of the Bush doctrine by emphasizing that Israel's struggle is yet another front in the global struggle against terrorism, which is to say World War IV. In his own words, we must recognize that Lebanon is the latest flashpoint in a broader struggle between freedom and terror that is unfolding across the region. Not only that, but by openly identifying Hezbollah as a creature of Iran and Syria, he has demonstrated that he has not forgotten what he had come to realize early on, that the conflict between Israel and the Palestinians cannot be understood in isolation from the larger context of the war that the Arab/Muslim world has been waging to wipe the Jewish state off the map, literally since the day it was born. Indeed, so firmly has Bush held on to the fourth pillar of his doctrine that gloomy second thoughts have arisen about the end of cowboy diplomacy. Thus, when Condoleezza Rice, at a meeting in Rome this past July, refused to buckle to the European demand that Israel be forced into an immediate ceasefire, the New York Times reported that in the space of 1 hour, the view around the world that the United States may now be more willing to play nice with others may have been undone. Once again, it seemed the United States had reverted to its my way or the highway approach. Yet not even this is enough to satisfy a devoted friend of Israel like Frank Gaffney of the Center for Security Policy. In Crosshairs, New York Sunday, August 1, 2006, Gaffney looks at the diplomatic maneuvering of the Bush administration in buying the Israelis more time and translates it into an insistence that they negotiate with and try to appease Islamofascist totalitarians when they are in the Islamofascists' crosshairs. But this interpretation simply ignores the steadfastness of Bush and his people in refusing, against enormous pressure, to endorse a ceasefire except under the very conditions that the Israelis themselves proposed. Nor does Gaffney seem to notice that Bush was tacitly encouraging the Israelis to use the additional time he was buying them to be more, not less, aggressive in the fight against Hezbollah. On this point, Shmuel Rosner, the Washington correspondent of the liberal Israeli daily Haaretz, asks and answers the right question. How much longer will the administration be willing to toe a line that it considers justified, but whose positive outcomes are late in coming? A senior diplomat said yesterday that this will depend on the degree to which the U.S. trusts in Israel's ability to win the battle. And what of the charge that the president has refused to extend the Bush Doctrine to Russia and China, in spite of its pledge to end tyranny everywhere in our world? My answer is that everyone knows or should know, just as everyone knew about the targets of analogous promises made by Franklin D. Roosevelt in World War II and John F. Kennedy in World War III, that the primary and immediate focus of the Bush Doctrine is on the tyrannies in the Middle East and not on every despotic regime on the face of the earth. And just as everyone understood during World War II that defeating the evil regime in Germany justified an alliance with the equally evil regime in the Soviet Union, so it ought to be clear that our de facto alliance with Pakistan, a hotbed of Islamist radicalism, is necessary to the successful prosecution of the war against Islamofascism throughout the Middle East. And Iran. Andrew McCarthy of the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies goes so far as to blame Tehran's decision to unleash its proxy Hezbollah against Israel on the American abandonment of the Bush Doctrine in favor of offering the kitchen sink to the mullahs in a surely futile plea that they drop their nuclear ambitions. To be sure, there is no denying that Bush's dealings with Iran seem to belie one of his most forceful early statements about such negotiations. We cannot defend America and our friends by hoping for the best. We cannot put our faith in the word of tyrants, who solemnly sign non-proliferation treaties, and then systematically break them. But it beggars belief that Bush decided to go along with the European approach to Iran because he suddenly discovered that there is wisdom in hoping for the best and putting our faith in the word of tyrants. To me, paced Richard Pearl, it has seemed more likely that he has once again been walking the last diplomatic mile, exactly as when he spent so many months and so much energy working to get the UN to endorse an invasion of Iraq. The purpose, now as then, is to expose the futility of diplomacy where the likes of Saddam Hussein and the Iranian malacracy are concerned, and to show that the only alternative to accepting the threats they pose is military action. Robert Kagan, a neoconservative who has not given up on Bush, puts this well in describing the negotiations as giving futility its chance. Kagan also entertains the possibility that the negotiations are not merely a ploy on Bush's part, and that his ideal outcome really would be a diplomatic solution in which Iran voluntarily and verifiably abandoned its nuclear program. However that may be, once having played out the diplomatic string, Bush will be in a strong political position to say, along with Senator John McCain, that the only thing worse than bombing Iran would be allowing Iran to build a nuclear bomb, and not just to endorse that assessment but to act on it. The problem of North Korea is different, precisely because the Clinton administration's diplomatic strategy failed to prevent that country from going nuclear military action, difficult though possible in the case of Iran, is no longer an option against North Korea. The only remaining hope is that its neighbors, and especially China, will in their own interests force it to disarm by threatening to cut off the aid by which the Kim Jong-il regime remains afloat. This is clearly what Bush is trying to accomplish, and, thin as the prospect of success may be, it is hard to see what else he can do short of risking a nuclear war. In thinking about George W. Bush's neoconservative critics, I am guided by the lesson I learned from the fate of my own very similar criticisms of Ronald Reagan. Not the hagiographical Reagan celebrated in conservative song and story, but the real Reagan, the Reagan who both did and failed to do many things that his idolatrous admirers have chosen to forget. The first critique Norman Podhoretz produced was published early in Reagan's first term. This was a long article for the New York Times Magazine to which its editors gave the ungainly title, The Neoconservative Anguish Over Reagan's Foreign Policy. 2 years later, Podhoretz wrote another long article, this one for Foreign Affairs, called The Reagan Road to Détente. He also kept up a steady barrage of criticism in a syndicated column he was doing in those days. It was as a passionate advocate of Reagan's declaratory policies that Podhoretz repeatedly blasted him for one betrayal after another, for reacting tepidly to the suppression, yes, by the evil empire, of the anti-communist solidarity movement in Poland, for cutting and running when Hezbollah, yes, the same Hezbollah with which Israel is now at war, blew up a barracks in Lebanon, killing 241 American servicemen, for trading arms for hostages with Iran, yes, the same mullahcratic Iran we confront today, for entering into arms control negotiations with the Soviet Union. Yes, the same species of negotiation at which he had once scoffed as a dangerous delusion spawned by détente. Rereading these pieces today, I am amazed to discover that they were right in almost every detail, even though they were dead wrong about the ultimate effect. For what these acts of Reagan's turned out to be was a series of prudential tactics within an overall strategy that in the end succeeded in attaining its great objective. At the certain risk of offending worshippers of the hagiographical Reagan, some of whom are in the habit of using him as a stick with which to beat up on Bush, I confess that the betrayals of which the latter is being accused seem to me much less serious than those committed by his historical predecessor. Be that as it may, however, these supposed betrayals, too, ought to be regarded as prudential tactics within an overall strategy. And there is another consideration that needs to be taken into account. By the time Reagan became president, we had been fighting World War III for 33 years. By contrast, World War IV started only after Bush entered the White House. In this respect, it is not Reagan to whom Bush should be compared, but Harry Truman. In 1947, at a time when many denied that the Soviet Union was even a threat to us, Truman saw it as an aggressive totalitarian force, which was plunging us into another world war. If Truman had done nothing else than this, he would deserve to be ranked as a great president. But he did more. He also recognized that this new world war differed from the two that had preceded it, and could not be fought in the same ways or in as brief a time. Out of these two recognitions flowed the Truman Doctrine, and out of that doctrine came the new strategy known as containment. Consider the similarities with Bush. Even after September 11th, many poo-pooed the threat of Islamofascism and, seeing its terrorist weaponry as merely a police matter, denied and continued to deny that we were even really at war, much less in a new world war. But Bush understood that Islamofascism was the heir of all the murderous ideologies of the 20th century, an aggressive totalitarian force that, like Nazism and communism before it, could only be defeated through a worldwide struggle. It was a struggle that, in its duration and in its mix of military and non-military means, would bear a greater resemblance to World War III than to World War II. But it also carried novel features with which containment had not been designed to cope. Out of these twin understandings, Bush promulgated his own doctrine, and out of that doctrine came the new military strategy of preemption and the new political strategy of democratization. So far as the implementation of this new strategy goes, it is still early days, roughly comparable to 1952 in the history of the Truman Doctrine. As with the Truman Doctrine then, the Bush Doctrine has thus far acted only in the first few scenes of the first act of a 5-act play. Like the Truman Doctrine, too, its performance has received very bad reviews. Yet we now know that the Truman Doctrine, despite being attacked by its Republican opponents as the College of Cowardly Containment, was adopted by them when they took power behind Dwight D. Eisenhower. We also know now that, after many ups and downs and following a period of retreat in the 1970s, the policy of containment was updated and reinvigorated in the 1980s by Ronald Reagan, albeit without admitting that this was what he was doing. And we now know as well that it was by thus building on the sound foundation laid by the Truman Doctrine that Reagan delivered on its original promise. It is my contention that the Bush Doctrine is no more dead today than the Truman Doctrine was cowardly in its own early career. Bolstered by that analogy, I feel safe in predicting that, like the Truman Doctrine in 1952, the Bush Doctrine will prove irreversible by the time its author leaves the White House in 2008. And encouraged by the precedent of Ronald Reagan, I feel almost as confident in predicting that 3 or 4 decades into the future, and after the inevitable missteps and reversals, there will come a president who, like Reagan in relation to Truman in World War III, will bring World War IV to a victorious end by building on the noble doctrine that George W. Bush promulgated when that war first began. When the conversation turns to the Islamic bomb, everyone immediately thinks they know what it can only mean: the Iranian nuclear bomb. What is usually forgotten is that an Islamic bomb has been in Pakistani possession since the early 1980s. Abdul Qadir Khan, often referred to as the father of this bomb, who passed on his nuclear knowledge to Iran, Libya, and North Korea after building the bomb, is still certain today that he has only served to maintain peace. I am firmly convinced that I have done the best for Pakistan. These nuclear weapons secure peace. I am convinced that there will never be another war between India and Pakistan precisely because of the nuclear weapons. With this view, Qadir Khan is probably right, at least to the extent that the nuclear standoff between the nuclear powers India and Pakistan has enormously raised the inhibition threshold for a war between the two. At the same time, however, This stalemate has secured the long-term existence of a country which, as an extremely fragile entity, is both a home and a promoter of Islamism, which has contributed decisively to the fact that the Americans have only been moderately successful in Afghanistan and have been unable to defeat either al-Qaeda or the Taliban. Since Pakistan has been in possession of the nuclear bomb, it can hardly be put under pressure. Under such conditions, regime change is unlikely to be promoted. Instead, the Americans feel compelled to support Pakistan, which is considered a partner militarily and financially. Today, hardly anyone remembers that it was the Americans who prevented GEL, with India's full support, from razing Pakistan's nuclear facilities to the ground at the last minute. The least that can be said about the Americans' motives at the time is that the veto against the bombing took place at the time of the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan and their own support for the Mujahideen, so the decision can only be understood in the context of the Cold War and what was called nuclear deterrence or the balance of terror. It is certainly pointless to speculate how the region, especially Pakistan and Afghanistan, might have developed if the first Islamic bomb had been prevented at the time. But why shouldn't the mullahs follow the example of Pakistan in their nuclear ambitions? Just as for the Pakistanis, the bomb could also be a kind of life insurance for them, which, as a threat alone, serves the self-preservation of the regime. To this extent, the pursuit of the second Islamic bomb can be described as rational in accordance with the motives of those in power in Iran. If Iran were in possession of the bomb, it would be the greatest deterrent against externally promoted regime change. In view of the current signs from Washington, it is hard to overlook the fact that since Hassan Rouhani's election as president, the Americans have shown less interest in change in Iran than ever before since the Islamic Republic came into existence. What Barack Obama believed he had to state in an interview with journalist Jeffrey Goldberg at the beginning of March this year probably reflects the currently prevailing view of Iran within the Obama administration. What I'll say is that if you look at Iranian behavior, they are strategic and they're not impulsive. They have a worldview and they see their interests and they respond to costs and benefits. And that isn't to say that they aren't a theocracy that embraces all kinds of ideas that I find abhorrent, but they're not North Korea. They are a large, powerful country that sees itself as an important player on the world stage, and I do not think has a suicide wish and can respond to incentives. It is hard to miss from these words that Iran is seen by the Americans as a rational and potential, one might almost say partner that, despite its ideological constitution, is trusted more than the fragile British Indian fission product, the nuclear power Pakistan. In other words, Obama believes that the Iranians would ultimately act as pragmatically as he does, that they would be prepared to weigh up the interests of their own economic and strategic interests in favor of anti-Semitism and anti-Americanism and reduce it to purely rhetorical saber-rattling. Under such circumstances, it is no longer possible to avoid asking a question that would have been considered absurd only a short time ago. Have the Americans perhaps already quietly and secretly prepared themselves for the fact that Iran will sooner or later come into possession of the second Islamic bomb, and are they now even prepared to accept this as the price of Iranian-American cooperation or even partnership? An answer to this question presupposes, on the one hand, that one should know from American foreign policy that even after September 11th, it has never refused to cooperate or even partner with states that have been known to them for years as generous sponsors of Islamist terror, including the war against civilians in Israel. On the other hand, one can still assume that the Obama administration is still striving to prevent the Iranian nuclear bomb after all. In short, Obama would also prefer an Iran without nuclear weapons. But cherishing and promoting a wish does not necessarily mean insisting on its fulfillment by all means. The extent to which American ambitions even include a serious military option and whether Israel-Pakistan sends its regards, would not even withhold support or prevent a military strike if necessary, can only be speculated about at present. However, the fact that speculation is currently so prevalent in the case of Iran is not simply due to Obama dithering. He certainly has a kind of agenda for the Middle East which has been primarily negative from the outset. It is defined by a complete rejection of the Greater Middle East Project, which was the guiding principle of Middle East policy under George W. Bush after September 11th. Its aim was to democratize the Islamic world from outside according to the domino principle, i.e. in the dual hope that, on the one hand, a falling regime would sweep the others along with it and, on the other, that the despotic states would be succeeded by more Western-oriented states. Simply because the turn against this doctrine was the basic building block of Obama's foreign policy program from the very beginning, it is not enough to interpret the now obvious divergence between Israelis and Americans with regard to the assessment of Iran as a phenomenon that suddenly came over the world as a result of Hassan Rouhani's presidency. After all, the Bush Doctrine was also associated with a convergence of interests that was unique even for the American-Israeli relationship and which came to an end of its own accord when Obama turned away from his predecessor's policy. But what denominator can be used to describe this divergence? The Obama interviewer Jeffrey Goldberg clarified this succinctly. Obama's view puts him at odds with Netanyahu's understanding of Iran. In an interview he won the premiership, the Israeli leader described the Iranian leadership to me as a messianic apocalyptic cult. If one wants to grasp the substance of this disagreement, one should neither accuse Obama of not having the apocalyptic features of the Iranian theocracy in mind, nor Netanyahu of not being aware of what Obama calls the strategic and not simply impulsive thinking of the mullahs. It is not enough to make the sweeping judgment that Obama is ultimately nothing more than a smooth talker who is driven purely by wishful thinking about Iran, while Netanyahu is only interested in avoiding risks. If Iran has not changed with President Rouhani, the then chief negotiator in the nuclear dispute, and instrumental reason has not suddenly overridden the end-time-oriented Shiite Islam with him, then conversely this also means that his predecessor Ahmadinejad cannot simply be reduced to a suicide bomber in office. After all, Ahmadinejad also stood for what has long characterized the character of the mullah regime. Observers have repeatedly noted that ideology and political pragmatism interact in Iran, in which it is often not entirely clear from the outset which of the two elements will ultimately tip the scales. The truth of this sentence persists even if one knows that it comes from a German agency for criticizing Israel and trivializing Islamism, which calls itself Stiftung Wissenschaft und Politik and exerts considerable influence on German politics. Accordingly, Iranian pragmatism cannot simply be dismissed as meaningless, just because Iran experts, especially since Rouhani came to power, are teeming with people who no longer want to know anything about the messianic apocalyptic cult, as Netanyahu correctly describes Iranian ideology, or have never wanted to anyway. Ignoring the practical shrewdness of Iranian rulers would make it too easy for them and would certainly not be on the same analytical level as Netanyahu, who can be sure that he is not only intimately familiar with Iranian pragmatism, but is also driven by his knowledge of it. For it is the interplay of pragmatism and ideology, and not the pure ideology itself, that makes the mullah regime the unpredictable and dangerous enemy that it is. Obama's assessment of Iran, his reliance on the pragmatic rational momentum of the mullahs, is therefore automatically playing with fire. At the same time, however, this dangerous game is not due to a loss of reality, but rather the result of a prioritization whose motives will be discussed later. It is no coincidence that Netanyahu, with his view of Iran, appears almost as a critic of ideology, whereas Obama's view is that of a pragmatist committed to realpolitik. However, this difference has nothing to do with a possible division of labor. John Kerry's predecessor, Hillary Clinton, had already made this clear at a time when Hassan Rouhani was not even being talked about as a presidential candidate. In a dig at the outgoing U.S. administration, Clinton emphasized that her foreign policy would be based on principles and pragmatism, not rigid ideology. In front of the senators, Clinton presented her guiding concept of smart power. By this she meant the use of our full arsenal of resources, she said. With smart power, diplomacy will be at the forefront of foreign policy. This is how the Süddeutsche Zeitung (SZ) reported on May 17, 2010 on Clinton's appearance at her nomination hearing before the U.S. Senate. The sideswipe at the Bush Doctrine reveals above all that the new foreign policy concept presented is intended to be non-ideological. It is not known whether Netanyahu's definition of Iran as an enemy also falls under Clinton's category of rigid ideology. What the SZ reports further, however, would fit into the scheme. The new focus will be reflected, among other things, in the Iran policy, Clinton announced. She will pursue a new approach that should enable a dialogue with the leadership in Tehran. The smart power concept, which apparently represents the Obama administration's foreign policy doctrine, dates back to 2007. It was developed by the influential think tank Center for Strategic International Studies, SIZE, and published under the title A Smarter, More Secure America. The authors responsible at SIZE explain exactly what smart power is supposed to be as succinctly as Hillary Clinton. It is an approach that underscores the necessity of a strong military, but also invests heavily in alliances, partnerships, and institutions of all levels to expand American influence and establish legitimacy of American action. End quote. The Middle East section of the published concept is particularly revealing. In it, the authors lament a gradual loss of influence by the USA, which would be accompanied by increasing anti-Americanism. One sentence in the size paper in particular makes you sit up and take notice. And yet, traditional American partners have moved swiftly to establish greater distance from the states. End of quote. First and foremost, this is aimed at Saudi Arabia, the most influential regional power to date and a long-standing ally of the USA. Since the beginning of the so-called Arabellion, at the latest, the Saudis and Americans have become divided in a way that was previously unimaginable. The main reason for this is that the Arabellion has intensified the internal Islamic conflict between Sunnis and Shiites, and the Saudis are the main sponsors of the Sunni frondeurs in this conflict. It is significant that, complementary to a possible Iranian nuclear bomb, which is regarded as a Shiite one, Pakistan's nuclear arsenal is now widely perceived as a Sunni one, which is probably mainly due to the fact that the Saudis have in all probability long since secured the right to access Pakistan's bomb. The reason for this, in turn, is that Riyadh now seems to have come to the conclusion that the Americans would no longer be able to prevent the Iranian bomb by diplomatic means and would not want to prevent it militarily. The Sunni-Shia tensions have not only turned into open warfare in Syria, Iraq, or Lebanon, they have long since become a problem for every state in the region, including Israel. At the forefront on the Sunni side are the Saudis, who want to break the so-called Shiite axis, consisting primarily of Tehran, Damascus, and Beirut, in order to expand their regional supremacy. On the Shiite side is Iran, which would be only too happy to take this supremacy away from the Saudis. The current American position towards Tehran can only be understood against the backdrop of a cooling of U.S.-Saudi relations, the diplomatic highlight of which to date has been the Saudi renunciation of a seat on the UN Security Council. Like the USA, Iran has an interest in weakening and containing Saudi Arabia as well as in combating Sunni terrorism, which is becoming increasingly important to it. In view of the Americans' new foreign policy coordinates, this is likely to be the reason for the mutual rapprochement, which was merely promoted, not caused, by the undoubtedly effective sanctions against Iran. However, the substantial change in U.S.-Iranian relations does not mean that Iran is to take the place of its previous partner Saudi Arabia in the eyes of the Americans. Instead, everything points to a balance of terror in accordance with the smart power doctrine, a stalemate situation that would not only be brought about at the high price of an unprecedented regional arms race, but could even include a Sunni-Shiite nuclear deterrent. In the aforementioned Obama interview, the journalist Jeffrey Goldberg's first response to his question to the president, "What is more dangerous, Sunni extremism or Shia extremism?" is, "I don't think you'll get me to choose on those two issues," whereupon Obama follows up with the appreciation of Shia Iran quoted above. The meaning of these words of appreciation can hardly be understood without the subtext. Because when Obama refers to the Iranian worldview in a seemingly value-free manner and emphasizes that Iran is a large, powerful country that sees itself as an important player on the world stage, then these words contain the message to Riyadh that sooner or later there will be another important player on the stage for the Americans alongside the Saudis. The Americans themselves probably do not realize what such an upgrade means for the future of Iran's two most important allies, Assad and Hezbollah. This has become clear, without taking into account the smart power doctrine and the Iranian-Saudi conflict, including the Sunni-Shiite one. The significance of the Geneva Interim Agreement with Iran cannot be adequately grasped. Consequently, the 5+1 negotiations could also be reduced to this denominator. On the one hand, from the Americans' point of view, they are ultimately negotiating whether Iran will be a future regional power with or without a nuclear weapon, and on the other hand, these negotiations are sounding out how far cooperation with Iran could go. There is no question that the Americans prefer an Iran without nuclear weapons. When Obama summarizes the results of the Geneva Interim Agreement of December 2013 in an interview with Goldberg as follows, "What that all indicates is that there is the opportunity, there is the chance for us to resolve this without resorting to military force. This is in line with the smart power doctrine." Obama's optimism may not be entirely justified by the fact that no one can know exactly what the mullahs will ultimately agree to under the auspices of a deliberate rapprochement and a regional arms race. But it is precisely this uncertainty, coupled with Obama's optimism, that must give cause for concern. Because the U.S. president emphasizes in the aforementioned interview, "The worst that will have happened is that we will have frozen their program for a 6-month period. We'll have much greater insight into their program." Significantly, Obama does not say a word about the worst result of the Geneva Agreement, which is not the questionable easing of some sanctions, The high price for more insight into the Iranian nuclear program is the de facto recognition by the USA of Iran's nuclear ambitions, which Iran's foreign minister Zarif rightly celebrates as the right to enrichment. It would not be wrong to call this an Iranian triumph, if only because there is a lot to suggest that tolerating an Iranian nuclear program has removed the decisive obstacle on the path to the Iranian bomb. Under such circumstances, the phrase from the preamble of the Geneva Interim Agreement, which has been praised in many quarters as a key sentence, "Nothing is agreed until everything is agreed," should no longer be read merely as an empty formula to reassure oneself. In view of the possible results of a final agreement, it should be seen as threatening, and not just in general terms but specifically for Israel. The disagreement between Obama and Netanyahu is not limited to the different assessment of Iran. The smart power concept, a smarter, more secure America, from 2007 already states, America is still relevant, but it has been weakened. Neither a new message nor a single regional conference to address Iraq, the Arab-Israeli conflict, or Iran will be enough to turn this tide. The authors recommend an overall package in which Israel's security should only be one aspect among many. If we now consider John Kerry's intensive shuttle diplomacy between Jerusalem and Ramallah, it becomes clear where the unmediated zeal for an Israeli-Palestinian peace agreement comes from. The U.S. Secretary of State is driven by the smart power concept. Israel's Defense Minister Moshe Yaalon hit the nail on the head when he described Kerry's activity behind closed doors in mid-January this year as misplaced obsession and messianic zeal. The Obama administration is increasing the pressure on Israel to make the Jewish state fit in with the smart power doctrine, which is not immediately about terminating the friendship, but about its conditions in the context of the Obama doctrine. That is why one should also take very seriously the threats that Barack Obama made to Jeffrey Goldberg in the direction of Israel. Goldberg reproduced them as follows. On the subject of Middle East peace, Obama told me that the United States' friendship with Israel is undying, but he also issued what took to be a veiled threat. The United States, though willing to defend and isola and aid Israel at the United Nations and in other international bodies, might soon be unable to do so effectively. End quote. If one follows the logic of Obama's words, then the price that Israel will have to pay for its friendship with the United States in the future is far from clear. The historically unique threat by a U.S. president to tolerate final international isolation and condemnation in the event of Israeli disobedience, i.e. to no longer act as a veto power, should by no means be dismissed as a mere threatening gesture. If we assume that Iran commits itself to never developing a nuclear bomb as part of a final agreement with the 5+1 group, but demonstrably does so and thus commits a breach of contract, then it would hardly be likely that the Americans themselves would pull out the military card to prevent the bomb after all. Moreover, in the event of such an Iranian breach of contract, the Israelis would no longer have the certainty of at least silent American acquiescence to military action. The consequence of a total American refusal would be an Israeli solo effort that would disgrace Obama's beautiful smart power vision. On the other hand, Obama might want to ensure that Israel is forced to learn to live with a constant threat from the bomb in the near future. Even if Israel could benefit from a balance of power between Shiites and Sunnis insofar as the permanent preoccupation of the Islamists with each other might take the focus off the common Zionist enemy, it would not really benefit. For such a balance would inevitably involve an arms build-up in the entire region, which would soon diminish the importance of Israel's life insurance, deterrence through military superiority, and thus also further restrict Israel's ability to act. It is to be feared that the Americans have long since factored in such a weakening of Israel as a consequence of the upgrading of the Mullah regime. It is probably prospects like these that have led Benjamin Netanyahu to state almost desperately with regard to the Geneva Interim Agreement. There are many Arab leaders in the region who are saying, this is a very bad deal for the region and for the world. And when you have the Arabs and Israelis speaking in one voice, it doesn't happen very often. I think it's worth paying attention to us. End quote. The many Arab leaders in the region refers solely to the Sunni states, headed by Saudi Arabia, which, like Israel, do not want to tolerate an Iranian nuclear program. This one voice also makes it clear how little interest Israel has in changing the regional balance of power in Obama's interests. The deep clash of interests between Israel and the United States is therefore the result of a doctrine that places American pragmatism at the center. Because in favor of strategic and power political considerations, this pragmatism is beaten with ignorance of any religious or other ideological forms that would necessarily have to be included in the friend-enemy determination. Because smart power is supposed to function as a new panacea, Instrumental reason is unconditionally assumed everywhere, and everything is declared to be a question of the common sense of those involved, who, like themselves, are regarded as rational cost-benefit calculators. Pragmatism misses the fact that anti-Semitic ideology is not merely a means of domination or a negligible, regional cultural incident. It also misses the fact that irrational aspirations and goals make use of rational means and intermediate steps for their realization, that madness can be cunning and paranoia practical. An unfortunately apparently forgotten, but all the more painful experience that pragmatism has already had to make once, with Hitler's Germany. The necessarily anti-Israeli character of the smart power doctrine must have been on the mind of Israel's defense minister Moshe Jalon when, exasperated by John Kerry's obsessive zeal, he came to the conclusion, the only thing that can save us, Kerry wins the Nobel Prize and leaves us alone. What Jalon did not consider. The decisive man who leaves Israel no peace and on whose behalf John Kerry is acting already won the Nobel Prize in 2009 for his extraordinary efforts to strengthen international diplomacy and cooperation between peoples, as it was called at the time. Obviously, however, this Nobel Prize was not enough for Barack Obama to save Israel from his foreign policy, quite the opposite. On September 15, 2020, the Emirati and Bahraini foreign ministers joined Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former President Donald Trump at the White House to sign the Abraham Accords. In a single day, the number of Arab states recognizing Israel doubled. Morocco and Sudan soon followed. The Trump strategy, embraced by centrist Arab leaders, to cease allowing Palestinians to hold broader regional peace hostage appeared to succeed. Iran and perhaps Turkey sought to use the October 7, 2023, Hamas attack on Israel to derail rapprochement with Israel. For a time, it appeared to work. Professional peace processors who populated Washington think tanks or surrounded President Joe Biden chided that Hamas's action showed there was no bypassing Palestinian aspirations. The State Department legitimized Hamas with negotiations, and many European leaders and UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres rewarded Hamas by recognizing the State of Palestine at the United Nations, casting aside Oslo Accords requirements that Palestinians first renounce terrorism. Despite growing calls for a ceasefire and compromise, Netanyahu held firm. He succeeded. In just over a year, he has single-handedly redefined counterterrorism by killing Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar, Hamas political chief Ismail Haniyeh, and Hezbollah Secretary-General Hassan Nasrallah. No true proponent of peace should mourn any of those whom Israel struck. Hamas unapologetically calls for genocide in its covenant, and Nasrallah famously quipped, "If Jews all gather in Israel, it will save us the trouble of going after them worldwide." By shattering the illusion both that terrorism could defeat Israel and that the United States and Europe could restrain it, Netanyahu advanced prospects for peace across the region. With their grandiose dreams of defeating Israel dashed, more sober leaders can now emerge to succeed Mahmoud Abbas, the 88-year-old Holocaust-denying chairman of the Palestinian Authority now serving the 20th year of his elected 4-year term, or fill the vacuum in Gaza. In the Gaza Strip, local clan leaders can assume leadership now that Israel has removed Palestinian implants from abroad. Certainly, the Norwegian Nobel Committee will be loath to choose Netanyahu. Presently, Norway competes with the United Kingdom to be Europe's second most anti-Semitic country after Ireland. To pick Netanyahu would mean both a willingness to dispense with progressive virtue signaling and acknowledging its past embrace of the cartoonish view of the Israeli leader that dominates Western society. A sober assessment, however, suggests Netanyahu seeks peace but differs from previous leaders to ensure it is sustainable and permanent. Netanyahu, for example, does not oppose a two-state solution to the Israel-Palestinian conflict, but rather insists rightly that mutual recognition and respect requires Palestinians to openly acknowledge Israel to be a Jewish state, and that the Palestinian state cannot become a satrapy for Iran, Turkey, or other rejectionist states. Nor does awarding Netanyahu a Nobel Prize mean endorsing him politically. He should still face responsibility for the intelligence failures that preceded the October 7, 2023, attack. Similar to former Israeli Prime Minister Gold Meir after the Yom Kippur War intelligence failure, this likely means resignation. Rather, a Nobel Peace Prize would be the simple recognition that Netanyahu, through creativity, stubbornness, and military leadership, forwarded peace more in the Middle East than any leader of the past half-century, if not Israel's entire history. Those who seek real peace should recognize that pacifism often leads to its antithesis. Brute military force defeated Nazism, fascism, and the Imperial Japanese Army. A Vietnamese invasion, not the American Friends Service Committee's proposed engagement and diplomacy, ended the Khmer Rouge's odious regime. Likewise, it was the Tanzanian army, not diplomacy, that sent former president of Uganda Idi Amin, a cannibal dictator, into exile. In 1972, Richard Nixon was elected by landslide to a second term as president, but in campaigning against George McGovern's call for us to withdraw from Vietnam, Nixon did not sound an opposing call to fight on to victory. On the contrary, he too promised to get us out of Vietnam. The difference was that he also promised to accomplish this with our hegemony intact. Today, like the McGovernites with respect to Vietnam in 1972, the overwhelming majority of the Democrats in Congress, and all the Democrats hoping to become their party's candidate for president, want America out of war, and the sooner and the more completely the better. And like Nixon in 1972, many Republican members of Congress, along with a few of the Republicans running in the presidential primaries, also want out, but with our hegemony intact. Well, Nixon did get us out of Vietnam. By 1975, when the North Vietnamese communists conquered the South, not a single American soldier was left in the country. But never in American history had our honor been so besmirched as it was by the manner of our withdrawal. Having left with the promise that we would continue to help save the South Vietnamese from communism by supplying them with arms, Congress nevertheless refused to send them so much as a bullet when the communists of the North were already storming the gates. As President Bush Jr. reminded us, to the sputtering rage of those who did not wish to be reminded, the price was paid by millions of innocent citizens whose agonies would add to our vocabulary new terms like boat people, re-education camps, and killing fields. Vietnamese forces were not withdrawn from Laos after 1962. Détente did not prevent the Soviets from forging ahead both militarily and politically, and the missile deal set the stage for an active Cuban role in that very process of Soviet expansion. It is impossible at this point to predict how and when the war on terror will end. But from the vitriolic debates it has unleashed, we can already say for certain that the attacks of September 11, 2001, did not do to the Vietnam Syndrome what Pearl Harbor did to the old isolationism. The Vietnam Syndrome is back, and it means to have its way. But is it strong enough in its present incarnation to do what it did to the honor of this country in 1975? Well acquainted though I am with its malignant power, I still believe that it will ultimately be overcome by the forces opposed to it in the war at home. Even so, I cannot deny that this question still hangs ominously in the air and will not be answered before more damage is done to the long struggle against Islam into which we were blasted 24 years ago, and that I persist in calling World War IV. The scenes of a Taliban victory in Afghanistan have resonated very differently in various parts of the world and hold many lessons, especially for Israel. Some in the West have seen a failure of American foreign policy in the region, and the scenes of a helicopter evacuating people from a rooftop was eerily reminiscent from a photo during the fall of Saigon in 1975 at the end of the Vietnam War. There is no getting away from the sense of defeat after a Western-trained Afghan army was routed in weeks, frequently surrendering without a bullet being fired. Even Abdul Ghani Baradar, the Taliban leader freed from a Pakistani jail on the request of the U.S. less than 3 years ago, expressed his shock at the ease in which they retook Kabul. Only a few months since President Biden promised to remove all remaining troops from Afghanistan, it took the Taliban 11 days to recapture almost the entire country. The first lesson to be learned is that intelligence estimates are frequently wrong. Many experts told President Biden and his advisors that the Afghan army was ready to hold the country without direct Western help. Even up until the day before the capture, there was the belief that Kabul could be held for months rather than the hours it took to lose it. The State of Israel has relied on this type of advice before, when it relinquished the Gaza Strip to the Palestinian Authority, who were subsequently routed by Hamas 2 years later. Over the years, many foreign officials and experts have tried to tie hoped-for Israeli concessions with security assurances, but so far, the record has been terrible. After Israel's withdrawal from Gaza in 2005, the UBAM, European Union Border Assistance Mission, was deployed at the Rafah crossing point between Gaza and Egypt. The mission was to help bring peace to the area. After these forces ran away anytime they were threatened by Palestinian forces, they left permanently in 2007, but not before bizarrely blaming Israel for their ignominious retreat. The United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon, or UNIFIL, a UN NATO peacekeeping force in southern Lebanon, had done little more than protect itself, as it has been impressively toothless at disarming Hezbollah and demilitarizing southern Lebanon. The second lesson is that military expertise and technology doesn't always win. The Afghan army, numbering around 250,000, had over $80 billion spent on it, but was humiliated by the Taliban, who had little significant firepower. The third and most valuable lesson for Israel is that fundamentalist Islam does not give up without force. The Taliban had remained largely dormant for 2 decades but never gave up hope of ultimate victory, even when the odds were stacked against it by the overwhelming presence of foreign militaries. The major problem was that the international forces never truly defeated the Taliban and did not provide a mortal blow to a paramilitary force which was allowed to regroup and dream of a future conquest. This failure should be seen in direct opposition to the victory over the Islamic State in Iraq. The Islamic State was territorially defeated. It was routed completely from the territory it purported to hold in 2017. Of course, there is still some Islamic State activity, but it is largely peripheral, and Iraqi forces have shown they are in a good position to repel it. Unlike the Taliban, the Islamic State was not left with large swathes of territory on which to reorganize, rearm, and bide its time. In any military tactician's book, absolute defeat is a world of difference away from partial defeat. Israel's enemies, like Hamas and Hezbollah, were left standing after every confrontation with the IDF. They might not have been victorious, but it is impossible to say they were defeated in any meaningful way. When Israel goes to war with its enemies, defeat must mean defeat. It should mean that at the end of a conflict, the enemy is not left standing and remaining in power. This lesson is not lost on Hamas, which has already congratulated the Taliban on its stunning victory. Senior Hamas figure Musa Abu Marzouk praised the Taliban for its cleverness and ability to confront the United States and its allies while rejecting all compromises proposed, and without falling into the traps of democracy and elections. Hamas and other terrorist organizations confronting Israel have been given a massive morale boost by events in Afghanistan. They perceive the West, of which they see Israel as a central part, as something that can be defeated with steadfastness and an unshakable belief in an ultimate victory regardless of time and against all odds and logic. Israel must take every step to disavow this belief and ensure that its opponents understand that while they might still dream of ultimate victory and the destruction of the Jewish state, they will instead taste the bitter crucible of defeat. When Saddam Hussein's chief spokesman met with the U.S. Secretary of State on the eve of the Kuwait War in January 1991, Tariq Aziz said something remarkable to James Baker. Never, an Iraqi transcript quotes him, has an Arab political regime entered into a war with Israel or the United States and lost politically. Elie Salem, Lebanon's foreign minister during most of the 1980s and a noted professor of politics, concurred, the logic of victory and defeat does not fully apply in the Arab-Israeli context. In the wars with Israel, Arabs celebrated their defeats as if they were victories, and presidents and generals were better known for the cities and regions they had lost than for the ones they had liberated. They exaggerate slightly, for the loss to Israel in 1948-49 by the Syrian, Egyptian, Iraqi, and Jordanian armies did cost those regimes heavily, with 3 of them falling and 1 barely surviving. This exception aside, military loss usually does not damage defeated Arab rulers. Indeed, disaster on the battlefield can be politically useful, and not just against Israel or the United States, but also in intra-Arab conflicts and with Iranians, Africans, or Europeans. In the 65 years since 1956, military losses have hardly ever scathed Arabic-speaking rulers and sometimes benefited them. The Suez Crisis, 1956. Egypt's President Gamal Abdel Nasser suffered a humiliating military rout at the hands of the British, French, and Israelis. Yet this event strengthened him politically and morally, writes Shukri Abed. This loss, in fact, helped Nasser become the dominant figure in Arab politics over the next decade. Egypt's war in Yemen, 1962-67. After 5 years of intense warfare, great expense, and many casualties, Nasser unconditionally withdrew Egyptian troops, already debilitated by the Six-Day War, from Yemen's civil war. Nasser paid almost no domestic political price for this disaster. The clash between Syria and Israel, April 1967. The Syrians lost 6 MiG-21s, and the Israelis lost no aircraft on April 7th, but the battle caused no consternation in Damascus. Quite the contrary, President Nur ad-Din al-Adasai 10 days later actually called the loss of planes very useful to us. The Six-Day War, June 1967. One of the greatest military defeats in human history prompted Egypt's Nasser to apologize to his constituents and offer them his resignation. But they responded by massively pouring onto the streets and calling on their Rais, president, to stay in power, which he did, more powerful than ever, until his death by natural causes in 1970. In Syria, Defense Minister Hafez al-Assad went on, 3 years after the disaster of 1967, to become the absolute dictator of his country for 3 decades. King Hussein of Jordan remained on the throne until his death, also 3 decades later, very much in control and highly respected. The Battle of Kerma, 1968. Although Yasser Arafat's Fatah lost its first major armed confrontation with the Israelis, it claimed victory, convincing many, something it would do many times hence. Even General Aaron Yariv of Israel conceded that, although it was a military defeat for them, it was a moral victory. The Yom Kippur War, 1973. The Israelis stumbled at first but recovered to score a brilliant military success against the combined Syrian and Egyptian armies. Nonetheless, Anwar Sadat of Egypt portrayed the war as an Egyptian triumph, one still celebrated to this day, and used this purported success to legitimate subsequent diplomacy with Israel. Syria's Assad also claimed a great win. His biographer, Moshe Maz, acknowledges, although from a purely military point of view, Assad had lost the war, he managed to turn his defeat into a victory in the eyes of many Syrians and other Arabs. Syrians, Maz reports, supported Assad's proud and daring conduct of the war in both its military and diplomatic ramifications. As a result, his prestige and popularity soared in Syria during the war and thereafter. Algeria's war in the Western Sahara, 1975–91. The Moroccan and Algerian governments supported opposite sides in a long-lasting civil war in which, eventually, Morocco and its allies prevailed. Chadli Benjedid, Algeria's president in 1979–92, paid little political price for the failure. Syria's occupation of Lebanon, 1976–2005. The weak and divided government of Lebanon could not stop Syrian forces from entering the country or staying there for 29 years. Despite this protracted failure, the ruling elite carried on as though nothing fundamentally had changed. When a popular uprising finally pushed out the Syrians, that elite carried on unaffected. The Iraq-Iran War, 1980–88. Saddam Hussein initiated the Iraq-Iran War, which divided into 2 main eras. In the first, September 1980 to July 1982, he was on the attack. When that went badly and Iraq subsequently had to play defense for 6 long years, he paid no domestic price. More remarkably, 2 years after the end of the war, on August 15, 1990, which was 13 days after his invasion of Kuwait, Saddam Hussein abruptly returned to Iran all the gains Iraq won through the 8 years of fighting. In an announcement on Baghdad radio, Iraq said it would recognize Iran's disputed pre-war borders, release all war prisoners, and begin withdrawing troops from about 1,000 square miles of occupied southwestern Iran as early as Friday. This ignominious retreat went almost unnoticed and did Saddam no harm. Israel versus Syria, 1982. In an air war over Lebanon, Syrian forces lost some 90 airplanes to the Israeli forces and brought down none. But Assad emerged unscathed. If anything, his audacity in taking on the fearsome Israeli enemy enhanced his stature. Israel versus the PLO in Beirut, 1982. Through verbal magic, Arafat transformed a humiliating retreat from Beirut into a political victory by emphasizing how long it took for the Israelis, 88 days, to defeat him, much longer than they needed to defeat conventional Arab armies, 9 days in 1956, 6 in 1967, and 20 in 1973. Rashid Khalidi, then a Palestine Liberation Organization (PLO) flak and now a Columbia University professor, went so far as to compare the minuscule Beirut operation and its 88 Israeli deaths with the Nazi 2.5 years long siege of Leningrad with its approximately 2 million deaths. The passage of time further transformed this rout into a glorious success. In the Hamas retelling some years later, our people humiliated Israel and broke its resolve. PLO withdrawal from Tripoli, 1983. When Syrian forces compelled the PLO to leave its last stronghold in Lebanon, Arafat responded predictably by transmuting this withdrawal into a moral success. According to his biographers, the PLO leader, in the midst of yet another historic setback, was still intent on milking the occasion for all its theatrical worth. The U.S. bombing of Libya, 1986. After suffering the ignominy of being attacked by U.S. warplanes, Muammar Gaddafi turned his very survival into something grandiloquent. Among other steps, he commemorated this achievement by adding the word Great Uzma to the formal name of his country, making it the Great Socialist People's Libyan Arab Jamahiriya. 9 years later, he still recalled the episode as a disgrace to the United States. America never admits its losses. Did we not shoot down 15 of her aircraft when they raided us? In 1986? But she only admitted the loss of 2 aircraft. America never talks about her defeats and losses. She keeps her mouth shut. She even refused to admit that the leader of the squadron which attacked my house was shot down and killed in the crash. They never admitted his loss until we embarrassed them by producing his corpse, which we handed over to the Vatican. Chadian militias versus Libya, 1987. Libya's heavily financed and Soviet-backed ally in Chad lost humiliatingly to ragtag forces. As I co-wrote at the time, 4-wheel-drive Toyotas defeated a fleet of tanks. This devastation, however, had no visible repercussions on Gaddafi's prestige or domination over Libya. Iraq versus Kuwait, 1990. The Iraqi assault on Kuwait followed months of Iraqi threats. Nonetheless, Kuwaiti forces were not on alert and were quickly overwhelmed, prompting Emir Jaber al-Ahmad as-Sabah immediately and ingloriously to flee across the border to Saudi Arabia, where he oversaw the Kuwaiti government in exile from a hotel suite. Despite his lack of preparation and unheroic actions, Jaber faced no challengers during or after the fighting. Hezbollah versus Israel, 2006. Hezbollah lost to Israel but did so respectably, thereby strengthening Hassan Nasrallah's hold on the organization. Addressing a mass rally after the fighting, he claimed a divine and strategic victory. Ironically, Nasrallah later admitted he made a mistake by initiating the conflict, but that got little notice, and he remains solidly in control 15 years later. Hamas versus Israel, 2008 to 2009. Known in Israel as Operation Cast Lead, this 3-week war saw Israel do overwhelmingly well on the battlefield, as symbolized by the deaths of about 100 times more Palestinians than Israelis, and overwhelmingly badly in the political arena, as symbolized by the UN's Goldstone Report and an international Gaza reconstruction conference that brought in $4.5 billion. Hamas leaders emerged from the warfare strengthened by military defeat. Hamas versus Israel, 2012. The Israel Defense Forces may have killed many of Hamas's leaders, smashed its infrastructure, and left Gaza reeling, but true to form, Hamas called for a holiday of celebration the day after a ceasefire went into effect. So serious were the revelries that 1 person was killed and 3 wounded by gunfire into the air. Not just that, but Hamas declared November 22nd a day to be marked every year henceforth. We call on everyone to celebrate, visit the families of martyrs, the wounded, those who lost homes. Hamas versus Israel, 2014. Warfare devastated Gaza, but a poll conducted by Palestinians after hostilities ceased found 79% saying that Hamas had won. Simultaneously, Ismail Haniyeh went from being the choice of 41% as Palestinian president to 61%. A few weeks later, those figures declined modestly to 69% and 55%, respectively. That support extended to tactics as well, with 94% backing the military engagement with Israeli troops and 86% backing rockets fired into Israel. This survey shows that Arab leaders can lose versus anyone: a Western power, the United States, Great Britain, France, Israel, an African militia, a non-Arab Muslim state, Iran, or a fellow Arab state, Yemen, Syria, Iraq, and it hardly matters. The political price is nearly always minimal, and sometimes defeat entails actual benefit. The Iraqi invasion of Kuwait led to the formation of a U.S.-led coalition of 39 states. It attacked Iraqi forces on January 17, 1991, and hostilities ended on February 28, 1991, when Baghdad capitulated. A consensus rapidly emerged that Iraqi leader Saddam Hussein must resign or would be overthrown. But Saddam had no such intentions and had prepared the way for grandiose claims. His regime initially spoke of a truly decisive and historic battle, ahead that signaled the beginning of the end of world imperialism. 20 after the US-led attack began, it established the shortwave mother of battles radio, Arabic, Idarat al-Ma'arik, to broadcast its coming victory over Allied forces. Then, things did not go so well, with the rout of Iraqi forces, Turkey shoot, and the consequent near-apocalyptic damage to civilian infrastructure. Despite this, regime media blithely insisted on achieving a famous victory over Operation Desert Storm. "You have triumphed over all the chiefs of evil put together," Radio Baghdad informed Iraqi forces, stating that they had trampled America's prestige into the mud. Even after formally conceding defeat, Baghdad continued to claim victory. One remarkable example of this came 4 years after the fighting ended, when Iraq's chief of staff Iyad Rawi claimed, "Our victory was legendary." The magnificent Iraqi army recorded the most impressive slaughter in the book of the mother of all battles when it crushed the American and Allied forces during the First Land Battle. Rawi went on to recount the fictitious Battle of Kuwait Airport and a huge tank encounter southwest of Basra, calling the latter among the fiercest tank battles in history. George H.W. Bush, he concluded, was forced to call a unilateral ceasefire on February 28, 1991, because he knew that the U.S. forces could not sustain the casualties resulting from the land battles. Supporters abroad endorsed these claims to victory. In November 1994, at the graduation ceremony for Palestinian police, a choir sang songs of tribute to Saddam Hussein. That some of Saddam's supporters did not care whether or not he actually won on the battlefield helped sustain the fiction. Thus Hisham Jait, Tunisia's best-known intellectual and a fervent supporter of Saddam, remarked, "We have nothing to lose from this war, even if it ends in defeat." This transparent deception contributed to maintaining Saddam's rule, permitting him to intimidate any would-be rebels, floating above the disasters his country suffered, including a 90% decline in per capita income, and remaining in power for another 12 years. Only when US-led forces returned in 2003, this time with the specific intent to depose him, did he fall from power and end up in a hole. Hamas and its allies near unanimously agreed that it won the May 2021 conflict with Israel, despite what the Associated Press called the horrifying toll the war took on countless Palestinian families who lost loved ones, homes, and businesses. Just 2 days after the fighting began, Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh already announced his organization had achieved victory in the battle for Jerusalem. Such claims multiplied after a ceasefire went into effect on May 21st, when Haniyeh claimed a strategic, divine victory and also announced that Hamas defeated the illusions of negotiations, defeated the deal of the century, defeated the culture of defeat, defeated the projects of despair, defeated the settlement projects, defeated the projects of coexistence with the Zionist occupation, and defeated the projects of normalizing relations with the Zionist occupation. Similarly, Khalil al-Hayya, a Hamas leader, exclaimed to a mass rally in Gaza, "There are celebrations throughout the cities of Palestine, because we made this victory together," 28 adding, "We have the right to rejoice. This is the euphoria of victory." Ziad al-Nahalla, the leader of Palestinian Islamic Jihad, rejoiced in his organization's victory and threatened to bomb Tel Aviv in retaliation for any assassination operation aimed at our fighters or leaders. Foreign supporters also celebrated. Hezbollah's Hassan Nasrallah described Hamas attacks on Israel as a great victory. Iran's Ayatollah Ali Khamenei sent congratulations for an historic victory, and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Quds Forces commander, Esmail Ghani, hailed the fighting for having destroyed the pride of the Zionist army. In turn, a PIJ spokesman thanked Iran's government for being partners in our victory. Even Morocco's Prime Minister Saad Eddine El Othmani, who months earlier had signed a normalization agreement with Israel, congratulated Haniyeh for the victory of the Palestinian people. The Palestinian populace was apparently also convinced. Indeed, just as soon as the 2 a.m. ceasefire went into effect, a frenzy of life returned to the streets of Gaza. People came out of their homes, some shouting Allahu Akbar or whistling from balconies. Many fired in the air, celebrating the end of the fighting. Large crowds celebrated the end of the conflict, chanting praise for Hamas. Middle-of-the-night celebrations spread widely. Gaza residents cheered from their terraces. Celebratory gunfire sounded over the mostly dark neighborhoods, A few horns blared from cars braving streets pocked with shell craters, and praise for God rang out from mosques around Gaza City. Gazans paraded along the beach, holding up their phone lights. The following days saw large-scale public celebrations by Hamas and its smaller ally, Palestinian Islamic Jihad. These revelries had beneficial political implications for Hamas. Its reputation among Palestinians has risen dramatically, Khalid Abu Toma observed, due to its firing thousands of rockets and missiles throughout Israel. Palestinians, he concluded, consider Hamas leaders as the true heroes of the Palestinians and seek to engage in an armed struggle against Israel. They have no time for Mahmoud Abbas and the Palestinian Authority. In other words, defeat on the battlefield brought Hamas major political dividends. Whence this impunity? 6 factors help account for it: honor, fatalism, conspiracism, bombast, publicity, and confusion. Honor. Honor has an importance among Arabic speakers to the point that maintaining it can count more than what is actually achieved. To Arabs, honor is more important than facts, explains Margaret K. Neidl. The cause matters more than the results. Elie Salem agrees, saying of Arab leaders, they were glorified for their intents, not their achievements. This accounts for why, in losing the June 1967 war, Jamal Abd al-Nasir became a hero. In gaining peace, but dissenting from prevailing Arab psychology, Anwar al-Sadat became a villain. More broadly, Fouad Ajami explains, in an Arab political history littered with thwarted dreams, little honor would be extended to pragmatists who knew the limits of what could and could not be done. The political culture of nationalism reserved its approval for those who led ruinous campaigns in pursuit of impossible quests. Fatalism. Fatalism holds that an outcome was maktub written, so do not blame the leader. As Ad Abu Khalil of California State University notes, the tendency to explain in times of defeat that people have no influence or effect whatever on their actions and deeds. It is only God who acts. By invoking the inescapability of destiny, they absolve Arab regimes and armies from any responsibility for defeat. This pattern, he notes, has become typical to the point of predictability. Thus, in the aftermath of Israel's routing of the Egyptian armed forces in June 1967, Nasser tried to show that neither he nor the army could have avoided the defeat they experienced. To absolve his government of blame and signal that it could have done none other than what it did, he fell back on an Arabic proverb, precaution does not change the course of fate. And an everyday analogy, Egypt was like a man hit in the street by a car. Simultaneously, Jordan's King Hussein consoled his subjects with this insight. If you were not rewarded with glory, it was not because you lacked courage, but because it is Allah's will. Conspiracism. Conspiracism creates an assumption that every confrontation with Israel or Western powers implies the enemy intends to eliminate their rulers, occupy their countries, change their political systems, and exploit their resources. When these consequences fail to happen, their avoidance is portrayed as a victory. Abdulmuniam said, an Egyptian analyst, notes, we celebrated victory because the enemy failed to achieve its objectives as we defined them. As for our objectives, it was taken for granted from the outset that they would not enter our equations of war and peace. For example, Egyptians widely believed this to be the Israeli goal in 1967, backed by the United States, and said recalls his time at a student publication after that loss. To my great surprise, I found that quite a few of my colleagues at that newspaper believed that we had won the 1967 war. How so? The logic went as follows. The purpose of the Israeli-US aggression was to overthrow the glorious president and the socialist system in Egypt, but given that the president was still in power after the people came out in mass demonstrations in support of him and his wise leadership, on the 9th and the 10th of June, and given that the socialist system was still in place, the enemies had not obtained their objectives. Hence, we won. Said finds that this same general line of logic prevails in other instances, such as for Saddam Hussein after the 1991 Kuwait War, Hassan Nasrallah after the 2006 Hezbollah-Israel War, Bashar Assad in Syria's civil war, and the 2014 fighting between Hamas and Israel. In the 2014 case, said notes the huge disparity in war dead, 2,100 Palestinians versus 72 Israelis, and in destruction, then concludes that the results of the recent war in Gaza can hardly be chalked up as a Palestinian victory. Nevertheless, Hamas leaders proclaimed victory on the grounds that the Israeli aim was to eliminate Hamas and end the firing of missiles. Therefore, as long as both Hamas and the missiles still exist, Palestinians should rejoice in this resounding victory. Bombast. Bombast is a prominent feature of Arab political life, causing leaders and followers alike to be captivated by the power of words, even if unrelated to reality. Shubi, a native Arabic speaker and psychologist, reported in 1951 that Arabic speakers overemphasize the significance of words as such, paying less regard to their meaning than is usual in Western languages, leading to a confusion between words and the things they represent. Walter Laqueur noted in 1968 the Arabs' almost unlimited capacity for believing what they want to believe. Theodore Draper further explained this notion in 1973. Whenever Arab statements are cited, the question of Arab rhetoric arises. Should it be taken seriously, or are Arabs peculiarly addicted to hyperbolic bombast? Whenever an Arab spokesman says something particularly provocative or outrageous, there is always someone who says that they never really mean it. I have even heard the foreign minister of an Arab country instruct a group of Americans that Arabs are allergic to Western rationalism and that, if Westerners wish to deal with Arabs, they must adopt the seemingly irrational Arab mode of thinking. Publicity. Publicity inspires some Arab leaders to seek support for their cause. Curiously, this takes two opposite forms, one for Arabs and Muslims, the other for Israelis and the global left. In the first case, the strong horse adage comes into play. Rulers seek to show themselves as heroic figures the masses should follow. Saddam Hussein's motives in taking on most of the Western world are thus explained by Hussein Samaida, an Iraqi. Winning didn't matter. What mattered was putting on a good show and gaining the hearts and minds of the smoldering Arab world. Israelis and the global left respond to quite the opposite, namely presenting oneself as the sympathetic underdog and victim. Toward this end, Hamas periodically, 2008 to 2009, 2012, 2014, 2021, attacks Israel, knowing full well the certainty of losing on the military battlefield but expecting to gain advantage in the political arena, among Israeli leftists on university campuses globally, in the international press and international organizations, and beyond. Barry Rubin dubs this the suicide strategy and paraphrases its logic. I will start a war that I cannot win in order to create a situation where the other side wrecks my infrastructure and kills my people. Then I will lose militarily but win the battle. How? Rubin lists 3 benefits. Israelis are cowards, so any damage they suffer will cause them to pull back. Suffering Gazans will make Israelis feel sorry and pull back. The international community will press the Israelis to stop fighting and bestow benefits on Hamas. What is the truth? Caught between 2 contradictory reports of reality, humans tend to opt for the one they prefer, whether it concerns immigration, Angela Merkel, or Schaffen das, referendum prospects, Brexit, or the outcome of elections, stop the steal. What to believe when Baghdad Bob is reporting that Americans would find their tombs in Baghdad at the moment when U.S. tanks are coming into view. Naturally, when Saddam Hussein was captured, some Arabs responded with incredulity. One Hassan Abdul Hamid, an Egyptian trader, refused to believe the news, calling it American propaganda and lies. This miasma encourages Arab populations to ignore the reality of military defeats, as well as the carnage they inflict, and instead, stick with those leaders. This pattern of surviving or benefiting from defeat extends to other Muslim leaders. In the Indo-Pakistan War of 1965, for example, Pakistan's Foreign Minister Zulfikar Ali Bhutto led his government into a disastrous conflict with India and emerged from the fiasco more popular than ever, and this took him to the prime ministry 8 years later. As his biographer puts it, the more outrageous his rhetoric became, the more heroic Zulfi Bhutto appeared to Pakistani audiences. Likewise, the Iranian leadership extended their war with Iraq and went on the offense from July 1982 to August 1988. When this failed, Ayatollah Khomeini drank from the poisoned chalice, accepted a ceasefire, and neither he nor his regime suffered for their 6 years of folly. Most recently, Recep Tayyip Erdogan's dismal military adventures into Syria and Libya have not dented his power. In contrast, losing wars usually has major implications for a non-Muslim leader. In the Middle East, Golda Meir and Moshe Dayan paid a heavy price for the disappointing Israeli showing in 1973, as did Nikol Pashinyan for the terrible Armenian performance in 2020. Even defeats in peripheral wars usually have a major impact. Algeria on French politics, Vietnam on American, and Afghanistan on Soviet. It is especially hard to imagine non-Muslim leaders surviving such devastating routs as Egypt's in 1967 and Iraq's in 1991. That defeated rulers can celebrate defeats invites moral hazard and renders them more aggressive. Why worry if a defeat and its terrible implications do not affect you? This pattern goes far to explain why the Middle East hosts so many wars. Money for arms is always abundant. The population's suffering is irrelevant. The economic losses of little import, and the ruler can expect to survive unscathed. With the stakes so low, give war a chance and hope for the best. During Israel's first 25 years, from 1948 to 1973, Arab states, with Egypt, Jordan, and Syria in the lead, followed by Iraq, Saudi Arabia, and Lebanon, fought it 5 times with conventional armed forces. They built up huge armies, allied with the Soviet bloc, and fought Israel on the literal battlefield. After 1973, the states quietly bowed out and remained out over the next 50 years, which is to say, for twice as long as the era during which they actively fought Israel. The few exceptions to this cold peace, notably, a Syrian aerial confrontation in 1982 and an Iraqi missile attack in 1991, help make the point. Their brevity, limitations, and failure enforced the wisdom of not confronting Israel. The Syrian Air Force lost 82 planes, while the Israeli Air Force lost none. And 18 separate Iraqi missile attacks directly killed 1 Israeli. The Iraqi and Syrian regimes both started nuclear programs but gave them up after coming under Israeli attacks in 1981 and 2007, respectively. Although most Arab states continued to assault Israel verbally and economically after 1973, they carefully withdrew from military confrontation. Focused on other issues, the Iranian threat, the Islamist surge, civil wars in Libya, Yemen, Syria, and Iraq, Turkey going rogue, and a water drought, hoary anti-Zionist taboos lost much of their hold in Arabic-speaking countries. 6 Arab states went on to open full diplomatic relations with Israel: Egypt in 1979, Jordan in 1994, and all of the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Morocco, and Sudan in 2020. 2 other Arab states started in this direction but aborted: Lebanon in 1983 and Syria in 2000. Saudi Arabia is widely expected to follow after the rule of 87-year-old King Salman ends, which would significantly move the Arab center of gravity in favor of accepting Israel. Changes have occurred in a variety of ways. The Israeli Minister of Sports broke into tears in 2019 as Hatikva, Israel's anthem, was played in Abu Dhabi upon the victory of an Israeli athlete. In September 2020 alone, the preacher at Mecca's Grand Mosque recalled Muhammad's good relations with Jews. The Arab League turned down a Palestinian-sponsored anti-Israel resolution, and the UAE government advised all hotels to include kosher food options in all their dining offerings. For Arab foreign ministers attending a meeting hosted by Israel in early 2022, the Negev Summit symbolized this new acceptance. More substantively, Israel sold advanced military equipment to the UAE, Bahrain, and Morocco totaling more than $3 billion in 2 years. In 2021, that accounted for 7% of $11.3 billion in Israeli global military sales. Obviously, one sells material only to governments expected to remain long-term allies. But as Arab states exited the anti-Zionist arena, a range of other actors stepped in: Palestinians, Islamists, the Iranian and Turkish governments, and leftists. Conventional armed forces, ships, tanks, planes, rockets, nearly disappeared from the battlefield, replaced by other methods of attack. Stabbings, weaponized kites, suicide bombings, weapons of mass destruction, and the boycott, divestment, and sanctions (BDS) movement. Why did this overlooked switch take place, and what are its implications? Some history helps answer these questions. Arab leaders insisted through their 25 years of confrontation with Israel that they would always persevere. On June 10, 1967, a mere 4 days after the Six-Day War concluded disastrously for them, for example, Algerian strongman Houari Boumediene announced, "If we lost one battle, we will not lose the war. The war must go on until right is restored to its proper place, until aggression is destroyed, and until what has been imposed by brute force is undone. We must not lay down arms." A day later, he doubled down on this message, talking of the road to victory, continuing the battle regardless of how hard it is or of the price we will have to pay. Despite such bravado, the states abandoned those arms just 6 years later. And for good reason. On the battlefield, the Arab states waged wars against Israel 5 times, 1948 to 49, 1956, 1967, 1970, and 1973, and lost them all badly. In particular, the defeats of 1948 to 49 and 1967 left Arab leaders shocked. Newborn Israel had seemed so vulnerable, while the Six-Day War was the single most lopsided debacle in military history. Add to this the 82-0 aerial wipeout of 1982, and direct confrontation with Israel lost its attraction. The states tiptoed away. Incendiary anti-Israel rhetoric promised more than the leaders of Arab states could deliver. Early on, they found that arousing and channeling hostility through propaganda against Israel distracted their populations from problems at home, and so served them well. Gamal Abdel Nasser, who ruled Egypt between 1954 and 1970, mastered this art, winning massive approval as he attributed almost any problem to the Zionists. By 1973, however, Arab leaders realized that incessant anti-Zionism had created a tiger they could barely ride, so they toned down both the rhetoric and the actions. A powerful brew of leftist ideologies, including anti-imperialism, Arab socialism, and Third Worldism, characterized Arab politics until roughly the time of Nasser's demise in 1970. During that period, governments radiated an optimism, however crude and ill-conceived, about their own abilities. Histrionics surrounding the Six-Day War, for example, demonstrated this shrill and foolish self-assurance, with Nasser announcing, "War will be total, and the objective will be to destroy Israel. We feel confident that we can win and are ready now for a war with Israel." That reckless optimism eventually subsided, replaced by a bitter sense of realism, sobriety, and limitation. Repeated military failures against Israel fueled this change, as did a wider disappointment. When Arab speakers looked around, they found themselves trapped by repression, inequity, backwardness, and poverty, as symbolized by the much-discussed and very negative Arab Human Development Report 2002. Gloom replaced hope. Mordant introspection took the place of exuberant ambition. The same was true for economics, as difficulties following the oil boom of 1970 to 80 exacerbated this shift. Massive oil revenues brought stupendous national growth during those heady, exhilarating years. Oil producers led the way, of course, but countries that serviced the producers, such as Egypt and Jordan, also benefited. Lebanon maintained a startlingly high economic standard of living through much of its civil war, from 1975 to 1990. The flood of money brought not just economic muscle and diplomatic power, but a sense that the trauma of modernization had been finessed. Past mistakes appeared swept away as a bright future beckoned. For a few glorious years, it seemed that oil would solve the Arabs' problems, perhaps even dispatch Israel, which found itself mercilessly squeezed. For example, 25 sub-Saharan African states broke relations with it after the 1973 war. But binges rarely go unpunished, and the 1970s intoxication led to a 1980s hangover. Just as the boom blessed virtually all the Arab states, so the bust afflicted nearly every one of them, undoing prior gains. The consequences of the oil downturn could be traced with almost graph-like precision in many areas, from the price of Islamic art at London auction houses to African states re-establishing relations with Israel. Eventually, 42 of the 44 sub-Saharan African states not members of the Arab League did so. Economics eventually also brought the Arab states closer to Israel. In 2018, then Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu pointed out a great change in the Arab world, which has growing connections to Israel because it needs its technology and innovation, water, electricity, medical care, and high-tech. Political woes aggravated the sense of defeat. Once renowned for the strength of their dictatorships, think Hafez al-Assad and Saddam Hussein, Arab governments more recently have faced the challenge of controlling their subjects. Substantial parts of Libya, Egypt, the Sinai Peninsula, Lebanon, Yemen, Syria, and Iraq have become monarchic. Obviously, regimes not fully governing their own territory can hardly play a forceful role beyond their borders. The rise of Islamists, who emerged soon after the 1973 war and quickly presented the most dangerous domestic opposition in almost every Arab country, exacerbated the state's weakness. Ideologically dedicated, they directly threatened governments as the distant and benign Israelis never did. From the Hama massacre of 1982 in Syria to the Rabba massacre in Cairo of 2013, Arab governments gave priority to fiercely suppressing their Islamist foes. Anti-Zionism, it turned out, was a luxury, something to promote when convenient and put aside when not. And then there was the problem of Iran. As soon as Ayatollah Khomeini took power in 1979, Tehran presented a threat to all the Arab states except its Syrian ally, further making the Palestinian cause an afterthought. The Iraq-Iran War of 1980–88 massively diverted attention from Israel. Subversion then replaced direct war, augmenting the Iranian threat to the point that the mullahs controlled the capitals of 4 Arab states, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and Yemen, and sent drones with impunity to strike at a Saudi oil installation. Anti-Iran alliances with Israel began covertly soon after the Iranian Revolution but became openly acknowledged only with the Abraham Accords. As Arab states receded, others rushed in, beginning with the Palestinians. They are a more impassioned, if much smaller, enemy of Israel due to their greater personal stake in the conflict. Their ancestors spearheaded anti-Zionism before 1948. Recall the Mufti of Jerusalem, Haj Amin al-Husseini, and the Arab Revolt of 1936–39. They rose to the fore again after 1967 with the crushing of 3 Arab armed forces in 6 days. That fiasco encouraged the Palestinians to reassert their primacy in the anti-Zionist struggle. But what acknowledgement they won then was more symbolic than real, as state interests remained paramount. True recognition of Palestinian primacy dates to 1974, when the Arab League, the Organization of Arab States, recognized the Palestine Liberation Organization (PLO) as the sole legitimate representative of the Palestinian people and granted it full membership in the League. The 1993 Oslo Accords confirmed that centrality. Although lacking the resources of the Arab states and lacking a respectable economy or military, the Palestinians accomplished more than the states ever did. The many Palestinian wars, 1982, 2006, 2008–09, 2012, 2014, 2021, may have been lopsided in Israel's favor militarily, but they served the purpose of making Israel look bad. 3 Arab armed forces lost to Israel in 6 days, but the PLO managed to hang on against Israel for 88 days in 1982. Arab states lost the Sinai Peninsula, Gaza, East Jerusalem, the West Bank, and the Golan Heights to Israel, while the Palestinians convinced Israel to hand Gaza and parts of the West Bank over to them. Western governments and peoples largely shunned the Arab state assault on Israel but widely ignored the Palestinian attacks on it. If Arab states felt constrained to observe treaties with Israel, however coldly, Palestinians with near impunity trashed the Oslo Accords and every other agreement. Their tenacity not only contrasted with the feckless Arab states, but their success also put the states to shame for their failures. Islamists opened another front. They emerged soon after 1973 as a powerful and worldwide anti-Israel force. Their vitriol had the greatest influence in Muslim-majority countries, either by pressuring the government, Algeria in the 1990s, taking it over, Egypt under Mohamed Morsi, or destroying it, Syria since 2011. They also effectively spread their anti-Zionist message in the West, especially when they partnered with leftists, with a resulting impact on educational institutions, philanthropies, the media, legal systems, and politicians. While the Shah of Iran had maintained a quiet working relationship with Israel, the Islamic Revolution of 1978–79 turned Iran's government into a fanatic enemy, with anti-Zionism serving as a foundation of regime principles and propaganda. Symbolic of this new orientation, Ayatollah Khomeini granted his first audience with a foreign leader to PLO chieftain Yasser Arafat and instituted an annual Jerusalem Day. Tehran organized and funded many organizations to attack Israel, including Hezbollah, Hamas, and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, while its nuclear program represents the single greatest threat to Israel's security. In turn, Israel has become the world's conscience and potential weapon vis-a-vis Iran's nuclear arsenal. Turkish-Israeli relations, once a model for Muslim-Jewish cooperation, peaked in the late 1990s. That shifted in 2002 with the election of the Justice and Development Party, AKP, an Islamist organization. While Turkey's reorientation lacked the speed, consistency, and totality of the Iranian precedent, it has proven consequential, with the country becoming an occasional base for operations against Israel, a supporter of Hamas, and a significant anti-Zionist voice internationally. At times, however, President Recep Tayyip Erdogan decides he needs Israel and warms up relations in an evidently transactional manner. Also, trade and tourism have continued through thick and thin. The global left had an erratic record regarding Israel before 1967, with the Soviet Union playing a crucial role in the country's coming into existence and American liberals viewing it more favorably than conservatives. Think Truman versus Eisenhower. The shift away from Israel began as the left discovered Palestinians and made them its most favored victim. Leftist antagonism to Israel culminated in 2001 with the United Nations Durban Conference against racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance, where many strands came together to criticize and ostracize Israel. Since then, the left, from European public opinion to Marxist unions in India to politicians Jeremy Corbyn in Great Britain and Gabriel Boric in Chile, has become increasingly hostile to the Jewish state. Thus did the Arab-Israeli conflict splinter into the Palestinian-Israeli, Islamist-Israeli, and leftist-Israeli conflicts. These developments have two main implications for Israel. First, Israel won a victory over the Arab states, with their far larger populations, resources, economies, and diplomatic heft, a signal accomplishment that deserves far more attention than it has received. In 1994, for example, then IDF Chief of Staff Ehud Barak argued that, in the foreseeable future, the main threat to the State of Israel is still an all-out attack by conventional armies. This year, Israeli strategist Ephraim Inbar insisted that the idea that Jewish and Arab states will coexist peacefully ignores the reality on the ground. Granted, no Arab state signed a document of surrender or otherwise acknowledged defeat, but defeat was their reality. After going into battle with guns blazing in 1948, expecting easily to snuff out the nascent state of Israel, rulers in Cairo, Amman, Damascus, and elsewhere incrementally realized over a quarter century that the scorned Zionists could beat them every time, no matter who initiated the surprise attack, no matter the terrain, no matter the sophistication of weapons, no matter the great power allies. The fracturing of Arab state enmity constitutes a tectonic shift in the Arab-Israeli conflict. That said, lasting victory can take many decades to be confirmed. Russia and the Taliban looked defeated in 1991 and 2001, respectively, but their resurgences in 2022 put these in doubt. A parallel revival seems unlikely for the Arab states, but the Muslim Brotherhood could again take over Egypt, Jordan's monarchy could fall to radicals, Syria could become whole again, and Lebanon could become a unified state under Hezbollah rule. We can say with confidence that the Arab states have been defeated at least for now. That defeat raises an obvious question. Does it offer a model for Palestinian defeat? In part, yes. If states with large Muslim majority populations can be forced to give up, that refutes a common notion that Islam makes Muslims immune to defeat. But in larger part, no. First, Israel is a far more remote issue for residents of Arab states than for Palestinians. Egyptians tend to care less about making Jerusalem the capital of Palestine than installing proper sewer systems. Civil war has consumed Syrians since 2011. Second, states compromise more readily than ideological movements because of rulers' multiple and competing interests. Third, governments being hierarchical structures, and especially the Arabs' authoritarian regimes. A single individual, such as Anwar al-Sadat or Mohammed bin Salman, can, on his own, radically change policy. No one disposes of such power in the PLO or Hamas. Thus are state conflicts with Israel more tractable and more prone to change than the Palestinian conflict. Fourth, despite claims about imperialist aggression directed against them, large Arab states never convincingly portrayed themselves as victims of Little Israel, something the even littler Palestinians have done with great skill, making themselves the darlings of international organizations and senior common rooms alike, giving them a unique global constituency. Finally, long ago peace treaties with Egypt and Jordan and the recent Abraham Accords have great importance in themselves but have next to no role in diminishing perfervid Palestinian hostility toward Israel. Likewise, the Palestinians' groupies, Islamists, Tehran and Ankara, global leftists, completely ignore the accords. If only victimized Palestinians matter, the retreat of Arab states is irrelevant. For these reasons, Arab states withdrew after just 25 years of leading the charge against Israel, but Palestinians keep going at 50 years. War is a terrible thing, but historically it did have the merit of conclusively ending conflict and bringing peace by exhausting the will or capacity to fight of one side or the other. That is how wars have always ended. As late as 1945, the Second World War ended with the complete occupation of Germany and the atomic bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, inaugurating a peace that still endures with those once very determined warrior nations. Back then, war was obscured from public view. But now the entire world can watch the fighting, the killing, and the destruction in color, up close and in real time, though we are mainly shown dead women and children, rarely the fighters. And as a result, wars are interrupted by ceasefires, demanded by distant presidents and popes, and applauded by the world's watchers as they wait for the antagonists to renounce their fight. But rather than renounce their fight, they pause to recover their strength for the next round of fighting. We've seen this over and again since the obliteration of Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan, especially in the Middle East. Hamas is only the latest enemy of Israel to be constrained by a ceasefire, only to rearm and proclaim its intention of fighting again. And thus is the cycle of violence perpetuated for another generation. Since the arrival of the UN Security Council on October 24, 1945, ceasefires, truces, and armistices have interrupted wars across Africa and Asia before they could bring peace. Consider Korea 72 years ago, when the war between North and the South was interrupted by an armistice signed by now long-dead generals. Since then, there have been deadly incidents now and then, but not one day of peace negotiations. For Israel, the first of many UN-imposed ceasefires arrived on June 11, 1948. Both the Foreign Office and the State Department had totally opposed Israel's May 15 Declaration of Independence, but were sure that the Arab armies, with their artillery, armored vehicles, and warplanes, would soon solve their problem by defeating the Jews who at first only had rifles. When, to their great surprise, the Jews began advancing, the UK and US quickly agreed to impose a UN truce. It did not last, and nor did a second truce, and the fighting only ended on March 10 a year later. War would return with the start of the Sinai Campaign on October 29, 1956 that ended on November 7, 1956, when Israel's advance was suddenly halted by a US-Soviet agreement at the UN Security Council to impose one more ceasefire. Then came the Six-Day War in 1967, which did not last for 7 because of another ceasefire imposed by the UN Security Council. Once again, that would not end the fighting. In October 1973, Egypt and Syria launched what became known as the Yom Kippur War, against an Israeli enemy totally unprepared for their assault. No Security Council ceasefire arrived to stop them, even if things soon changed once Israel counterattacked. On each occasion, in 1948, 1956, 1967, and 1973, Israel had much more combat strength than diplomatic leverage. The only thing that really matters on the world stage. What of Israel's most recent conflict? Hamas's surprise attack on October 7th was followed by Israel's counteroffensive. The ceasefire calls duly arrived, from the UN General Assembly, assorted EU voices, and, of course, the Pope. A ceasefire so early in the fighting would have left Hamas victorious. But unlike previous occasions in Israeli history, the US president remained silent, allowing Israel to keep fighting month after month, for a full year and beyond. Yahya al-Sinwar's October massacre was made without any provisions to protect Gazan civilians from Israel's counterattack, and came complete with planned and filmed atrocities to provoke a massive IDF response. From Sinwar's perspective, the more Israel bombed Gaza, the better. Because global public opinion would be aroused to support the Palestinians, he assumed politicians around the world would once again impose a ceasefire, long before Israel could seriously degrade Hamas's infrastructure. This time, though, the ceasefire did not come. Despite constant attacks from his domestic critics, Netanyahu mustered his very slim parliamentary majority to persevere in a war that continued to widen. First, Hezbollah, with its 150,000 rockets and missiles, entered the fray. They were soon joined by the Houthis in Yemen, and by Iranian agents in the West Bank, and finally by Iran itself, which in 2 air attacks bombarded Israel with some 320 ballistic missiles, each the size of a tanker truck, along with cruise missiles and drones. Under continued criticism, not least from retired Israeli generals accusing him for waging a slow war of attrition while Israel was under worldwide attack, both literal and rhetorical, for killing innocent civilians, a term never used for Germans and Japanese burned in or out of their homes, the Israeli prime minister could offer no answer nor excuse. All Netanyahu could do was echo Churchill and keep buggering on. This perseverance, this refusal to accept a ceasefire until Donald Trump imposed one just before his inauguration, finally paid off. Over 18 months of fighting, Israel wrecked Hezbollah and incapacitated Iran, ultimately causing the fall of the Assad regime in Syria. That, in turn, cut Iran's supply lines to both Hezbollah and Hamas, making it impossible to rearm them for another round. No longer able to charge Netanyahu with pursuing a pointless war, he had undeniably won a major victory against Israel's enemies in Lebanon and Syria. His critics have instead criticized his refusal to stop the war to recover the hostages. Hamas, for its part, is claiming to have won a very great victory. And while Israel will no longer need to worry about renewed Iranian funding for Hamas, pointless now that Nasrallah is dead and Assad in exile, the arrival of a ceasefire has prevented the final destruction of the group as a threat to the Jewish state. Wars, after all, are tragic indeed, but only their interruption by well-meaning outsiders also makes them futile. During their protected wars in Vietnam, Iraq, and Afghanistan, America's leaders and generals could never define victory. Hamas, by contrast, has a clear understanding of what it looks like. Now that the terror group has demonstrated the failure of Israel's deterrence, it insists it will not any more short ceasefires in exchange for hostages, but only a complete end to Israel's offensive, which would of course leave it in full control of Gaza. What would this entail? Most immediately, this would also hand Hamas the millions of dollars in aid that will arrive from Western nations, as well as the billions coming from Qatar, Kuwait, and other oil-rich countries. And while these funds are intended for welfare distributions and for civilian reconstruction, Hamas will of course use them to rebuild its underground tunnel networks, and to fund its military training, propaganda, and political units in and out of Gaza. The reason it would get away with this is straightforward. Hamas has never pretended to be fighting for the well-being of Gaza's population or for Palestine as a national cause. It serves global Islam, the Ummah, that rejects all nationalisms and demands supremacy over all other religions. In other words, it accepts no responsibility for the dead and wounded of the war or for Gaza's reconstruction. Hence, if there is a permanent ceasefire, Hamas can start to prepare its next surprise attack, hoping for another October 7th of indiscriminate killings and rapes. If anyone in Gaza objects, Hamas will also act as it did in the past, shoving sacks over their heads and shooting them in front of crowds. And yet, steadfastly ignoring this inevitability, retired generals and even, in an unguarded moment, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin have urged the Israelis to reduce their bombing or even their attacks altogether, in order to win over Gaza's population. Yet this is to forget that such a formula failed in Vietnam, Iraq, and Afghanistan. Populations dominated by brutal extremists cannot be won over. For the Israelis, however, there is clarity. Because Hamas defines its victory so clearly, so can the Israelis. While the complete end of the offensive that Hamas, the UN, and countless American and British undergraduates demand would mean a complete defeat for Israel, the continuation of the war, sine die, as they say in diplomacy, is the essential precondition of victory. In this sense, little has changed since 1948. The Israelis might have to keep fighting on their own without U.S. support. As soon as the first of Israel's wars started on May 15, 1948, the U.S. and the British, then very much the senior partner in the Middle East, imposed a total arms embargo on everyone involved. This favored the Arab armies, who already had their British-supplied kits of small arms, machine guns, field artillery, and even a few aircraft and tanks, while the Jews only had rifles and submachine guns. It was very much the goal of the British Foreign Office and U.S. State Department that the newly proclaimed State of Israel should be defeated as soon as possible, so as to preserve the stability of British power over the region. But then something entirely unexpected happened. The Jews started winning. As a result, having favored war to put a quick end to Israel, the Brits then had to end it to save their collapsing Arab allies. And the resourceful Foreign Office had the necessary remedy, promptly backed by the obedient State Department. On June 11, 1948, the UN Security Council imposed a total ceasefire after 26 days of fighting. Had the Israelis not resumed fighting on July 9, Israel could not have emerged as a viable state. Even so, this set the pattern for all subsequent UN ceasefires in the region. As soon as Israel launches its counteroffensives and starts winning, the UN General Assembly demands an immediate ceasefire, and pressure builds on the UN Security Council to actually order one. But here the continuity ends. Everything else is very different now that Israel is a stronger, more self-sufficient military power. The US can certainly help to deter Hezbollah, and is the only power that can disarm the Houthi menace in the Red Sea and Suez Canal. But only Israel can incapacitate Hamas by fighting in one alley, tunnel, and bunker after another right across the Gaza Strip. Very reasonably, the Biden administration has been asking the Israelis to hurry up with their fighting, instead of prolonging the suffering of Gaza's civilians. And just as reasonably, the Biden administration has been asking the Israelis to use less air power, less artillery, and more infantry to reduce civilian casualties. But to move faster in Gaza's intricate urban terrain would sharply increase Israeli casualties. The same is true of any imposed reduction in artillery fire and airstrikes. And to do both simultaneously would not just add to Israeli casualties but multiply them. Because the leaders on both sides know those things, and because they respect each other, there is a back-and-forth process of mutual accommodation day by day. But the unavoidable reality is that Israel cannot end its offensive, nor even accept protracted ceasefires in exchange for hostages. Instead, its forces must persist until every basement and tunnel has been cleared and Hamas's cadre of trained fighters has been drastically reduced. Nor is the capture of Yahya Sinwar, the top Hamas leader in Gaza, a realistic goal. With the help of Sinai Bedouin smugglers, it would be all too easy for him to escape and join Hamas's other leaders in their five-star suites in Doha. Of course, although essential, destroying the military power of Hamas cannot by itself bring about a permanent state of peace in Gaza. But if Hamas can no longer subject Gaza's population to its perpetual war, it will be victory enough. To the immense chagrin of those calling for a ceasefire, victory remains Israel's war objective, and it is far from a distant prospect. Of the two key metrics that will decide its victory, one is mostly satisfied while the other could soon follow. The first, the destruction of Hamas's infrastructure, can be measured in the hundreds of kilometers of subterranean tunnels that the IDF has penetrated, cleared, and thoroughly wrecked. Since many of these housed rocket workshops, a clear indication of progress is the drastic decline in the number of them launched from Gaza each day. First thousands, then hundreds, then a few, then none. The second vector of progress, the killing or capture of fighters and military leaders, cannot be measured so easily. Towards the end of January, Hamas's death toll was reported as approximately 9,000, and yesterday it was reported as 12,000. Moreover, when one fighter is killed, another is sufficiently wounded to be removed from the battlefield. Because they live very safely in Chpater, none of Hamas's top political leaders has been killed so far. Khaled Mashal, the group's emeritus founder, Khalil al-Hayya, its propaganda chief, and senior leader Ismail Haniyeh are all in luxury suites in Doha. Back in Gaza, meanwhile, Israel has not yet captured Yahya Sinwar, the Hamas field commander who orchestrated the October 7th attack, and who had learned to speak Hebrew in an Israeli prison, where he was successfully treated for a dangerous brain tumor while serving time for multiple murders. But it seems that Sinwar had understood little about the Israelis. Clearly, he did not expect Israel to launch such a sustained and bloody counteroffensive. But they did, and were soon in his luxury Khan Yunis mansion. From there, Israeli troops followed an escape tunnel monitored by a CCTV camera, whose footage would show Sinwar and his family fleeing. Today, it is very likely that Sinwar, along with Hamas's surviving officers and men, is now the target of Israel's final offensive. In Rafah, hard up against the Egyptian border. When the battle for Rafah begins, it will only loosely resemble previous Israeli attacks. There will be the same heavy Merkava tanks with their canopies that can pre-detonate drone attacks, Namer battle taxis, currently the world's best protected armored vehicle, and troops armed with Taver rifles only a little longer than a pistol but with machine gun firepower. There will also be the same buzz of mini-drones feeding imagery to Israel's commanders in the field and all the way back to military HQ. In other respects, though, things will be very different. To start with, Rafah has very few of the high-rise apartment houses, condo towers and mansions of Gaza City and Khan Yunis. This makes street fighting much simpler because there are no multi-level basements from which many fighters can erupt at once, nor looming heights with firing positions for snipers. Above all, if a building must be entered and cleared room by room, perhaps because a high-value target is thought to be hiding there, it does not take hundreds of soldiers to search the place quickly. Yet despite these tactical advantages, the forthcoming offensive faces several truly major complications. The most obvious is that Israel's offensive must be preceded by the return to the north of the million or so displaced Palestinians who have arrived from Gaza City and Khan Yunis, and who are now living in tents and huts. To launch the last offensive of this war without doing so would maximize both civilian and Israeli casualties. Hamas fighters know how to use these crowds. They fire at Israeli soldiers while hiding directly behind civilians. Rafah's urban geography will dictate the progress of the flight from Rafah. Along the coast, just behind the beach, the Al Rashid Road is now scarcely usable because of all the people camping there, while the inland Gush Katif Road is too narrow. The evacuation must therefore heavily depend on the one multi-lane boulevard named for Salah al-Din, Saladin, which curves northeast back to Khan Yunis. This will allow the Israeli army to deploy in linear fashion, to form multiple corridors through which people can move north at a reasonable pace, but under close observation from both sides. In this formation, the Israelis hope to capture the fighters and commanders who tried to elude them by escaping to the south. It seems unlikely, however, that the bulk of the remaining Hamas forces will try to sneak past the watching soldiers with a great many eyes, image recognition devices, and chemical detectors. Rafah, as a result, is likely to witness a number of battles of resistance. When this finally happens, Israel will have to contend with one final hurdle: the fact that its forces cannot proceed without close coordination with Egypt's rulers. President el-Sisi's government detests Hamas, the Gaza offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood they overthrew, and shed no tears at the prospect of its further destruction in Rafah. However, they also greatly fear the arrival of a flood of Palestinians fleeing from the Israeli offensive. This would leave Egypt's rulers with two choices: to let them in, to the fury of a population that deeply resents decades of Palestinian ingratitude for all the help they received since 1947, or to keep them back by fire in what would unfold as a massacre. In Syria, the killing of tens of thousands of civilians by Assad's father in 1982, and of hundreds of thousands since 2011 by his son, actually strengthened their rule. But Egypt's culture is altogether more humane, and any such mass murder is inconceivable. Hence the reports that Egypt is preparing a well-fenced temporary holding area in its own territory just across the border, in which Palestinians can receive temporary shelter and sustenance before heading north. As for the Israeli War Cabinet, it is equally determined to win this war in Rafah and to preserve strategic cooperation with Egypt, which has served both sides very well. That takes some doing and accounts for the IDF's failure to move quickly into Rafah. But victory is Israel's aim, and it's not going to give up on that. When conventional armies take on enemies who have neither uniforms nor overt bases, and who impolitely refuse to assemble in conveniently targetable mass formations, the inevitable problem is how to find them. Indeed, such a task is often impossible, a reality that otherwise intelligent tacticians have mysteriously refused to accept, from Napoleon in Spain to the US in Afghanistan. In all their wars, that is the one error the Israelis have never made, and they are not about to start now. Aside from the Fauda teams before they defected to Netflix, and the undercover Shin Bet agents who can track down individual leaders, the Israelis have been content to remain on the defensive. Any offensive actions are taken only against clear enemies in recognizable garb, even if not actual uniforms, as well as physical facilities that can be spotted from the air, such as the recently destroyed Iranian rocket depots in Damascus and Aleppo. In Gaza, by contrast, there are no visible military facilities, while Hamas fighters can shed their fashionable black outfits and dress like civilians. This will not, however, frustrate the Israeli offensive, which still has fixed, immovable targets. These are the deep tunnels, too deep for aerial bombing, that Hamas has been excavating and lining in concrete for more than 10 years, using construction equipment and vast quantities of cement donated by different governments and international organizations to house refugees. As a result, Gaza's refugee camps do not contain a single tent. Instead, they are home to a forest of high-rise apartments, which is undoubtedly a good thing, except for the fact that both machines and cement were also diverted for tunneling on the largest scale. These tunnels house relatively sophisticated rocket assembly lines, motor assembly works, sheet metal and explosive stores, and warhead fabrication workshops. More tunnels house Hamas command posts and its ordnance stores of small arms, mortars, and rockets. Even deeper tunnels house its leaders' lodgings and headquarters. Finally, there are the exfiltration tunnels, though there is no sign that they were used in the October 7th attacks, perhaps because their exits had been detected and blocked long before. When Israel's forces enter Gaza, they will engage any enemies who resist them, but they will not go looking for them. Their task is to escort combat engineers to their job sites, the camouflaged places from which tunnels can be accessed. How do they know where these entry points are? While Israel's aerostats with cameras, satellite photography, and the pictures generated by radar returns cannot reveal tunnels, they have been used to monitor where cement mixer trucks have stopped over the years. They cannot pinpoint tunnel entrances by doing so, but they can at least identify places worth exploring with low-frequency, Earth-penetrating radars or simple probes. The obvious danger here is that, even before the escorting troops and combat engineers descend underground to fight off Hamas's guards and place their demolition charges, they will keep losing casualties to snipers and mortar bombs on their way to the sites. To minimize the danger, however, the Israeli army can rely on the most heavily protected armored vehicle ever developed, the Namer infantry combat vehicle. As well as having significantly more armor than any other combat vehicle anywhere in the world, it uses an active defense weapon to intercept incoming anti-tank missiles and rockets, and also has machine guns to fight off infantry attackers. In urban combat, tank crews firing machine guns from the top of their turrets are desperately vulnerable, but the Namer's crew remains buttoned up inside the vehicle, relying on TV screens to see the outside world and operate their weapons remotely. In 2014, the last time Israeli troops fought in Gaza, most were riding thinly armored M.113s, which were easily penetrated by RPG anti-tank rockets, with some 60 soldiers killed and hundreds wounded. Not this time. After they reach the suspected tunnel sites, the Namers will line up to form a perimeter, an improvised fortress, to protect the combat engineers as they go about their task. It is very likely that there will still be skirmishing before, during and after each detunneling operation, with Hamas mortar teams in action, as well as snipers hidden in ruins. Fortunately, the Israelis will have their 70-ton Namers, as well as their post-2014 street fighting training, to protect them. And they will need that protection, as dismantling Hamas's tunnel network will take time. The one certainty in all this is that the planting of demolition charges cannot be done quickly without suffering many fatalities. This means there will be at least 2 weeks of war in the Gaza Strip, and even this optimistically assumes that the entire tunnel system in the evacuated northern part can be cleared in a week, allowing the Israelis to do the same in the southern sector, after evacuating the southerners and sending home the northerners. The government's vow to persist until the destruction of Hamas will be tested every day. Meanwhile, with the Gaza battle imminent, an entirely separate war might start on Israel's northern border. Since Hamas's surprise attack, the very large bombardment capacity of Hezbollah in southern Lebanon has loomed over Israel's response. Hezbollah, after all, has a truly huge quantity of rockets. 100,000 is the conventional number, as well as dozens of missiles that can be aimed with much greater precision. If the rockets were launched all at once, technically not impossible or even in closely spaced volleys, their sheer number would overwhelm Israel's advanced Iron Dome batteries, many of which are in the south. Faced with such a barrage, Israel's much smaller number of longer-ranged, more advanced David Sling interceptors would play a crucial role in protecting high-value targets such as hospitals, oil refineries, microprocessor factories, and military installations. Civilian housing has a lower priority because every house and every apartment has an effective bomb shelter. But numbers matter, and it's not inconceivable that Hezbollah's bombardment could become an example of quantity becoming quality. This would allow Hezbollah's ground troops to penetrate Israeli territory just as Hamas did from the south. As it happens, the otherwise overwhelmed villagers and a few guard soldiers in the south killed almost 1,500 Hamas attackers, almost as many as Israel's total killed, and Hezbollah's raiders would likely share the same fate. This will no doubt play on the mind of Hassan Nasrallah, Hezbollah's leader, who already has good reason to avoid another war with Israel. After the last one, in 2006, he openly confessed that if he had known how much damage the Israeli Air Force could inflict, he would not have started the war. Moreover, even though Iran supports Hamas politically, the fact remains that its intense Sunni Islamist ideology classifies Hezbollah's Shia followers as heretics deserving of punishment and exclusion until they repent. Yet none of this means that the threat of Hezbollah can be ignored. After all, with Hamas still fighting in Gaza, Hezbollah can't be seen to be doing nothing. As all eyes turn to the south, Israel's strategists know very well that, while the fight for Gaza's tunnels is today's battle, tomorrow's will come from elsewhere. Having been attacked by almost 200 ballistic missiles, launched by Iran's Revolutionary Guards and each the size of a tanker truck, Israel must now decide how to respond. Whatever happens, one thing is obvious. The Jewish state's reaction won't equal Iran's attack. That is true both in terms of scale, which was vast and could have killed 20,000 Israelis, were it not for the advanced Arrow interceptors, and in its very meager results. A Gazan Palestinian died in the West Bank, and debris from intercepted missiles caused widespread but only superficial damage to civilian houses and Air Force bases. Certainly, Israel will not dispatch its pilots all the way to Iran without destroying targets that materially weaken the Islamic Republic's military capabilities. Not that Israel can act alone in choosing its targets. For while the U.S. fully accepts that Netanyahu must respond for the sake of deterrence, the Biden administration is equally reluctant to give the IDF carte blanche. For one thing, the White House doesn't want Israel to attack Iran's nuclear installations. Even now, those officials who run Biden's foreign policy cling to their dream of reconciliation with Tehran, believing that all would now be well if only Trump had stuck by the nuclear agreement negotiated by Obama, their former boss. To persist in that fantasy, of course, they're obliged to ignore what Iran did with all the oil money it gained after U.S. sanctions were lifted, the great buildup of Hezbollah, the Houthis, and the other Shia militias, the large-scale importation of missile components from North Korea and China, and the growth of the Revolutionary Guard. It's clear, then, that Iran's rulers were never interested in making peace with Washington. Nor, indeed, could they do so without losing power to the secular opposition now bitterly hostile to the Ayatollah's rule. Still, because of the persistence of the Obama delusion, Israel is forbidden from attacking the Natanz centrifuge complex, where Iran enriches its uranium to weapons-grade levels. The Isfahan uranium hexafluoride plant, whose destruction would release highly corrosive radioactive gases, is also out of bounds, as is the Fordow centrifuge hall, deep inside a mountain and safe from bombs, but which could nonetheless be wrecked by air-to-ground missiles. If the nuclear installations cannot be attacked, there is still the Kark Island oil terminal that delivers most of Iran's exported oil, and which provides the foreign currency that Iran uses to import missile parts and pay its Shia proxies. Hezbollah, which even under Israeli bombardment relies on Iranian paychecks, is the most obvious example. But there's also the Iraqi Kataib militia, as well as the Houthis in western Yemen. Quite apart from the threat they pose to Israel, that last group has successfully disrupted much of the Mediterranean's trade with Asia, even as European navies have sat back and watched. Beyond immediately weakening the militias, if unpaid, their men must find work elsewhere. Bombing the Kark terminal would also accelerate Iran's catastrophic inflation. Right now, it takes 42,105 rials to buy $1, up from 70 rials when the Islamic Republic was founded in 1979. That, in turn, would further increase opposition to the regime. After all, millions of salaried employees in Tehran already cannot afford proper meals for 2 weeks of every month, as modest salary increases are immediately outpaced by bewildering jumps in prices. Yet, whatever the tactical and strategic advantages of destroying the Kark terminal platform, Biden officials oppose that too. Why? In essence, because they've been spooked by Iran's not-so-veiled threat to bomb Saudi Arabia's gigantic terminal at Ras Tanura. Handling over 15% of the world's total oil supply, any disruption here would disrupt the world economy at a stroke. But Saudi Arabia is not Israel, nor is it Israel's ally. There's therefore no earthly justification for Iran's threat, beyond an outrageous attempt at blackmail by a regime tripped up by its own boastful propaganda. Even now, Iranian radio and television channels claim that 90% of the ballistic and hypersonic missiles launched at the occupied territories, their dismissive term for Israel, successfully struck their targets. Among other things, the Revolutionary Guards claimed a direct hit on the Mossad headquarters just north of Tel Aviv, which they said were completely destroyed. That in itself shows the regime is rattled. Its propaganda lies might be just about plausible to the people of Iran, but anyone who actually drove past Mossad's building could see it's perfectly intact. Having sailed too close to the wind by attacking Israel with hundreds of missiles, notably the Fatah-1 variety, which reach hypersonic speeds and are devilishly hard to intercept, Iran's rulers are now desperate to avoid the consequences of their actions. In so doing, they're threatening their own Saudi neighbors, with whom they recently reconciled after years of tension. After years of indulgence, the Biden administration must finally stand up for U.S. and Western interests. It must make it perfectly plain that an Iranian attack on the Saudis, or indeed any other Arab oil terminal, will result in massive retaliation. Nor can this be an idle threat. Each U.S. Air Force's B-52, taking off from Diego Garcia, could drop some 70,000 pounds of bombs anywhere in Iran. To issue such a threat would certainly be an abrupt reversal after years of appeasement, and would not be an easy pivot for an aging president at the end of his term. But the alternative would be to surrender to Iran's blackmail, a decision that would soon destroy American power across the Middle East. Israel, fighting for its basic security and under attack by Iranian proxies to its north, east, and south, is bound to act decisively and will not be stopped. So it is Iran that must finally be deterred from further destabilizing the region and the global economy at large. One person is responsible for Israel's attack on Iran, Rafael Mariano Grossi, the Argentine Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, since December 2019. His predecessors, and especially Mohammad el-Baradei, in charge 1997 to 2009 when it first became clear that Iran's nuclear efforts were aimed at weapons and not energy, were extremely polite international diplomats who presented the IAEA's reports on Iran in very restrained language, as if they were describing purely academic research. Grossi's reports were entirely different. He was a diplomat until he arrived at IAEA, but from the start of his career in the Argentine Foreign Service, he had immersed himself in technological questions, acquiring a great deal of engineering expertise over the years. From the start, Grossi's investigations in Iran focused on the country's vast effort to enrich uranium, to increase the proportion of radioactive U-235. Some energy reactors can operate with zero enrichment by using heavy water moderators, while others work very well with 3 to 4% enrichment, or a maximum of 5% of U-235. Because the infrastructure needed to enrich uranium is extremely expensive, only a handful of the 31 countries that operate nuclear reactors have ever tried it themselves. Most simply buy it from the cheapest source, often Russia as well France, the UK, and Kazakhstan. But Iran was adding more and more centrifuges in increasingly vast facilities at enormous expense, which made no sense at all if the aim was to generate energy. The IAEA has inspectors who dutifully investigate nuclear installations, or rather those voluntarily shown to them. But they can only ask to visit nuclear installations that show up in freely available satellite photography. There was one in Iran that Grossi wanted to visit starting very early in his tenure. Parchin, some 15 miles southeast of Tehran. But his requests were persistently refused. Previous IAEA chiefs would have moved on to other things, but for Grossi it was the turning point. He had found the place where Iran was preparing to shape uranium and assemble its nuclear weapons. From then on, his reports made it increasingly clear that Iran's enormous expenditures on some of the largest nuclear installations in the world meant that it was after nuclear weapons as soon as possible. The main Natanz building has an area of 2.7 square kilometers, enough for no less than 50,000 centrifuges. It is clearly meant for the mass production of nuclear weapons, in parallel with the production of hundreds of ballistic missiles. Neither India nor Pakistan or Israel, all of which have nuclear weapons, have ever attempted anything remotely on that scale. What happened next was that Grossi started warning everyone that Iran would soon become a nuclear power, one ruled by religious fanatics pursuing the Sharia vendetta against the world's Sunnis for killing the last descendant of Muhammad at Karbala back in 680 AD, and for whom the destruction of Israel is key to supremacy over the entire Middle East. When the Israelis realized that European leaders, but also Russia and China, and indeed the Biden administration, ignored Grossi's increasingly alarmed warnings that a nuclear Iran was only months away, they waited for Trump to intervene. In this, they were immediately reassured when the U.S. sent B-2 bombers to its Diego Garcia base, each capable of destroying even Natanz. But then Trump met resistance from the isolationists in his own administration, while he himself evidently did not want to begin his tenure with a war. Instead, he appointed a New York lawyer with no Iran or nuclear expertise to negotiate with the Islamic Republic. Unfortunately, Steve Witkoff was so poorly informed that he immediately accepted the enrichment level that Obama had negotiated, and which Trump had vehemently attacked as much too dangerous. That is when the Israeli government, not just Netanyahu, but the entire defense ministry leadership alongside Mossad, understood that their country would very soon be faced with a nuclear Iran. It might be hoped that Israel's own nuclear weapons could deter an Iranian nuclear attack against its own territory. But a nuclear Iran would dominate the entire Middle East, including Egypt, Jordan, the United Arab Emirates, and Bahrain, with which Israel has full diplomatic relations, as well as Saudi Arabia, with which Israel hopes to have full relations in the near future. Operationally, the seemingly impossible challenge was to bomb large nuclear installations a long way from Israel without a single strategic bomber. Aside from the immense Natanz installation, other essential targets included large buildings in the Parchin base not far from Tehran, where the bomb would have been assembled. There were other vital targets too, including the uranium hexafluoride plant near Isfahan. On top of all that, the Israelis would also have to attack the hundreds of Iranian long-range missiles aimed at Israel. To reach all these targets, Israel had to deal with the range payload problem that its Air Force first overcame in 1967, when it destroyed the air forces of 3 Arab states in a single day, with 60 Mirage fighters and little else. Copying Formula One racing crews, to quickly refuel and rearm the same few aircraft to attack again and again, Israel's highly trained ground crews multiplied its air power, while its pilots made the most of their few bombs with extreme precision. This time, too, impossible solutions were found for the range problem, including the use of 65-year-old airliners converted into tankers. Boeing is years later in delivering its own. To be able to use its short-range F-16s, Israel developed the Rampage air-launched missile, which flies upward on a ballistic trajectory, gaining range by gliding down to the target. That should make accuracy impossible, but once again, Israeli developers overcame the odds. And, of course, there are also Israelis on the ground, including the ones who killed Iran's 2 top military leaders. Yesterday, Al Arabiya had 2 successive reports on Hossein Salami, commander of the Revolutionary Guards. The first was Salami's warning that Iran's retaliation for any attack would be unprecedented. The second, a few hours later, relayed Iranian state TV's confirmation that Salami had been killed. He, too, was surprised, as well as all the experts who explained that Israel could never do it alone without U.S. heavy bombers. Netanyahu understands history. It is time Norwegian politicians and the Nobel Committee recognize it as well.